Chapter 1. I actually reborn in a villa in Haicheng. Shen Yun sat on the bed, his expression filled with bewilderment. He recalled being captured by an evil cultivator and how he had been howling in despair with a group of others. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he found himself lying on his own bed at home. Right? The game. He quickly took out his phone to check the time. January 20th, 2050, 8 a.m. 8 a.m. The Yin-Yang mobile game launches in just 1 hour. Shen Yun swiftly opened the App Store and typed in 4 characters. Sun Xian Mobile. With the resurgence of spiritual energy for over 50 years, the arrival of this game had ignited hope for those without the talent to cultivate. Players merely needed to nurture characters within the game to have a chance at acquiring treasures from the immortal realm that could return benefits to the real world. Indeed, the game world was a genuine realm of cultivation. Moreover, the special items within could enhance one's strength in reality. This was undoubtedly a treasure trove for a world that had only recently experienced the revival of spiritual energy with malevolent forces emerging. The key point was that before the game launched, players could recharge in advance, rapidly enhancing the strength of their nurture characters, thereby increasing the likelihood of obtaining rewarding treasures. Unfortunately, in his previous life, when this app was exposed, the recharge channels were closed at the very moment the game went live. But I still have a chance to spend money. Shen Yun gazed excitedly at the download progress bar. His parents had passed away, leaving behind a substantial inheritance, and the company was currently too busy to handle the affairs. Yet, his little treasury amounted to tens of billions, which filled him with exhilaration. Gradually, however, a sinister smile crept onto his face. This time, the advantage is mine. Zhou Qiao. Your days of bliss are numbered. Zhou Qiao, the belle of Jiang University and his girlfriend, came from a well-off family but was exceptionally skilled at disguise, being with him solely to exploit his resources to elevate the Zhou family. Later, after the game began to yield spiritual cultivation and various treasures, money became devalued. Zhou Qiao had intended to break up with him, but upon learning that his nurtured character had returned a cleansing marrow pill, she stealthily stole the pill and vanished. The most malicious act was that after enhancing her talent with the pill, Zhou Qiao joined a formidable player organization. To prevent his retaliation, she employed others to target his nurtured character and delay his progress. She even sabotaged his company in reality. Had it not been for his secretary's timely warning, he might have been arrested. Though Shen Yun eventually left Haicheng, his nurtured character was killed by Zhou Qiao's associates. Even after he switched to a new character, everything had to start anew. At that time, he had already fallen far behind everyone else, ultimately meeting a tragic end within the Imperial banner. A glint of cold light flickered in Shen Yun's eyes. This time, it's my turn to impose strength upon you. Once the game downloaded completely, he opened it, revealing a traditional Chinese landscape painting on the interface. A warm reminder, the game will launch at 9 a.m. Players may review the game background introduction or recharge in advance to receive mysterious rewards. Note, personal information will be strictly confidential by the platform. For significant recharge amounts, players may opt for confidential recharge to prevent exposure in reality. The game introduction was similar to other online games, lacking any special elaboration. However, once players recharged, the randomly bound character's qualifications would increase significantly. This was the invisible opportunity waiting for the fated individual. I wonder what character I can bind with 100 billion in recharge. Shen Yun opened the recharge channel, linked his bank card, and entered the full amount. Ding. Are you sure you want to recharge 10,2,635,007,252 yuan? Who would dare to think of starting with 100 billion? Shen Yun's heart raced slightly as he raised his hand to confirm. Confirm. Choose confidential recharge. Ding. Congratulations, player. Recharge successful. This account is subject to real name authentication and can only be used by the player. If the phone is lost, you can log into the game with a new phone. Phew. Shen Yun inhaled deeply while looking at the notification. This is truly exhilarating. Based on the developmental trajectory of players who had recharged in his previous life, 100 billion would undoubtedly afford him a massive advantage both in the game and reality. Seeing he still had some time, he got dressed and went downstairs for breakfast. At that moment, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Zhou Qiao. "Darling, are you awake? Let's go out for lunch. I've booked a Western restaurant. If you're busy in the afternoon, I can accompany you to the company. Tonight, it'll treat you well." Latest fashion photos attached. Zhou Qiao indeed had beauty. The picture showcased her innocent appearance clad in provocative fabric, stirring a man's desires. However, now he found her utterly repugnant. In the words of his secretary, Zhou Qiao was merely a counterfeit version of Lu Ruyan. He must have been cursed to encounter her. "Let's break up. I'm utterly bored." Block. "Don't be shameless. Go cause a scene at the company. It's not like I need to be there." Shen Yun blocked her and informed the company group that he would be taking an extended leave. He had only worked for 2.5 months since graduation, and there were acting agents in the company, so his absence wouldn't pose any issues. "Why, darling? What did I do wrong? Can't I change? You have been blocked." "Die, you lowly man." Seeing the blocking notification, Zhou Qiao, undeterred, dialed his number, but only the busy tone responded. "Oomph." After hanging up, her face darkened. "What good is your money? Future strength is the real path." 50 years ago, spiritual energy revived, and the populace entered the era of cultivation. However, most without talent continued to lead tranquil lives. Although she lacked talent, many of her admirers at school were engaged in cultivation. Had it not been for her ambitions to develop her family's enterprise and Shen Yun being extraordinarily handsome with abundant wealth, she wouldn't have been so sycophantic. She had also heard from those admirers that in the future, cultivators would prevail, rendering money as mere scrap paper in the eyes of the powerful. And like most, Shen Yun possessed no cultivation talent, destined to remain an ordinary individual in the future. Originally, Zhou Qiao intended to secure significant business for her family before breaking up, yet now she had been cast aside by Shen Yun. Infuriated, she felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. "Shen Yun, one day, you will regret today's decision." Ding! The Sun Xian mobile game update has concluded, officially launching. Only one grand region, Xintian continent. Special game instructions, feedback settings. Inside the villa, Shen Yun clicked to enter the game with an expression full of anticipation. A miraculous scene unfolded. His phone emitted radiant beams, casting a 30-inch projection screen. Just this feature alone would create a sensation online, but was only when someone obtained feedback items that the game would explode in popularity worldwide. At that time, billions globally would flock to it, and he had already secured the upper hand, recharging 100 billion in cash in advance. Thinking this, Shen Yun immediately clicked on the flashing ingot icon in the bottom right corner of the game. The game all recharge entrance is closed. Current player account balance: 10,235,007,200 yuan. Player currency cannot be traded, for personal use only. How satisfying to behold. Now I can finally rest easy. Shen Yun smiled as he closed the account interface. Ding! Welcome, player, to the Yin Yang game. Sun Xian Mobile. Please select the character you wish to nurture. Qualifications are random. The more you recharge, the better the character's qualifications. As soon as the prompt ended, a card displaying its back appeared on the projection screen. Note: after selection, the character's favorability towards the player will be 0. Players can utilize daily items for check-ins and receive daily character information to increase the character's favorability. Player actions will determine the increase or decrease of favorability. Explanation: if the nurtured character dies, players may select another character. However, the qualifications and cultivation of the newly drawn character will inevitably be lower than the previous one. Therefore, players are advised to take good care of their first game character. Game prompt: due to your current excessive cash recharge, hidden rewards activated. You may draw 2 additional character cards and choose one desired character. Welfare offer: guaranteed character qualification, demon level. Cultivation is random. Is the guarantee a demon level? Shen Yun was immensely exhilarated. In his previous life, players who possessed extraordinary characters received incredibly rich feedback rewards, each becoming a prominent figure, let alone a demon-level character. The future is promising. Shen Yun, breathing rapidly, licked his dry lips, and clicked on the 3 character cards on the projection. The screen revealed the 3 cards spinning rapidly. Then, under his eager gaze, they gradually slowed down, revealing their faces. In the next moment, the characters on the cards erupted with dazzling light, causing Shen Yun to widen his eyes and spring to his feet. Demon level, Yi Wu Dao. Supreme talent, Zhang Tai Sui. Imperial demeanor, Ling Qingxue. Holy crap, Imperial demeanor? This astonishing qualification sent shivers down Shen Yun's spine. Among the 3, he had only heard of Zhang Taijui's illustrious name, the holy son of the sacred land in the eastern region of the Xinjiang continent. However, the deeds of the others were quite ordinary and unimpressive. He never expected this hidden figure to possess such formidable qualifications. As for the other 2, he had little impression of them. They likely had yet to rise to fame or had perished prematurely. Without hesitation, Shen Yun raised his hand and clicked. Select character, Imperial demeanor, Ling Qingxue. Congratulations to the player for selecting the character, the Radiant Empress, Ling Qingxue. Upon the character selection, the screen presented a close-up of Ling Qingxue, accompanied by a chibi version of herself. Insert 3D. The scene then shifted to a mountainous region. As the camera traversed the cave obscured by underbrush, a bloodied woman lay slumped in a corner, her pallid complexion betraying her dire state. At her waist was a grievous wound, concealed beneath a layer of medicinal powder, yet blood continued to seep through, washing away the remedy. Ling Qingxue was gravely injured and would soon lose consciousness, succumbing to her enemies in approximately 20 minutes. Note, the current character has ingested a hemostatic powder, but has encountered an unscrupulous vendor, resulting in a diluted and ineffective remedy. Curse it, the hemostatic powder has yet to take effect. Am I truly a victim of counterfeit goods? Ling Qingxue's forehead glistened with cold sweat as her chest heaved in agitation. Humiliation, anxiety, and unwillingness flickered across her visage. Yet this state would only exacerbate her injuries, causing her mind to spiral into dizziness. Why must I suffer so? I refuse to accept this fate. Ling Qingxue's cracked lips pressed tightly together as she resolutely clutched her abdomen's wound, summoning her last reserves of strength to rise and flee this wretched place. She had relied solely on herself throughout her journey, such was her destiny. However, in her weakened state, how far could sheer determination carry her? After a few faltering steps, her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. I must escape this plight. Ling Qingxue's fingers clawed at the earth below. Yet, the searing pain in her abdomen, coupled with the dizziness clouding her mind and the overwhelming weakness coursing through her body, rendered her incapable of rising. Gradually, the strength she had mustered gave way, and she trembled as she crawled on the ground. Why must this happen to me? Her fists clenched tightly, her eyes, now a fiery red, brimmed with unshed tears. This time, her formidable willpower failed to aid her. Ling Qingxue stubbornly fought against the tears, fearful that her enemies would witness her vulnerability. She longed for a passing cultivator to come to her rescue. Yet such hopes felt utterly fanciful, mere self-deception. Your character possesses remarkable resilience today. Seems to be your lucky day. Shen Yun swiftly tapped on the rising icon in the game interface. First recharge special. First recharge special. Deposit 6 Yuan to receive a 5th grade healing pill originally priced at 3,888, capable of restoring the character's injuries and allowing unhindered movement. Players who recharge in advance may purchase items using existing in-game currency. Purchase. Ding. Purchase successful. Rewards are being distributed. The first recharge icon on the interface transformed into a radiant stream of light, descending before Ling Qingxue. As the brilliance faded, a milky white pill, exuding a fragrant aroma, materialized before her. Ling Qingxue paused momentarily, her eyes darting warily around her. Who goes there? Players may choose to respond through system communication. He, I am your ring's grandfather. At the end of the immortal path, who shall stand at the peak? In a glimpse, the endless Tao becomes void. I am handsome and charismatic. Do not fret. Young friend, simply place your thoughts with me. And do not overthink it. Ah, the familiar lackluster responses. Shen Yun disregarded all of it, focusing instead on the golden recharge prompt that had appeared. Limited time offer. Commoner communication method. Recharge 3 Yuan, originally 50, to text with the character Ling Qingxue. Given the urgent situation, not recommended. Limited time offer. Minor luxury version. Recharge 50 Yuan, originally 248, for 5 voice messages. Limited time offer. Wealthy version. Recharge 648 Yuan, originally 5,000, for permanent voice communication with the character You Know What I Mean. Recharge 648. I've had enough of these system responses. Shen Yun quickly tapped to recharge while seated on the sofa. In the past, he had been financially constrained, relying solely on the system's dialogues to communicate with characters and experience fraught with heartache, best left unmentioned. Purchase successful. The player may initiate voice communication at any time. After the prompt, the previously disabled microphone on the game interface was unlocked. Ahem. Shen Yun cleared his throat, pressed the voice key, and spoke in a low, resonant tone. Your esteemed presence, find you to possess great potential, harboring no ill intent. This transmission surged directly into Ling Qingxue's mind. Thank you, Senior. She hesitated briefly before swiftly consuming the pill. The 5 lines etched on the pill were unmistakable. It was indeed a 5th-grade elixir. Moreover, she had no recourse left, even if deceived. She could only accept her fate. At that moment, Shen Yun's game interface prompted yet again. Information special. Spend 59 Yuan to acquire Ling Qingxue's personal information, permanently stored. With this level of monetization, even a hardcore player would find themselves in dire straits. Shen Yun chuckled as he purchased the information. With the recharge channel now closed, the only means for players to acquire currency was through character feedback. The methods for characters to earn money were varied and unpredictable. It could be as simple as a score increment during meditation or the spoils of battle yielding mere cents and dimes. To accumulate several dozen or even hundreds of coins was akin to seeking cash reward from short videos possible, yet rare. Recharge successful. No sooner had the notification settled than a chibi version of Ling Qingxue popped onto the game interface. The creation is undeniably adorable. However, at this moment, she is weeping profusely, her face bruised and swollen. Casting a glance at Ling Qingxue, who is currently refining elixirs, Shen Yun clicked on her personal information. Name, Ling Qingxue. Age, 20. Current realm. First layer of gathering rotation. Realm classification of Xiantian continent. Spirit induction, gathering rotation, pulse condensation. Vast sea, soul forging, transcendence, dharma aspect, celestial unity, imperial extreme, half-saint, saint, great saint, quasi-emperor. Tao realization, great emperor. Special qualification, 9 heaven saint body Tao fetus, inactive, personal status, vitality depleted, character synopsis, abandoned by her parents at a young age. She grew up in Little Stone Village, nurtured by the village matriarch. Upon reaching adulthood, she was accepted as a servant disciple by the Heavenly Fire sect. Yet the 9 heaven saint body Tao fetus possesses 8 additional sources of saint body compared to an ordinary saint body. Despite consuming vast resources, her cultivation made no progress, leading to her dismissal and return from the mountain. Gasped. A saint body Tao fetus? Shen Yun was utterly astonished. Is this the fusion of the holy body and the Tao body? He was aware of these 2 types of physiques, yet had never heard of anyone being able to merge them. The very notion of a combined form is already astonishing. To think there are even 8 sources of the holy body. This is truly outrageous. Regaining his composure, Shen Yun felt a surge of excitement. Truly, this is the manifestation of an emperor's spirit. The stronger the character, the greater the returns he would reap, naturally stirring his enthusiasm, calming his emotions. He continued to peruse the character's profile. After being expelled from her sect, Ling Qingxue embarked on a solitary journey of cultivation. During her trials, she inadvertently consumed a 6th-tier toxic spiritual herb, yet miraculously survived, even enhancing her cultivation. It was then that she was discovered by the passing cultivator, Lu Fangya, who learned of her secret and took her as a disciple. Subsequently, Lu Fangya intentionally fed her toxic spiritual materials, subjecting her to daily torment from the poison. However, due to the tangible improvement in her cultivation, Ling Qingxue felt immense gratitude towards her. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Fangya harbored sinister intentions, seeking to refine her into a poisonous elixir to nourish her own insects. Upon realizing Lu Fangya's treacherous motives, Ling Qingxue commenced a desperate flight. Recently, she had been discovered by members of Lu Fangya's underlings, the Iron Wolf Gang, and had fled to this place. What a pitiful soul, Shen Yun mused, shaking his head. Such an extraordinary talent. Yet in her past life, he had never heard of her. She was undoubtedly a victim of heavenly jealousy and likely met with a tragic demise. Otherwise, the significance of the terms Holy Body and Tao Body would be enough to reverberate throughout the entire Xiantian continent. At that moment, a glimmer of joy illuminated Ling Qingxue's face as the wounds and injuries on her body dissipated. Although her vitality remained somewhat feeble, she found her movements unimpeded. "Thank you, Senior. I am eternally grateful." Ling Qingxue hastily rose and bowed respectfully to the void. To her astonishment, in her direst hour, someone had indeed intervened to save her. Ding. The affinity level for the character Yuan, Ling Qingxue, has risen to 35 points, maximum value 100 points. Is the life-saving grace not even enough to reach the passing mark? With the microphone turned off, Shen Yun raised an eyebrow, yet upon glancing at her life profile, he could comprehend why she was so mistrustful. After all, she had been treated as a medicinal cauldron by her revered master, making her wary of others. Each character bound to a player possesses a unique disposition, and the means to enhance affinity must be discovered through personal exploration. Nevertheless, he was not short on wealth. He had enough to overwhelm Ling Qingxue's cautious heart with his monetary prowess. He hoped she could withstand his financial onslaught in the times to come. Shen Yun smiled lightly, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. "Perhaps the senior has departed," Ling Qingxue remarked, noticing the silence around her, and swiftly approached the cave's entrance. Uncertain of the intentions of the unseen cultivator, she decided to prioritize her escape above all else. However, as she brushed aside the withered branches at the cave's mouth and observed birds circling above the distant forest, her expression shifted, truly relentless. "I must leave this place swiftly." She darted from the cave and into the dense thicket ahead. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a fleeting shadow raced toward her. "You sure can run." Bam! The newcomer delivered a solid kick to Ling Qingxue's abdomen. Pfft. She coughed up blood and was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing through numerous branches. So quickly restored? The figure landed. It was a man with a scarred face. He squinted at Ling Qingxue's healing wound and sneered. "It seems you've pilfered quite a few high-quality elixirs from Elder Lu." Cough, cough. Ling Qingxue, now on the ground, wiped the blood from her lips and scanned her surroundings. However, her expression soon darkened. There were no fewer than 7 elite members of the Iron Wolf Gang, all formidable cultivators at the Pulsing Veins realm. Moreover, the scar-faced Zhang Tao before her was the deputy leader of the Iron Wolf Gang, a renowned practitioner from the vast sea. "Don't expect to escape, this time. You have nowhere to flee," Zhang Tao commanded with a wave of his hand, his voice deep and authoritative. "Capture her alive. Be cautious. Do not fall into her traps." Concurrently, a series of notifications appeared before Shen Yun's screen. It's time to utilize the power of wealth. Character in peril. You may click to check-in once daily for a chance to obtain useful items to aid the character's escape. The check-in items are rather trivial, and Shen Yun disregarded them entirely. Ding. Encountering danger recharge offer. Spend 288 to receive a 5th grade inferior magical artifact, the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle. This can enable the character to counterattack. Spend 648 for a 6th grade medium puppet self-detonation, sufficient to annihilate all formidable foes present. Spend 998 for a 7th grade medium escape talisman, a life-saving artifact for a minor cultivator. Superb betting offer. Bet 3,500 for a chance to randomly acquire an item of 8th grade or above. Betting capped at 1 million, with a guaranteed top grade holy weapon to take home. Magical artifact quality ranges from 1st to 9th grade, semi-holy, holy weapons, quasi-imperial weapons, to imperial weapons. Wow. A guaranteed top-grade holy weapon. After swiftly purchasing the items, Shen Yun immediately clicked on the superb betting option. This is indeed a guaranteed sacred weapon. After the limited time recharge benefits conclude, he recalls that each piece would cost at least hundreds of millions. Otherwise, one must wait for the next promotional event to acquire it at a lower price. And now, merely 1 million? Isn't that practically free? The sound of coins clinking echoed as, in the blink of an eye, 1 million vanished. Yet, Shen Yunhua felt nothing, even experiencing a hint of exhilaration. Ding. A wager of 1 million was successful. The random draw commenced. At that moment, all the coins flooded the game screen, transforming into a card shrouded in ethereal mist. As the card turned, Shen Yun instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding brilliance and squinted to see. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have obtained the ultimate imperial weapon, the Yin Yang Cauldron. No way. Shen Yun stared incredulously at the projection. He had actually drawn the ultimate imperial weapon. This is a treasure that can only be possessed by a force that has produced a great emperor. He struck gold on the very first day of the server's launch. Moreover, the Supreme Emperor's weapon is the finest among imperial artifacts. With such a powerful treasure, it would be a disgrace not to maximize my favorability with you. Shen Yun swiftly focused on the item for utilization. Ding. Item is being deployed. I am so close to escaping. Ling Qingxue gazed in despair at the approaching members of the Iron Wolf gang. If captured and brought before Lu Fangya, her demise would be certain. However, a gentle whisper, like a celestial melody, resonated in her mind. Do not panic. Buzz. A magnificent cauldron materialized out of thin air, directly shielding Ling Qingxue from above. Humph. Near scrap metal. One of the swiftest members of the Iron Wolf gang, with a cold shout, raised his hand to strike. Furious dominance palm. Boom. With a single blow, the cauldron remained steadfast. Yet, that strike seemed to activate the cauldron, which instantly emanated a rich purple mist. Upon witnessing the shimmering divine patterns within the purple haze, Zhang Tao, not far away, suddenly seemed to recall something, his eyes widening in disbelief as he shouted, Purple Chi from the east? Imperial weapon divine patterns. What? The 7 members of the Iron Wolf gang were so frightened that their hearts nearly ruptured. An imperial weapon. Only those who possess the imperial quality can manifest the phenomenon of purple chi. This is the consensus among the practitioners of the entire continent. No. In the next moment, a resounding boom echoed as the Yin Yang Cauldron trembled, unleashing an unparalleled ripple of oppressive force. The moment it swept over Zhang Tao and the others, they were instantly reduced to a mist of blood, with no chance to flee. What is this? Ling Qingxue stared in astonishment at the great cauldron above her. At that moment, it felt as if she were in a dream. A senior possessing an imperial weapon had actually come to her rescue? It's no surprise you're stunned. Shen Yun was quite pleased with her expression. Calmly pressing down on the microphone in the projection, he spoke, considering the perilous path you have traversed. This imperial weapon shall safeguard you. If you do not accept it now, and it is taken from you later, do not lament. Upon hearing these words, Ling Qingxue felt her mind buzzing, and every hair on her body stood on end in that instant. Is this imperial weapon meant for her? She does not perceive herself as possessing such immense value. Undoubtedly, it is the benevolent senior who has taken pity on her. As Ling Qingxue's lips trembled, her delicate nose tinged with a hint of sorrow, and a veil of tears quickly clouded her eyes. At this moment, she felt an indescribable emotion surging within her, as if it were about to burst forth. Was it the exhilaration of surviving calamity or acquiring an imperial weapon? It seemed neither. It was the realization that, after enduring countless hardships, someone finally recognized her plight and was willing to protect her, granting her heart a sanctuary to lean upon. Ding. The affinity level of the character Yuan Yang with Ling Qingxue has risen to 100 points. A warm reminder, the current character's affinity level has reached its maximum value. As long as the player's actions are not outrageous, such as attempting to refine Ling Qingxue to the point of death, the character's affection will not diminish. Furthermore, the probability of receiving feedback items has increased. How delightful! Shen Yun exclaimed, exhilarated. All that remained was for Ling Qingxue to obtain the feedback treasure. Wealth is indeed gratifying, effortlessly elevating the character's affinity to its zenith. Senior, what should I do? Ling Qingxue, wiping away her tears, gazed in confusion at the large cauldron above her head. Soon after, the senior's gentle voice resonated in her mind. Seize it, and you may transform its size at will, or place it within your consciousness. The senior's voice was melodious and warm. Though no figure was visible, she could already envision an ancient, ethereal sage, smiling with a beard. Understood. Ling Qingxue obediently nodded, reaching out to grasp one leg of the Yin Yang cauldron. Indeed, the imperial weapon morphed into a small cauldron the size of her fist, landing in her palm. Just as she was about to place the imperial weapon into her consciousness and make her escape, a piece of yellow talisman paper appeared out of thin air. Use this to run swiftly. A 7th grade divine movement talisman. Ling Qingxue gazed at the intricate designs on the talisman, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Yet, the imperial weapon was far more precious. After grasping the talisman, she concentrated, and in an instant, vanished from her location. Fortuitously, she did not materialize near Beast Ma. Shen Yun observed as Ling Qingxue materialized on a road, handing her the two magical artifacts he had just purchased. You may use these trinkets for now, but your cultivation must rely on your own effort. He could not confess that he had so few items in his possession, as it would undermine his esteemed demeanor. The peculiar recharge system of the Xuanxian mobile game meant that recharges were only activated when the character encountered danger, enlightenment, or opportunities. Unlike other games with a marketplace filled with purchasable goods, Shen Yun could only await a recharge prompt before acquiring items. However, for players, the difficulty of saving in this game was significant. Personal account game currency could not be traded, rendering the absence of a marketplace inconsequential. Thank you, Senior. Ling Qingxue expressed her gratitude, storing the treasures in her storage bag. She understood the senior's intention. External possessions are merely aids, and one must rely on their own diligence. Moreover, the senior had already bestowed upon her the imperial weapon. One must learn to find contentment in life. Ling Qingxue gazed towards the distant city, speaking as she walked. Senior, having gifted me such a precious imperial weapon, should there be any opportunity to put it to good use, please do not hesitate to let me know. This is the imperial weapon that cultivators yearn for. Only those formidable forces with a long-standing legacy can possess it. What merit does a mere novice cultivator like her have? As Shen Yun was preparing her goji berry health tea, she pressed the voice button. I perceive your exceptional talent and wish to take you as my confidant. Are you willing? This method is commonly employed by players, utilizing daily item sign-ins and character intelligence to create an entity reminiscent of the Ring Grandpa, thereby garnering favor and recognition from the characters. You wish to take me as your confidant? Ling Qingxue exclaimed with delight, realizing that to be favored by such a powerful being, who casually bestows imperial artifacts, is an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Having a predecessor's subordinate is undoubtedly advantageous. However, Ling Qingxue's tone reflected some hesitation. But I may be somewhat foolish. Despite 3 years of cultivation, I remain at the first level of gathering rotation. She was perplexed by her slow progress despite consuming numerous resources. When Lu Fangya had previously administered poison to enhance her cultivation, she believed it was due to her unique constitution. Yet, what filled her with despair was the revelation that the individual had been an evil cultivator exploiting her. What? Are you not afraid of me taking advantage of your constitution? The heartfelt words left Ling Qingxue momentarily stunned. However, she soon lifted her gaze, squinting at the blazing sun in the sky, and softly murmured, My grandmother once said that there will always be those who, like the sun, illuminate others. I believe that you, esteemed senior, are one of those individuals. Naturally, had it not been for the imperial weapon's influence, she would have harbored doubts. As she spoke, a hint of embarrassment crept upon her, causing her to lower her head. I apologize, esteemed senior. You speak with such sincerity. There is no fault in vigilance. Shen Yun remarked with a smile as he observed the girl in the projection. Allow me to first reveal the nature of your constitution, and then you may make your decision. Regardless of whether Ling Qingxue chose to serve under him or not, the high affinity he felt for her rendered the outcome inconsequential. The notion of seeking a confidant was merely a pretext for drawing closer to her. Upon hearing that she possessed 9 sources of the sacred body and was the incarnation of the sacred body Tao, Ling Qingxue's face displayed sheer astonishment. As a cultivator, she was well aware of the significance of such a constitution. Yet, she could hardly fathom that she harbored such extraordinary fortune. Simultaneously, she recognized the sincerity of this enigmatic senior. He had no obligation to disclose such truths, yet he did so openly, revealing his magnanimous character. With this realization, Ling Qingxue respectfully bowed towards the void, declaring, Qingxue is willing to serve you faithfully. Having a full affinity is indeed advantageous. Shen Yun mused inwardly. Given Ling Qingxue's background, it would not be an easy task to alleviate her suspicions. Fortunately, his wealth spared him the time-consuming process of building their rapport. From now on, you may refer to me as young master. Rest assured, I shall assist you in attaining enlightenment and imperial status. Shen Yun spoke with a touch of mystery, his voice serene. But this is not your final destination. The celestial domain is where you truly belong. The celestial domain. Ling Qingxue swallowed hard, realizing she had encountered an extraordinary being today. The ease with which he spoke of helping her attain enlightenment was remarkable. Notably, he did not appear to be an elderly cultivator, but rather a youthful gentleman. This left Ling Qingxue utterly astonished. The young master's background must be extraordinarily formidable. The effects are remarkable. Seeing her rendered speechless, Shen Yun leisurely sipped his goji berry tea and remarked, However, your current cultivation level is rather insufficient. it would not be difficult for you to expose your constitution to a powerful sacred faction and join them. The resources consumed by the 9 heavens sacred body Tao are immense. Thus, having you join a sacred ground to acquire resources is most fitting. After all, the recharge prompts are exceedingly random, making it far more reasonable for you to find a powerful faction to develop in peace. Moreover, Shen Yun recalled that on the 3rd day after the game's launch, a player had received a hidden reward for joining a sacred faction, a remarkably rare character binding card. Indeed, players are not limited to binding just one character. This card allows players to designate an unbound character. Consequently, this card became a global sensation online. Eventually, it was rumored that a foreign netizen, boasting anonymously online, was located by hackers who then emptied several magazines at his address. Clearly, Shen Yun yearned to obtain this coveted card. I hope there's still time. Shen Yun glanced at the time on his phone. It was not yet midnight. Otherwise, Little Red Bee may very well be bound by someone else. In his previous life, he had not logged into the Xuanxin mobile game immediately. It was only after the company personnel had stirred up a commotion that he took notice of the game, logging in around noon. And Little Red Bean was the very first character he had bound, Luo Hongxi. This young woman is a disciple of the Luo family from Blackstone City, gradually rising to prominence with the aid of Shen Yun. In the past, she even assisted him in acquiring a 4th-tier muscle washing and bone forging pill, which could return one to reality. Unfortunately, it was stolen by that wretched Zhou Chaoqiao. Subsequently, Zhou Chaoqiao leveraged her connections to shut down his company. Although Shen Yun sought refuge in a distant location, Zhou Chaoqiao was aware of his bond with Luo Hongxi and sought to suppress her in the game, forcing Luo Hongxi into a life of hardship and evasion. Despite the tribulations she faced, she never blamed Shen Yun. Instead, she often came to comfort him and bring him joy. To accumulate more currency, Luo Hongxi dedicated her days to both cultivation and arduous quests to earn spirit stones. Whenever she saved enough, she would venture into the black market and the stalls of cultivators, hoping to stumble upon treasures that could return him to reality. The dangers she encountered were innumerable. Although her strength improved as a result, one person could only withstand so much against multiple foes. Shen Yun could not bear to see her hunted down by enemies and had implored Zhou Chaoqiao to spare Luo Hongxi. However, that woman was too malevolent, completely disregarding his plea and ultimately slaughtering Luo Hongxi. Wretched woman, the moment I rise, I shall strike you down. The mere thought of her ignited a fire of rage within Shen Yun. As for using a character binding card to link with other cultivators of superior talent, Shen Yun deemed it unnecessary. With his vast fortune of 100 billion game coins, he could easily enhance Luo Hongxi's capabilities. In her previous life, this young woman endured countless hardships alongside herself. If she were to forget the sacrifices made by the other in this lifetime, it would be utterly beastly. As she approached the sacred land, Ling Qingxue nodded slightly. Indeed, this would grant her an abundance of cultivation resources. Compared to that old hag Lu Fangya, the young master truly has my best interests at heart. The disparity between people can be disheartening. That sinister cultivator only sought to exploit her unique physique, while the young master genuinely considered her well-being. Bah, how dare she compare herself to the young master? With her emotions in check, Ling Qingxue hastened towards the distant city, intending to explore before selecting a sanctuary that resonated with her. She would have never dared entertain such thoughts in the past, but after meeting the young master, it seemed her entire life was destined to take a turn for the better. Grandmother, can you see me from above? Qingxue's fortune has finally arrived. Ling Qingxue smiled radiantly at the sky, her steps growing ever lighter, in stark contrast to her joyful demeanor. Shen Yun stared incredulously at the game projection. Clothing discount, civilian edition. One must not appear too shabby when visiting the sacred land. Recharge 30 yuan for a beautiful long robe set, devoid of any defensive properties, due to the player's friendship level with the character exceeding 90 points. A hidden benefit is triggered. No mosaic during costume changes. 90 points? No wonder Luo Hongxi appeared so blurry during her costume changes, Shen Yun mused. In his previous life, he had never witnessed a player reaching such heights. He and Luo Hongxi had only achieved 82 points. Noticing further recharge prompts, he continued to peruse. Clothing discount, minor luxury edition. Recharge 648 are for a 5-tier defensive long robe. Clothing discount, wealthy edition. Recharge 8,800 yuan for a value pack, including a 7-tier outfit, boots, trousers, and undergarments. Clothing discount, exclusive to the wealthy. Recharge 128,888 yuan to receive a value pack. Half-cent gown, half-saint belly band, half-saint trousers, half-saint undergarments, half-saint boots. Half-saint level artifacts offer average defense, emphasizing exquisite appearance, extravagantly indulgent. The wealthy addition seemed promising. Shen Yun felt this could work. Ling Qingxue was heading to the sacred land. Wearing tattered clothes might attract trouble from the unseeing. He resolved to purchase the 8,800 yuan set as a precaution. Such is the luxury of wealth. Ding. Congratulations, player. Purchase successful. Would you like to equip the items on the character? After placing the half-saint attire into her storage bag, Shen Yun pressed the voice button. Qingxue, you must change your attire before heading to the sacred land. I have placed the outfit in your storage bag. Thank you. Young master. Ling Qingxue glanced at her disheveled self. It was indeed time for a change. Upon retrieving the boots from her storage bag, she trembled in shock. This half-saint attire. The boots bore faint golden inscriptions, exuding an ethereal aura. Half-saint artifacts are easily identified by their subtle golden engravings. And she possessed not just one but a complete set of 5. The young master is truly wealthy. Ling Qingxue quickly gathered the garments, cautiously surveying her surroundings. Young master. Should I not purchase an outfit myself? This is far too ostentatious. She had always preferred to act discreetly. The thought of drawing attention while wearing such attire made her uneasy. Ostentatious? Shen Yun replied with a calm smile. With your caliber entering the sacred land, it will be challenging to avoid drawing attention in the future. Very well. It's your choice. By the way, it's best to join the sacred land within the hour. I have matters to attend to shortly. With over 2 hours until noon, missing the opportunity to bind with Luo Hongxi would indeed be regrettable. Hearing this, Ling Qingxue dashed towards the city ahead. The presence of the young master instilled her with immense security, and the idea of venturing to the sacred land alone made her apprehensive. Upon entering the city, Ling Qingxue first acquired information about the surrounding forces at the Tianji Tower, then sought refuge in an inn, preparing to cleanse the bloodstains from her body. However, as she untied the satin ribbon from her waist, her heart inexplicably raced. Surely the young master would not be watching me? What am I thinking? What kind of person would the young master be to do such a thing? Besides, I am hardly a stunning beauty. Ling Qingxue chuckled at herself. Shedding her garments and stepping into the bath, washing away the grime and blood. In a mere moment, a refreshed visage emerged from the water's surface. Ling Qingxue was not the delicate type. Her brows bore an innate vigor, and her beauty radiated an elegant aura. Years of travel had imbued her physique with strength, with a prominent, defined abdomen. As she washed her back, the contours of her muscles subtly revealed themselves. Yet, as Ling Qingxue rose, she bit her lip, her body stiffening. No one knew of her exceptionally keen sensitivity, which occasionally allowed her to sense the scrutiny of cultivators. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to evade capture for so long. If the young master had previously overlooked her, she could now distinctly feel the weight of his gaze upon her. The young master must be observing my unique physique. I must not let my thoughts wander. Ling Qingxue suppressed her embarrassment, feigning nonchalance as she continued to wipe herself down. Such a naturally graceful form. I feel ashamed by my own lack of discipline. Shen Yun regarded her purely from an appreciative standpoint. He had seen women before, but a cultivator of the immortal path was a rare sight. He was keen to broaden his horizons. When Ling Qingxue stood fully upright, Shen Yun's heart skipped a beat. She is indeed a prime specimen. With a perfectly displayed back, a hint of abdominal definition, and a captivating figure, she was undoubtedly a sight to behold. Of course, her features were equally stunning, yet she lacked the aura typically associated with high cultivation levels. Once her physique was activated, she would undoubtedly astonish the world. Having thoroughly cleansed herself, Ling Qingxue dried off and retrieved a fresh outfit from her storage bag. After a moment's contemplation, she ultimately decided to heed the young master's advice. Donning the silver-white half-saint ensemble, the sacred land was not an ordinary force. Appearing too shabby might hinder her entry. Moreover, with only an hour to comply, any delay caused by the unobservant would prove detrimental. With the young master by my side, what do I have to fear? As Ling Qingxue descended the stairs clad in a flowing silver gown, every eye in the establishment, be it the innkeeper, the attendants, or the resident cultivators, was drawn to her in astonishment. The half-saint quality of her attire was simply too eye-catching. Surely she must be the daughter of some prominent faction. A gathering spiral realm cultivator, adorned in such lavish garments. Undoubtedly a figure of considerable standing within the sacred land, though her cultivation seems somewhat lacking. Indeed, the way of heaven is fair, at least my cultivation surpasses hers. Even core disciples of superpowers would hesitate to flaunt half-saint attire in public. Only someone of noble lineage within the ancient clans of the sacred land could possess such audacity. The innkeeper, quick to react, approached with a courteous bow. "My lady, I previously failed to recognize your station." Ling Qingxue waved her hand to interrupt, speaking with calm assurance. "My flying vessel was destroyed. Assist me in acquiring a new one. I wish to visit the Yaoqi sacred land." Her demeanor and tone suggested she was headed to the sacred Yaoqi. The innkeeper dared not delay, bowing as he escorted her out of the tavern. "Miss, the sacred site is not far. I shall personally see you there." "Thank you." Ling Qingxue replied with a slight nod, gracefully stepping onto the flying vessel. Having navigated the outside world for some time, and with a young master as her support, she was adept at maintaining such composure. Within an hour, the vessel came to a halt before the grand entrance of Yaoqi Mountain. Taking a deep breath, Ling Qingxue stepped forward with measured grace. "Who approaches?" Two female disciples guarding the mountain gate inquired sharply. The guards merely cast a cursory glance at her attire, showing little interest compared to the patrons inside the tavern. "I, Ling Qingxue, a junior, come to pay my respects," she said, cupping her hands in a gesture of respect. "Pay respects?" The older disciple scrutinized her and shook her head. "Your cultivation is insufficient. However, out of respect for your sincerity, Yaoqi shall not deceive you." With that, she struck the sacred stone pillar beside her. In an instant, radiant lights illuminated the 1,000-meter-high white jade steps flanking the mountain gate. "Do you see those glowing steps?" The woman pointed with a faint smile. "This is the trial ladder of Yaoqi. Ascend halfway, and you may enter the sacred site." Clearly, she had offered this opportunity due to Ling Qingxue's remarkable semi-saint attire. The small cultivator's ostentatious clothing typically indicated a powerful background, meant to dissuade her from attempting the climb. "Clothes make the man. Fortunate I heeded the young master's advice," Ling Qingxue thought as she gazed at the radiant steps. "But young master? I fear I may not ascend many steps. Should I reveal my true nature now?" No response came. At that moment, Shen Yun furrowed his brow. Examining character information, daily report. Ling Qingxue is preparing to pay respects at the Yaoqi sacred site. Possessing the 9 heavens sacred body, unique in its heritage, unprecedented throughout history. After being scrutinized by the site's powerful guardians, she is poised to enter. How long is scrutinized for a long time? Shen Yun pondered, feeling a headache coming on. He had no time for such delays. Once the clock struck 12, countless players would flood into the Xian mobile game. And who could guarantee that Luo Hongxi wouldn't be bound by another? "No, go ahead and give it a try." Shen Yun intently watched Ling Qingxue approach the steps, wondering, will this activate the recharge prompt? The recharge prompt could appear passively under certain conditions, aside from its active triggers. However, such maneuvers bore little significance for players lacking funds. It could even lead to peril for the character, yielding no rewards. As she neared the steps, Ling Qingxue placed her foot upon the glowing path. Boom! A tremendous pressure descended upon her, forcing Ling Qingxue to bend at the waist as if a mountain were crushing her. No chance, she thought. I doubt I can even reach the first step. The two guarding disciples, seeing her reddened face and bulging veins, turned away without a second glance. The other disciples ascending and descending the mountain also averted their eyes, having initially thought her special enough to take a chance, only to conclude she was just a pampered girl from a wealthy family. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Ling Qingxue's once-bent waist began to rise slowly. Her wealthy young master was silently supporting her from behind. Super value offer. Recharge 500,000. Original price 980,000. Unlock all sacred body sources within Ling Qingxue's 9 heavens sacred body, directly activating her innate quality. What is 500,000? Charge it. The grand shout echoed, reverberating through the Yaoqi sacred site. Is this real? She truly ascended 1,000 steps. The innate sacred body. This was beyond comprehension. This was the legendary Supreme Constitution. All the Yaoqi female disciples gazed in excitement at Ling Qingxue, her hair billowing in the wind. In this lifetime, this senior sister is destined to ascend to the Tao and claim the title of emperor. With her presence, we can finally make our move. The crowd instinctively altered their address. Given Ling Qingxue's extraordinary talent, her low cultivation mattered little. Had they not seen the elders already approach her with warm smiles, surrounding her with admiration? The status of elder disciple was rapidly rising, with her existence, as long as she did not perish prematurely. Even if she could not ascend to the Tao, the prospect of becoming an emperor seemed promising. Thus, The entire Yaoqi would be granted protection, much to everyone's delight. Little girl, I hear your surname is Ling? I recall that there isn't a particularly powerful Ling family in the eastern region, an elderly ancestor remarked with a warm smile, only to be brusquely pushed aside by a nearby matron. What more deliberation is needed? I shall take this disciple. Amidst the encirclement of so many saints, Ling Qingxue was preoccupied with gazing skyward, her face adorned with a radiant smile. Young master. I did it. In her eyes, the praise from these individuals paled in comparison to the approval of her beloved master. Haha, quite impressive, Shen Yun sincerely exclaimed. Possessing formidable abilities is one thing, but to demonstrate such prowess on the first attempt speaks volumes of Ling Qingxue's remarkable determination. Very well, now is your moment of glory. I shall not intrude. Are you leaving, young master? Ling Qingxue's smile faltered, her tone tinged with uncertainty. When will you come to see Qingxue? The glory was not of utmost importance to her. She feared that this enigmatic figure, who instilled in her an overwhelming sense of security, might vanish without a trace. Focus on your cultivation. I will appear when the time is right. With that, Shen Yun instructed, by the way, Qingxue, if you come across any items in the sacred land that resonate with you, feel free to collect them. Regardless of their quality, they will be of use to me. After a busy day, he certainly could not forget the significance of feedback items. The so-called item affinity refers to items that can be converted into reality. As long as a character acquires them, they can be extracted by the player. Items that resonate with me? Ling Qingxue did not grasp the meaning behind it. But since it was a request from her master, she would not question further. Rest assured, young master, Qingxue will search diligently. Very well, that settles it. Is the young master departing? Ling Qingxue noticed the gaze that had settled on her had vanished. Regaining her composure, she turned her attention to the surrounding saints of Yaoqi. She would first familiarize herself with this place before seeking revenge against that old hag and the Iron Wolf gang. At 11:30, there would be no issues with an early use. Shen Yun opened the character binding card in his account backpack and clicked to use it. Ding. Item used successfully. The current player may enter the character's basic information for convenient inquiry. Note: characters bound by players cannot be bound again by others. Shen Yun observed the form before him and entered a series of information. Name: Luo Hongxi family coordinates. Eastern region, Haishi City. Luo family confirm. Searching for information. Ding. Target detected at Haishi City, Luo family. Please confirm if the target is bound. As the prompt appeared, the screen depicting Ling Qingxue minimized to the upper right corner and was muted automatically. The primary game area projected into a small courtyard of the Luo family. Light rain fell gently. A young girl in a flowing green dress tended to a patch of low-tier spiritual herbs in the courtyard. The girl had a complexion as pure as snow, with delicate features and lively eyes, yet her expression appeared distant, as if she were lost in thought. Unlike Ling Qingxue's well-proportioned figure, Luo Hongxi possessed a more voluptuous form, often unable to see her toes when looking down. However, Shen Yun had long since grown accustomed to it. There was nothing particularly astonishing about it. The sensation of reuniting with an old acquaintance was rather delightful. Gazing at the familiar face on the screen, Shen Yun raised his hand and tapped. Long time no see, little red bean. Confirming the binding of the character. Ding. Congratulations. Player, you have bound your second character, Luo Hongxi. Ding. You are the first player in the entire server to bind a second character, thus earning a permanent discount card. Effect: permanent 50 discount on purchases and recharges for the second character, Luo Hongxi. Oh, this benefit is quite splendid. Shen Yun was pleasantly surprised. This item would save him a substantial amount of money. He then clicked on the character information floating above Luo Hongxi's head, judging by her dazed expression. It was likely her fiancé, Zhang Fenghua, was coming to annul their engagement. Character information refreshes daily, with random event content. Should danger arise, players can prompt their characters to avoid it in advance. Daily information on Luo Hongxi. Today, an invitation from the Zhang family was received. Young Master Zhang Fenghua will come to discuss the marriage contract established between the two families since childhood, as they have never met and share no emotional foundation. Luo Hongxi felt somewhat bewildered about her future. However, unbeknownst to the Luo family, Zhang Fenghua, having entered the prestigious sect of Wanyangong due to his remarkable talent, was determined to disregard the ancestral agreement between the families and annul the engagement to prevent Luo Hongxi from hindering his promising future. Players rely on daily information to portray characters as grandfathers, strategic deities, and other personas, thereby devising strategies to enhance the character's favorability. As for daily sign-ins, most rewards consist of low-grade spirit stones and elixirs. In times of true peril, one must rely on recharges, which are of little use to Shen Yun at present. Setting aside strategy for the moment, his vengeful spirit was ignited. You little scoundrel, long time no see. Since the annulment of the engagement, Zhang Fenghua had sought to rekindle their relationship after Luo Hongxi's rise, yet by then, Luo Hongxi had already seen through his superficiality. Not only did this man face rejection, but he also incited the Zhang family to suppress the Luo family, subsequently colluding with the likes of Zhou Qiaoqiao to bind characters and attack the fleeing Luo Hongxi. Regrettably, Luo Hongxi never had the chance to take vengeance on him before her demise. At that moment, a prompt appeared on the game interface. Special offer. For a mere 59 yuan, half-price card at 29. 5 yuan, one could purchase the personal information of Luo Hongxi, which would be permanently preserved. After Shen Yun made the purchase, Luo Hongxi's chibi avatar materialized beneath the projection, standing in line alongside Ling Qingxue. The avatar appeared vacant, staring vacantly at the sky with an adorably dazed expression. Soon, Shen Yun would be seething with indignation. He clicked to view the profile. Name, Luo Hongxi Faction, Second-Rate Faction. Blackstone City Luo Clan, Faction Classification, Third-Rate, Second-Rate, First-Rate, Top Tier, Super, Sacred Ancient Family, Age, 19 Current Realm, Gathering Rotation 3rd Level Cultivation Inclination, Alchemy. Swordsmanship Cultivation Aptitude, Medium Grade with Spiritual Root. Spiritual Root Quality Classification, Mundane, Low Grade, Medium Grade, High Grade, Superior, Perfect, Innate, King Grade, Divine Grade, Sacred Grade, Respectable Grade, Emperor Grade. Self-taught profession, Alchemy Apprentice Personal Status. In a day's character synopsis, the daughter of the Luo clan's patriarch. Her grandfather had a deep friendship with an elder from the Zhang clan in his youth, leading to an arranged marriage. Her fiancé, Zhang Fenghua, was remarkably gifted from a young age and had early on joined the Wenting sect. This individual, proud and disdainful of marrying someone considered weak, was about to annul the engagement. The Luo clan welcomed the Zhang clan, only to be confronted with a written divorce notice, leaving them utterly humiliated. This matter could have been resolved privately. However, Zhang Fenghua's actions were intended to impress a female disciple from the Wenting sect who held considerable influence, so as to prevent her from harboring ill feelings that might hinder his ascent. The Zhang clan arrived with an imposing demeanor, accompanied by an elder from the Wenting sect, leaving the Luo clan speechless with indignation. Only Luo Qinghe, the father of Luo Hongxi, was concerned about his daughter's reputation being tarnished by this incident and angrily confronted the elder from the Wenting sect, who swiftly suppressed him with a mere glance. Subsequently, the Zhang clan departed. How familiar this narrative felt. Shen Yun observed the ethereal Luo Hongxi and resolved to directly unveil the plot, pressing the microphone button. Ding. Limited time offer. Civilian version of communication method. Recharge 3 yuan for a discounted price of 5 yuan. It truly seemed that everywhere there was a demand for money. Shen Yun scrolled down and recharged for an unobstructed voice communication version at 324 yuan. Stop daydreaming. The Zhang clan will be annulling the engagement. You should seriously consider how to respond. The sudden voice echoed in Luo Hongxi's mind, leaving her bewildered. Annul the engagement? This revelation inexplicably filled her with a sense of joy, yet she soon furrowed her brow and surveyed her surroundings. Who are you? How do you know this? Perhaps it is fate that binds us. I have discerned through profound calculations that the Zhang family's decision to annul the engagement was not a private arrangement, but rather a matter known throughout the city. What? Luo Hongxi's eyes widened, anger surging within her. The Zhang family intended to publicly seek an annulment from her Luo family? How could the Luo family maintain their dignity in Blackstone City under such circumstances? The engagement between the two families was merely a verbal agreement from the previous generation. It could have been resolved quietly without such disgrace. However, upon further reflection, she began to doubt the veracity of this mysterious individual's words, considering the cordial relations between the Zhang and Luo families. If the Zhang family were to proceed with this, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the Luo family, casting a shadow over her own honor, a blatant act of disrespect and a severing of ties. Yet, her reverie was abruptly shattered by the arrival of a Luo family disciple from outside. It's bad, Sister Hongxi. Zhang Fenghua has come with an envoy from the Wenting sect to annul the engagement. He even brought someone from the Wenting sect. Even Luo Hongxi, with her innocence, understood that the other party feared the Luo family's descent and thus brought a powerful ally to apply pressure. I am not interested in you, Zhang Fenghua. Furious, she hurried toward the main hall, only to hear the mysterious voice resonate once more. I advise you to take the initiative, otherwise, your father, in his fervent desire to protect you, may clash with the Wenting sect's envoy, resulting in severe repercussions. If word spreads that the head of the Luo family acted arrogantly and provoked the Wenting sect, consider the implications for the Luo family standing in the city. A chill ran through Luo Hongxi. Her father was indeed fiercely protective. Such a scenario was entirely plausible. Realizing this, she slowed her pace and murmured to herself, I implore you, esteemed one, to guide me on how to proceed. I shall be eternally grateful for your assistance. The enigmatic figure, possessing an exceptional talent for deduction, undoubtedly possesses a far more comprehensive plan than she had anticipated. Ding! Congratulations to the player for earning the trust of the character Luo Hongxi, with a goodwill increase of 20 points. Indeed, asserting that her father had matters to attend to was enough to gain her belief. Shen Yun chuckled softly, shaking his head. In his previous life, he could not afford the character's profile and was unfamiliar with Luo Hongxi, struggling to increase her goodwill by even a mere 20 points. However, reborn into this life, he now wielded such influence with ease. Clearing his throat, Shen Yun lowered his voice to enhance his credibility as the female party. You are also a victim of unforeseen calamity. If you proactively write a letter of divorce to the Zhang family, the steward of the Weniangong will likely refrain from making things difficult for a young girl like you. When the Zhang family spreads the news, you can simply state that it was your initiative to call off the engagement, thus preserving the dignity of the Luo family will not be a challenge. Naturally, as long as the Zhang family isn't foolish, they would not widely publicize such an affair, for it would be a disgrace to them. Wouldn't that resolve the matter? Indeed, Luo Hongxi's eyes brightened as she turned and rushed to the study, seeking answers to her lingering doubts. Senior, why is Zhang Fenghua acting this way? Have we offended him in some manner? Shen Yun sipped his goji berry tea and explained, within the Weniangong, a phoenix has taken a liking to him. But as this little sparrow is bound by an engagement, isn't that obstructing his ascension? How could he disregard the relationship between the two families for such a reason? Luo Hongxi silently rejoiced at having not married this snobbish individual. Since you lack compassion, do not blame me for being heartless. Once in the study, she swiftly unfurled a sheet of paper and began to write. In the grand hall of the Luo family, calling off the engagement, the head of the Luo family, Luo Qinghe, glared at the elder from the Zhang family with a cold voice. Does your family truly disregard the bond between our two families? Though it was a question, he understood the stance of the other party, as it was an elder and not the head of the Zhang family who had come. Clearly, the Luo family no longer deserved to be considered friends with the Zhang family. Uncle Luo, please do not be angry, Zhang Fenghua replied calmly while sipping his tea. My family will offer compensation for this matter, a 5th-grade low-grade spirit gathering pill, which may assist the Luo family in elevating a powerful member to the soul-forging realm. For a second-rate family whose strongest member was only at the vast sea realm, a 5th-grade spirit gathering pill was indeed a significant treasure. However, the expressions of the Luo family members darkened considerably, for the accounts were not so easily settled. Yet, with the steward from the Weniangong seated beside Zhang Fenghua, who would dare to speak against him? After placing the pill on the table without regard for the ominous expressions around him, Zhang Fenghua retrieved a letter of divorce from his robe and laid it upon the table. Upon seeing the glaring words letter of divorce, Luo Qinghe clenched his fists, ready to protest, only to meet the gaze of the Weniangong steward, whose mere presence exerted an unintentional pressure, causing Luo Qinghe's heart to race. However, for the sake of his daughter's reputation and future happiness, he knew he must speak. Suddenly, a voice rang out, breaking the tense atmosphere, calling off the engagement? That suits me perfectly. The crowd turned to see Luo Hongxi fearlessly entering the hall. Haha. It seems that Sister Hongxi understands that a forcibly arranged marriage bears no sweetness, Zhang Fenghua chuckled, pleased with the outcome. Yet, Luo Hongxi didn't even glance at him. Instead, she first bowed to the Weniangong steward. I pay my respects to the elder of the Weniangong. The elder, unaware of her intentions, accepted her greeting with a slight nod, his demeanor slightly softening. Read she. Luo Qinghe was growing increasingly anxious, his brows furrowed as he stared at his daughter. The notion of calling off the engagement seemed trivial, yet it would impact her entire life. However, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Luo Hongxi produced another letter of divorce from her sleeve and placed it directly atop Zhang Fenghua's letter. Today, this young lady also presents you with a letter of divorce. Our marriage is hereby annulled. Silence. In that moment, The grand hall was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Who could have anticipated that Luo Hongxi would take such a bold step? However, this undoubtedly brought a sense of relief to the Luo family members, who felt compelled to give her a thumbs up in admiration. If the Zhang family could call off the engagement, so could the Luo family. Observing this, the Wenyangong steward closed his eyes once more, finding it rather inappropriate to intervene in this matter. The young lady had previously offered him a courteous bow, a gesture of civility preceding conflict. However, how could Zhang Fenghua allow Luo Hongxi to have her way? After all, if he were to be cast aside by a woman, would he still have any face to return to the Wenyangong? If his senior sister, who held an affection for him, were to learn of this, it would spell disaster. Haha. After suppressing his fluctuating emotions, Zhang Fenghua picked up the divorce decree resting on the table and chuckled. Sister Hongxi, you truly have a penchant for jest. This is merely a blank sheet of paper. With that, he let the paper slip from his fingers, and to his astonishment, the characters inscribed upon it had been erased. Zhang Fenghua, you are far too overbearing. Luo Hongxi could no longer contain her frustration and glared at him, her voice rising in indignation. She had initially wished to downplay the situation, intending only to exchange divorce decrees amicably, preserving a semblance of dignity for all involved. Yet Zhang Fenghua had made his intentions unmistakably clear. He sought to humiliate both the Luo family and her. The knowledge that this man was exploiting the Luo family for his own gain only intensified her fury. Pardon my intrusion, I must take my leave, Zhang Fenghua declared. Having achieved his aim and prepared to depart, Zhang, young friend, Luo Qinghe interjected with a stern countenance. But his words were swiftly interrupted by the Wenyangong steward rising to speak. Master Luo, matters among the younger generation should be resolved by themselves. This unreasonable demeanor infuriated Luo Qinghe. However, his daughter swiftly intervened, gently shaking her head. It's all right, father. The Luo family could not afford to offend the Wenyangong. Especially considering Zhang Fenghua's current influence and his shamelessness, should matters escalate, it would only bring harm to the Luo family. But your reputation, what does that matter? After all, I am not married. Luo Hongxi smiled reassuringly at her father, yet her eyes were filled with anger and helplessness. As a woman, how could she not care about her dignity? Yet, what could she do? Ding. Character insulted. Initiating a face-slapping recharge discount. I've been waiting for this moment. Shen Yun was equally agitated. He found Zhang Fenghua's pretense utterly intolerable. Face-slapping special offer. The shame of today shall be repaid tomorrow. Recharge 388. Already half price. Character S spiritual root elevated to perfection. Cultivation speed dramatically increased. Instant face-slapping gift package. Recharge 28888. Already half price. Activate character's exceptional sword cultivation talent. Sword heart clarity. Sword Dao comprehension rapidly enhanced. Upon recharging, the character would unleash a formidable sword intent, detectable by the strongest sword cultivator nearby, who would take him as a disciple, delivering a face slap to Zhang Fenghua on the spot. Who would save face for the new year? Shen Yun immediately purchased the instant face-slapping gift package and opened the microphone. That fellow is genuinely irritating. I find it displeasing to watch. Today, I shall bestow upon you a stroke of fortune. Huh? Luo Hongxi was somewhat bewildered. What was the senior planning to do? Suddenly, boom, an astonishing sword intent erupted from within her. Luo Qinghe, standing closest, was dumbfounded. His daughter had merely enjoyed practicing swordplay, never exhibiting any remarkable talent. What is this astonishing sword intent? Luo Hongxi was equally bewildered. Only those with exceptional talent in sword cultivation possess the ability to give rise to such sword intent within their bodies. This is an exceptional foundation for swordsmanship. And in this moment, she realized that all the sword techniques she had previously learned had seamlessly coalesced into perfection. Has my comprehension of the sword path increased so significantly? Luo Hongxi stared blankly into the void, her voice trembling slightly. Senior? What has the senior done? How has her innate talent for swordsmanship suddenly intensified? Sword intent? Ha ha ha, splendid. The steward of the Wenyangong was overjoyed, swiftly appearing before Luo Hongxi. As a steward of the sect, he frequently ventured forth to seek out disciples of exceptional talent. The woman before him, radiating sword intent that pierced the heavens, evidently possessed astonishing potential in sword cultivation. If she were to be brought back to the Wenyangong, it would be a monumental achievement. Could it be that she activated her sword intent out of grievance? The least pleased in the arena were the members of the Zhang family, particularly Zhang Fenghua, whose expression oscillated between shades of green and red. It would be acceptable if Luo Hongxi's sword cultivation talent were merely average. However, Should it prove extraordinary, he would be filled with regret. Damn it. The Luo family must have concealed this information. Otherwise, I would have had some leeway. Zhang Fenghua coldly glared at the members of the Luo family, hoping against hope that Luo Hongxi's aptitude would not be remarkable. Luo Hongxi, is it? The steward of the Wenyangong stroked his beard and chuckled. I am he Yuan. You may refer to me as steward he. Might you be inclined to join the Wenyangong? He was aware of the recent discord between the Zhang and Luo families and continued. The matter of the divorce can be discussed privately between the two families. The Zhang family will not leak any information. How does that sound? Senior, are you present? Luo Hongxi lowered her gaze in contemplation while anxiously calling out in her heart. Senior, I do not wish to join the Wenyangong. Can you assist me? I beg you. Senior. She had observed the steward's demeanor and had no fondness for him. But the Luo family was merely a minor force, and she dared not offend him. She could only seek aid from this mysterious senior. Ding. From the character Luo Hongxi, admiration was received, increasing her favorability by 20 points. In that brief moment, Luo Hongxi's favorability had already risen to 70 points. This is the joy of spending money. Shen Yun lay on the sofa, chuckling. Do not worry. The sword intent you emanate is sufficient to attract the attention of surrounding sword cultivators. Someone will come to take you as their disciple. After all, having spent 28,000, it would amount to 56,000 without discounts. One would expect a formidable sword cultivator to arrive. Indeed, as soon as Shen Yun's words fell, a woman clad in a dark robe, with flowing white hair, appeared within the Luo family hall. This disciple I shall take. Her cold voice resonated with an air of undeniable authority throughout the room. I shall see who dares. Yuan's eyes widened as he turned abruptly. Upon seeing the woman's frigid countenance, he refrained from any superfluous movements and immediately bowed deeply. Bending at a 90-degree angle, it is an honor to meet Elder Ling Qingxue of the Tianyin Sword Sect. I humbly salute you. Elder Ling Qingxue of the Tianyin Sword Sect. Luo Qinghe and the others were taken aback, hastily bowing. We greet Elder Lin. The Tianyin Sword Sect, an esteemed establishment among the superpowers, boasts a long-standing heritage. Particularly, the sect is comprised entirely of sword cultivators, whose combat prowess is exceedingly formidable. Moreover, it is rare for superpowers to have saints in residence, as their foundations do not compare to those of holy lands or ancient aristocratic families of supreme power. However, the Tianyin Sword Sect may very well possess an ancestral sword cultivator of the Saint Realm. This underscores the formidable foundation of this sect. Elder Lin Qingxue of the Heavenly Sword Peak is one of the most formidable elders of the Heavenly Transformation Sword Sect, possessing a cultivation level of the Celestial One Realm, with a status that is unparalleled and strength that is extraordinary. Naturally, those low-ranking cultivators must pay their respects upon encountering him. Luo Hongxi, as a budding swordsman, had heard tales of Lin Qing's exploits, and upon meeting him in person, she resembled an enamored fan encountering her idol, her large eyes sparkling with admiration. Lin Qing, noticing her excitement, responded with a gentle smile. Clearly, this young girl, endowed with the rare talent of a luminous sword heart, had already become a disciple of the Heavenly Transformation Sword Sect. Would you be willing to take me as your master? The crowd was taken aback. To directly kneel before Lin Qing and pledge allegiance? Was Luo Hongxi's talent truly that astonishing? Not far away, Zhang Fenghua, bowing in respect, felt a pang of regret. It's all the Luo family's fault for concealing this matter. Otherwise, she would have been mine. He too was a disciple of a powerful faction, yet merely an ordinary disciple, not one favored by the elders. Moreover, the senior sister who admired him, though a disciple of an elder, was nowhere near the caliber of Lin Qing's master. This left Zhang Fenghua regretting so deeply that he wished he could slap himself twice. Had he not been so hasty, this prodigious young lady before him would not only have been his, but he could have also ascended to the esteemed ranks of the Tianyin Sword Sect through her connection. At this moment, Luo Hongxi was brimming with excitement, her face flushed with exhilaration. I thought, ahem, it seems that with a master, I have forgotten my own identity. Alas, well, so be it. This statement startled Luo Hongxi, prompting her to plead repeatedly, Senior, you jest. How could I dare to forget your instructions? You are my great benefactor. Rest assured, I shall promptly deal with Zhang Fenghua. Her exceptional swordsmanship was bestowed upon her by this enigmatic elder, and her earlier excitement was merely a fleeting moment. She then pointed at the awkwardly blushing Zhang Fenghua before her, exclaiming, What are you staring at? Today, I have dismissed you. Goodness, prioritizing apprenticeship is of utmost importance. My dear, the members of the Luo family felt a surge of frustration on her behalf, wishing they could embody Luo Hongxi and kneel before Lin, banging their heads in reverence. Lin Xing expressed his surprise. Upon learning the circumstances from Luo Qinghe, he gestured for paper and ink, offering them to Luo Hongxi. Write whatever you wish. I shall see who dares to utter a single word. Hey, thank you, master, Luo Hongxi exclaimed with delight, eagerly accepting the materials and swiftly putting pen to paper. The reverberation of the title master called forth by her was so natural that it filled Lin Xing's heart with immense joy. No wonder she held Luo Hongxi in such high regard. Among sword cultivators, the highest tier of talent is the innate sword embryo. This life is destined for the sword, a sword crafted for its use. The second tier embodies the innate sword physique and sword bones, excelling in both offensive capabilities and innate qualities. The third tier possesses a remarkably clear sword heart, characterized by an extraordinary comprehension of the sword path. Although lacking the damage enhancement of the second tier, its perception is only slightly inferior to that of the sword physique and sword bones. The fourth tier consists of individuals with exceptional talent among sword cultivators. Lin Xing is also one with a clear sword heart, a rare quality indeed, and naturally, she is elated to accept a disciple of similar caliber. After a moment, Luo Hongxi completed the divorce letter and tossed it towards Zhang Fenghua. Behold, I, Luo Hongxi, have annulled our union. From this moment forth, the Zhang family and the Luo family shall have no further ties. Since the other party had no sense of shame, she resolved to sever ties completely. Now that she had joined the Tianyin sword sect, she possessed ample confidence to utter such words. Zhang Fenghua's complexion fluctuated between red and white. If he were to return to the sect, his reputation would be utterly tarnished. However, he dared not refuse. Feigning a bitter smile as he grasped the flying divorce letter, Sister Hongxi, do not be angry. Alas, I shall come to apologize in the future. No one knew the true reason behind his decision to break the engagement, so his words left room for speculation. Upon returning, he would concoct a sincere excuse to visit. And he believed the Luo family and Luo Hongxi's attitude would undoubtedly change. By then, he would have ample means to win the heart of this innocent girl. This is my fiancée. I cannot relinquish her. How could Zhang Fenghua bear to give up a fiancée with such potential for greatness? Had he known it would come to this, he would rather die than break the engagement. Yet, it was too late for regrets. He could only seek excuses for reconciliation in the future. No need for that. Just leave. Luo Hongxi, uninterested in his pleasantries, turned her back on him. Senior Lin. Uncle Luo, I take my leave. Zhang Fenghua and his entourage departed in dismay. The attendant from the Wanyangong also chose not to linger, offering a brief farewell before leaving. Rexy, Lin Xing said softly, observing her. If there are no further matters, shall we return to the sect together? Luo Qinghe, noticing his daughter's reluctance, smiled and clasped his hands. Senior Lin, please do not take offense. Hongxi rarely travels far and may not fully grasp how wonderful it is at the Tianyin sword sect. Of course, I know, Luo Hongxi pouted in discontent, genuinely missing her family. Lin Sheng was in no hurry, smiling patiently as he awaited her farewell to her family before taking her hand and leaping away. Eh? Suddenly, she exclaimed in surprise, looking at Luo Hongxi. Hongxi, you possess a perfect wood spirit root, yet why is your cultivation so low? Could it be that it was activated upon awakening your sword cultivation talent? Luo Hongxi stared at her in bewilderment. I do not know, perhaps. Senior, can you hear me? Luo Hongxi shouted with anticipation. Surely, it must be that the senior was silently aiding her from behind. Such a formidable supernatural ability was entirely unfamiliar to her, leaving her quite curious as to why the elder chose to assist her. Is this a journey to the Heavenly Sword Sect? Shen Yun had just stepped out to retrieve a food delivery from a 5-star hotel. He had consumed merely a piece of bread that morning, and this villa was home only to him and his ex-girlfriend, with no one to prepare meals, leaving him quite famished. Upon his return, he noticed the young girl's affinity level had reached 85, and she had already departed from the Luo family. Thank you, esteemed elder. Luo Hongxi expressed her gratitude, then inquired with curiosity, what do you mean by saying we are fated to meet? Or is it that you require me to fulfill a task? She understood well that nothing comes without a cost. Fate is a divine arrangement, ineffable in its intricacies. Indeed, there is a need for your assistance. Should you encounter any items that evoke fondness, I would appreciate your help in collecting them. Shen Yun elaborated on the concept of affinity items. Affinity items. Luo Hongxi nodded imperceptibly. Rest assured, esteemed elder, I shall diligently seek them out. After all, the elder had mentioned that if the quality of the items was beyond her reach, it would not matter. I shall take my leave for now. What? Luo Hongxi was taken aback. When will you return? Had it not been for this elder's appearance, the Luo family would have faced disgrace today, and her reputation would have been tarnished. The sudden departure of her benefactor left her feeling quite reluctant. Unbeknownst to her, this elder, who had altered the course of her destiny, had already etched a profound impression in her heart. Do visit when you have the opportunity, and while you cultivate. Do not forget to assist me in gathering items. Shen Yun chuckled at the sight of Luo Hongxi, her delicate lips pressed together. Her expression resolute. This girl was genuinely endearing in her early days. She was not merely a pretty face. Luo Hongxi was a genuinely innocent soul. Yet, beneath her seemingly carefree demeanor lay a keen understanding of the world. She simply chose not to dwell on troubling matters. As she often said, a day of joy is as fleeting as a day of sorrow. Why not opt for happiness? However, after enduring numerous tribulations later on, her character underwent a significant transformation. It became increasingly difficult for her to find joy simply by wishing for it. Time to eat. Exiting the game, Shen Yun indulged in his takeout while browsing the internet for updates. At this moment, the online discourse was ablaze with activity. As he clicked on a short video, he could already envision the forthcoming trends mirroring those of his previous life, all revolving around the mobile game Seeking Immortality. It was indeed a sensation that resonated globally. Sure enough, the video homepage was filled with gaming-related content. Breaking news: a revolutionary mobile game, Seeking Immortality, has emerged. In a world where resources for cultivation are scarce, a mobile game capable of providing cultivation items will become humanity's second home. Players have already begun receiving feedback items. Mystics speculate the game employs realistic projection technology. This is undoubtedly a creation of the heavenly Tao, aimed at accelerating the rise of cultivators in the real world. Xiantian News. Prior to the game's launch, players worldwide can locate this game on their mobile devices. In China, players have begun showcasing their pre-launch deposits of 10,000 yuan online. It appears to be among the top 50 wealthy players globally. Leading enterprises across various countries have united in a statement. We request the game officials to open recharge channels. We are willing to exchange game currency at ratios of 1:500 or even higher. Relationship experts commented, with the current high rate of singlehood, adopting electronic partners will become a spiritual refuge for many. Official Cultivation Report. From today onward, the classification of cultivators in China will be redefined, eliminating the ranks from martial artist to grandmaster in favor of the levels established within the game. Workers rejoiced. Major conglomerates have begun recruiting players with exceptional character attributes. Registration hotlines are now open. The trending content was densely packed, all pertaining to the Seeking Immortality mobile game. Meanwhile, the videos posted by netizens showcased their gaming avatars. Shen Yun casually scrolled through a video featuring a character joining a first-rate faction, which garnered over 500,000 likes and comments. Enthusiastic netizen, a first-rate faction? I'm merely a side-branch disciple from a third-rate family, starting off as the scion returning home, only to face humiliation. The initial recharge was 6 yuan to unlock my character's spiritual roots for cultivation, striking back at my family. Yet, the recharge channels are closed, leaving me infuriated. Online dating king. I never anticipated an electronic partner would consume my thoughts. For her, I shall transform into the supreme devotee. I'll summon all my female characters to aid her. I want a rebirth. Can anyone believe I discovered this game last week? At that time, it hadn't even launched, and players were allowed to invest early. I thought it was a trash game and blacklisted it. If given another chance, I'd sell my house to invest. In the neighboring island, Old Wong. My goodness, a homebody spent 100,000. I heard he even married the daughter of a financial magnate. The entire society is buzzing, nearly deifying him. Are there any high investment players? I'd like to show off. I am a little fairy. CPDD, could the big shot add me as a friend? I'm a beauty, and my character is a beauty too. General of the Chow Camp. Only 5 points of affinity? Pathetic. I have 15. I heard that at 100 points, one can do as they please. For private lessons, leave a message. I only teach beautiful ladies. Thank you. The players' comments were a colorful array, filled with complaints about the closed recharge channels, yet they appeared to be thoroughly enjoying themselves. However, after the game's update at midnight the following day, discontent would surely arise. Shen Yun smiled faintly. This was because, following the update, the beasts from the game would descend upon various mountains, even threatening human cities. Furthermore, some adept shape-shifting beasts would infiltrate human urban areas, preying on humanity to grow stronger. Fortunately, the initial wave of beasts would not be overly powerful, and the defensive lines established around the cities with advanced weaponry would still instill a sense of deterrence. As for the cities themselves, the government would dispatch powerful agents from the Beast Control Bureau to eradicate the beasts. For 50 years, the spiritual energy of Blue Star had been revitalized, nurturing many gifted individuals, who were then recruited by the state to form the Beast Control Bureau. Initially, their focus was on combating the malevolent entities that had absorbed the world's spiritual energy and those who fancied themselves skilled practitioners. As the beasts began to appear in reality, they emerged to defend the cities, becoming known to the public. However, the strength of the beast would gradually increase, and once the effectiveness of conventional weaponry wanes, many individuals with low cultivation levels could perish at the hands of these creatures, especially as Blue Star's landscape expands due to the game's spiritual feedback. The cities would devolve into chaotic battlegrounds. Serenity was on the brink of being shattered. Only through formidable strength could one ensure their safety. Yet, the arrival of these beasts also presented a rare opportunity. Many of them were still in their juvenile stage. If one could capture a well-qualified beast and form a binding contract, it could grow into a powerful and loyal ally. Recalling this, Shen Yun's gaze sharpened. I remember there is a nine-tailed fox near a May mountain, possessing ancestral bloodlines and the potential to become an emperor among beasts. This is the list of extraordinary beasts from Blue Star, compiled after the arrival of the Tianji Tower. Among them, the Celestial Fox, descended from a lineage of emperors and belonging to the Celestial Fox clan, secured the top position on the list. Unfortunately, by that time, the Celestial Fox had matured and transformed, making it elusive in human society. Shen Yun was convinced it must be near Mount Amei, for many tourists had reported sightings of the multi-tailed fox that day. Moreover, it exhibited a remarkable spatial flicker, widely circulated and later confirmed by the Tianji Tower as the Celestial Fox clan's innate divine ability, spatial teleportation. Yet, I am merely an ordinary person, Shen Yun lamented, shaking his head. A fox child capable of teleportation would have surely found a master in its past life if it were so easily captured. After dining, Shen Yun ascended to his room, lying on his bed while launching the game. The interface revealed two chibi cartoon figures, Luo Hongxi, who was curiously exploring a chibi sect, and Ling Qingxue, who, with a glowing book in hand, alternated between frowning and appearing lost in thought. The game interface was split into two halves. A mere click would project the real image of the other character. To Shen Yun's delight, Ling Qingxue's chibi figure displayed a red number 3 on her storage pouch. Goodness! 3 feedback treasures. His face lit up with excitement. Indeed, the more powerful the character, the greater the feedback effect. He had already reaped rewards on the first day. In his previous life, it had taken over half a month for Luo Hongxi to find him a cleansing elixir. Without hesitation, Shen Yun clicked on Ling Qingxue's chibi figure, and her cultivation cave appeared before him. Ling Qingxue had donned a long dress befitting a disciple of the Yaoqi sect, predominantly platinum in color, exuding an air of elegance and nobility, further accentuated by the sect's emblem on her chest, adding a sense of gravitas compared to her previous ostentatious attire. Simultaneously, Ling Qingxue's 9 heavens sacred body was casting a familiar gaze upon her. "Young master, you have arrived," she exclaimed joyfully, rising to face the void. It seems your treatment is quite favorable. You've begun studying the Emperor's canon so swiftly," Shen Yun remarked, eyeing the cover of the canon in her hands, his eyelids twitching. "Indeed, Yaoqi possesses discernment. Should you face any grievances here, feel free to inform me." The Yaoqi Emperor's canon. Its starting point was already leagues ahead of others. To claim he was not envious would be a lie. However, even if he were to see it, the game would obscure the feedback items. Fortunately, Ling Qingxue belonged to him. The stronger she became, the greater his benefits. "Your words are so imposing, young master." Ling Qingxue gazed at the void with sparkling eyes. Did she believe that if Yuqi lacked discernment, the young master would take action? Her faith in this was unwavering. Feeling deeply moved, Ling Qingxue softly murmured, "Qingxue owes her current fortune to you, young master. I am eternally grateful." With that, she weakened at the knees, preparing to bow deeply. Ding. Player show off gift pack. Recharge 28. A divine thought prevented the character, Ling Qingxue, from kneeling and made it impossible for the ancestors of the sacred land to detect her, leaving her character astonished by his prowess. Temporarily enhances the cultivation level of lower-ranked players. This display of grandeur was somewhat superfluous. Shen Yun tugged at the corner of his mouth and raised his hand to tap the recharge button. Showboating was secondary. Showcasing benevolence was merely a means to elevate his status. However, His hand soon halted. Ding. Luxurious show-off gift. Recharge 288. Players could reach into the projection to assist Ling Qingxue. Indeed, the emphasis was on the genuine sensation of the fairy. Temporarily enhances players' cultivation level. Warm reminder, the luxurious show-off gift requires player favorability to exceed 95 points. 95 points could achieve such a thing? Shen Yun was quite astonished. No wonder it was so challenging to increase favorability. It subtly implied the ability to touch across two realms. Curious about the effect, he directly purchased the luxurious gift, intending to experience this novel sensation. Ding. Gift pack is being sent. Please reach into the projection. Seeing Ling Qingxue nearly kneeling, Shen Yun attempted to stretch his hand into the projection. A miraculous scene unfolded. The camera perspective swiftly drew him closer to Ling Qingxue. His hand precisely grasped her arm, which was only covered by a thin layer of white gauze. The touch was unexpectedly soft and warm. There was no need for such humility. After all, she possessed the aura of an emperor and should not easily bow, lest it diminish her fortune. Qingxue, who always heeded her young master's words, gently bit her pink lip and slowly stood, her face increasingly flushed. The warmth radiating from his hand, which was firmly supporting her underarm, made her feel bashful. Once she stood upright, Shen Yun realized his hand was grasping a rather intimate area. He had remarked on her physical strength, yet her arm felt remarkably soft. Realizing the awkwardness, he shifted his hand forward. Now it felt just right. Her toned muscles were filled with strength. This game was indeed extraordinary. The response was already astounding. To touch someone from two worlds was simply miraculous. Ling Qingxue, fearing her embarrassment would be discovered by her young master, hastily produced 3 items. Oh, young master. I have found 3 items that evoke fondness. Do you think they're useful? In her hands, the 3 items displayed prompts. Available feedback item, mid-grade treasure. Divine Essence Spring 500 milliliters. A treasure born from the convergence of heaven and earth, consumption significantly enhances personal cultivation aptitude, aiding in the improvement of physique, spiritual roots, comprehension, and soul. 8th grade mid-grade heart shield mirror. Automatically protects the master upon being attacked. Carries a reflection effect. All damage below the Dharma realm is bounced back. 6th grade heart nourishing flower. One of the main ingredients for the 6th grade heart nourishing pill. Refining it directly offers calming effects. Haha, treasures indeed. Shen Yun beamed with delight. The classification of rare treasures includes treasures, spirit treasures, supreme treasures, and wondrous spirits. While the immortal medicinal herbs are classified as supreme treasures, the quality of the divine essence spring may be lower. Yet its effects are undoubtedly more potent than those of high-grade cleansing elixirs. The 8th grade heart shield mirror is also quite satisfactory, precisely what he urgently needs for self-defense. It could be said that the first 2 items were the most exquisite treasures available. Ahem. Suppressing his excitement, Shen Yun cleared his throat. Quite commendable little trinkets. I shall accept them. With that, he clicked the collection button on the 3 items, and they immediately floated out of the game interface, hovering above his phone. Shen Yun placed the 3 items on his bed. The divine essence spring was contained in a white jade bottle. Upon opening it, a refreshing mist wafted forth. Inhaling deeply brought him immense comfort, and his mind felt as if it had been cooled by mist. The heart shield mirror was palm-sized, strung on silk. As for the heart-nourishing flower in the jade box, it lacked visual appeal and was of little use to him at present. As long as it is beneficial to you, young master. Ling Qingxue smiled gently. I found these 3 fond items at Yaoqi, but I have yet to visit the sutra repository and the pill hall. I shall go look for you shortly. With her young master's capabilities, treasures were surely abundant, and she had seen him bestow her with an imperial weapon. She believed that it was this wondrous aura of fondness that was essential for her young master. The method of cultivation was exceedingly profound. Though she was curious, she refrained from asking further questions. Everyone harbored their own secrets. Her sole focus should be on assisting the young master in gathering items. There was no need to rush if something could not be found. Shen Yun understood that haste would yield no fruit, even in her previous life. Luo Hongxi had struggled to procure anything substantial from the bustling marketplace after 10 days or half a month. The items that could be obtained were purely a matter of luck and opportunity, and he was already quite satisfied with acquiring 3 within such a brief span. Then, you may continue your cultivation. I can hardly wait to consume the divine essence spring, Shen Yun declared. All right, Ling Qingxue replied, wishing to inquire further about her confusions regarding the imperial scriptures, but the young master's matters took precedence, and she would have to wait for another occasion. After ending the voice call, Shen Yun exited his room in search of a bottle of mineral water, thinking, just a little dilution. It would be quite embarrassing for my mortal body to explode after drinking it all. As a drop of the divine essence spring was poured into the Waha bottle, the transparent water transformed into a milky white hue. Shen Yun took several sips, feeling only a warmth coursing through his body, with no other adverse effects. To be cautious, he chose to drink only half of the spring, as dark stains had already begun to appear on his skin, akin to the effects of the bone-cleansing pill. He decided to allow his body to acclimate before drinking a bit daily, setting the water bottle aside before heading to the bathroom for a shower. Though he could not yet perceive any changes in his aptitude, his skin had indeed become considerably smoother and more refined. He appeared notably more handsome. As he dried his hair, Shen Yun glanced at his reflection in the mirror and felt confident that he could easily win a global handsome contest. After indulging in a moment of vanity, he donned the 8th-tier heart protection mirror around his neck. Just as he was about to place the remaining 2 treasures into the safe, a sudden inspiration struck him. While I may lack strength, I possess the heart protection mirror. I need not fear beast attacks while heading to a May. The initial tier of beasts was not particularly strong. At most, they would barely breach his defenses. At that point, he could venture into the mountains and, armed with a 6th-tier nourishing heart flower, possibly attract that celestial fox. The prospect was indeed feasible. After careful contemplation, Shen Yun deemed the plan viable. That was a beastling with the bloodline of an emperor. Once he secured it as an ally, it would undoubtedly become a formidable asset. Whether in the early or later stages, Ame Mountain was not far. With a high-speed train, he could arrive by afternoon. He quickly booked a ticket and began packing his belongings. The game would update at midnight tomorrow. The earlier he prepared, the better. Dressed in his mountaineering attire, he packed his backpack with the nourishing heart flower, 2 bottles of diluted divine essence, 2 power banks, some food, and a trusty dagger for self-defense. He would figure out any additional necessities upon arrival at Ame Mountain. Once everything was ready, Shen Yun descended and hailed a Didi ride to the train station. The parking garage had several vehicles, but he was too lazy to drive for a long trip, seeking convenience instead. Upon entering the station, Shen Yun noticed that all the passengers in the vast waiting hall were gazing upward. Players could not see each other's game projections. Even their phones displayed only the words seeking a mortal mobile game. Furthermore, when conversing with characters, nearby individuals would automatically switch to mental transmission, ensuring high confidentiality. However, very few could afford to use voice chat. Most relied on the system's automatic replies. Finding an empty seat to wait for his train, Shen Yun overheard an elderly gentleman excitedly slapping his thigh. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the young and impoverished. Well said. It's a pity the recharge channel is closed. Otherwise, I would have used my retirement funds to support you youngsters. The young man beside the old man looked somewhat speechless. Old man, you do realize you have a heart condition, right? After all this time, you should really take a break. Obtaining feedback items is no easy feat. You might as well practice the 5 animal play to strengthen your body. You know nothing. The elder adjusted his reading glasses. Once the favorability rises, how could I not obtain feedback items? Besides, this game is the trend of the times. As long as I stand firm and persevere, I shall surely reap abundant rewards. It's a shame you're still young, only thinking of martial arts. That's pure foolishness. As Shen Yun chuckled to himself, he took out his phone and opened the game. He saw the chibi version of Luo Hongxi idly staring into space in a plaza. He tapped the screen, gradually making it more realistic. At that moment, she was seated before a giant stone tablet inscribed with characters for sword. Surrounded by over 10 disciples of the Tianyin sword sect, seemingly in a state of enlightenment. Ding. Limited time heart voice discount. Recharge 8 Yuan, half price. To hear the character's heart voice, thus accelerating favorability enhancement. Is she not in a state of enlightenment? Observing the dazed Luo Hongxi, Shen Yun clicked to recharge, and above her head appeared a line of text. Master, you truly are something. Allowing me to sit here and ponder the sword is so dull. I still need to find treasures for the seniors. I wonder when this will end. With her mind filled with trivial thoughts, she could hardly focus on her enlightenment. Although her aptitude seemed somewhat neglected, Shen Yun felt a sense of fondness for her. Just as he pressed the voice key to remind her to concentrate on her cultivation, another recharge prompt popped up. Ding. Insight Recharge Special. Recharge 468, half price. To enhance insight and comprehend a set of 9th-tier sword techniques left by predecessors within the stone tablet. Insight Explosion Special. Recharge 2688, half price. to temporarily elevate insight and grasp the ultimate technique of the Tianyin sword saint inscribed on the stone tablet. Show these sword cultivators what it means to be a genius of the sword path. Exclusive special for big spenders. Recharge 398888, half price, to forcibly elevate insight. Comprehend the imperial-grade sword scripture hidden within the stone tablet, the Reincarnation Sword Classic. After recharging, the character will receive a minor feedback on insight. Imperial scriptures. Forget that. As Shen Yun clicked to recharge, he contemplated, that might diminish the prestige a tad. I need to add a little finesse. Wasn't it said that you should cultivate diligently? Why are you daydreaming? The sudden voice resonated in her mind, causing Luo Hongxi, who had been lost in thought, to tremble with surprise. Senior, you've arrived. However, hearing the senior's words seemed to imply a reproach for her wasting opportunities by not focusing on her cultivation, which made Luo Hongxi feel a bit wronged as she lowered her head. I know I was wrong. She understood the significance of the sword tablet, a treasured artifact brought back by the ancestors of the Tianyin sword sect at the cost of their lives. Only 15 disciples each year were deemed worthy to comprehend the sword tablet. Yet, as the senior had assisted her so much, Luo Hongxi merely wished to help the senior find those favorable items, not intending to neglect her cultivation. Feeling wrong now? Shen Yun smiled gently. Are you unable to calm your mind because you wish to assist this young master in finding items? Upon hearing those words, Luo Hongxi's previously crestfallen expression brightened. The senior understood her intentions. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she nodded. Yes, I want to help the senior as soon as possible. Very well, considering your pure heart. I shall grant you another chance at fortune. A humming sound resonated from Luo Hongxi's consciousness. She was astonished to see that the stone tablet, marked with numerous scars from swords, seemed to be inscribed with pulsating sword-shaped symbols. Each symbol emitted a purple mist, along with a sharp sword aura that rippled through the void. Some of the more potent sword symbols exuded such a fierce aura that they obliterated the surrounding space, presenting an awe-inspiring sight. Focus and comprehend. There is no rush for the items. Once again, the warm voice of the elder resonated. Yet Luo Hongxi's eyes gradually glistened with unshed tears. Thank you, senior. The elder not only bore her grievances, but also bestowed upon her the profound comprehension of swordsmanship, demonstrating a level of care akin to that of her father. However, as a mere novice cultivator, such fortune felt utterly unattainable. Even if the ancestral grave of the Luo family erupted in flames, it was unlikely to summon a figure so magnanimous, as gentle as the spring breeze, from the realms beyond. Yet, in this moment, the boon granted to her by the elder was undeniable. Luo Hongxi could only suppress her feelings of gratitude, calming her mind to carefully perceive the agile sword-shaped symbols dancing upon the stone tablet. Unbeknownst to her, as the tablet exuded a formidable sword intent, the surrounding disciples of the sword sect found themselves in disarray. All eyes widened in astonishment as they gazed at the stone tablet before them. What an astonishing sword intent! It has even caused my sword heart to tremble. Such an overwhelming sword intent must indicate that the comprehension achieved has reached the saint level. Who could it be? As they surveyed their surroundings, they discovered a young woman at the back of the crowd, adorned in a flowing azure dress, her aura mirroring the energy emanating from the stone tablet. At that moment, the girl appeared to be lost in thought, her eyes vacant, as if wandering in a realm beyond this world, clearly in a state of enlightenment. Is it her? She isn't wearing the sect's disciple attire, nor does she bear any insignia of other factions. Who is she? Only at the gathering rotation stage? This level of comprehension is simply extraordinary. Suddenly, a voice, old yet tinged with suppressed excitement, echoed in their ears. Calm your minds and focus. Should you grasp the sword intent from the tablet, it will also be your fortune. At the sound of that voice, the crowd's pupils constricted, and they turned sharply to see an elderly man in simple garments standing silently before the stone tablet. Gasped. The sword saint elder has emerged from seclusion. The faces of the disciples were alight with exhilaration, while simultaneously realizing that the young girl behind them had likely comprehended an extraordinary sword classic. As their peripheral vision caught sight of luminous streaks of light flying silently from various peaks of the sect, their conviction solidified. Even the elders from each peak have come. Perhaps I too might gain something. All the disciples fixated on the stone tablet, yearning to extract insights from its powerful sword intent. Elder, the powerful figures of the sect, including the sect leader, stood behind Luo Hongxi, paying their respects to the venerable sword saint. The sword saint, Zonghang, was a living relic of the Tianyin sword sect and the most formidable sword cultivator. Sit down, do not disturb her. Zhong Heng gazed at Luo Hongxi with a sense of wonder, merely possessing the clarity of sword heart. She is capable of comprehending a sword classic that even I find astonishing. Truly, the profundities of the sword path are beyond human control. The stone tablet continued to radiate a potent sword intent, yet no one knew what sword classic this young girl had grasped. Even he found the aura emanating from the tablet unfamiliar. Clearly, this is not a sword classic possessed by the Tian sword sect. Yet it is undoubtedly extraordinary. The sword chooses its bearer, and the bearer likewise selects the sword. Lin Sheng, you have indeed acquired a remarkable disciple. The elder cast a glance at Lin Xing, who sat cross-legged among the crowd, attentively sensing the fluctuations of the aura emanating from the stone tablet. After bowing respectfully, Lin Xing's gaze fell upon Luo Hongxi, filled with astonishment and curiosity. To be candid, she had been quietly observing this new apprentice all along. What amused her, however, was the girl's apparent restlessness. She seemed as if ants were crawling beneath her skin, unable to remain still. Yet, fearing to disturb her fellow seniors around her, she could only squirm in discomfort. To her surprise, in the blink of an eye, the girl entered a meditative state and began to comprehend the sword classic. Moreover, it was a classic capable of stirring the sword saint ancestor. One can only say that the fortuity is beyond description. At this moment, the forbidden grounds of the sword sect lay in profound silence. Despite the presence of hundreds seated, every individual had reined in their aura to the utmost extent, fearful of disrupting the young girl in her path of enlightenment. As time passed, the sword intent radiating from the sword tablet grew increasingly astonishing, subtly surpassing the expectations of the sword saint and other formidable beings. In recounting the emergence of the top 10 sacred tier sword classics of the sword sect, none have exhibited such remarkable sword intent. Zhong Heng's eyes brimmed with astonishment and skepticism. Years ago, he had derived a high-grade sacred tier sword classic from the ancient sword tablet. Years have passed, yet the feelings from that time remain vividly etched in memory. However, when compared to the aura emanating from the stone tablet before them, it is of an entirely different caliber, even causing a heart-pounding sensation in a being of his stature, a saint-level powerhouse. Could it be the legendary sword cannon of the great sage? Lin Sheng and the others gazed eagerly at the trembling figure of the young girl ahead. A great sage-level sword cannon. If such an opportunity truly exists, the future achievements of this young girl might surpass even those of the ancient ancestors. Suddenly, the sword sect's experts, upon gazing at Luo Hongxi, widened their eyes in disbelief. From her petite frame, a dense purple aura began to radiate. The presence of the purple chief from the east? Everyone present turned pale with astonishment, their heads snapping towards the sword monument. Could it be? In the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted. An overwhelming pressure emanated from the sword monument, instantly enveloping the heavens and the earth. The rich purple energy surged forth from the monument, manifesting into an ancient and ethereal scripture. Everyone was struck dumb, staring at the dreamlike sword cannon. When their gazes met that of the ancient ancestor, the shock in their eyes was beyond measure. The Emperor's sword cannon. As the ethereal sword cannon slowly revealed itself, a deafening surge of sword intent swept across the realm. A powerful gust of wind surged like a roaring tide, engulfing the entire Tian sword sect. In that moment, all disciples felt the terrifying sword intent, with their swords trembling and lamenting in response. A symphony of swords? What a formidable sword intent! Is it from the forbidden area of the back mountain? Could it be that the ancestor has emerged from seclusion? Everyone looked towards the forbidden grounds of the sword sect. Suddenly, a surge of purple energy soared skyward for 30,000 miles. Within the purple aura, a divine figure stood tall, wielding a sword and gazing upon the world. With just a single glance, all lamenting swords fell silent, as if paying homage to the King of Swords. At that moment, a powerful and fervent roar resonated throughout the Tianyin sword sect. Sword cultivator Zhongheng. Salutations to the reincarnation sword emperor. Hiss. That is, the reincarnation sword emperor. The swordsman's pupils dilated, their body hair standing on end. Then, a wave of excitement washed over them. Their faces flushed as they shouted, "The Emperor! Salutations to the Emperor!" Some could hardly contain their overwhelming joy, tears streaming down their faces. As sword cultivators, it is only natural to revere the sword emperor. Yet, if one were to ponder which sword emperor commands the highest respect among cultivators throughout history, it would undoubtedly be the unparalleled reincarnation sword emperor. 300,000 years ago, at the age of 300, the reincarnation sword emperor ascended to the quasi-emperor realm. Overpowering countless prodigies of his generation, achieving unparalleled might among his peers. After 500 years of secluded cultivation, he defied the heavens to break the former emperor's seal of enlightenment, ultimately claiming the title of emperor. A century later, when the foreign evil tribes invaded, the reincarnation Sword Emperor led the powerful beings of the Xiantian continent to forge the ancient city of the foreign evil and rise in rebellion. The battle was extraordinarily brutal, with the continent's powerful warriors suffering heavy casualties. Even the emperor sustained profound injuries from sacrificing his essence to slay an otherworldly sovereign. Fortunately, the malevolent forces from beyond the realm were utterly vanquished. Yet, just as peace was anticipated, turmoil erupted within the Forbidden Zones. Supreme beings from various factions began to seize the blood of the fallen combatants, yearning to absorb the imperial lifeblood, and conspired to jointly eliminate the reincarnation Sword Emperor for the sake of blood sacrifice, aiming to extend their own lifespans. In the end, the Sword Emperor expended his remaining imperial blood in a desperate final stand, eliminating 10 supreme beings from the Forbidden Zones. However, this fierce confrontation drained the Sword Emperor of his lifespan, leaving his imperial blood depleted and his essence exhausted, culminating in the annihilation of his very soul. Ultimately, his body transformed into the essence of heaven and earth, falling without even a chance for reincarnation. His life mirrored his renowned ultimate technique, the reincarnation sword, transcending the cycle of rebirth. Yet, the sword cultivators understood that the reincarnation Sword Emperor possessed a glimmer of hope for survival. However, he chose to sacrifice himself for the sake of the masses, ensuring that the supreme beings of the Forbidden Zones would pay a bloody price. The accolades from the unparalleled swordsmanship he displayed became a timeless tribute to his legacy. Now, witnessing such an awe-inspiring figure, how could the disciples of the Tianyin sword sect contain their excitement? Nevertheless, the ethereal image of the emperor dissipated almost instantly, merging with the vast expanse of purple aura, leaving the assembled cultivators in stunned silence. In the secluded area of the sword sect's rear mountains, as the illusory scripture of the reincarnation sword canon flowed into Luo Hongxi's mind, she regained her composure. Upon raising her gaze, she was taken aback to find a large gathering of men, women, and children all staring intently at her, causing her to rise awkwardly to bow in greeting. Hongxi has intruded. Haha, it's no trouble at all. Zongheng smiled, raising his hand to gesture for her to remain at ease. He was immensely thrilled that the sect had welcomed such a prodigious talent. This is indeed the Emperor's scripture, the most vital resource on the path to enlightenment. Perhaps our sword sect might also produce a figure of great imperial stature. Once Master Linxing elucidated the reason to Luo Hongxi, she realized the incredible fortune she had received. The young girl immediately thought of her senior, her heart brimming with gratitude. Senior, your kindness towards me is overwhelming. I hardly know how to repay you. Ding. Congratulations. Player has received gratitude from character Luo Hongxi. Affection level has risen to 100 points. The probability of the character obtaining feedback items has increased. It seems that this is indeed a strategy to win hearts. At that moment, Shen Yun was already seated on the high-speed train, his face beaming with joy upon seeing the notification. Having wealth is truly exhilarating. Within just 2 character launches, he had fully maxed out their affection levels. He pressed the microphone. Assisting this young master in finding treasures would suffice his repayment. Understood. Rest assured, Senior. Suddenly, Luo Hongxi raised her delicate brows. Senior, you are not elderly, are you? She had always envisioned this senior as a transcendent figure, only to discover he was a young master. Naturally not, Shen Yun replied candidly, having previously introduced himself as such to Ling Qingxue. So, Senior is a young man. Luo Hongxi gently bit her rosy lip, a sudden thought crossing her mind as she lowered her head, her eyes shimmering with a hint of shyness. Is it possible that this young master harbors special feelings for me? Her humble background made it hard to fathom why such a distinguished figure would treat her so well. To think of it as having a soft spot for her was overly flattering, yet there clearly was mutual affinity. I wonder when I will meet this young master again. Oh, what am I even thinking? She quickly stopped her train of thought, just as the Sword Saint Elder spoke warmly. Luo Hongxi, would you be willing to become the sword head of our Tianyin sword sect? The position of sword head is superior to that of an elder and would greatly benefit your cultivation. What do you say? Sword head. Luo Hongxi repeatedly waved her hands, feeling unworthy of such a title with her current level of cultivation. Master, I am but a dullard. I fear I am unfit for the role of sword head. If you deem yourself dull, then we might as well end it here, Zongheng teased, quickly adding with a smile, after all, You have comprehended the Emperor-level sword techniques. If you were merely an ordinary disciple, it would be a laughingstock for the sword sect, wouldn't it? Do not worry. Just treat it as if you were a regular disciple. Beside them, Master Lin Qing also encouraged her telepathically. Rest easy, Hongxi, this will benefit your path of cultivation. In the future, should you require anything for your training, simply head to the sect's treasury. Ordinary disciples, even those personally taught by elders, often have to venture out to seek cultivation resources, whereas the sword head can request directly, making it much more convenient. She believed her disciple had the potential of an emperor. The benefits that came with being sword head were not to be missed. Take treasures at will. While she had little interest in other matters, this particular prospect delighted Luo Hongxi, a smile illuminating her cheeks. Then it is settled. I shall head to the treasury at once. Finally, she could procure treasures for the young master. And her eagerness was palpable. Ha 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 ha. Her candid demeanor elicited knowing smiles from the others. After all, this girl was a cultivator from a small place, naturally curious about high-tier treasures. Once the matter of the sword head was settled, everyone dispersed. The old sword saint and Lin Qing led Luo Hongxi to the sect's treasury. The entire treasury was divided into 9 levels, ranging from ordinary quality to sacred grade. Luo Hongxi was dazzled by the array of options. Yet her selection process resembled a shopping spree. She glanced at everything but did not linger to admire any. Zongheng and Lin Sheng did not inquire about her preferences, allowing her to choose whatever magical item she desired. What a unique treatment this is. Shen Yun mused, reflecting on how, in her previous life, Luo Hongxi had merely joined a small sect, where she had to earn her own cultivation resources. Now, she had access to the resources of a superpower, fully showcasing the advantages of her rebirth. I wonder what kind of feedback items I will obtain, Shen Yun pondered eagerly. Alas, after perusing the first level, Luo Hongxi found not a single treasure. Just as she was about to ascend to the second level, she suddenly turned to observe 3 disciples from the sword sect entering the treasury. One of them held a silver-colored small cone, which struck her with a strong sense of affinity. Could this be a gratitude item? Upon seeing her approach, the trio first saluted the elder and Lin Qing, then greeted her. We pay our respects to the sword head. As Luo Hongxi drew closer, she timidly pointed at the small cone. Sister, might I have that magical item in your hand? I could exchange another magical item for it. No need for that. The female disciple chuckled as she handed over the cone. Take it, sword head. I have no use for this 3rd-tier mechanism cone and was just about to offer a trade. Ah? It's only 3rd tier. Upon receiving it, Luo Hongxi confirmed her fondness for the magical item. However, its quality felt rather low. Considering that the young master had either awakened her sword path talent or helped her comprehend the emperor-level sword techniques, how could she repay him with such a trifle? Luo Hongxi felt utterly inadequate. The joy of finding a treasure had dissipated. Only 3rd tier? How could that possibly be of use to the young master? She had forgotten Shen Yun's earlier words that any quality would suffice. Regrettably, the exceptional gifts Shen Yun had previously provided led her to believe that only high-quality items could suffice as repayment. The more she thought about it, the more despondent she became, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I am sorry, young master. I am of no use, and this is all I could find. I did say that low-tier items are still of value to me, Shen Yun replied, both amused and exasperated. The young woman mistook it for mere refuse, yet to him, it was a treasure of great worth. Enough, you've become the leader of the swords. It's rather humiliating to weep, he said. Just place it in your storage pouch. I am quite aware. No need to console me. Luo Hongxi replied as she complied, taking a deep breath and regaining her composure upon lifting her gaze. The gentleman's request struck her as particularly unique, undoubtedly harboring secrets unknown to others, and she was determined to conceal this from prying eyes. Meanwhile, Shen Yun examined the item details. Usable item. Tier 3 mid-grade soul-breaking mechanism needle. When activated, it automatically releases a needle infused with spiritual energy, capable of inflicting severe damage to the soul. Note, the soul-breaking mechanism needle can autonomously absorb natural spiritual energy for recharging or can be replenished with spirit stones. Remarkable. It could serve as an infinite handgun. Shen Yun felt quite pleased with this magical artifact, which not only attacked autonomously but also reloaded its ammunition automatically. Thus, one need not passively endure the repercussions of the Heart Guardian's rebound. Given the presence of numerous individuals around him, he refrained from hastily extracting it, knowing that it could be retrieved at any moment from his character's backpack. A gentle reminder, the train to Amay departs at 7:49. As the ticket checking commenced, Shen Yun donned his backpack and exited the restroom. In the game, Luo Hongxi returned to the treasury to continue her search on the second floor. However, upon arriving at Amei and disembarking, Luo Hongxi had yet to uncover the second feedback item. Shen Yun had mentally prepared for this eventuality. Having 4 feedback items at the outset was already quite advantageous. I'll first take a taxi to a hotel near Amei Mountain to settle in. Shen Yun silently planned as he flowed with the crowd out of the high-speed train station. Then, I shall procure a map of the scenic area to familiarize myself. By the time night fell tomorrow, he intended to enter the mountains and await the game update at midnight to commence his quest for the nine-tailed fox. Early the following morning, Shen Yun departed from the hotel to scout Amei Mountain. To conserve his stamina, he paused upon discovering a suitable trail for entry into the mountains. Awaiting the cloak of night, Ling Qingxue and Luo Hongxi were engrossed in their training, seeing that they had no pressing matters. Shen Yun prepared to browse the internet for news. The location was not particularly elevated, and many tourists lingered nearby. Engaging in conversation, I heard a disciple of the Amei sect has bound with a Holy Land cultivator. Quite impressive. He was directly recruited by the authorities. I wonder if Amei is still accepting disciples. I plan to try my luck and cling to a strong figure. Does that imply your character possesses remarkable qualifications? Amei is not a place where just anyone can be accepted. Indeed, a disciple of the Holy Land. If the affinity level rises, players might have their characters assist official personnel in leveling up. What a leap. Will we encounter the elusive fox today? With the revival of spiritual energy, extraordinary events are bound to transpire. Indeed, just the other day, in our town, an entire family was possessed by monsters. In the end, the monsters perished, leaving the family as mere shells of their former selves. Strangely eerie. A fox that can become invisible. Shen Yun's eyes twitched. Could it be that this fox is not a celestial beast, but rather a native spirit beast? He hastened towards the nearby elder engaged in conversation. Excuse me, sir, could you elaborate on the invisible fox you just mentioned? I find myself quite intrigued. Beholding Shen Yun's striking handsomeness and refined mien, the balding uncle elucidated with a smile. I heard it from a friend who came here previously. He recounted encountering a fox in the mountainside that could seemingly vanish into thin air. He even managed to capture a snippet of it on video. Although the footage is rather blurry, he then retrieved his phone and played a video, remarking, "Behold, this spectral figure. It appears to possess 2 tails. Others dismiss it as a mere white pheasant or some other avian creature. Were it not for my close bond with my friend, I too would be skeptical." Shen Yun scrutinized the indistinct footage, and his initial impression was that it indeed bore little resemblance to a fox, due to the interplay of light, surrounding branches, and the presence of multiple tails. It resembled an avian creature with exceptionally long tail feathers. However, its subsequent disappearance upon entering the forest, akin to instantaneous cloaking, intrigued him. Shen Yun surmised that this supposed invisibility was likely the result of this demon fox teleportation, and the existence in the video was very likely the 9-tailed sky demon fox. There are quite a few people around, Shen Yun mused. Glancing at the assembled crowd after viewing the video, he resolved to ascend the mountain and seek out a secluded spot to enter the forest. The premature emergence of the sky demon fox had indeed taken him by surprise. Yet, it was perhaps for the best. Had he waited until the descent of demonic beasts at midnight to search for it, the unveiling of the nourishing heart flower would undoubtedly attract numerous beasts. This way, he could mitigate unnecessary complications. After approximately half an hour, Shen Yun, finding himself alone on the mountain path, swiftly veered into a narrow trail leading into the adjacent forest. The path was overgrown with tangled weeds and strewn with fallen branches. He needed to locate a concealed location to retrieve the nourishing heart flower and attempt to lure the sky demon fox. After a considerable time, Shen Yun, having discovered a suitable spot, retrieved the jade box containing the spiritual herb from his backpack and gently opened it. Instantly, an intense fragrance permeated the air, carried by the gentle breeze in all directions. Animals with refined senses were sure to be drawn in. Seating himself on the ground, he wiped the beads of perspiration from his brow, imbibed a few mouthfuls of spiritual spring water, and instantly felt revitalized. His fatigue banished. Indeed, this elixir seemed to replenish energy with remarkable efficacy. The fox is also capable of teleportation. It would be mortifying if it were to be stolen, he thought, promptly tucking the jade box into his bosom and embracing it protectively. The arcane contraption, all, was also retrieved from the game and fastened to his waist, poised for immediate deployment. Having completed these preparations, he waited patiently. Night had fallen. The great mountain was enveloped in an all-encompassing silence, devoid of even the slightest whisper of wind. The serene mountain was bathed in the cool, pale light of the moon, adding an aura of mystique. It was past 8 o'clock, and Shen Yun's gaze swept back and forth across the tranquil mountain forest. If it doesn't appear soon, I'll have to wait until midnight, he muttered. Having waited since the afternoon, not a single demonic beast had approached, save for a few impish monkeys who had pelted him with stones, only to be rebuffed by the protective barrier of the heart-protecting mirror. Feeling the urge to relieve himself, Shen Yun returned to his former spot and urinated. Having consumed an excessive amount of water that day, he had inadvertently created a sizable puddle beneath the tree. Suddenly, he recoiled in surprise, nearly splashing his shoes, as he beheld a snow-white fox with a faint silvery glow perched on a nearby tree, gazing at him inquisitively. Its eyes were clear and devoid of malice, as if merely curious about the source of the medicinal fragrance emanating from his person. What caught Shen Yun's attention was the two tails that swayed gently beneath the branch. Aha! Finally, it has arrived, Shen Yun exclaimed inwardly, shaking himself off. I admire your endearing and naive expression. He reached into his bosom, plucked a petal from the nourishing heart flower, and beckoned to it. Come, come, this is prepared for you. As the petal was torn, crystalline sap oozed from the fissure, intensifying the floral fragrance. Furthermore, the nourishing heart flower, being of exceptional quality, possessed an inherent luminous mist, imbuing it with an otherworldly aura. Surely, this will bewitch you. Little one. Shen Yun observed that the white fox's tail was wagging with increasing alacrity, indicating its growing interest. But at that very moment, he detected a silent, gray streak of light hurtling toward the white fox's back from behind. Someone is attempting to capture it. Shen Yun's eyes narrowed. He had waited for so long without encountering any formidable demonic beasts, which could only mean that humans were involved. Before he could utter a word of warning to curry favor, the white fox vanished in a flash. Damn. Curse it. A low exclamation was followed by the emergence of two figures from the nearby forest. Upon spotting Shen Yun beneath the tree, they were visibly taken aback. The leader, a bald man clad in a ghillie suit, narrowed his eyes at Shen Yun's luminous chest and said with a faint smile, So, this is why the fox ran so far. It must have caught a whiff of the exotic fragrance emanating from the treasure in your bosom, young friend. Brother, it seems we've encountered a fellow treasure hunter. The woman beside him remarked warily. They had been tasked by their employer to capture this white fox, which had attained a degree of spiritual awareness. The fact that this young man was luring the fox with a treasure that exuded an exotic fragrance indicated that their objectives were aligned. The bald man, with his keen eyes, noticed Shen Yun reaching behind his waist. He leveled a specialized gray pistol at him and warned, Don't move. Hand over the treasure in your bosom. This gun is quite powerful. He then revealed a sinister grin and pulled the trigger without finishing his sentence. I have no patience for conventional interrogation. Since the objective was to seize the treasure, why waste time with idle chatter? Eliminating the obstacle was the most expedient approach, and he had found this unorthodox tactic to be consistently effective. Whoosh! A dull gray bullet ejected from the muzzle, traveling with lightning speed toward Shen Yun, yet making no sound. However, to the bald man's astonishment, the young man's face betrayed no hint of despair. Instead, there was a trace of mockery. Something's amiss. The next moment, a resonant hum emanated from Shen Yun's person. The heart-protecting mirror automatically activated, deflecting the eerie gray bullet toward the bald man's retreating head. Poof! The bullet pierced his skull, instantly killing him. A protective magical artifact. The woman beside him was aghast. A person who possessed a defensive artifact and had successfully lured the white fox with some item. They had stumbled upon a formidable adversary. Without hesitation, she bolted like a cheetah. You won't escape, Shen Yun retorted, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent as he pressed the button on the soul-piercing mechanical awl in his hand. Shoo! Shoo! Two spiritual energy needles sliced through the air, swiftly striking the woman's back. Instantly, she felt as if the nerves in her brain were being forcibly severed, causing her to emit a piercing shriek. Ah! Her agonizing cries reverberated through the mountains. In mere moments, the woman, writhing in pain with blood streaming from her orifices, ceased to move altogether. Unconventional tactics. Too bad my trump card is a bit too robust, Shen Yun muttered coldly. After administering another needle to each of the corpses to ensure their demise, he finally relaxed. This magical artifact is quite useful, although the screams are a bit unsettling. Attacks on the soul were far more excruciating than physical injuries. Without soul-strengthening techniques or magical items, the sensation of being attacked was exceedingly unpleasant. Shen Yun could attest to this from personal experience. He had been confined within the human sovereign banner, by the nefarious evil cultivator old devil. And the mere recollection sent shivers down his spine. Just wait until you descend upon Blue Star, old fogey. I'll acquire a human sovereign banner and let you experience it. Shaking off the unpleasant memories, Shen Yun glanced at the corpses and turned to retrieve his backpack. As for the man's specialized gun, he decided to leave it be. He had no idea how to operate the contraption. Being marked could invite trouble. A pity the white fox fled. He cast a wistful glance around, yet the fox was nowhere to be found. Animals are highly vigilant, especially enlightened beasts. Encountering danger, they would surely remember him. Even with the allure of the mind-nurturing flower, it likely wouldn't dare return. But as Shen Yun turned to leave, a flicker of white in his peripheral vision filled him with delight. Still here? He saw the snow-white fox standing behind the tree he had previously watered, warily eyeing him while its delicate nose twitched, sniffing at the urine stains on the tree's roots. Was it attracted by my divine marrow spring? Don't lick. Seeing it attempt to taste, Shen Yun hastily retrieved a flask of spiritual spring water from his bag, donning an affable smile. Here, I have some. Drink this. As the white fox cautiously approached, Shen Yun thought to himself, success is assured. It seems to know I helped it slay its pursuers. He poured a small capful of spiritual spring and placed it on the ground. Do you like this? I have plenty. Don't be afraid. I won't harm you. The intelligent white fox, seeing him place the silver cone into his backpack and gesture with open hands, finally drew near and lapped at the cap. Seeing it quickly finish, Shen Yun sat down and poured another cup. Take your time. I have plenty. Consider yourself fortunate today. Others don't have such treasures as I. He then placed a mind-nurturing flower leaf beside the cap. The white fox moved swiftly, snatching it up in a flash. It looked up at him with adorable, wide eyes before lowering its head to nibble on the flower leaf, occasionally taking a sip of the spiritual spring, appearing utterly content. Under the successive onslaught of delicacies, the white fox gradually relinquished its wariness. Though it initially resisted Shen Yun's attempts to stroke its back, it grew accustomed to it with repeated touches. The treasure-catching guidebooks were indeed worth reading. Shen Yun thought with a smile, gently stroking the fox's smooth fur. In his past life, he never obtained a beast cub because, in the early days of beast arrivals, he was merely an ordinary person who dared not venture into the mountains. Even if they were sold on the black market, they couldn't be bought with mere money. By the time he gained some strength, the beasts in the mountains had grown stronger. Who would dare enter lightly? He hadn't caught a cub, but he had read many online guides, which stated that high-quality spiritual materials were most effective in disarming beast cubs. With the sixth-order mind-nurturing flower and diluted divine marrow spring in his possession, he was confident in securing this white fox. Sure enough, as the white fox finished eating, Shen Yun slowly drew it into his arms and stroked it. The little creature merely wriggled slightly without resisting. Time to make a contract. He took a soft breath. Signing a contract was simple. One only needed to imprint personal blood on their phone and silently chant, and the contract formation would automatically activate. Reaching into his pocket for a dagger, Shen Yun made a cut and pressed his bloody finger onto the phone screen. Activate the beast contract formation. A miraculous scene unfolded. The locked phone automatically lit up, revealing the Immortal Seeker game's login interface, which then transformed into a starry formation. Simultaneously, the white fox tensed slightly, gazing at the glowing formation. Don't be nervous. If you follow me from now on, you'll never lack these foods, Shen Yun coaxed. The young white fox ultimately couldn't resist the allure of the delicacies. It licked its lips and pressed its delicate paw onto the bloody phone screen. Immediately, a projection appeared on the phone, displaying a message. Ding. Congratulations, player, on contracting the nine-tailed fox cub. Take good care of your new companion. As the notification disappeared, Shen Yun saw the white fox affectionately lick the wound on his finger. The tongue was soft and warm, and, remarkably, the wound on his fingertip vanished at that moment. Haha, you even have a healing talent? Amazing. Shen Yun, in high spirits, ruffled the white fox's head. The white fox sensed his joy and squinted its eyes in contentment. Let's go. I'll take you home. With a leap, the white fox obediently perched on Shen Yun's shoulder. After packing up, Shen Yun quickly left the area with his backpack. Only 2 cold corpses remained, silently recounting what had transpired. The next morning, a black sedan parked at the foot of Mount Ame. The once bustling scenic commercial street was now deserted, with all the shops closed. Uncollected trash littered the ground, hinting at the chaotic scene before the area was sealed off. The driver lowered the car window halfway, gazing at the large warning sign ahead. Beast descended last night at 12 a.m. Mountain area sealed off. Enter at your own risk. Boss, The bald guy's last known location isn't far from here. Should we go in to find the gun? In the back seat, a man with dyed yellow hair, chewing gum, leaned against the window and rolled his eyes. Do you really think that gun is important? The three others in the car raised their eyebrows, looking at him questioningly. The yellow-haired man sneered. The game update mentioned beast cubs in the mountains but didn't specify their tiers. I'm only at the 8th level of the spirit guiding realm. If we encounter a second-tier beast or higher, we're all dead. The big shot behind the boss intends to use our lives to test the strength of these beasts. Damn it. The four were close friends, and their faces darkened upon hearing this. But if they didn't complete the mission, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves back home, especially to the strong man behind the boss, whose strength was terrifying. They, as mere lackeys, wouldn't dare disobey orders. Let's go. The yellow-haired man waved his hand. There are other places to make a living. Aren't the official Demon Suppression Division and Cultivation Suppression Division recruiting cultivators? Let's go join them. The others looked embarrassed. They were truly abandoning darkness for light. But compared to their lives, embarrassment was nothing. The car quickly drove away. The yellow-haired man stared at the mountain scenery in the rearview mirror. Saving his life was one thing, but the bald duo was only slightly weaker than him. To be killed so quickly, he feared they had provoked something they shouldn't have. Inside a hotel room, Shen Yun stretched languidly after a satisfying sleep. Noticing something warm on his stomach, he smiled and reached out to lift the sleepy white fox. A woo, the white fox whimpered softly, then nuzzled his neck before closing its eyes again. It seemed to have eaten too well yesterday and was still digesting. Shen Yun carefully examined the white fox. He was too tired to do anything but sleep last night and hadn't had time to properly admire this supreme cub with its inherited imperial bloodline. No wonder they say fox spirits are enchanting, Shen Yun mused. The white fox was exceptionally beautiful, with long eyelashes, a delicate pink nose, and spotless little paws that made one want to pinch them. He reached out to rub the white fox's pink toes, but the little fox retracted its leg like lightning and nudged him with its head in protest. All right, you can go back to sleep. Shen Yun stroked its fur, then picked up his charging phone. This update is going to cause a global sensation. He unlocked his phone and logged into the game, where the update content from last night popped up. Game update content. At dawn, beasts from the profound heaven continent descended upon mountain ranges worldwide. Among them are numerous demon beast offspring with varying qualifications, which players can capture and contract. In addition to the arrival of demon beasts, the game will continuously provide spiritual energy, thereby improving the sparse spiritual environment of Blue Star and enhancing the player's cultivation conditions. The update brings a mix of advantages and disadvantages for the players, yet in time, all will realize that the so-called spiritual energy feedback, which purportedly strengthens the cultivation environment, is in fact accelerating the evolution of a survival of the fittest paradigm. Upon reviewing the announcement, which bore little distinction from previous iterations, Shen Yun closed it only to be greeted by a recharge prompt. Ding. A contract demon beast has been detected. Recharge 68 Yuan to obtain detailed information. Truly, it is a game that balances reality with virtual engagement. Without hesitation, Shen Yun clicked to recharge. A mere 68 Yuan was but a trifling sum. Once the transaction was complete, a chibi-style fox icon appeared on the interface, drowsily positioned behind Luo Hongxi. Beside it, detailed information was displayed. Demon beast offspring, nine-tailed fox race, celestial fox clan gender, female current realm, late stage of second order. Gathering rotation 8th heaven, freely adjustable, racial abilities, spatial flicker, spirit fox healing inherent abilities, ability to alter size and form note as strength increases. The effects of abilities are enhanced. For instance, spatial flicker can eventually traverse the annals of time and space, while spirit fox healing can revive the dead from mere bones. Characteristics: possesses racial abilities, unlocking one upon breaking through each major realm. Status: refining internal energy. Demon beast background: awakened wisdom 3 years ago in Tianshan and has grown since. A straightforward introduction, yet the capabilities of the white fox are indeed extraordinary. The first two innate abilities are exceptionally practical, and one can surmise that those awakened later will not be lacking either. Possessing late-stage second-order strength qualifies one as a formidable figure in the current environment. Initial evasion and healing: no wonder no one could capture it early on. Just as Shen Yun dismissed the fox's information, a prompt appeared. Friendly reminder: the fox offspring will transform upon breaking through major realms, so players should prepare suitable attire. Urban discount: Chanel set for $26.88. An exquisite fox fairy outfit that will not disappoint. Special offer: Maid outfit for only 686, a sultry fox made to cater to your daily needs. Special offer, sexy hollow tier. How absurd. Do you take me for a fool? Shen Yun's lips twitched. Even if he were wealthy, it would be impossible to purchase such garments with in-game currency. He could effortlessly acquire several sets on the street. He then glanced at the two chibi avatars, Ling Qingxue and Luo Hongxi, who were either cultivating or assisting him in item searches. Unfortunately, both characters had empty inventories with no feedback items. Finding his characters at a standstill, he set down his phone and rose to wash up. When can I commence my cultivation? Suddenly, Shen Yun's eyes widened. What on earth? I've become dizzy from recharging. He was indeed a reincarnator, and he had not forgotten the cultivation techniques from his past life. It was primarily the excitement from the 100 billion recharge that had clouded his mind. It dawned on him that he need not wait for the heart method feedback to begin his cultivation. I remember all the techniques for guiding spiritual energy into the body and refining my bones. Post-haste, Shen Yun completed his grooming and settled onto his bed. Cross-legged as he activated the fourth order heart method, the transformation of spiritual essence from his memories. This is one of the artifacts that Luo Hongxi from a past life provided him, along with a manual on the third-tier intermediate crumbling mountain fist technique. Before long, Shen Yun sensed that the spiritual energy within him began to flow in accordance with his guidance. It truly works, he exclaimed, quickly immersing himself in a state of cultivation. Is the master truly cultivating? The white fox, nestled beneath the blankets, peered out to observe Shen Yun, though the spiritual energy within it was rather scarce. With its intelligence, it had discerned Shen Yun's intention to subdue it the previous night. Had it not been for the gray light that shot towards it and the man's changing expression that seemed to convey a warning, the white fox would have made its escape. Yet, the primary allure was undeniably the delightful offerings bestowed by its master. Time seemed to lose its meaning during cultivation. And when Shen Yun finally opened his eyes, he discovered that it was already afternoon. As he was not yet a cultivator, the spiritual energy within him was inherently limited. And the density of spiritual energy in the surrounding environment was also quite low. To draw the spirit into his body and break through to the spirit drawing realm without the aid of spirit stones would prove exceedingly difficult. He instructed them to assist him in searching as he opened the game and sent a voice message to the two. Spirit stones are also beneficial to me. You might consider searching for them. Spirit stones can work as well? The two were taken aback. These trivial objects were automatically disregarded by them. However, being attentive to the young master's needs, they readily complied. It's time to go home. After concluding his game, Shen Yun began packing. Cultivating here is far less comforting than at home. He placed the white fox in his backpack, deciding to take a taxi back, as he was uneasy about shipping it via high-speed rail. Seeing the little creature's aggrieved expression, Shen Yun tapped its nose and said with a smile, I'll take you home soon. Be good. Oh woo. The little one blinked its big eyes and obediently settled in the bag. However, a recharge prompt illuminated on his phone's projection, causing Shen Yun to reconsider his plan. Ding. Special offer for the beast taming space. Recharge $99.99 and your phone will unlock the beast taming space, allowing your beast babies to reside temporarily for 30 days. Permanent beast taming space special offer. Recharge $288.888. Enjoy an exclusive permanent beast taming space, where you can store your beasts without time restrictions. Good heavens. This is too good to pass up. Shen Yun's eyes lit up, and he tapped. Purchase permanent beast taming space. With a flash of light from his phone, the white fox in the bag was directly drawn into the phone's beast taming space. The white fox, initially about to bristle, saw Shen Yun's projection appear in the void. Stay here for now. This way we can get home faster. Oh woo. After comforting the white fox, Shen Yun went downstairs. By this time, a notice of closure was posted at the hotel entrance, and many staff members were asking guests to check out. Oh dear, I heard that a beast broke out of the mountains last night. Luckily, there were cultivators from the Amaze sect, or else people would have died. The surrounding commercial streets are all closed. And it's not just here, it's nationwide. How many people will lose their jobs? My husband's lumber mill is closed directly. He said he needs to focus on cultivation in the future. The areas around the mountains may start some kind of beast business, but I don't understand. Beast business? Everyone glanced at the speaking lady, sensing that this might be a huge business opportunity. They're quick to react. Shen Yun smiled faintly and hailed a taxi to the high-speed rail station. In a while, industrial chains related to beasts will indeed appear around the mountains, such as bounty hunters, recycling merchants, and so on. After all, beasts are treasures from head to toe, especially their crystal cores, which contain great power. They can be used in forging, crafting talismans, and formations. And the secrets of these professions may be obtained by game characters, gradually forming a supply and demand chain. It can only be said that as the old era ends, people will quickly adapt to the new one. The return journey was particularly congested, filled with people evacuating from the vicinity of various mountainous areas. Beast babies are indeed desirable, but most people don't have the courage to venture into the mountains and confront beasts head-on. By the time Shen Yun arrived home, it was already dark. It's so comfortable at home. He lay on the sofa with a blissful expression and opened the game. The white fox, once released, began to frolic. Perhaps it was the sin of Shen Yun in the room that made it feel so at ease and active. Shen Yun allowed it to play, thinking it must have been quite bored in the beast taming space. Oh, more than 50 red dot notifications. Seeing a total of 53 red dots in the two characters' inventories, he quickly opened them. It should be spirit stones. As expected, they were all low and mid-grade spirit stones. TSK, I've already received 53 spirit stones. Shen Yun's face was full of smiles. In the early stages, these things were, with a low-grade one costing tens of thousands. Even when the quantity increased later, they were still in high demand, costing no less than 5,000 each. In addition to these 53 spirit stones, the two characters' purses contained one game coin. Such an outstanding character only earns one coin every few days. They won't be able to save much money even until they die. Shen Yun thought to himself with satisfaction. The harder it is for players to earn game coins, the greater his advantage. And the officials have also said that the probability of obtaining game coins will never increase, and they can only be recharged before the server opens. Those who can recharge have seized the opportunity, while those who can't are simply out of luck. Shen Yun was not in a hurry to take out the spirit stones. He didn't have a spatial ring, so he would wait until he cultivated. He clicked on Ling Qingxue's Q version avatar, and the screen rippled. He saw her sitting on a swing. As if lost in thought, she quickly came back to her senses, her eyes curving into a shallow smile. Young master has arrived? She can even sense my gaze. This constitution is very sensitive, Shen Yun thought to himself. Yes, what are you thinking about? Ling Qingxue gently swayed on the swing and whispered, Qingxue plans to kill Lu Fangya tomorrow. Actually, Ling Qingxue wanted to personally kill Lu Fangya. However, her cultivation progress was slow, and she didn't know how long she would have to wait to take revenge. It would be bad if Lu Fangya found out that she had joined the Holy Land and went into hiding. Now, she can only seek help from the Holy Land's experts. Coincidentally, I also plan to deal with someone tomorrow, Shen Yun smiled faintly. If he hadn't obtained the feedback prompts so quickly, he would have had to develop for a while. After all, he had just broken up with Zhou Qiaoqiao, and her death would make him highly suspicious, leading to various investigations that would affect his game. But now that he has such useful feedback props, coupled with the White Fox's spatial teleportation ability, he can completely ignore the power of mortals. Then, Zhou Qiaoqiao's life should also be taken. Could it be that someone is backstabbing young master? Ling Qingxue was very surprised. In her heart, young master was incredibly perfect. Would such a person be betrayed? I'm not a desirable person, it's normal. If young master isn't desirable, then that person is too greedy. Ling Qingxue defended him, coldly saying, such people don't deserve to live. Remember to let Qingxue know when young master is done killing tomorrow. We should celebrate. Saying this, her eyes turned. By the way, why did that person betray young master? Qingxue is very curious. Good heavens, after all this, she just wants to gossip. Shen Yun rolled his eyes. There's nothing to say about a scheming woman's betrayal. It would just lower my stature. I'm not small. Ling Qingxue puffed out her chest, looking unconvinced. With young master's voice. He's probably only 1 or 2 years older than me at most. She was certainly acting cute to gain favor. However, she soon noticed that young master's gaze was fixed on her chest. With slightly flushed cheeks, Ling Qingxue subtly shrank back and muttered to herself, speaking of which, it's indeed smaller than other women's. To cover up her embarrassment, she brushed her hair behind her ear and whispered, young master, Qingxue has some doubts about cultivation. Can young master enlighten me? Cultivation doubts? Shen Yun raised an eyebrow. With his aptitude, how could he enlighten her on the Emperor Sutra? Ding. Special offer for enlightenment. Recharge 228, and an elder-level instructor will help Ling Qingxue with her cultivation difficulties. Enlightenment from a master. Recharge 648, and show off your, in a few words, reveal 5 interpretations of the Emperor's Sutra, allowing her to find the most suitable cultivation method. Young master personally imparts knowledge. Recharge 8888. Temporarily increase the player's cultivation. Use professional techniques to guide the spiritual energy in Ling Qingxue's body to circulate throughout her body, finding the most suitable path for the Emperor's Sutra to operate. This is forcing me to show off. After checking, Shen Yun directly recharged for the 8000 special offer and said calmly, "Of course, tell me everything you don't understand." This calm demeanor filled Ling Qingxue with immense delight. This was a lesson given by the young master himself, and she was filled with anticipation. Upon swiftly returning to her abode, Ling Qingxue took out the imperial scripture to discuss her confusions in cultivation. However, Shen Yun could not comprehend it at all, and the projection of the scripture appeared obscured, rendering the effort futile. Yet, with his wealth, he possessed countless methods. Once Ling Qingxue finished her explanation, he feigned understanding and remarked, "Indeed, the imperial scripture of the Jade Pool presents a certain challenge for you. Thus, allow me, the young master, to personally guide you in channeling spiritual energy, assisting you in discovering the most suitable path for the operation of the sacred body's embryonic essence within the imperial scripture." Do take note. This is also the reason for his special offer on recharging for instruction. Only that which is most suitable for oneself can truly unleash the power of the Yaoqi Emperor Sutra. How could he comprehend the Yaoqi Emperor Sutra with just a few words? Ling Qingxue was filled with astonishment. Could it be that he could carve out the most fitting cultivation path for her? One could only imagine the extraordinary talent he possessed. The guidance of such a person is indeed a fortuitous opportunity, allowing her future path of cultivation to navigate with fewer detours. "Thank you, young master, for your instruction." Ling Qingxue promptly bowed in gratitude and then eagerly seated herself on the bed. Suddenly, she felt a tremor in her body as a large hand pressed against her abdomen. "I shall assist you in guiding this spiritual energy. Remember the trajectory of its flow." All right. The silk garment she wore could hardly shield her from the warmth emanating from that hand, especially as Shen Yun temporarily elevated his cultivation to facilitate her absorption of spiritual energy. The sensation of power was remarkably vivid. The young master's hand is so warm, Ling Qingxue felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and affection for the man who had rescued her from peril. Merely a gentle touch sent her heart racing. "Calm down. This is a moment for cultivation. What am I thinking?" As the hand moved upward, Ling Qingxue discovered that the pathways of spiritual energy coursing through her meridians were far more fluid and responsive than during her previous attempts. There was no obstruction at all. For a cultivator, this is of paramount importance. The more swiftly spiritual energy circulates, the more potent the cultivation technique becomes. While she understood this intellectually, the thought of the young master's imminent approach caused her to bite her lip and tightly shut her eyes, her head bowed low. "My heart is racing. I can't bear it." At this moment, Shen Yun found himself in a bit of a predicament. Good heavens, does this look like Tai Chi to anyone else? He discovered that the area beneath his palm was entirely composed of luminous points of circulating spiritual energy, which he needed to trace in circles. He had initially assumed that simply circulating spiritual energy would suffice. Little did he know that his hand had to follow the guiding points of light as well. "In any case, I have 100 points of favorability, and besides, this is a legitimate lesson," Shen Yun thought, noticing the crimson flush creeping up Ling Qingxue's earlobes. He gently consoled her. "Qingxue, from here on, you must focus your mind and perceive with clarity, without overthinking." He was not a novice in these matters. Encountering such a situation was somewhat unexpected, but not to the point of causing agitation or nervousness. Ling Qingxue lightly bit her rosy lips and murmured softly, "Young master." "Please proceed." Qingxue understands. It is implausible that the young master acted with deliberate intent. Given his evident resources, what exquisite woman would be beyond his reach? Why would he deign to trifle with a humble cultivator such as herself? Shortly thereafter, S' body was taut with tension, the hem of her skirt crumpled in her grasp. Her delicate countenance flushed crimson, as if on the verge of yielding blood, and she murmured, "Heavens, the young master's technique is remarkably peculiar." Her breath grew shallow as she attempted to compose herself. "Calm. I must commit the young master's trajectory to memory." Calm. Yet, a conflagration seemed to ignite within her breast, threatening to dissolve her composure entirely. How could she possibly remain composed? "Oh no! Oh no!" Suddenly, convulsed, emitting a stifled groan before her eyes rolled back, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Taken aback, wore an expression of awkwardness. However, considering the era, he could comprehend her reaction. Remarkably, her affinity has not diminished. Noted the resilience of this setting. In days past, he sought to elevate its affinity to its zenith, to discern whether one could exert absolute dominion over the character, as the rumors suggested. Now, he perceived that the effect was not dissimilar. Her Tao heart is unsteady. Observing's unconscious state persisted in channeling the circulation of spiritual energy. Once this device ceases to function, the money invested becomes utterly futile. Nevertheless, once Ling Qingxue awakens, she will be able to recall the operational traces. In truth, it was during Shen Yun's second wave of guiding spiritual energy that Ling Qingxue regained consciousness. However, she felt utterly ashamed to open her eyes. Moments earlier, she believed she had soared into the heavens, and in her fear of making a sound, she forced herself into unconsciousness. It was only after Shen Yun completed the operation that he withdrew his hand from the projection. It turned out that cultivators also utilized this without steel rings. He chuckled softly, rubbing his hands together, delicate and exquisite, yet possessing a unique charm. This could be regarded as a delightful reward for the favor earned. One of the highlights of this mobile game, Seeking Immortality, is undoubtedly the captivating concept of nurturing a virtual partner. As time elapsed, Shen Yun accessed Ling Qingxue's feedback pouch and retrieved 10 inferior spirit stones. Ascending to his chamber to cultivate, the young master has finally departed. Ling Qingxue, reclining on her bed, dared to open her eyes, filled with shyness and embarrassment. The young master has stated that my Tao heart is unstable. I truly feel inadequate. He was assisting her in guiding the spiritual energy, while she merely indulged in fantasies of romantic scenarios with him by her side. Ling Qingxue, how can you entertain such lewd thoughts? This is a desecration of the young master. You must not allow this to happen again, she admonished herself. Once she regained her composure, Ling Qingxue felt a chill at the hem of her skirt and, overwhelmed with shame, hurried into the secluded chamber of her cave dwelling. White Fox, do you require spirit stones? In the bedroom, just as Shen Yun extracted the spirit stones from his pocket, the white fox darted into the room. So it is called spirit stone. The white fox curiously pawed at the stones nearby. However, these spirit stones paled in comparison to the abundant spiritual energy found in the heart-nourishing flower it consumed. With a playful howl, it rolled over onto the bed, scratching its belly to indicate its satisfaction. The charming wisdom of this spirit was truly endearing. Shen Yun smiled as he gently scratched its belly, saying, "Do not fear that I am insufficient. Speak up whenever you are in need. This is indeed a young beast possessing the bloodline of an emperor. Once it rises, it shall undoubtedly become a formidable weapon." "My master is truly wonderful," the white fox said, narrowing its eyes as it affectionately brushed its cheek against his hand. Observing that its master was about to commence his cultivation, it entered the beast-taming space within the phone to assimilate the energy within its body. With the presence of spirit stones, the process of entering the spirit-drawing realm would be significantly expedited. Shen Yun picked up 2 spirit stones and began to operate the transformation technique for absorption. Only with an ample supply of spiritual energy within could he fully execute his mental cultivation method, thereby seeking an opportunity for breakthrough once he became proficient. In his previous life, Luo Hoshi had procured a second-tier replenishing pill for him, along with the absorption of 20 spirit stones, taking half a month to finally enter the spirit-drawing realm. This level of efficiency can only be deemed swifter than that of the average individual, particularly since he possesses a company that can gather spirit stones. Merely a few days after the server's launch, he has already entered a state of cultivation, demonstrating a remarkably rapid progression. However, at that moment, his mobile device projected an alert. Ding. The system has detected that the player is in a cultivation state, currently expending over 2 million game coins, thereby activating VIP Level 1 privileges. Automatic Cultivation Acceleration feature. Automatic Cultivation Acceleration. The player's cultivation realm and secret techniques will enter an automatic acceleration mode. Privilege. When absorbing the essence of heaven and earth at an accelerated pace, there will be no adverse effects. Note, the higher the VIP level, the swifter the cultivation speed. Detailed information can be accessed by clicking here. The current cultivation technique detected is the 4th stage transformation technique, now undergoing automatic acceleration. What is happening? Shen Yun quickly tapped on the VIP notification in the upper left corner of the interface. VIP privilege details. The game coins spent by players will accumulate, automatically granting VIP levels. Each level unlocks corresponding privileges. Accumulating 2 million grants VIP Level 1 privileges, while accumulating 5 million elevates it to Level 2. Due to the player's activation of VIP features, all players' interfaces in the server will be updated to display the VIP consumption section. Goodness! There are actually VIP privileges. Shen Yun's face was alight with astonishment. It appears that players gain VIP status through their expenditures. Yet, in his previous life, no one had ever amassed enough funds to reach 2 million. At least, prior to his own experience, the game interface had never displayed a VIP consumption section. The effects of VIP Level 1 are exceedingly formidable, allowing for automatic cultivation. Just imagine, while others must juggle gameplay and cultivation, he has the opportunity to cultivate incessantly. Moreover, this automatic cultivation is further enhanced by an acceleration effect. Haha, this is truly worth it. Shen Yun felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. The acceleration in cultivation would save him an immense amount of time, thereby hastening his rise to prominence. Unfortunately, he must await the recharge notification to expend his game coins. This game offers only one method of expenditure for a-game currency through recharge prompts, lacking any features such as a game store or similar functionalities. At this juncture, Shen Yun noticed the spiritual stones in his hand were rapidly depleting of their essence. In a mere blink, a tremor coursed through him, and he inhaled sharply. A gasp escaping his lips. Heavens! A breakthrough so swift. A surge of potent energy emanated from within him, causing his garments to flutter wildly. With merely a couple of spiritual stones, he had achieved a breakthrough. Gazing upon the unremarkable stones in his grasp, he was filled with elation. Not only were breakthroughs instantaneous, but the consumption of spiritual stones was also more economical than in his previous life. The accelerated cultivation function automatically absorbed copious amounts of ambient spiritual energy, requiring only a greater influx during breakthroughs. As long as he possessed an ample supply of spiritual stones, his advancement would undoubtedly be astonishing. Even without them, a breakthrough would merely be a matter of time. A few minutes later, the game prompt reappeared before Shen Yun. The following morning, upon opening his eyes, Shen Yun slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. A glint of piercing light shone from his eyes, remarkably captivating. Compared to the previous day, his vitality and spirit had undergone a qualitative leap. In a single night, he had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the spirit guiding realm. Shen Yun clenched his fists, brimming with power, his eyes filled with delight. The sensation of indulging in a game with ample resources is truly exhilarating. Of the 53 spiritual stones, all the low-grade ones had been exhausted, leaving him with 9 mid-grade stones. Shen Yun placed the remaining spiritual stones in the safe and proceeded to dilute the divine marrow spiritual spring. This item not only enhances one's cultivation aptitude, but also alleviates hunger, thus sparing him the need for meals. It is time to send you on your way. Zhou Chao Chiao. As Shen Yun sipped from the spiritual spring, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. With his current capabilities, he was more than adequate to deal with this woman. Allowing her to live might result in unforeseen complications later on. The white fox possesses the ability to teleport, enabling me to draw near her swiftly. However, I am uncertain when the white fox will achieve a breakthrough. Shen Yun opened the game to examine the white fox's profile. With the fox's remarkable speed, he could swiftly resolve the situation, thus evading unwanted attention. Yet, if the fox were to break through unexpectedly and transform in front of others, it would be rather awkward. Current realm of the nine-tailed fox, gathering rotation, 9th heaven status, refining internal energy. Not yet at the pinnacle of gathering rotation. With a mere thought, the white fox appeared on the bed in the beast-taming space. The little creature yawned, then abruptly raised its head. Looking bewildered at Shen Yun, isn't the master merely immortal? How has he become so powerful? It seemed that in just a short while, its master had undergone a tremendous transformation. However, recalling the exquisite qualities of the spiritual spring and spiritual flowers, it soon felt at ease. White fox, when will you achieve your breakthrough? After a brief exchange with it, Shen Yun confirmed that this little one would not be breaking through today. The white fox's teleportation limit was approximately 1 kilometer, and when it exerted itself, it could teleport swiftly over a dozen times. This ability has become exceedingly extraordinary in the present time. Upon learning that Shen Yun required its teleportation skill for swift movement, the white fox shimmered with radiant light, transforming into a magnificent, large white fox. The larger this creature grows, the more majestic it becomes, exuding a distinctly different aura. As Shen Yun observed it tilting its head in invitation to mount, he cautiously climbed on. I'm not light, you know. Surprisingly, he found it quite comfortable to sit upon. Once he confirmed that riding posed no issue, Shen Yun pulled out his phone to show a photo. Let me share her picture with you. I intend to eliminate this woman today, so be sure not to mix her up. To ensure accuracy, he retrieved the woman's alluring outfit from his wardrobe, allowing the white fox to sniff it. Achoo! The white fox sneezed, scattering several pieces of fabric, before vanishing from the room with Shen Yun in tow. In the office of the Zhou family company, Zhou Chaoqiao coldly addressed her phone while seated on a sofa. Qin Shidong, I advise you to leave Shen Yun's company and join me. I am in need of a capable secretary. She continued with a blunt revelation. To be frank, the team you recruited from outside is mine. Shen Yun has abandoned the company to indulge in games, so why persist in this futile endeavor? With the launch of the mobile game Sun Xian, numerous companies offered generous compensation packages. As long as an employee's character possessed decent qualifications or could assist management, salaries multiplied exponentially. However, Shen Yun's company had yet to provide any benefits, inciting envy among employees yearning for the lucrative offers elsewhere, leading many to vocalize their intention to resign. Meanwhile, the Zhou family focused on game development, and Shou Qiao shamelessly recruited outside Shen Yun's Tinglong company, amassing dozens of followers. Since all were volunteers, she felt no fear of retribution from Shen Yun. Miss Zhou, your wealthy breakup theatrics have nothing to do with me. But there is no need to turn Tinglong company into a chaotic scene, is there? The voice on the other end was decidedly unfriendly. We're not joking, this time. It's a genuine breakup, Zhou Qiao replied with a cold smile. You can't persuade the damned if they refuse to come. After hanging up, she turned to her older brother Zhou Hao, who was engrossed in a game while seated in the boss's chair, and pleaded, Brother, you're the team leader at the Tianjiao Club. Can you possibly pull some strings to let me join? The Tianjiao Club is an organization for players, requiring members to reach an exceptional level or possess noteworthy cultivation qualifications to gain entry. Members enjoy resource sharing both in reality and within the game. It is known that the founders hail from influential backgrounds in the imperial capital, and given the game's significance, word quickly spread online, even establishing branches in Haicheng. Zhou Hao, with his character's remarkable attributes, serves as a team leader in the Haicheng branch. This is also one of the reasons she dared to provoke Shen Yun. Although her father had gained considerable influence over the years and befriended many cultivators, he was not intimidated by Shen Yun, a mere fledgling in society. However, the saying goes that a dead camel is still larger than a horse. The foundation of the Tinglong group should not be underestimated. Yet, with her brother's support, Shen Yun had already become inconsequential in their eyes. The Zhou family of today was no longer the same Zhou family that had to rely on her to seduce Shen Yun and develop in a rather unsavory manner. Zhou Hao gazed at her with affectionate eyes, saying, If you keep working hard, when my contribution points are available, I'll ask the team leader to give you a favor. Yay, you're the best, brother. Zhou Qiao exclaimed with delight as she approached him to massage his shoulders. However, a familiar voice suddenly interrupted this warm moment. Am I arriving at an inopportune time? Both of them abruptly lifted their heads to look ahead, their pupils contracting in shock. They saw Shen Yun had appeared in the office without them noticing. Beneath him was a two-tailed white fox, resembling a fierce tiger, its eyes glinting with cold light as it stared at them. Is this the magical beast cub he captured? It's enormous, Zhou Hao thought in astonishment. The magical beast cubs shared in the Tianjiao Club group chat were, at most, half a meter long. No one in the entire club had ever obtained one as a mount. What right does this kid have to possess such a creature? Zhou Hao's eyes were filled with jealousy as he beheld the remarkably beautiful white fox. No wonder he has forsaken the company and spends all his time playing games. Shou Qiao suddenly understood. This individual must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity. Otherwise, it is inconceivable that they have not observed the chaos within the company. The other party is likely on the verge of rising to prominence. In a flash of urgency, Shou Qiao's eyes welled with tears as she glared at Shen Yun, exclaiming, Shen Yun, what gives you the right to break up with me? Do you have any idea how deeply I love you? Do you understand the extent of my sorrow? Her acting remains remarkably adept. Shen Yun, with a cold smirk, raised the broken soul mechanism. Zhou Qiao's performance was exceptionally impressive, and she had a penchant for role-playing. She would hire high-priced makeup artists to transform her into various celebrities, allowing the former Shen Yun to experience a myriad of enchanting personas each night. This elucidates the reason behind his regular exercise and his penchant for goji berry tea. However, beneath the woman's stunning exterior lurks a malevolent heart. How could he possibly know my sister is merely acting? Zhou Hao, catching a glimpse of the smoke emanating from the corner camera, sensed that Shen Yun bore ill intentions. He spoke in a low, firm voice, I advise you not to act rashly. I am now a member of the Tianjiao Club. If you harm us, your meager foundation will be utterly inadequate. The Tianjiao Club? Shen Yun, with a frosty expression, aimed the mechanism at him, retorting, you should stick to your underground gatherings. In his previous life, Zhou Qiao had leveraged the connections of this very organization to exert pressure on him. This time, he would meticulously settle the score. Whoosh! A beam of silvery spiritual energy shot forth from the soul-breaking mechanism, striking Zhou Hao's head with lightning speed. Ah! The chilling wail startled Shou Qiao, causing her to tremble. What happened, brother? She hurriedly supported the collapsed Zhou Hao, only to discover that his eyes were bleeding, and he had already succumbed to death on the spot. Oh my God! Zhou Qiaoqiao's hands fell away as if shocked by electricity, and she fell to the ground, screaming in terror. As she saw Shen Yun approaching with the white fox, raising the mechanism in his hand, she felt her heart quiver with fear, her voice trembling. Husband, I am your Qiaoqiao. Please don't kill me. I promise to be obedient. I realize my mistakes. I beg you, spare me. Realizing her errors, she merely understood that death was imminent. Shen Yun remained indifferent, directly pressing the button on the mechanism. Whoosh! Struck by the silver beam. Zhou Qiaoqiao felt as if her brain was about to explode, blood gushing from her orifices as she screamed in agony. In mere moments, her body shuddered, and she lay on the ground, her eyes wide open in death. The tears of blood streamed down her face, her gaze fixed intently on Shen Yun. Until her last breath, she could not comprehend it. How could this man suddenly harbor such a murderous intent? Having finally resolved a lingering concern, Shen Yun gazed upon the two lifeless bodies, feeling an overwhelming sense of elation. In his previous life, he had dreamed of putting an end to this woman, and now, the long-awaited revenge had brought him immense satisfaction. It is time to depart. Hearing a commotion at the door, he swiftly concealed himself, vanishing along with his white fox companion from the office. Why were their cries so haunting? The cleaning lady outside sensed something amiss and hurriedly approached the general manager's office. Flinging the door open, the sight before her sent her reeling back in terror, her face drained of color. There lay the Zhou siblings, blood gushing from their orifices, utterly motionless. Oh no! The cleaning lady, utterly panicked, screamed, her voice echoing throughout the building. There has been a murder. Manager Zhou is dead. At the CAF outside the headquarters of the Tunglong Group, a woman clad in a fitted black dress burst through the door. After a swift glance around, she made her way briskly to where Shen Yun sat sipping coffee. Boss, do you still intend to keep your company? Qin Shitong was both anxious and furious. As the executive secretary, Shen Yun had granted her considerable authority. While this recognition of her capabilities was commendable, with the arrival of the Xianxian mobile game and the dawn of a new era, she and her team dared not unilaterally decide the company's future direction, especially with the board lacking a definitive stance. Yet the principal shareholder, Shen Yun, had chosen this critical moment to become an absentee landlord, blocking their calls. Yesterday, she had personally visited Shen Yun's residence, only to discover he was nowhere to be found. Now, this young master had the audacity to request her company on a shopping trip. Long time no see, Secretary Qin. Shen Yun smiled as he appraised the woman before him. Qin Shitong, an exceptional graduate from a prestigious university in Haicheng, had been serving as a secretary for 2.5 years. In her previous life, it was she who had alerted Shen Yun in advance about the impending investigation into the company. This allowed him to escape from Haicheng without being captured by Zhou Qiaoqiao's people. However, in the aftermath, Qin Shitong suffered greatly. Zhou Qiaoqiao discovered her involvement and not only shattered her teeth but also broke her arm, necessitating a hospital stay. Ultimately, heeding Shen Yun's advice, she fled Haicheng to preserve her life. Boss, how can you still be smiling at a time like this? Qin Shitong exclaimed, exasperated as she sank into a chair. What is going on between you and Zhou Qiaoqiao? Surely, breaking up shouldn't drag the company down. Numerous employees have resigned to join her gaming studio. Don't tell me this is a ruse of yours to eliminate disloyalty. After listening to her grievances, Shen Yun realized that Zhou Qiaoqiao had not used the Zhou family name to recruit talent. Clearly, she feared that the employees would think they were merely acting if they recognized her name. This was a calculated effort to undermine my family. Shen Yun rose with a smile. From now on, you shall be the acting president of Tunglong Group. Your salary will be commensurate with market standards, and I shall grant you a share of the company. You and your team will handle all matters. I will simply oversee the financial aspects. Now, let us go shopping for some new clothes. In his previous life, he had been preoccupied with balancing the demands of the company and the gaming industry, striving to accumulate resources for personal growth. Now, with financial stability, he lacked the time to manage such affairs. Bestowing such substantial benefits upon Qin Shitong was also a gesture of gratitude for her assistance in his past life. Acting president, Qin Shitong was momentarily taken aback. Seeing Shen Yun almost exiting the CAF, she hurried after him. Boss, I fear I may not be capable of such a role. Given the scale of Tunglong Group, an acting president's salary could easily reach $1 million annually, and the added shares were akin to falling into a windfall. Yet, she was merely a secretary. How could she possess such immense capability? Do you understand why I appointed you as the executive secretary? It was to empower and cultivate your potential. Shen Yun replied in a mock-serious tone. Seeing his earnest expression, which suggested he was not jesting, Qin Shidong felt helpless. At that time, I thought you were interested in me. Now it seems you genuinely wish to avoid managing the company. When there are tasks, I will act as a secretary. When there are none, I will still be a secretary. This is the most frequent criticism she has encountered since ascending to power. It now appears that her execution capabilities have indeed garnered the trust of this hands-off manager. Understanding this is sufficient. She should focus on her work without unnecessary animosity towards wealth. Shen Yun smiled gently and said, "Let us go. Drive me to the commercial street." In recent days, the White Fox has finally achieved transformation, prompting him to prepare several suitable outfits. I shall do my utmost. Qin Shidong, seeing his resolute determination, ceased her persuasion. For who would willingly forego wealth? In the Xiantian continent, Ling Qingxue stood upon a grand flying vessel, gazing longingly at the distant city. Alas, I cannot personally slay you. Old witch, she lamented, her expression tinged with frustration. Despite her formidable constitution, the resources required for her cultivation were immense, and her progress was sluggish. The prospect of personally avenging herself on Lu Fangya remained an uncertain endeavor. If news of her escape reached the adversary, it would undoubtedly become a lifelong regret. Beside her stood an elderly woman with a cane. Qingxue, once this matter is resolved, you can focus on your cultivation, the old woman advised. Named Sui, she was the ancient guardian of the Yaoqi sacred realm, specifically assigned to accompany her. The fact that a sage personally safeguarded her from the outset underscored the esteem in which Yaoqi held her. Yaoqi was already aware of Ling Qingxue's predicament. And though the latter had not devoted herself to cultivation in recent days, Sui assumed it was merely her eagerness for vengeance that distracted her. Calm your mind and cultivate. Ling Qingxue shook her head. There were matters of greater importance at hand, which might delay her progress. With a respectful bow to the elder, she expressed her hope for Sui and the sacred realm's understanding. Everything she possessed was bestowed by her benefactor, and her foremost duty was to seek out means to express her gratitude. As for her cultivation, it could be pursued gradually, for she had the support of a mighty foundation. However, this might disappoint Yaoqi. Matters of greater importance? Sui noted her reticence to elaborate but refrained from pressing further, instead smiling as she assisted Ling Qingxue to her feet, gently patting her hand. In truth, practitioners cultivate not solely for strength or longevity, nor for revenge, but rather to achieve clarity of thought. Fear not, Yaoqi shall not hold it against you. Simply seek your true heart. Thank you, elder, Ling Qingxue replied, her heart filled with gratitude. Whenever I have the chance, I shall devote myself to my cultivation. Haha, that is sufficient. Moments later, Sui accompanied Ling Qingxue to a residence within the city. The modest courtyard was adorned with exotic flowers and plants. In the middle of the yard, a middle-aged woman clad in a black robe was meticulously selecting herbs from a table. Hidden in plain sight, this was one of Lu Fangya's several residences. Upon sensing the silent presence in her courtyard, Lu Fangya's expression shifted, and she quickly turned to look. Upon recognizing the visitor adorned in Yaoqi attire, she was initially taken aback, but her astonishment quickly morphed into utter shock and fear as she fixated on Ling Qingxue, her voice trembling. You have joined the Yaoqi sacred realm. How could she have anticipated that the girl she once regarded as a mere medicinal cauldron would achieve such fortune? Lu Fangya, it has been too long. Ling Qingxue approached deliberately, taking a seat opposite her and idly toying with the herbs. I have come to settle our grievances. Though Ling Qingxue wore a smile, Lu Fangya discerned the crimson veins and fury that glimmered in her eyes. The latter did not exhibit the demeanor of a triumphant victor, but rather revealed her inner turmoil. Lu Fangya, with her vast experience, recognized the root of Ling Qingxue's anger. Alas, she sighed deeply, gazing at the increasingly formidable young woman before her, murmuring, "To kill many is to grow cold of heart. I never imagined you would always regard me as your mentor." Clearly, Ling Qingxue still harbored gratitude for the refuge Lu Fangya had once provided. Yet Lu Fangya had long since lost sight of such human sentiments, having taken countless lives and overlooked the gratitude of the very girl she had once wronged. Now, with her demise looming, Lu Fangya felt an inexplicable pang of regret. Had she treated Ling Qingxue kindly from the start, viewing her not as a mere tool but as a disciple, perhaps in the future, she would bask in the glory of her gratitude. Regrettably, the world holds no what-ifs. There is no need for you to intervene. Elder, Lu Fangya said to Su Yi with a slight gesture, before her body stiffened, and deep brown blood trickled from her lips. Observing Lu Fangya collapse lifelessly to the ground, Ling Qingxue inhaled deeply and prepared to depart. Let us go, elder. Though she appreciated Lu Fangya's past kindness, the latter's numerous transgressions rendered her demise unworthy of lamentation. Yet, Elder Su Yi did not leave. Instead, she fixed her gaze on Lu Fangya's corpse. Qingxue, in the future, should you encounter such sorrowful scenes, do not let your guard down. With that, she raised her cane and struck the ground. A tremendous surge of spiritual energy surged toward Lu Fangya's lifeless form. To everyone's astonishment, the once dead Lu Fangya cried out, Qingxue, grant me one last chance for redemption. With a resounding crack, her body was torn apart by the energy, ending her existence entirely. Feigning death. Ling Qingxue felt a mix of shame and rage, looking helplessly at the elder. I apologize, Elder Su Yi. Su Yi waved her hand with a smile. There is no need for concern. Your current cultivation level is insufficient to sense her soul's fluctuations. Do not dwell on it. Once your power increases, exercise caution. Ling Qingxue was akin to a rare gem, and at this stage, she required proper guidance. Furthermore, her distress stemmed from disappointment in Lu Fangya's actions. She was indeed a good girl, and the elder was delighted rather than displeased. A gem, once meticulously carved, would eventually radiate boundless brilliance. During this period of trials and tribulations, the vast Yaoqi sacred realm would ensure her protection. Understood, Elder, Ling Qingxue replied, her tone imbued with self-reproach. Had the sage not been present today, the consequences could have been dire. Suddenly, her eyes flickered, and she spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Is my benefactor here? After embarrassing herself the previous day, she felt a sense of unease confronting him again. Indeed, Shen Yun had just returned home and logged into the game. Witnessing the earlier scene unfold. Indeed, Lu Fangya is truly cunning, playing her role until the very end. Fortunately, there are powerful sages present. It is said that this woman, like Shou Qiaoqiao, is a master of performance. Upon seeing Ling Qingxue pick up a storage ring, Shen Yun's eyes instantly brightened. For within the ring, there is a striking red character marked prominently. This also implies that there exists a feedback item. Young master, I can sense it. Ling Qingxue exclaimed with delight. Having traversed the entire sacred land, even having inspected the Yaoqi imperial armament, she had been unable to find a single item that elicited her fondness. Aside from those spirit stones, to her surprise, today brought a rewarding discovery, significantly lifting her previously gloomy spirits. Not bad. Shen Yun clicked on the red dot to examine the item details. Feedback item, 5th grade superior technique, blood refinement claw. Its aggressive nature possesses an inherent cold attribute, capable of refining the formidable vitality of opponents and enhancing one's own physique. When cultivated to a profound level, it can instantaneously refine the target. It turned out to be a malevolent cultivation method. Shen Yun was at a loss for words. However, it was nonetheless a 5th grade superior technique, superior in quality to his mountain-crushing fist. Regardless, with the automatic acceleration feature of his VIP status, he directly retrieved this ancient black tome. A game prompt then appeared before him. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have obtained the feedback item, 5th grade superior technique, blood refinement claw. Would you like to activate the VIP level 1 automatic cultivation feature? Initiate automatic acceleration cultivation mode. Ding. 5th grade superior technique, blood refinement claw is now automatically cultivating. Haha. No need to cultivate manually, how delightful. Shen Yun reclined comfortably on his bed. Young master, I plan to wander into the city to help you search for favorable items. Ling Qingxue felt fortunate today and intended to seize the opportunity. It's all right. You haven't had the chance to cultivate peacefully these past few days. You can search for them when you have the time in the future, Shen Yun gently advised. Such feedback items are contingent upon fate and cannot be forced. At present, the items in his possession were sufficient. It would be a great loss to squander Ling Qingxue's remarkable talents in pursuit of them. The tender words of concern warmed Ling Qingxue's heart, and with a gentle smile, she softly remarked, It is nothing, my lord. My constitution differs from that of ordinary folk, requiring considerable time and resources to achieve progress. There is no rush in cultivation. It would be wiser to seek out feedback items for you instead. That indeed poses a dilemma, Shen Yun furrowed his brow. The 9 heaven sacred body is formidable, yet it inherently possesses 9 sources of sacred essence. To fully nurture these requires a substantial investment of both resources and time. Ling Qingxue evidently recognized this. likely perceiving cultivation as somewhat of a time-consuming endeavor, which is why she preferred to dedicate her efforts to finding items to assist him. The young lady's intentions are commendable, yet it appears she has succumbed to a sense of complacency. It seems that her time spent in this sanctuary has rendered her carefree, solely preoccupied with my well-being. Shen Yun pondered while stroking his chin, murmuring to himself, I must devise a plan for change. At that moment, a prompt appeared before Shen Yun. Limited time qualification offer. Recharge 888 to elevate the character Ling Qingxue's spiritual root to the royal grade. Experience a significant enhancement in cultivation efficiency. Limited time cultivation offer. Recharge 888 to acquire a supreme gathering formation. Enriching Ling Qingxue's cultivation abode with spiritual energy that is 35 times denser than the outside world. Limited time enhancement item offer. Recharge 500. 000 to obtain a time compression tower. 1 day outside equals 5 days inside. For every additional 100,000, the internal duration increases by 5 days. The maximum recharge cap is 1,000,000, allowing for a total of 55 days. Bonus offer. When a player reaches the maximum recharge of 1,000,000, a bonus is activated. An additional 5 days of cultivation time for the character. 2 months of cultivation within the time compression tower equates to 1 day outside. A divine artifact propelling the character to new heights. What are you waiting for? Shen Yun, eyes gleaming, exclaimed, absolutely. I'll purchase them all. After all, spending just over $1 million is a worthwhile investment. Ding. Successfully purchased royal grade spiritual root for 888. The character Ling Qingxue directly inherits it. Ding. Successfully purchased the Supreme Gathering Formation for 888. The item has been placed into Ling Qingxue's storage ring. Ding. Successfully purchased the Time Compression Tower for 500,000. The player reached a recharge of 1,000,000, granting an additional 5 days of cultivation effect. Current item cultivation effect. Cultivating for 60 days inside is equivalent to 1 day outside. In the blink of an eye, 1,780,000 flowed from Shen Yun's account. Yet, he felt it was an unparalleled value. Not only does this enhance Ling Qingxue's cultivation speed, but coupled with the previous investment of over 2 million. The 5 million VIP level 2 is now merely 1 million short. However, the peculiar abilities of VIP level 2 remain a mystery to Shen Yun. He gazed at the projection and pressed the voice key. In that case, allow me to assist you in enhancing your cultivation aptitude. A hum reverberated. Ling Qingxue trembled, her entire being emanating waves of crimson brilliance. Amidst the red glow, pure fluctuations of spiritual energy radiated outward, prompting the old sage in simple attire to applaud. You have indeed activated a royal-grade spiritual root. It appears that Qingxue has achieved a breakthrough in her state of mind during this journey. The manifestation of the royal-grade spiritual root is characterized by a resplendent crimson light, and given that this girl had been in a state of deep sorrow moments ago, it seems she has shattered some constraints and received a blessing in return. The emergence of a royal-grade spiritual root can significantly enhance Ling Qingxue's cultivation speed, which is indeed a momentous occasion. Yet, Ling Qingxue is acutely aware that all of this is a gift from the young master. Grandmother Su, I shall retreat to the flying vessel to meditate. She eagerly returned to the cabin. Young master, it is only right for Qingxue to assist you in seeking out items. You need not be so courteous. She had never heard of anyone possessing the ability to elevate a cultivator's spiritual root directly to royal grade. Such a miraculous feat must surely have required tremendous effort from the young master. The more she pondered, the more anxious she became. Her delicate nose tinged with a hint of discomfort. Young master, what should I do? Do not worry, Shen Yun dismissed her concerns. Aside from this, within your spatial ring, there is a spirit gathering array with a spiritual energy concentration 35 times that of the outside world. Additionally, there is a treasure that can amplify your cultivation speed, where a stay of 60 days is equivalent to just 1 day outside. This way, you can simultaneously cultivate and search for items without any conflict. Once you return and familiarize yourself with the operation, it should not pose any difficulty. Ling Qingxue was utterly astonished. A spirit gathering array with a 35-fold enhancement? A cultivation space with a 1:60 ratio? What merit had she to receive such favor from the young master? Even with the extraordinary prowess of the 9 heavens sacred body, Such numerous advantages could surely cultivate an emperor in another's hands. Youth Master, if you have any requests, please do not hesitate to mention them. Otherwise, Qingxue shall be filled with trepidation. Ling Qingxue anxiously gazed into the void. It was simply too much that the young master had bestowed upon her. She feared that this was merely a dream, and upon waking, it would all shatter. Why the fear? Shen Yun found her reaction amusing. You are not particularly devoted to cultivation, yet are tasked with procuring items for me. Why should you be anxious when I am merely considering your well-being? Accept it with peace of mind. It is not an extravagant gift. This sentence is akin to a gentle, warm breeze of spring, caressing Ling Qingxue's heart. The young master remembers her virtues, which is why he treats her with such kindness. This filled her heart with a sweet warmth, and with the gaze watching her from the void suffused with kindness, her troubled heart finally found solace. And she smiled radiantly. Thank you, my lord. Precisely. I have previously advised you to forget the unpleasant experiences of the past. Your heart is far too timid. In the path of cultivation, an unstable heart is indeed a grave transgression. Upon hearing the phrase unstable heart, Ling Qingxue felt a shiver run through her entire being, and her cheeks began to flush. These 4 words seemed to possess an immense force, causing her heart to race. At that moment, Shen Yun discovered that the spiritual energy within him was once again surging, leading him to great joy. Was he about to break through to the gathering rotation realm? He hastily retrieved a spirit stone and sat cross-legged in preparation. Very well, Qingxue, I have matters to attend to. Upon hearing that Shen Yun was about to leave, Ling Qingxue eagerly inquired, Young master, when will I be able to see you? Perhaps it was true that thoughts during the day would manifest in dreams at night. The visage of the young master in her dreams always appeared hazy, igniting a yearning within her heart to behold his true appearance. See you? Shen Yun raised an eyebrow. Given the distance between their realms, such encounters were not easily achieved, though he certainly couldn't express it so bluntly. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke calmly. This young master resides in a realm of great peril, surrounded by formidable beasts and dangers, and cannot extricate himself at present. Even if players and characters have revealed the existence of the Blue Star World, it poses no threat to me. With such treasures invested, neither Ling Qingxue nor Luo Hongxi would regard me as a denizen of a lower dimension. My stature would remain unblemished. However, no player would be foolish enough to claim to be from a lower dimension. After all, the characters were cultivators, and should they realize that these so-called elders were mere mortals, their pride would hinder the cultivation of goodwill. To think that you are in such a dangerous world, yet still concern yourself with me. I truly am inconsiderate. Ling Qingxue, touched in her heart, promptly bowed in the air. Then I shall not disturb you any longer, young master. Only after the gaze upon her faded did she rise and return to her couch. Perhaps the young master requires the special aura of those goodwill items for cultivation, to confront those beasts and hazards. Looking at it this way, I must devote myself even more to the search for those items. Moreover, I should also strive to cultivate diligently. Perhaps one day I might be able to aid the young master. Ling Qingxue's expression gradually firmed. Young master, please await Qingxue. With a deep breath, Shen Yun slowly opened his eyes. Having endured a rather dismal existence in his previous life, he had merely been a small cultivator in the pulse condensation realm, yet he was quite familiar with the gathering rotation realm. The cultivator at this level emanates a swirling aura of spiritual energy, rendering mundane weapons and projectiles ineffective. With only the formidable power of firearms and artillery capable of inflicting harm. However, he possesses the heart-guarding mirror, which allows him to disregard even a nuclear bomb. Regrettably, his supply of spiritual stones has dwindled. Shen Yun discarded the useless stones from his bed, leaving him with merely 2 mid-grade spiritual stones. The spiritual energy within these stones is far more concentrated than the meager energy found on Blue Star. Fortunately, even in the absence of spiritual stones, he can still achieve breakthroughs, albeit requiring some time to absorb the ambient spiritual energy. Curious about what Luo Hongxi was up to, Shen Yun took a sip of spiritual spring water. Upon opening the game, he was astonished to discover a red icon marked with a 1 in her Q version avatar's inventory. Today was indeed a fortuitous day. He eagerly clicked to investigate. Feedback item, non-rank blood replenishing pill, crafted by the character Luo Hongxi. Consuming it replenishes expended vitality and has a chance of causing a slight nausea. Quite remarkable that she had managed to concoct a feedback pill so early. Shen Yun chuckled to himself. In his previous life, Luo Hongxi had created feedback pills during her escape. Indeed, Certain characters possess the innate ability to produce feedback items, which is not a secret among the online community. Whether it be forging, talisman making, array formations, or alchemy, there exists a possibility of acquiring feedback items. However, not every character is endowed with such a capability. Luo Hongxi, in her alchemical pursuits, had this chance, which could be considered an invisible talent. Yet, the success rate is not particularly high, often requiring dozens or even hundreds of attempts to yield a single feedback pill. In his past life, it was this girl's elixirs that provided him with the opportunity to rise, though the outcome was far from satisfactory. Shen Yun closed the character's inventory and tapped on Luo Hongxi's avatar. As the Q-version image rippled outward, he beheld her in a pill-refining chamber. Perspiration glistening on her brow as she diligently crafted the pills. Beside her stood an elderly man clad in ornate robes, his demeanor haughty, clearly growing impatient. If even a first-grade pill requires this much effort, I wouldn't have wasted my time here had it not been for a personal letter from the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect, Jiang Ming. An 8th-grade pill king and one of the leaders of the pill hall in the eastern region, valued his time immensely. He had heard from sect master Li Mingdao that this young girl claimed to possess alchemical talents, yet the elders of the sword sect could not discern any such abilities, prompting her to seek his expertise. If she truly had exceptional talent, he would consider taking her as a disciple. However, after observing her for some time, he concluded that she displayed no alchemical prowess, merely a novice in the craft. How could such a young girl dare to make such boastful claims? Given her lack of skill, he felt somewhat insulted, finding it difficult to take her seriously. Jiang Ming, naturally proud, spoke rather harshly, leaving Luo Hongxi feeling deeply wounded and aggrieved. I clearly crafted a pill with favorable effects. Such beneficial items are rare to find, yet she managed to concoct one, which surely indicated her alchemical aptitude. Yet, the expertise of the Pill King is beyond reproach, and she could not disclose her connection to the young master. This was her little secret. Unable to refute his words, Luo Hongxi suppressed her feelings. However, Jiang Ming's cutting remarks evidently affected her mentality, leading to a decline in her alchemical technique. Within moments, the furnace emitted a loud bang, followed by a whiff of burnt odor. Jiang Ming rose to leave. I must have been mistaken. Let Lin Dao Yu escort you home. Farewell, senior. Luo Hongxi promptly stood, bowing respectfully. Even within the sacred grounds, an 8th-grade pill king is a distinguished guest, much less within a superpower. Despite her grievances, she could not display them. Once the stone door of the alchemical chamber closed, Luo Hongxi trembled, wiping her nose as tears welled in her eyes. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Aside from the incident with Zhang Fenghua calling off their engagement, she had never faced such humiliation. Do not cry, Hongxi. I know your alchemical talent is exceptional. Tin Jiang Ming's cannot compare. The familiar and warm voice of comfort only made Luo Hongxi's tears flow more freely. Yet, she quickly wiped her eyes. Young master, I am fine. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Prior to her departure, her father, Luo Qingxue, had advised her that the external world would undoubtedly present various grievances, and one must timely adjust their mindset and strive for self-improvement to avoid being wronged. Moreover, the young master was watching. She must not allow him to perceive her as ineffectual. That old man made you cry. Rest assured, I will settle the score with him. Uffed. Luo Hongxi laughed, blowing a bubble with her nose. Young master, I truly am fine. By the way, I crafted a pill with favorable effects. With that, she produced the pill, carefully placed in a beautifully ornate box, clearly a product of her meticulous preparation. Shen Yun understood this, which is why he had refrained from taking the pill earlier. Though its quality is somewhat lacking, Luo Hongxi added, wishing to showcase her creation, only to feel embarrassed and hastily retract. Once my alchemical skills improve, I will surely craft higher-grade pills for you. Hee. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Shen Yun smiled warmly. Hongxi, you are truly remarkable. It is settled then. I shall await your future creations. Receiving praise from the young master lifted Luo Hongxi's spirits, and she exited the alchemical chamber with renewed vigor. Hongxi remained the same joyful person, always showcasing her cheerful side to those around her. Meanwhile, a series of recharge notifications appeared on the projection, making Shen Yun's smile grow ever brighter. Just in time. Alchemy qualification discount. Recharge 648, already halved. Character Luo Hongxi unlocks the soul talent. 4th rank Golden Lotus of the Soul, enhancing her control in alchemy. Soul talent. Shen Yun clicked to purchase without hesitation. In cultivation, not only must the physical body be fortified, But the soul is equally crucial. The golden lotus of the soul consists of 12 ranks. The greater the quantity, the more potent the soul talent. Mastery of soul techniques yields significantly enhanced effects in both offensive and defensive capabilities compared to ordinary cultivators. Moreover, in disciplines such as alchemy, array formations, and talisman making, cultivators with soul talents can achieve results with half the effort. Among powerful soul cultivators, some may even exist without physical forms, persisting in the world solely through their souls, truly formidable. Next, Shen Yun turned his attention to the following recharge prompt. Alchemy technique discount. Recharge 8888, already halved. Receive the 70-second technique from the top 100 alchemical methods. Earth Flame, Rising Fire technique, which gathers spiritual energy during pill refinement, enhancing the quality of the pills. Limited time value offer. Recharge for 999, already halved. Obtain the top-tier alchemist talent. Purple Gold Heavy Eye. When utilizing the Heavy Eye's purple gold essence, it can forcibly compensate for any deficiencies in the furnace's pill ingredients, guaranteeing a 100 success rate. Low-grade alchemists cannot refine imperial pills, yet with the Heavy Eye, they can directly produce them as long as the essence is sufficient. Note, beyond alchemy, the purple gold Heavy Eye can repair hidden injuries on cultivators. In combat, one can use the Heavy Eye to peer into the enemy's internal injuries and detonate them, providing a significant advantage in battles. The ability to repair even imperial pills with the purple gold Heavy Eye. Shen Yun's interest was piqued. This substance is akin to a universal remedy, ensuring a 100% success rate in the refinement of elixirs. This remarkable ability, when viewed through the lens of the alchemical realm across the ages, undoubtedly stands as a pinnacle of excellence. Its offensive capability is quite formidable, igniting the hidden injuries within an enemy's body, truly a skill of unparalleled deceit. Without hesitation, Shen Yun swiftly clicked to purchase the Earth Fire Ascension technique and the purple gold Heavy Eye. Ding! Congratulations to the player for a successful purchase. The ability begins to be implanted into the character Luo Hongxi. With a further expenditure of 500,000, she would ascend to VIP level 2. Shen Yun rubbed his hands together in excitement. As Luo Hongxi exited the alchemy chamber, she felt an extraordinarily intricate alchemical technique manifest in her mind. Her vision transformed, allowing her to perceive the internal conditions of numerous alchemists within the pill hall, most of whom harbored the toxic essence of medicinal materials, with a marking indicating the potential for explosive toxicity. How terrifying! Upon discovering the capabilities of the purple gold Heavy Eye, Luo Hongxi shrank back in astonishment. Master, this Heavy Eye is incredibly precious. She was well aware of the significance of an alchemist's extraordinary vision, a talent she lacked, and it was evident that it was a gift from her master. Utilize it wisely. This will assist you in your alchemical endeavors, and soon no one will dare question your talent in alchemy. Thank you, master. Being cherished by her master filled Luo Hongxi with a sweet sense of happiness. I feel so blissful. Since meeting her master, her days had been filled with joy. The recent unpleasantness felt trivial in comparison. Have you been crying, Hongxi? Lin Sheng, waiting outside, approached her, noticing the moisture in her eyes, and softly comforted her. Do not take Jiang Danwang's words to heart. He is inherently proud. Although their realms were equal, the status of the Pill King rendered Lin Sheng hesitant to speak candidly. Additionally, as the Pill Hall was the other's territory, she could only convey her reassurances through thought. It's all right, master. Let us go? Luo Hongxi smiled and took her hand. The identity of the Pill King mattered little to her. She had wept earlier because Jiang Ming had claimed she lacked talent in alchemy, fearing she would never be able to concoct elixirs to aid her master. Now, with her master's support, she felt a surge of confidence. As they walked, Luo Hongxi used her extraordinary vision to examine herself, relieved to find no hidden injuries. However, she noticed a concealed injury on her master Lin Xing's left waist, a remnant of years spent practicing swordsmanship. This Heavy Eye is truly miraculous. It can even facilitate healing. Alas, my cultivation is too low to draw extensively from its essence. I shall have to wait until later to tend to master's injury. Having composed herself, Luo Hongxi cheerfully swung Lin Xing's arm as they exited the hall. Your ability to self-regulate is indeed remarkable, Lin Xing observed, pleased to see her in good spirits, and smiled, putting her mind at ease. Upon reaching the entrance of the pill hall, they encountered a white-haired elder clad in simple garments, who scrutinized Luo Hongxi with a look of intrigue. Noticing that the elder did not wear the robes of an alchemist and unable to discern his cultivation, Lin Xing speculated that he might be a reclusive master. She stepped forward and offered a respectful salute. I am Lin Sheng of the Tianyin Sword Sect. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed elder. Luo Hongxi followed suit, albeit timidly retreating behind her master. She had observed the elder from a distance, sensing a plethora of toxins emanating from him, more potent than those of other alchemists, even shimmering with a dark luminescence. This is exceedingly conspicuous among the alchemists in the Dan Hall. Luo Hongxi conjectured that this elder must be a master alchemist, perhaps even a Dan King. However, the excessive toxins within him suggested that his days were numbered, evoking both curiosity and pity. Witnessing the imminent fall of a Dan King would not be a joyous affair for any alchemist. The Tianyin Sword Sect? Such concerns were unwarranted. After the elder smiled and nodded at Lin Sheng, he noticed the expression in Luo Hongxi's eyes and spoke gently. Young lady, would you be willing to take me as your mentor and study the art of alchemy? Take you as a mentor? Lin Sheng regarded the unfamiliar elder with curiosity. If he were a renowned alchemist from the eastern region, she would have surely recognized him. Furthermore, the surrounding alchemists displayed little reaction upon seeing the elder. Elder, I already have a master, Luo Hongxi replied, shaking her head. Although her time with Lin Sheng was brief, her master had shown great concern for her. And the atmosphere within the sword sect was quite amiable. That is of no consequence, the elder said nonchalantly. One can have mentors in both the sword and alchemy. And it does not interfere. He had sensed the unique quality of the girl's heterochromatic eyes, deeming her a promising candidate for alchemy, which inspired his desire to take her as a disciple. However, Lin Sheng's demeanor grew wary at his approach. Observing this, the elder chuckled, stroking his beard. Ha! My eagerness to take on disciples has made me somewhat muddled. Do not be alarmed. I am Zhao Xinqing, an alchemist from Zhongyuan Prefecture. Upon hearing this, Lin Xing's pupils dilated, and goosebumps prickled her skin. The alchemists present instinctively turned their heads in astonishment, exclaiming, Impossible? Was it not said that this elder had retired from the Dan Hall and secluded himself in the mountains? The Xiantian continent comprises 5 regions: the Eastern region, Southern Frontier, Zhongyuan Prefecture, Northern Borders, and Western Realm. The significance of the elder's name is that he is the contemporary saint of alchemy. In the next moment, a resplendent golden sanctity radiated from the elder's being, and the formidable pressure of the saint realm enveloped the entire Dan Hall. Although there was no tangible harm, the sight of the golden patterns swirling around the elder left all present feeling a prickling unease. The golden patterns of the saint realm are unique markers of its laws. The alchemists gathered were not inexperienced. What shocked them was that within these golden patterns, there were dozens of dazzling illusory pills shimmering with golden light. This implies that the elderly figure before us has once crafted these sacred elixirs. There is no doubt about his identity. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in, and a silhouette appeared before the elder, bowing respectfully with fervent excitement. I am Jiang Ming, the master of the Eastern Domain Subpalace, and I pay my respects to the esteemed Zhao Dansheng. Dansheng, Zhao Xinqing. Boom. The once quiet hall erupted into a frenzy. As all the alchemists expressed their fervent admiration, we, the younger generation, pay our respects to Dansheng Zhao. We honor the esteemed elder Zhao. Dansheng Zhao Xinqing is one of the 3 great Danshengs of the Dan Palace on the Xiantian continent. He is also the sole master capable of refining the supreme sacred pill. It is well known that those who can concoct sacred pills are regarded as Danshengs. However, Zhao Xinqing's mastery of alchemy is nothing short of extraordinary. He can forge the supreme sacred pill even at the saint level. Yet, the elder eventually withdrew from the Dan Palace, opting for seclusion. Some say he faced a backlash from the heavenly Tao after crafting the supreme sacred pill. Others suggest that powerful beings at the great saint level sought him out for alchemical assistance, fearing it might compromise their foundation and shorten their lifespan, which led to his retreat. Though opinions vary, there is no doubt that this elder is the most formidable alchemist throughout the Xiantian continent. For an alchemist to meet him is nothing short of a pilgrimage. How could one not be exhilarated? Hongxi expressed her desire to take Zhao as her master. Lin Sheng clasped his fists, his voice filled with excitement as he made the decision for his disciple. This is indeed the revered Master Dan. If Luo Hongxi successfully becomes his disciple, the entire Tianyin Sword Sect would undoubtedly host a grand celebration. If the ancestor Zongheng were to learn of this, he would surely be overjoyed. The reason is simple. Luo Hongxi is a disciple of the Tianyin Sword Sect, and should she become a disciple of Master Zhao, he would be considered half a member of the sect. However, Lin Xing noticed that the young lady appeared somewhat reluctant, prompting him to make a decisive decision for his disciple. Hongxi, do not let the incident concerning King Jiang cloud your judgment of those from the Dan Hall. Master Zhao is a highly esteemed elder, Lin Sheng implored, fearful that she might object. The two masters are not mutually exclusive. You have a passion for alchemy, so seize this opportunity. Luo Hongxi indeed felt a twinge of discontent, as she sensed that this elder might not have long to live. She feared that upon becoming his disciple, she would be left mourning a white-haired man with black-haired grief. Young master, do you think I should become his disciple? She inquired, seeking his opinion. Shen Yun was observing the daily reports on Luo Hongxi's activities. The elder at the entrance was Master Zhao Xingqing, who had come to the Dan Hall to inquire about high-grade medicinal materials from the eastern region. He encountered Luo Hongxi, who possessed a rare talent for alchemy due to her unique double pupils. Recognizing her extraordinary potential, he wished to take her as his disciple and impart his knowledge. He must have recognized the uniqueness of Hongxi's double pupils. He's quite the seasoned figure, Shen Yun remarked. Of course, you should accept his mentorship. With a renowned master guiding you, your alchemical skills will surely flourish. Very well then, Luo Hongxi finally responded, bowing respectfully to the elder. Disciple Luo Hongxi pays her respects to Master Zhao. Aha! Excellent, excellent. Zhao Xingqing beamed as he assisted Luo Hongxi to her feet, clearly displaying his satisfaction with this new disciple. This left Jiang Ming, who stood nearby, utterly astonished. Accepting a disciple? And it's her? No. It should have been him to take on a disciple. Why choose a novice? The surrounding alchemists gazed at Luo Hongxi with envious expressions. What a fortunate young lady she is. I recall her coming here to practice alchemy. Could it be that her exceptional talent has caught the eye of the venerable Dan Sheng, a cultivator who is not from the alchemy hall, coming here to refine pills? The crowd realized, casting peculiar glances at the Dan Wang, Jiang Ming. In such circumstances, it is customary for individuals to seek validation of their alchemical aptitude at the Dan Hall. However, it is evident that the alchemist responsible for this matter failed to recognize the exceptional talent for alchemy possessed by the young girl. As the head of the hall, Lord Jiang Ming bears an undeniable responsibility in this oversight. At this moment, Jiang Ming regained his composure, standing before the alchemy sage, his face flushed and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This was due to the fact that he had personally overseen the assessment of Luo Hongxi's alchemical abilities. Yet, he overlooked a candidate that could have captivated the sage's interest as a disciple. The thought of his previously arrogant demeanor sent a chill down his spine. Zhao Xingqing discerned the unfolding situation. After surveying the expansive hall of Dan, his gaze settled upon Jiang Ming. Do you understand why I have withdrawn from the Dan Hall? The weight of those words left Jiang Ming drenched in sweat, and even the surrounding alchemists were taken aback, holding their breath in trepidation. The departure of the grand alchemist Zhao Xingqing from the pill hall was undoubtedly a monumental loss, yet the reasons remained shrouded in mystery to the world. Jiang Ming, unable to evade the conversation, could only bow deeply and respond, I am unaware. The pill hall was originally established as a sanctuary for alchemists from all corners of the realm, a place for mutual exchange and equality. However, Zhao Xingqing shook his head, lamenting the growing trend of comparison among alchemists today. With the privileges afforded by their status and abilities, their hearts drifted away from the essence of alchemy. How could one concoct the elixirs of their dreams under such circumstances? Had they forgotten the very that led them to become alchemists? As the three departed from the pill hall, they left behind a group of contemplative alchemists, pondering whether the old grand alchemist had withdrawn due to disappointment with the pill hall's current elitist atmosphere. Some, like Jiang Ming, bowed their heads in shame, offering a respectful gesture to the departing figure of the alchemist. On the flying vessel, Luo Hongxi glanced back at the alchemist bidding farewell to the trio and curiously inquired, Master Zhao, is the pill hall truly so inadequate? I had initially planned to seek certification as soon as I became an alchemist. The pill hall, after all, was a colossal force spanning the 5 domains of Xiantian, standing alongside the likes of the Tianji Tower, the Refining Pavilion, and the Array City, forming the 4 great powers of Xiantian. Their legacies were profound, although they lacked the imperial artifacts to rival the ancient clans and sacred lands. None dared to underestimate them. One could only imagine the immense honor and benefits of becoming an alchemist within the pill hall. Yet, through Zhao Xingqing's words, joining this esteemed institution seemed less than favorable. Lin Sheng, seated beside her, affectionately ruffled her hair and smiled. Joining the pill hall undoubtedly has its merits. Elder Zhao is merely imparting a lesson. As a grand alchemist, Zhao Xingqing's growth was undoubtedly supported by the pill hall. It would be implausible for him to abandon it due to its so-called elitism. If he wished, a single word from him could alter the atmosphere of the pill hall. Moreover, The very act of becoming an alchemist is imbued with honor and various conveniences, human relationships, exchanges, and so forth. This is human nature and serves as a driving force for practitioners aspiring to become alchemists. If such aspirations were quashed entirely, the pill hall could not have endured for so long. Existence, after all, justifies reason. Thus, joining the pill hall is inherently beneficial. With hands clasped behind his back, Zhao Xinqing smiled lightly. My reason for departing the pill hall is not due to an unfavorable environment. At my level, I no longer concern myself with such trivialities. Then what is the reason? Luo Hongxi inquired, genuinely intrigued. Even Shen Yun, watching from the screen, was curious about the elder's motives. Naturally, it is to refine quasi-emperor level elixirs. Zhao Xinqing sighed softly. Yet, the pill hall feels like a shackle to me. Without a tranquil heart, success in alchemy eludes me. Thankfully, the two Grand Masters support me. Otherwise, how could I afford such leisure to roam the mountains and rivers and encounter a little one like you? Master Zhao, you are truly impressive, Luo Hongxi exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. To refine quasi-emperor elixirs as a grand alchemist, the pursuit of reality is truly astonishing. Lin Xing was also awed by the old man's spirit, clasping his fist and softly murmuring, I wish you success in your aspirations, senior. Such an achievement is not easily attained. Zhao Xinqing chuckled and shook his head, then turned to the golden sword emblem on Luo Hongxi's collar. Stroking his beard and inquiring, Young friend Lin, I recall this to be the mark of the sword sect sword master, is it not? Yet, Hongxi is merely in the gathering rotation realm. The eastern region's Tianyin sword sect is quite renowned, and he had some understanding of the sword master. In truth, he wished to ask whether Luo Hongxi was designated as sword master due to her possessing a formidable, extraordinary pupil. However, to pose such a question directly would seem to betray ulterior motives, and it would be rather embarrassing if this newly acquired apprentice were to flee in fright. Yet, Lin Xing's response left him utterly astonished. In response to the senior, Hongxi was appointed as the sword master due to her comprehension of the reincarnation sword canon inscribed on the sword steel. Zhao Xinqing was so taken aback that a few strands of his beard were unintentionally torn as he stared wide-eyed at the proudly raised chin of Luo Hongxi, the legacy of the reincarnation sword emperor. Indeed, Lin Xing straightened his posture, equally buoyed with pride. Such a revelation could astonish even the alchemy sage. How could one not feel elated? Truly, this was a profound opportunity. Zhao Xinqing could only marvel, not anticipating that this disciple would possess such fortune. You, my lord, are my greatest fortune. Luo Hongxi's eyes sparkled with joy as she wished to express her gratitude to her lord, only to realize he had already vanished. Seeing that Luo Hongxi had no further business, Shen Yun exited the game. Time to test my blood refinement claw. He made his way to the gym on the second floor of the villa and began to practice the blood refinement claw, with the aid of automatic cultivation. He was well versed in this technique, yet he felt curious about its application. The blood refinement claw had a sinister aura. The sound of wind tearing through the air echoed in the room like the wails of 100 ghosts, sending chills down his spine. The 9-in whitebone claw? Shen Yun looked at the 5 elongated nails sprouting from his fingers, feeling a bit distressed. It's evident that I do not resemble a proper cultivator. He could already envision the gazes of others when he would later demonstrate this technique. However, the power of this secret manual was indeed remarkable, far superior to the third-tier, medium-grade mountain-crushing fist. Suddenly, a piercing car horn blared outside the villa, accompanied by a loudspeaker announcement. Zhen Xiuxi is conducting an investigation. Shen Yun of Villa Number 24, come out. We suspect you are connected to the deaths of Zhou Qiaoqiao and her brother. Please cooperate with our inquiry. So soon. They came knocking. Shen Yun raised an eyebrow. He strolled to the balcony and spotted a black car emblazoned with Zhen Xiuxi parked outside the villa. 5 individuals clad in black emerged and entered through the villa's entrance. Zhen Xiuxi is an organization that targets criminal cultivators, composed of practitioners selected from the populace. However, their strength and foundation do not compare to the formidable Zhen Yaoxi, which specifically handles lower-level situations. Upon seeing Shen Yun leap down from the balcony, the woman leading the group, with striking features, narrowed her eyes. I am Wang Li, captain of Zhen Xiuxi. Shen Yun, the records indicate you are merely a mortal. How do you explain this? Just a bit of fortune, Shen Yun shrugged. Should I boast about such matters? Fortune? Wang Li scoffed coldly, with your attitude. It seems you were indifferent to Zhou Qiaoqiao's death. Could it be she knew of your fortune and you silenced her? You are being rather presumptuous. Shen Yun frowned, fixing her with a stare. When I received news of her incident, I was shopping with my company personnel. As for my feelings? Should I weep uncontrollably for a woman who drained my company? Enough. Wang Li waved her hand. Any matters can be discussed at the station. They had already visited Tinglong Company prior to this, and they naturally knew Shen Yun had an alibi. The reason she intended to take Shen Yun away was due to a commission from Zhou Qiaoqiao's father, Zhou Hong. They had met at a business banquet. And over the years, she had received numerous benefits in return. This time, she had also been well prepared. If they could extract a confession from Shen Yun regarding Zhou Hao's murder, Zhou Hong would leverage the influence of the Tianjiao Club to target Tinglong Company. And they, in turn, would receive a hefty reward. You intend to disregard the rules and use force? Shen Yun glanced at the 4 glistening Zhenling guns and the grim-faced Wang Li, murmuring softly, "Then it seems you have found the right person." With a swoosh, he vanished from his spot. In an instant, white claw-like afterimages swept through the moonlight, slicing through the bodies of the gunmen. Wang Li turned abruptly. Ah! The piercing scream shattered the night, blood splattered across Wang Li's face. Gazing upon her 4 subordinates, now reduced to mangled remains, she recoiled in terror. Her eyes wide with fear as she shouted towards Shen Yun, "You dare to kill members of Zhanxiu?" Yet the young man before her remained unfazed. A cold smile gracing his lips as he advanced slowly. Wang Li, stumbling backward, was tripped by a stare, and despite her 6-layer strength in the spirit-guiding realm, she found it difficult to maintain her balance. For the man before her, towering in the moonlight, with bloodied claws, appeared as a demon, fixating on her with an unwavering gaze. With each step he took, an immense pressure enveloped her, drowning her in an abyss of fear, rendering her legs weak, devoid of the strength to rise. "I advise you to remain calm." Wang Li, her face pale with fright, shouted desperately, hoping to attract the attention of those around. "We are merely following protocol. Do not bring harm upon yourself." Shen Yun crouched before her, gripping her delicate neck with one hand, while his other hand glided along her smooth skin. "Who has instructed you to target me so?" "Zhou Hong. We are only following." His claws tore through Wang Li's skin, drawing forth a line of glaring crimson. "My patience is limited." Shen Yun's 5 fingers pressed firmly against her face. His tone icy. "I hope you will act wisely." 5 sharp claws pierced her scalp, causing Wang Li to feel both pain and fear. Gasping for breath as she cried out, "Do not kill me. I will speak." It was Zhou Hong. "He suspects you of the murder and seeks to coerce you into admitting guilt. Then, leveraging the connections of the Tianjiao Club's department head, he aims to devour your company." Perhaps the Tianjiao Club had endowed Wang Li with immense confidence, for her tone softened. "I have told you everything. Please spare me. I will return and confess to the organization, accept my punishment, and help mitigate the situation. But if you kill me, not only will Zhanxiu and Zhan Yaoxi pursue you, but the Tianjiao Club will also consider you an enemy." The prowess of the young man before her is undeniably formidable, certainly a practitioner of the 8th or 9th level of the spirit-drawing realm. While she may not be his equal, the powerful figures within the 2 departments possess ample means to contend with Shen Yun. Coupled with her equally formidable background in the illustrious Tianjiao Club, which boasts significant influence within the gaming community, they are more than capable of intimidating him. "Once I weather this storm, I shall ensure you pay dearly." Wang Li gazed at Shen Yun with a submissive expression, declaring, "Rest assured. I shall keep my word. If you doubt me." As she spoke, a hint of shyness flickered in her eyes as she tore apart her black blazer, revealing an astonishing cleavage encased in a red, wire-free bra. "You may record a video as evidence, whatever you wish, just don't act rashly." Wang Li held a strong confidence in her beauty, prioritizing her survival over all else for the moment. However, before her words could fully escape her lips, a sharp crack echoed. Shen Yun's 5 razor-sharp nails pierced directly into her skull, instantly shattering her cranial structure. "Ugh!" Wang Li's face contorted in shock as she stared at him. "Fear not. Zhou Hong will soon descend to keep you company," Shen Yun remarked, rising as he scattered the crimson and white remnants from his hands. As for refining blood and enhancing his physique, he found no interest in such endeavors. Drinking from the divine essence spring was far more reliable. At that moment, the phone in Wang Li's pocket emitted a deep voice from a man. "Shen Yun? Oh." Such composure? Shen Yun retrieved his phone, noticing that the call had lasted over a minute. He was well aware of Wang Li's subtle movements. Initially suspecting them to be a hidden weapon, little did he know it was merely a call for assistance. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Imo Chifeng, the head of the repair division in Haiqing Town. I have just conducted an investigation, and it is evident that you were not present at the scene when Zhou Qiaoqiao was murdered. Furthermore, Wang Li's previous remarks were evidently aimed at you. Thus, this matter does not concern you, and no one will trouble you further. However, The actions of Wang Li's team in accepting private jobs do not reflect the official stance. As you are aware, the tumult of this era arrives with great swiftness, and the members recruited by the repair division are rather varied. I hope you can understand. I can understand, Shen Yun replied with a nonchalant tone. As long as they refrain from bothering him, he would be accommodating. If a company can harbor indecisive individuals, one can only imagine the diversity within the vast repair division. Yet, what concern is it of his? They merely need to leave him be. I will send someone to warn Zhou Heng, as well as his superior, Yi Xingchen from the Haiqing Tianjiao division. You may be familiar with the Tianjiao Club. To be frank, our repair division has no desire to provoke that force. What do you think of concluding this matter here? It seems you have high hopes for me. Shen Yun thought, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. There is no such thing as unearned goodwill in this world. The favor being shown must harbor ulterior motives. Although I was not present at the scene, your rapid arrival prevented anyone from wielding the town spirit gun, indicating that you have likely reached a significant level of cultivation. After a moment of contemplation on the other end, Mo Chengfeng articulated his reasoning. I surmise that you have acquired remarkable feedback items within the game. Otherwise, it would be illogical for such a sizable company to dismiss a matter so casually, which is not characteristic of a recent graduate. Indeed, Shen Yun possesses wealth. Yet he had devoted himself entirely to gaming since the launch, likely reaping benefits far more significant than mere monetary gain. As for the nature of the treasure, Mo Chengfeng was unaware. Nonetheless, the strength Shen Yun had exhibited thus far was undoubtedly impressive. If he were to develop properly, he would surely become an exceptional talent. This is also the reason why he is willing to confront the Tianjiao Club in Haiqing. If you wish to investigate someone, it is indeed quite straightforward. Fortunately, the funds that Shen Yun has recharged will not traverse the data stream, as they have been kept confidential by the Xiwenxin mobile game. Otherwise, it could lead to unforeseen complications at this juncture. As for Shen Yun, we will handle this matter and simultaneously request that they provide you with a certain form of compensation. There is no need for that. The old rascal is unfortunate to have crossed paths with me. Shen Yun, if you were to kill him, it would be tantamount to slapping the Tianjiao Club in the face. Upon hearing this, Mo Chengfeng hung up the phone, his brow furrowed. Is the young man being impulsive? Once Zhou Heng is killed, even if Shen Yun is not responsible for Zhou Hao's death, the Tianjiao Club will not let the matter rest easily. This is akin to leaping before the tiger's eyelids. At such a moment, even he would be unable to dissuade Yi Xingchen. He instructed his assistant within the room, immediately informed Zhou Heng to keep his distance. Dispatch 2 teams to the Zhou family and Zhou Corporation. If they encounter Shen Yun, intercept him. I will rush over to negotiate. Understood. After the assistant departed, the crimson-haired woman, who had been leisurely grooming her nails on the sofa, spoke. Shen Yun harbors no fear of the Tianjiao Club. It is quite likely that he is indeed the one responsible for the killings. Mo Chengfeng nodded in agreement. The Zhou family is a treacherous lot. This matter surely cannot end well. He had perused the Zhou family's record, and combined with Wang Li's words and Shen Yun's current actions, it was evident that Shen Yun had discerned the Zhou family's intentions to usurp his company, prompting him to take lethal action. Nonetheless, Shen Yun's audacity to disregard the Tianjiao Club left him astounded. Inform Yi Xingchen that I will protect Shen Yun. Zhou Heng brought this upon himself. If he dies, so be it. The crimson-haired woman rose and approached the floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing at the nightscape of Haiqing, now that a third-tier blood demon king has emerged in Haiqing, the demon suppression department is in dire need of capable personnel. If Yi Xingchen dares to act against him, let the Tianjiao Club vacate the entire city. The demon suppression department, unlike the demon repair department, operates as an independent entity. The department head, Master Tian, and the deputy head, Confucius, represent the pinnacle of martial power in China, boasting an exceptionally formidable background. Despite the Tianjiao Club's impressive performance within the game, the rewards are not easily obtained. Members of the club in reality require time to develop their strength. As the captain of Haiqing's demon suppression department, she currently harbors no fear of Yi Xingchen. Yes, Captain Jiang. Mo Chengfeng swiftly retrieved his phone to contact Yi Xingchen. At the Zhou Corporation, Shen Yun, riding a white fox, surveyed the room filled with astonished onlookers. Fixing his gaze upon Zhou Heng and Yi Xingchen, it is fortunate you are all present. It saves me the trouble of searching individually. After eliminating Wang Li, he had come to prevent the demon suppression department from leaking information. To his surprise, he arrived at an opportune moment. The two were convening a meeting. Such a remarkable steed would be a splendid addition to the club. Yi Xingchen, concealing his envy, turned his attention to Shen Yun. I am Yu Qingxue, the branch minister of the Tianjiao Club. Commander Mo has briefed me on your situation. I believe it to be a mere misunderstanding. Should you desire any form of compensation, do not hesitate to express it. I can even recommend you for membership in the Tianjiao Club. Yu Qingxue's tone was calm, showing no concern that Shen Yun might decline. The Tianjiao Club is currently the most sought-after organization among Chinese players. Once one gains entry, their game character receives immense support. Shen Yun is undoubtedly a talent. A wise individual would never spurn an olive branch extended to him. Opposing the Tianjiao Club would only lead to self-destruction. As for Zhou Heng's loss of children, dead men hold no value. Damn it, turning against me faster than flipping a page. Zhou Heng felt a surge of frustration. Yet, the circumstances were beyond his control. He could only swallow his pride and clasp his fists towards Shen Yun. I am unaware of how those two children offended you. Joining the Tianjiao Club is out of the question. Shen Yun interrupted him directly, a mysterious smile fixated on Yu Qingxue. I rather wish to personally dismantle this power. You are utterly audacious. Yu Qingxue, infuriated, leapt to his feet. Until this moment, no one had dared to speak to a member of the Tianjiao Club in such a manner. However, the expressions of those present shifted abruptly. For Shen Yun had already vanished from sight. You shall compensate with your lives. In an instant, a chilling white claw swept across Zhou Heng's neck. His head soaring into the air. Attack. The cultivators within the room, witnessing Shen Yun reveal his true form, promptly drew their demon suppression guns for a barrage, while others wielding magical artifacts unleashed their assaults. All their attacks transformed into streaks of light, hurtling towards Shen Yun, who stood behind Zhou Heng. Yet, the white fox beneath him moved with such incredible swiftness, evading the onslaught as though it were a streak of white light darting through the gathered cultivators. With a flurry of swift strikes, the razor-sharp blood-red claws severed heads with ease. Moreover, an elderly cultivator of the first tier of the gathering rotation realm, who was on friendly terms with Zhou Heng, found himself unable to react before his head rolled to the ground. Not a single bullet struck the white fox. Its heightened senses allowed it to evade all projectiles before they could be fired. I possess a third-tier thunderbolt of cataclysm. Realizing the peril, Yu Qingxue shouted, if you kill me, you will not escape the ensuing explosion. You will undoubtedly perish. He had miscalculated, never anticipating Shen Yun's ruthlessness, which provided him no opportunity for negotiation. Fortunately, he possessed a high-grade third-tier thunderbolt of cataclysm. Even cultivators of the condensing veins realm would not dare endure it. But Shen Yun had no intention of relenting, tightening his grip around the white fox's waist and lunging towards the terrified Yu Qingxue. In his previous life, this man had leveraged connections to assist the Zhou family in seizing his company and capturing him. Today, his death would be a form of interest collected. The total debt still lay upon the head of the Tianjiao Club. During his escape, Shen Yun had sought refuge with the Demon Suppression Department, but due to insufficient strength, he was unable to join and had to settle for the Demon Repair Department. Unfortunately, the Tianjiao Club's influence was so vast that they had branded him an online fugitive, preventing him from even entering the Demon Repair Department. In this lifetime, he shall undoubtedly dismantle this organization. Then let us perish together. Yu Qingxue, witnessing the approach of Bai Ying, pressed the button of the earth-shattering thunder with a grim expression. As the core member of the Tianjiao Club, he did not wish for death. Yet, in the face of despair, pleas for mercy were futile. He would drag his opponent down with him, even in death. Foolishness, a soft whisper emerged as Shen Yun's claw grazed his neck, and the white fox beneath him vanished into the void. Boom. The thunder reverberated across the land. The powerful shockwave engulfed the floor in a cloud of dust, scattering debris in all directions. Not far away, on a tall building, Shen Yun observed the myriad lights igniting around him in the wake of the explosion and bent down to stroke the white fox's head. You are indeed impressive. Of course, the white fox squinted its eyes, nuzzling against his cheek with a look of satisfaction. Haha, let us depart. Shortly after the pair vanished, a fleet of black cars halted beneath the Zhou Corporation building. MO2, we have arrived at the Zhou Corporation. However, a significant explosion has occurred here. Yu Qingxue is also at the Zhou Corporation. Go investigate. Understood. The young man, having hung up the phone, felt a surge of anxiety. If Yu Qingxue is also dead, this matter will escalate drastically. They were aware that Mo Chifeng was a member of the Demon Suppression Division, and with Captain Zhang's orders, safeguarding Shen Yun would not pose a challenge. The crucial factor, however, was that Zhou Heng must perish, but Yu Qingxue could not come to harm. If a branch minister of a club were to die, the Tianjiao Club would never let it rest. The organization possesses formidable abilities within the game, with characters bound to the cloud being of extraordinary caliber. Once they rise to prominence, their power will be exceedingly terrifying, even in this early stage of development. There are influential figures providing support from the shadows. If something truly goes awry, it may prove challenging for Captain Jiang to protect Shen Yun. Impulsiveness can be perilous. The young man shook his head, urging everyone to search meticulously. Investigate the surveillance footage of the entire building. Understood. The group swiftly surged into the building, commencing their investigation. Not far away, atop a lamppost, a cloaked figure observed the lights illuminating the floors of the Zhou Corporation, their pupils narrowing with intrigue. The energy fluctuations of a third-tier magical artifact. This is the foundation of the talented club? It seems even the Demon Suppression Division will find it formidable. As a creature from the Blue Star Mountain Range, he possessed remarkable intelligence and had infiltrated human society to prey upon numerous low-tier cultivators, achieving a third-tier prowess. However, tonight's unexpected thunderclap served as a warning. He had assumed the outskirts were filled with pitifully weak prey, considering the recent revival of spiritual energy in Blue Star, which remained quite sparse. To his surprise, he discovered otherwise. It seems I must lay low and develop cautiously, huh? Suddenly, he detected a unique scent wafting into his nostrils, causing his eyes to gleam with excitement. The scent of a spiritual beast. He leaped like a bat, slicing through the night sky until he reached the rooftop where the white fox had previously stood. The enticing aroma intensified, and after confirming his location, he crouched down, transforming his nose into that of a bat, greedily inhaling the fragrance from the ground. Hiss, the scent is divine, truly delightful. Spiritual beasts are of a higher rank than demon beasts, as they inherently possess a bloodline of inheritance. If a demon beast were to devour and refine the bloodline of a spiritual beast, it would not only enhance its cultivation but could also potentially purify its own aptitude and comprehend the bloodline's mystical abilities. In the Xiantian continent, spiritual beasts are regarded as prodigies among the demon race. Yet, in this realm, there are no restrictions imposed by the demon race. If he were to consume it, no one would be the wiser. It appears that the spiritual beast is on the verge of a breakthrough, and its uncontrollable aura is leaking out. The bat demon glanced around with a furrowed brow. There was no trace of its presence in the air, indicating its remarkable speed. Even he lacked the confidence to vanish without leaving a trace. This revealed that the spiritual beast was indeed formidable. Defeating it would not be an easy task. Could the explosion be linked to it? The bat demon raised an eyebrow, gazing towards the smoke-filled building. Perhaps there are clues left by surveillance nearby. In a flash, he vanished into the night. Upon returning home, Shen Yun found that the bodies and vehicles outside had been cleared away, likely due to Mo Chenfeng notifying the property management. As he stepped into his room, the energy within him surged. It seems I am on the brink of a breakthrough again. The breakthrough in efficiency is truly exhilarating. Shen Yun swiftly retrieved 2 mid-grade spirit stones from the safe. Once these 2 stones are consumed, he would have to absorb the spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth for his breakthrough, thus slowing the pace of his advancement. Contemplating this, he opened the game, leave a message for Qingxue, asking her to help me search. Hongxi's cultivation speed was not as rapid as hers, so he decided to let the young girl focus on alchemy for now. The cost of leaving a message for players was quite affordable, requiring only a mere Yuan to record a voice message. After experiencing the thrill of a rapid breakthrough, the slow, tortoise-like progress of his previous life was something he had no desire to relive. By the way, besides the game providing spirit stones, there were also rumors of spirit stone mines emerging in Blue Star during my last life. After sending the message, he quietly noted to himself, I should search for information online when I get the chance. Spiritual energy had been revitalized for decades, and various nations had formed spirit stone mines to varying extents. However, prior to the game-seeking immortals, no one was aware of this fact. Bringing his thoughts back, Shen Yun said to the white fox, I shall break through first. You may entertain yourself. A woo. The white fox whimpered in a soft voice, then burrowed into the blanket, revealing only its delicate pink nose. Sensing the comforting presence of its master, it closed its eyes and entered a meditative state. In the Xiantian continent, within the grand hall of the Yaoqi sacred land, the Yaoqi lord gazed at Ling Qingxue with a face full of astonishment. In just 2 short days, you have reached the 5th heaven of the vast sea. The surrounding elders marveled as they circled her, even with the body of a saintess. One cannot achieve such rapid advancement at this stage. Her aura was steady, appearing as though she had cultivated for an extended period. Was it not said that the saint body was exceedingly difficult to cultivate? Could it be that with the enhancement of the Tao body, her cultivation efficiency had actually improved? There was one point that remained unspoken among the crowd. Despite Ling Qingxue's astonishing breakthroughs, the spirit stones she consumed were nothing short of astronomical, exceeding those of ordinary practitioners of the same level by hundreds or even thousands of times. Actually, I have been cultivating for nearly half a year. Ling Qingxue murmured to herself. The time contraction space tower was indeed miraculous. One day inside equated to 2 months outside, while the saint body was challenging to cultivate. Her physique had been fully activated, and combined with the innate talent of the Tao body and the support of a royal-grade spirit root, her cultivation progressed effortlessly. It is time to go out and assist my master in finding the necessary items. She bowed respectfully to the Lord. Although Qingxue's realm is stable, she lacks real combat experience and is considering venturing out for training to strengthen herself. Upon exiting her seclusion, she had also received a message from her master, indicating a need to collect spirit stones and items during her free time. This marks the first time the young master has left her a message, likely a reminder pertaining to some significant matter he is attending to. It is evident that the aura of goodwill associated with these items is indeed something the young master desperately requires. Now that she has emerged from her seclusion, she must venture out in search of them. Very well, the Lord of the Yaoqi nodded, softly advising her, should you encounter any danger while cultivating outside, make sure to use the life-preserving talisman bestowed by the sect. Do not hesitate for fear of waste. The protector, clad in white, will follow her discreetly, yet will not inform Ling Qingxue of their presence. Only in the face of life-threatening situations or insurmountable challenges will the protector intervene, ensuring she does not grow reliant on assistance. After all, a sheltered environment does not foster unparalleled powerhouses. Very well, I take my leave, Ling Qingxue said, bidding farewell to the Lord. She then proceeded to the Yaoqi Steward Peak to inquire whether the Elder Steward had any suitable locations for her to undertake her training. Once she identifies a fitting training ground, she intends to visit the nearby bustling city in hopes of discovering items that evoke goodwill, such as the merit of a grand sect. Even the most obscure training locations are documented. Soon, Ling Qingxue found a suitable site for cultivators of the Hanxi realm, the Qilin Mountain Underground Palace. Upon descending the mountain, she spotted the Yaoqi saintess, Yuan, approaching with a radiant smile. Are you setting out for training, junior sister? May I accompany you? Ling Qingxue did not refuse the saintess's kindness, clasping her fists in respect. Then I would be grateful for your company, senior sister. Yuan smiled as she took her hand. Do not bow to me. Who knows? One day I might have to call you senior sister. Although Ling Qingxue was not the Yaoqi saintess, her status was certainly on par, and her talents were undeniably exceptional, leading to remarkably swift breakthroughs. Yet, even if the other wished to assume the role of saintess, she would willingly step aside, provided it served the greater good of Yaoqi. A senior sister will always remain a senior sister. Ling Qingxue had no desire to vie for anything within Yaoqi. Her only concern was the young master, along with her diligent cultivation to seize the opportunity to assist him. Such a devoted spirit to cultivation, Yuan noted as she observed her sincerity, leading her on to the flying vessel. Where does junior sister intend to train? The Qilin Mountain Underground Palace. Senior sister, I would like to make a brief stop at the nearby Jingxiaching. Ling Qingxue wished to explore the merchant guild within the city for any goodwill spirit stones or items. Understood. The flying vessel ascended, departing from Yaoqi. Finally, he has broken through to the second level of the gathering rotation. Shen Yun opened his eyes, glancing at his phone to check the time. Merely 2 days had passed, a pace far swifter than in his previous life. Recalling the days when he had to cultivate in seclusion, fearful of enemies seeking to disrupt him, he now found himself at ease. Noticing the absence of the white fox on the bed, Shen Yun assumed the little creature had entered the beast's space. He picked up his phone to log into the Xuanshin mobile game, only to discover that the white fox was not present within the game. However, the Q-version avatar displayed 3 large characters, transforming. Transforming? Has it turned into a human? He wondered what it looked like. Curiosity piqued, Shen Yun called out towards the door. White fox, come here quickly. He heard a surprised ah from outside, followed by a graceful figure flying in to stand beside him. The visitor was a stunning white-haired woman, her delicate features exquisitely refined, possessing a pure, yet subtly alluring appearance. The slightly upturned corners of her eyes added a hint of charm, creating a harmonious blend of contrasting styles on her face. Pure and alluring? Or perhaps it exuded an ethereal quality of innocence that captivated the heart at first glance. This is evidently a transformed white fox, as her 2 fluffy ears atop her head quiver slightly. Shen Yun, having weathered numerous storms, was not easily captivated at the sight of the transformed creature. Nonetheless, his heart raced to an extreme. For this young lady had audaciously donned the midnight attire of Zhou Qiao from the wardrobe. The purple ensemble appeared to be brand new, likely untouched garments from the closet. Yet, it was exceedingly alluring. Her pearlescent skin paired with the enchanting purple attire created an overwhelming visual impact. And you've even matched it with stockings of the same hue? Your taste is truly commendable. Even Shen Yun felt a warmth in his breath as he quickly exclaimed. But this simply cannot be. Do you see any fabric on me that is but a palm's breadth in size? The white fox shrank her neck, her ears drooping as if she had committed a faux pas, softly murmuring, "The last time my master asked me to smell the clothes, it was this style. I thought you would like it." Ahem. Shen Yun's face flushed crimson. He had quite a few garments, having only set aside a few of Zhou Qiao's night outfits. Never expecting the white fox to misinterpret the situation. However, it must be said that her allure was indeed at its peak. He had a sudden urge to sing about how purple is filled with charm, but this girl seemed so innocent, clearly unaware of the implications of her attire. Shen Yun hastily opened the wardrobe and found a loose sweatshirt, draping it over her shoulders. From now on, such clothing should only be shown to those you cherish. It must not be displayed to outsiders. But I adore my master, can't I? The white fox pouted, looking up at Shen Yun with an air of grievance. Standing at 175 centimeters, she looked up at Shen Yun, who was half a head taller, exuding a delicate and pitiful demeanor. Do you understand what it means to truly adore someone? Shen Yun chuckled. Come, let me show you some videos and information online. Online? The white fox followed him to the bedside. Her curiosity piqued as she watched Shen Yun retrieve a tablet. With her remarkable intelligence, she learned to navigate the internet in less than half an hour. As she discovered the significance of her attire, a blush gradually crept over her innocent features, and she vanished from the room with the tablet in hand. Ahem, the bags in the living room are filled with new clothes I bought for you. My heavens! The white fox, hiding in another room, pressed her back against the wall, her face nearly crimson with embarrassment. This is far too awkward. My master wouldn't he think I intended to seduce him by dressing this way, would he? After all, being a fox spirit, such a notion was not entirely unfounded. She lifted the oversized collar to take a look, and moments later, her delicate earlobes and neck turned a deep shade of red. Oh no, this is impossible to conceal. As she spoke, her dainty, fair toes clutched the floor tightly. Not only was concealment futile, but the very design of the outfit, with its split style, was akin to a futile attempt at muffling the sound of a bell. Alas, she was utterly mortified before her master. Finally, I've calmed down, Shen Yun uttered, sipping the divine spiritual spring to soothe his nerves. Truly, a vixen is alluring, especially when it's unintentional. Any more of that? And even the most discerning warrior of Chao's army might falter, let alone him. He recalled that upon breaking through a major realm, the white fox would automatically unlock a racial talent. Shen Yun picked up his phone, opened the white fox's chibi avatar, and reviewed her details. Mystic pet, nine-tailed enchantress gender, female bloodline quality, emperor bloodline, celestial fox clan current realm, initial stage of chi condensation realm, tier 3 early stage, racial talents, spatial blink, spirit fox healing, void rend, celestial fox clan innate talent. Activating the talent with the body source energy allows the enemy to suffer the rending of void energy with formidable power. Status, gradually mastering human form. The higher the realm, the longer the duration of maintaining human form. Void rend? That's a potent ability, Shen Yun exclaimed with delight. The first two are life-saving skills, and now there's an unexpected offensive means, significantly boosting the white fox's lethality. Ding. Please bestow a name upon the transformed white fox. Name? Shen Yun raised an eyebrow. White fox, come over here. It's time to give you a name. Anything master chooses. I'll adore, the white fox murmured from the doorway, her rosy lips slightly parted, ears perked up in anticipation. She was now clad in a white, ancient-style robe that Shen Yun had specially bought for her, and it suited her perfectly. I wonder if she's wearing anything underneath. Shen Yun swiftly banished the intrusive thought, stroking his chin as he began to ponder deeply. Since she's a white fox, let's have her surname be Bai. She's so beautiful, like a fairy stepping out of a painting. After a moment of contemplation, he typed in 3 characters. Bai Xianer. Ding. Congratulations, player, for successfully naming the character. Oh, master, it's such a melodious name. Bai Xianer approached Shen Yun, her face brimming with joy. Her expression was tinged with shyness, but filled with delight. Clearly enamored with the name. Haha, glad you like it. Shen Yun patted the bed beside him. Go online and learn more about this world. I'm going to play some games. Understood, Master. Shen nodded, and after sitting down, she noticed him staring at the empty air. I wonder what Master is always doing. I'll search online. Feeling somewhat distant from him, Shen glanced at Shen Yun before cautiously shifting her hips, moving closer until she could finally feel his warmth. Only then did she lean contentedly against the headboard, using her knees to prop up the tablet as she began browsing the internet. Shen Yun was observing Luo Hongshi's chibi character, noticing the girl crossing her arms, stomping her foot repeatedly, her face radiating smugness. Indeed, she had reason to be smug. A 100 success rate in alchemy had added another pill to her inventory, a Tier 2 spirit-gathering pill. Once Hoshi's alchemy skills and efficiency improve, the feedback of pills will only increase. Shen Yun mused gleefully. When he runs out of spirit stones, he can just take 1 or 2 out to sell on the black market. The future looks promising. Lacking a storage ring, Shen Yun did not retrieve the pill. Next, he turned his attention to the chibi version of Ling Qingxue, who was currently in an elegant room at the treasure pavilion, examining a storage ring in her hand. Upon checking her details, Shen Yun was astonished to find that she had already reached the 5th level of the vast ocean realm. TSK. The efficiency of spending money is truly remarkable. Such astonishing progress in just 2 days. It won't be long before this girl becomes renowned throughout both realms. More importantly, the higher Ling Qingxue's cultivation, the more advanced the items she'll come into contact with. As a player, Shen Yun will receive increasingly exquisite items as feedback. Inside the treasure pavilion, not a single one. Ling Qingxue frowned, placing the storage ring on the table and looking at the shopkeeper across from her. Shopkeeper Zhou, may I examine other spirit stones? Oh, Zhou raised an eyebrow. The woman before him had been personally sent by the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi. Although her cultivation seemed low, her background was undoubtedly extraordinary. More importantly, a few days ago, another cultivator had used the guise of selling magical items to make a similar request. This stirred within him a sense of an unusual scent. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou inquired with curiosity, Ling, my friend, previously a cultivator approached with a similar request. Could you enlighten us on what you were searching for? The moment these words were uttered, a wave of shock coursed through Ling Qingxue's heart. Could it be that their intentions align with those of my esteemed master? She had believed that only her master would seek such an artifact, unaware that others might also be in pursuit. However, the gaze cast upon her by her master quickly steadied her emotions, remained composed. Shen Yun understood that such matters could not be concealed, especially not from someone of Ling Qingxue's esteemed background and connections, who naturally possessed an abundance of information, as evidenced by the current scenario. He had long prepared a response, and with unwavering loyalty to his role, he simply echoed the most popular discourse from his past life. My esteemed master, and they hail from the same realm. However, those are mere trivial paths unworthy of the spotlight. You may focus on your search for the artifact, even if the other party has previously encountered the spirit stones. You might still discover ones that resonate with you. After a thorough explanation, Ling Qingxue finally comprehended. To put it plainly, her master occupied a lofty position, akin to observing the world from the clouds, capable of bestowing upon her imperial treasures and other exceptional artifacts, yet others lacked such prowess. Moreover, affinity artifacts typically corresponded to individuals. While she might sense a connection to this particular artifact, it would not necessarily translate to others. Thus, even if the other party had previously encountered the spirit stones here, she could continue her search. As for how to explain this to the shopkeeper, a mere intimidation would suffice. It is my esteemed ancestor who sent me on this quest. I am but a novice in such matters. Ling Qingxue offered an apologetic smile. Is this the intention of the Saint of the Yaoqi? Zhou eyelids twitched, yet he dared not inquire further, rising to invite her. In that case, my friend, please accompany me. Should there be any business from Yaoqi in the future, I hope you will extend your favor to my duo tower. Indeed, this presents an opportunity. Ling Qingxue's eyes brightened. Rather than searching alone, it would be prudent to enlist the aid of the sacred ground. With the extensive network of the sacred ground, a mere request would surely summon numerous trading firms. At that point, she need only sit back and select the affinity spirit stones and artifacts to her liking. With this in mind, Ling Qingxue feigned contemplation and spoke. I shall return to consult my ancestor, if a collaboration can be established between our parties. Do remember to bring the spirit stones to Yaoqi for my inspection. The more, the better. She merely needs to inform them upon her return. The sacred land will undoubtedly be curious about her intentions in selecting spirit stones, and she can simply explain that it is required for her physical cultivation. In the world of cultivation, everyone harbors secrets, Who would delve too deeply? Zhou Wen's words were merely polite, and he was unexpectedly overjoyed by such an outcome. Clasping his fists in greeting, haha, that is indeed a labor of love, my friend. Although the treasure pavilion is substantial, it does not yet possess the qualifications to collaborate with a mighty force like the Sacred Land. The fact that this young lady can converse directly with the Saint of the Yaoqi is both astonishing and delightful. Her background far surpasses that of the previous cultivator who examined the spirit stones. Before long, Ling Qingxue arrived at the warehouse where the spirit stones were stored. On the wooden racks inside lay hundreds of spatial rings. As she dispersed her consciousness to probe within, she ultimately discovered 5 satisfactory spirit stones, 2 low-grade and 3 mid-grade. Quite a commendable harvest. She felt content with the presence of Shen Yun. Upon exiting the treasure pavilion, she murmured quietly, "Young master, after Qingxue completes her training in the Qilin underground palace, I shall assist you in searching for the items. It is of no concern. While procuring items is important, cultivation and training are equally vital. A proper allocation of time will suffice," Shen Yun gently advised. The items needed for feedback must be pursued as well, as they could augment his recharge records. I wonder if this trial will enable me to elevate my VIP status to level 2. He harbored a subtle anticipation of what abilities level 2 might bestow. Noticing that the Qilin underground palace would require some time before opening, Shen Yun's gaze shifted to Bai Xian'er, who had tucked her silver hair behind her ear and was intently focused on the tablet in her hand. Perhaps sensing Shen Yun's gaze, Bai Xian'er's heart raced as she suppressed the warmth rising in her cheeks with her cultivation. The earlier scene had been rather awkward. Regrettably, she could not partake in the game, otherwise, boredom would not have ensued. Shen Yun sighed, realizing that the game was exclusively for human players. Neither the descended beasts nor any future celestial cultivators could access it. "It is all right, master," Bai Xian'er gently shook her head. "In any case, I must cultivate daily, and I cannot play the game for long. Besides, accompanying you is not dull at all." Her voice was melodious and delicate, complemented by her bashful demeanor as she lowered her head, making her resemble a sweet and innocent neighbor girl rather than a vixen. "Indeed," Shen Yun replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling her hair. Not everyone possessed his innate ability to cultivate autonomously. Bai Xian'er relished Shen Yun's touch, though she felt shy about openly expressing her enjoyment. Suddenly, as if a thought struck her, she turned to Shen Yun and said, "Master, during your breakthrough, I chased away a cultivator who approached here. Could it have been someone you know? How did you drive them away?" Shen Yun inquired, his tone peculiar. Bai Xian'er understood his concern, worried about her having been unclothed when she confronted the intruder. This left her visibly bashful. "Without a master, I managed to drive them away with my presence." The visitors, a man and a woman, claimed to be from the Demon Suppression Bureau. They urged you to awaken and investigate the latest news regarding the Zhou Corporation, stating that someone was deliberately causing you trouble. "Zhou Heng's company is troubling me?" Shen Yun pondered in confusion as he opened the search engine. He recalled that the moment he entered the company, he had destroyed the surveillance cameras within, employing the same method used to eliminate the Zhou siblings. Even if the Demon Suppression Bureau was aware of his actions against Yu Xingchen, Bai Xian'er's tone did not suggest they were seeking conflict. As Shen Yun typed explosion at Zhou Corporation in Haiqing, his brows furrowed tightly. Suddenly, a trending entry popped up in the search box. Upon confirming, the tablet's interface was flooded with reports regarding the incident. Each piece of content was accompanied by a grainy surveillance video. Yet, the footage did not depict the interior of the Zhou Corporation. Rather, it captured the moment of the explosion from a nearby rooftop, where he had been. Explosion. A colossal mount player has emerged in Haiqing. The mount appears to be a fox, equipped with a teleportation function, due to the surveillance footage's extreme blurriness. The individual's identity remains unconfirmed. The Zhou Corporation explosion case seems to be linked to him. From the gathered information on the demon beasts, the teleportation ability of the Haiqing White Fox proved to be the most practical. Rumors suggest this was a premeditated act of violence. The details varied widely, with some even uncovering his connection to Shou Qiaoqiao, branding him as the murderer. However, at his level of cultivation, personal vendettas were no longer matters for the police to address. Moreover, Mo Chifeng had already stated that he would not act against him. Thus, no matter how widespread the rumors became online, they could not affect him. The angle of the footage was quite cunning. Shen Yun noticed that the most popular and earliest report had been published shortly after the explosion, merely 10 minutes post-incident. So swiftly did they pinpoint his exact location. The Puppet Master undoubtedly possesses certain capabilities. Could it be the Tianjiao Club rather than the Demon Suppression Division? After perusing the news for a while, Shen Yun closed it. Regardless of the force at play, he harbored no fear, since the hidden figure was so eager to expose him. It was only a matter of time before they revealed their true colors. Is everything all right, Master? Do not fret. It is but a trifling matter. Shen Yun gently caressed by Sienna's delicate nose, only to witness her radiating a soft white glow. Master, I wish to revert. With a swish. Her petite form swiftly diminished, her garments falling to the bed, revealing a beautiful little fox. Once my cultivation improves, I shall be able to maintain my form for longer. Shen Yun cradled the white fox, stroking its fur affectionately. Master's words suggest he enjoys my transformed appearance, Bai Xian'er said, her eyes narrowing in bliss. Relieved that her appearance met his approval. Meanwhile, within the gaming realm, Ling Qingxue, alongside a multitude of cultivators, ventured into the Qilin Mountains' underground palace. This ancient abode, rumored to be crafted by a fire Qilin, was accessible solely to cultivators of the Hanhai realm. Others who dared enter would face the palace's lethal restrictions, capable of extinguishing even the mightiest. The last opening had occurred centuries prior, with tales of individuals discovering the fire Qilin's divine ability, flames of devastation. Alas, many perished in its wake. It was a scene of utter tragedy. At the entrance to the palace, thousands gazed at the diverging paths, murmuring, "This is the divine fire that can incinerate all creation, even the heavens. How could we dare covet it? Finding a few treasures would be a stroke of luck. Beware the fire-walking corpses within the palace." Many cultivators before have had their souls charred by the flames of devastation, becoming puppets of the palace, their strength formidable. Ling Qingxue, ever attentive, followed the throng into a corridor of the palace. "I hope to discover some favorable artifacts," she mused as she delved deeper, testing her strength against a few corpses and finding them indeed weak. Thus, she unleashed her might, effortlessly dispatching her foes. Her physique was truly formidable. Shen Yun watched in awe as Ling Qingxue effortlessly advanced through the palace, her prowess astounding. Among the charred fire corpses, many possessed Han-high-level cultivation. Yet they could not withstand even a single exchange with her. The finger techniques she had learned from the jade pool manifested in her hands like a laser gun, sending foes sprawling with each shot. Moreover, she exhibited no sign of fatigue, her internal energy seemingly inexhaustible. The Nine Heavens' sacred body indeed was a force to be reckoned with. As she progressed, the various corridors of the palace began to converge. However, the elite cultivators present were few, merely a dozen or so, all engaged in clearing the powerful fire corpses from their path. Suddenly, from the depths of the pitch-black palace, a massive plume of red flames erupted. Wherever the flames coursed, the bones and treasures of the past were reduced to ash. The suffocating aura of destruction caused the cultivators present to pale, retreating in alarm. This is not good. It is the flames of devastation from the fire Qilin. Alarmingly, the fire corpses showed no signs of being affected by the flames. Instead, their strength surged as they ignited, charging ferociously towards the startled crowd. "We must not linger here." Fearful, they fled, yet in their peripheral vision, they caught sight of two figures darting into the fiery depths. It is the disciples of the Jade Pool, and the prodigy Chu Feng from the Refining Flame Manor. They charged into the inferno without a hint of trepidation, witnessing their fearless advance. The crowd gasped in shock. Although the flames of devastation may not be at their peak, their power remains formidable. Such formidable protective measures. In an instant, the disparity in depth and strength between the two parties became glaringly apparent. The duo moved with incredible speed, traversing the long corridor of flames in mere breaths, arriving at a vast underground plaza. Upon landing, Ling Qingxue beheld the source of the flames, a fire seed that had transformed into the illusion of a fire Qilin. Indeed, it was the source of the fire Qilin's flames of devastation. Chu Feng from the Refining Flame Manor, seeing the fire Qilin's phantom flee, hastened after it. Should the fire Qilin still be alive, no one would dare covet its treasures. Yet this source of flames of devastation had long been diminished by the sands of time, providing them with an opportunity. He glanced sideways at Ling Qingxue, who maintained her pace, and with a subtle smile, said, "Friend, should you choose to withdraw today, I could speak favorably on your behalf when my companion attains enlightenment." Ling Qingxue's eyes narrowed slightly, her tone growing icy. "This treasure is mine to claim. I advise you not to interfere, though he might indeed know someone with potential for enlightenment." The elders of the Jade Pool had proclaimed her potential as well, who could intimidate whom. The flickering flame emitted a favorable resonance, and its quality appeared exceptional. She must secure it to present to her master. Any who dared obstruct her acquisition would become her adversary. How fortunate, for I too have need of it. Chu Feng shrugged. If she would not heed his warning, then they would rely on their own capabilities. The woman's speed is indeed remarkable, yet her cultivation level only reaches the 5th layer of the vast sea. With his consummate mastery in the vast sea realm, it would merely take him a moment to deal with her. Thus, there is no further discussion. In a flash, Ling Qingxue chose to abandon the pursuit of the flickering flame and charged directly towards Chu Feng. Given the circumstances, Chu Feng cast a glance at the fleeing fire source and, with a grim tone, fixed his gaze on the approaching Ling Qingxue. I shall deal with you first. How dare she act so recklessly with a cultivation level inferior to his? Did she truly believe that the prodigies of his sect were mere decorations? Suddenly, with a whoosh, Ling Qingxue unleashed her full speed, instantly appearing before him and delivering a punch. The speed was akin to a sudden burst, causing Chu Feng's pupils to constrict in astonishment. What terrifying velocity! He hastily summoned a defensive shield with his divine sense, positioning it before him just in time. As the opponent's pristine white fist, accompanied by a piercing whoosh that tore through the air, struck the shield with a resounding impact. Naive. This is my 8th-tier defensive shield. Chu Feng braced himself, anticipating the recoil to send him flying before retaliating. Yet, in the next instant, a tremendous force surged through the shield, severing the connection between Chu Feng and his protection, leaving his face ashen with disbelief. How is this possible? Why is she so powerful? With a swift motion, the shield was sent careening away like a cannonball, colliding violently with Chu Feng. Puffed. Blood spewed from his mouth as he resembled a lifeless fish, crashing against the nearby wall before collapsing to the ground. At that moment, disbelief etched across Chu Feng's features. As a fellow prodigy, he had been utterly crushed by a single blow. It was nothing short of a brutal mismatch. Shen Yun savored a sip of the divine essence spring, reflecting on how wretched this girl had once been, and now she had emerged, showcasing her prowess. Indeed, it evoked a sense of paternal pride akin to witnessing a child grow. Shen Yun paused mid-sip, noticing that the bloodied man bore an embroidered character for heaven on the cuff of his sleeve. These are indeed the hallmarks of a character from the Prodigy Club. No wonder he spoke with such arrogance. Shen Yun narrowed his eyes slightly. Members of the Prodigy Club are indeed associated with many exceptional characters, individuals who possess the qualities to attain enlightenment. However, in his eyes, those people would merely serve as stepping stones for Ling Qingxue. Qingxue, now that we've made our move, kill him directly. That is precisely my intention, young master. Ling Qingxue unleashed a fist imprint towards Chu Feng, who was filled with despair. Having been a fugitive for many years, she knew that those with such extraordinary backgrounds were not to be trifled with. Once offended, it's best to eliminate them to prevent endless troubles. No. Chu Feng roared in despair. I am willing to withdraw from the competition. Please, fellow cultivator, spare my life. The seer behind him clearly indicated that there would be no danger today. So how could he encounter such a life-or-death situation? Smack. The fist imprint did not pause in the slightest. On the spot, Chu Feng's body was blasted apart, with flesh and blood flying everywhere. Damn it, this female cultivator is also bound to a player. In an office, a woman's shrill voice resounded. All 7 people in the room immediately looked at her. What's wrong, Xiaoan? Why are you crying? Yes, Xiaoan, what grievance have you suffered? Your brother will stand up for you. As members of the Prodigy Club, they were a collective, sharing resources and advancing and retreating together. Moreover, Xiaoan was extremely beautiful, and her character's aptitude was among the best. However, Xiao Ni's words silenced the scene. My character has been killed. After saying that, she burst into tears. She had clearly used the daily intelligence on her character, and it didn't say anything about the character being killed in the secret realm. The only possibility was that this Yaoqi cultivator named Ling Qingxue was also bound to a player. Only in this situation could players not deduce information about each other's characters. This situation is widely discussed online, with many individuals having encountered similar experiences. Mystics speculate that this phenomenon is a unique form of protection bestowed by the Celestial Order upon game characters, intended to prevent the extrapolation of intelligence onto other avatars. However, should the 2 parties cross paths, the outcome remains uncertain. If the character perishes, wouldn't that render you useless? The gazes directed at Xiao and I within the room have shifted, with some individuals revealing inexplicable, lecherous smiles. Unless Xiao and I's newly bound character possesses the caliber of a prodigy, the club does not accommodate idle individuals. Yet, the likelihood of such an occurrence is exceedingly slim, as some cities lack even a single member of a club. The expansive realm of Xiantian in the game is simply too vast, with a population far too large. With hundreds of millions of players from Blue Star entering the fray, The number of bound characters is but a drop in the ocean, utterly negligible. Were it not for the Celestial Order's exceptional care for players, according to Xiantian cultivators, only a handful of geniuses might emerge from among the hundreds of millions. A disciple of the Yuchi? The attendees scrutinized the screenshot of Xiao and I, discreetly noting this character. They resolved to deliberate at the club's upcoming assembly whether to instruct their game avatars to target this woman. In ordinary matters, they could decide internally. However, a character capable of vanquishing prodigious talents is not one they can provoke at will. Not a single item of goodwill, Ling Qingxue declared after inspecting Chu Feng's storage ring, swiftly making her way towards the hidden location of the burning sky fire source. Her physique is extraordinarily sensitive. How could a flame, an energy body as scorching as the sun, possibly evade her scrutiny? This was also the source of her confidence in daring to set aside the flame of destruction to confront Chu Feng. Indeed, in less than 5 minutes, Ling Qingxue located the flame of destruction, which was hiding upon a sacrificial altar in the underground palace. Her sudden appearance seemed to startle the flame, causing it to tremble slightly. You cannot escape my perception. Ling Qingxue approached with a smile, yet her brow furrowed instantly. She witnessed the flame of destruction flowing like quicksand into a translucent jade bone on the altar below. The jade bone, resembling a massive rod, emanated an aura of antiquity. As the flame of destruction entirely fused into it, a resonating hum echoed. The ancient and powerful essence enveloped the entire underground palace in an instant. Due to their close proximity, Ling Qingxue could even feel a terrifying pressure emanating from the jade bone, which knocked her back with a single glance. The trial ladder of the Yaoqi was non-aggressive, yet the pressure here felt as though a formidable warrior had descended, utterly unresistible. How formidable? Ling Qingxue, upon landing, gazed in disbelief at the jade bone that had risen before her. She beheld a massive fire qilin, ablaze from head to toe, materializing on the altar. However, it was merely a phantom, with the translucent jade bone serving as its thigh bone. The qilin's eyes resembled deep, cold abysses, silently fixating on Ling Qingxue. Even without uttering a word, it radiated an overwhelming aura of dominance. Is this truly the bone of a qilin? Though she had her suspicions, Ling Qingxue was still astounded by the sight. The qilin was one of the 7 great imperial beasts of ancient times, capable of battling emperors in its maturity. Its power exceedingly terrifying. Yet, this was knowledge from millions of years ago. Subsequently, the bloodlines of the 7 great imperial beasts seemed to have been cursed, with even fully grown specimens merely reaching the quasi-emperor realm. This fire qilin had perished before reaching maturity, as evidenced by the purple-golden divine patterns emanating from its leg bone, indicating it had only attained the great sage level. Ling Qingxue sensed that this fire qilin phantom did not wish for her to take the leg bone and the flame of destruction. Esteemed elder. She clasped her fists in respect. I must take this flame of destruction. The fire qilin on the altar narrowed its eyes. Boom. In an instant, the surrounding void ignited with intense flames of destruction, far surpassing the previous inferno in the passage. The underground palace transformed into a sea of fire in the blink of an eye. What was even more alarming was the sound of the void cracking, unable to withstand the scorching flames, producing a grinding noise. Nevertheless, Ling Qingxue remained undaunted, her resolute visage exuding determination. I have stated that I must take it today, regardless of the cost. Thunderous roars echoed, akin to mountains collapsing, resounding from within her body. The boiling blood coursed through her veins, causing her garments to flutter wildly, while an enigmatic, formless silhouette, seated amidst the stars, hovered behind her. She fully activated the 9 heavens sacred body, radiating sacred light as the sounds of the great path resonated around her. In that moment, she appeared as a celestial being, stepping boldly into the flames of destruction. Hiss! Thick smoke billowed from her silhouette. Although she seemed unscathed, the connection between the illusion and her mind caused her to break into a cold sweat upon mere contact with the fire. On the altar, the fire qilin's vacant gaze fell upon the formless silhouette, and a glimmer of vitality flickered within its eyes. The sacred body of the great path? Its deep voice resonated with the weight of ages, echoing throughout the hall. After a prolonged gaze at Ling Qingxue and her spectral form, the fire qilin spoke softly. Junior, you are not the destined one I have chosen. Depart. Ling Qingxue remained silent, taking another step forward, her resolve unmistakable. The flames receded like a tide, encircling only the translucent jade bone within a yard's distance. The manifestation of the sacred body was indeed formidable, yet it was still in its developmental phase. The fire qilin did not wish to damage its foundation, although its peak strength was not present. The flames of destruction it summoned were far beyond what this young girl could withstand. Prolonged exposure would inevitably lead to injury. Ling Qingxue recognized the Qilan's goodwill, letting out a sigh of relief before bowing once more. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your protection. Ultimately, her strength was still somewhat lacking. Yet as she raised her head, a rich purple divine radiance erupted from her brow, the aura of an imperial weapon. Ling Qingxue fixed her gaze on the astonished fire Qilan and declared, Esteemed elder, forgive my impudence. I have compelling reasons to seize this treasure. Even if it meant standing against the world, she was determined to acquire this invaluable artifact today. Your fortune is indeed profound. This course of action is excessive. The ancient Qilan shook its head, perceiving the greed in the young girl's heart. Moments later, a brilliant light erupted from the altar beneath the Qilan's feet. The powerful fluctuations of the formation caused the entire underground palace to tremble. Especially as the rich purple aura rippled from the formation, Ling Qingxue's expression changed dramatically. An imperial-grade teleportation formation? However, she quickly realized that the teleportation formation on the altar was severely damaged, likely just a fragment of the imperial array. Young master, what should we do? Shen Yun was equally bewildered. This old fellow still possesses a hidden hand. This is the divine power of the fire Qilan, and just like that, it has vanished. He felt an acute pang of regret. A mature fire Qilan could contend with an emperor. Its blazing flames were undeniably formidable. If it were to disappear, he feared he might not find peace even in slumber. Fortunately, a prompt on the game interface jolted him. Ding. Limited time recharge special offer. Recharge 28,888. And temporarily seal one corner of the Qilan's imperial formation. Note, the fire Qilan's will is resolute. Sealing the formation may risk damaging the source of the fire of heaven. Coupled with other recharge specials, one could execute a combination attack to seize the treasure. Combination attack 1. Recharge an additional 52,888. And edit the character Ling Qingxue's identity. Predecessor Qilan, I am the fated one you have awaited. Special offer, super invincible overbearing fist. This punch would be unyielding. Even to the fire Qilan. Recharge 288,888, and the character Ling Qingxue would obtain the power of command. I declare this treasure is mine, and it shall be mine. Clearly, the super invincible overbearing fist guaranteed a 100 acquisition of the item, merely a marketing tactic. A money-grabbing scheme. Thankfully, I am affluent. Click, click, click. Shen Yun hastily selected the full recharge option thrice. The first two were merely to increase his spending limit and boost his VIP status. Then, with a nonchalant tone, he declared, Do not panic. Sealing this corner of the imperial formation is but a thought away. A thought away to seal. Ling Qingxue was electrified by his words. Her hair standing on end. Could he truly halt the transmission array of the imperial formation? Her master was astonishingly powerful. In the next moment, a resounding hum echoed. A colossal character for seal abruptly materialized beneath the altar's transmission array, freezing the raging flames enveloping the fire Qilan. How could a corner of the imperial formation be sealed? It gazed in astonishment at the girl before it. What is an imperial formation? My master possesses even greater abilities. At that moment, Ling Qingxue brimmed with confidence. Her face aglow with pride. For within her mind lingered a law imprint bestowed by her master. Command follows word. With but a declaration. She could directly acquire the divine power of the fire Qilan, the source of heaven's flames. Without hesitation, Ling Qingxue gazed at the fire Qilan and proclaimed loudly, Predecessor. I, the younger generation, declare that the source of heaven's flames is now mine. As soon as her words fell, whoosh! A radiant burst of divine law erupted from the Qilan's great bone, followed by a fiery streak that gracefully landed in the outstretched palm of Ling Qingxue. At that moment, the flames gave her no sense of the terrifying power that could incinerate all. They floated gently in the air like a tender seedling. It is in my grasp. Ling Qingxue beamed with delight as she beheld the source of heaven's flames in her hand. My master is truly terrifying. With a mere light phrase, she severed the connection between the fire Qilan and the source of heaven's flames. Such power was indeed extraordinary. Such astonishing abilities. My master must be a true immortal among mortals. Ling Qingxue felt an immense pressure. Even emperors would likely find themselves in the shadows of her master. Yet she remained confident, for her master had always silently supported her from behind. Is this fate? The fire Qilan gazed longingly at the departing source of heaven's flames. At that moment, it had severed all ties with its accompanying fire source, leaving its tone filled with profound melancholy. Such extraordinary prowess dissipated the lingering obsessions within him, freeing him from the torment of waiting for the fated individual. Well, Perhaps you possess the ability to seek out the celestial demon emperor. The ethereal visage of the fire Qilin gradually faded from the altar. Meanwhile, the crystalline leg bone of the Qilin lay quietly upon the altar. Young master, do take a look. How would you assess the quality of this fiery artifact? Ling Qingxue held the flame in her hands. Her gaze filled with anticipation directed toward the void. The feedback from the artifact, source of the inferno, one of the 7 imperial beasts, the fire Qilins accompanying divine object. Description: an artifact of transcendent rank, capable of incinerating all things in the universe. At the zenith of its power, it could even change the hue of an emperor. Note: the source has significantly eroded. Nurturing it within a living being may restore its essence. Special effect: exceptional in countering malevolent forces. Manipulation method: through thought. A rather impressive trinket. It is gratifying to know that it meets your approval, young master. Ling Qingxue beamed with radiant satisfaction. Finally, having found a treasure that earned the young master's praise. Though Shen Yun maintained his composure, the joy within was almost impossible to contain. This treasure possesses the power to make even the mightiest emperor pale with fear, were it not for the desire to exhibit his extraordinary demeanor before Ling Qingxue. He would have laughed uncontrollably. He extracted the feedback item, source of the burning heavens. Moments later, the game projection shimmered, revealing the flames in Ling Qingxue's hands slowly ascending. Captivating Shen Yun's gaze, this trial has certainly yielded bountiful rewards. With a mere thought, the source of the burning heavens entered his being, regaining his composure. Shen Yun observed the projection of the subterranean palace, its walls marred by numerous cracks, and cautioned Qingxue. Exercise caution and hasten your departure. Understood. Ling Qingxue surveyed her surroundings before summoning the Kirin leg bone from the altar. The bone was massive. Even the slender end was too large for her to grasp with a single hand, and the broader end was larger than her head. Nevertheless, it was an exceptional sacred weapon, undoubtedly useful for striking adversaries. Noticing remnants of the imperial array still present on the altar, she decided to take it as well. Thinking, perhaps I can gain insight from it later. In her past, she had collected every resource for her own use, although the altar appeared useless. She could not bear to see it destroyed. Ensuring there was nothing else to salvage, Ling Qingxue swiftly departed, racing towards the entrance of the subterranean palace. As a multitude of cultivators burst forth from the palace, a deafening roar erupted from Kirin Mountain. This signifies that the ancient secret realm of Qilin Mountain has now become a relic of history. Why has Chu Feng not yet emerged? The cultivators of Lianyan Mountain Manor, witnessing the collapse of the Qilin Mountain range, were frantically pacing. Those who had exited reported that he had encountered the blazing flames of the Yaoqi cultivators, leaving them uncertain of his fate. Look, it is that Yaoqi cultivator. The crowd turned their gaze toward the exit of the underground palace, where a woman clad in the pristine garments of Yaoqi shot forth. However, she appeared disheveled and in a state of utter disarray. Young friend. An elder from Lianyan Mountain Manor appeared, his tone urgent. Do you know what has become of Chu Feng, who pursued the blazing sun of flames alongside you? Ling Qingxue clasped her fists, her heart still trembling. To answer my esteemed senior, that fellow cultivator was burned to death, and I barely managed to escape. Surviving in the outside world required a certain finesse. Otherwise, how could she have endured until now? Joining Yuqi, while cautious, was undoubtedly wise. Burned to death. The elder from Lianyan Mountain Manor felt darkness encroach upon his vision, and the disciples accompanying him also turned pale, though they had anticipated such a fate. Learning the grim reality was still unbearable. Chu Feng was one of the 2 most outstanding disciples of Lianyan Mountain Manor, having recently forged connections with many prominent talents who visited the sect. To witness such potential extinguished so abruptly was a tragedy. Another genius has fallen, the cultivators lamented, shaking their heads. What of genius? The world of cultivation is relentlessly cruel. Shen Yun observed the elder from Lianyan Mountain Manor, whose expression was inscrutable. Harboring a silent hope, you, old man, had better take action, so I can indulge in spending once more. This time, he spent over 370,000, just shy of 100,000 more to elevate to VIP level 2. Unfortunately, the elder of the Lianyan Mountain Villa dared not take action, for the woman before him was a disciple of the Yaoqi. Alas, perhaps it is a calamity destined for Chu Feng. The elder sighed, departing with his disciples, until Ling Qingxue boarded the flying boat and sailed away. A disciple of Lianyan Mountain Villa communicated, Elder, are we just letting her go? What else can be done? Do you dare to act against a disciple of Yaoqi in broad daylight? The elder's tone grew colder. Had it been an obscure minor cultivator, he would have had no qualms. But this was a disciple of a sacred land. To act recklessly in public would invite the wrath of Yaoqi, which Lianyan Mountain Villa could not withstand. This woman has a profound aura. She may have obtained the source of burning heaven. The elder's eyes shimmered with intensity. Return and inquire how the master wishes to handle this. Understood. Uninteresting. Shen Yun muttered, deciding to play with his source of burning heaven for now. Currently, Ling Qingxue faced no imminent danger. Even if he logged out, he would receive game alerts should his character encounter peril. Upon exiting the game, Shen Yun raised his right index finger, and a flicker of red flame ignited at his fingertip. The flame danced in the wind, radiating a divine glow. The tamed burning heaven flame was remarkably gentle, devoid of any violent heat. In the past, such a treasure would have been unimaginable, Shen Yun chuckled, twirling his finger. The flame swirling mesmerizingly. Oh. The white fox, by Sienna, who had been peacefully slumbering in his arms, was startled awake. Her white fur bristling as she darted behind his neck, eyeing the flame warily. Such a dangerous aura. Is this a feedback item obtained from the game? Familiar with the game, Bai Sienna immediately thought of the feedback when Shen Yun produced such perilous flames. Worry not, it won't harm me. With a thought, Shen Yun allowed the source of burning heaven to flow into his body. Only then did Bai Sienna dare to slide down, her expression tense as she gazed at him. Is it truly safe, master? It feels overwhelmingly destructive, as if it could incinerate anything. Of course, Shen Yun replied, smiling as he cradled her, waving his finger before her eyes. Look. Bai Sienna leaned in, sniffing with her delicate nose, indeed sensing no injury. Haha. Seeing her concerned demeanor, Shen Yun affectionately nuzzled her cheek. Today was a day of great harvest, and with the little fox being so endearing, it was indeed a delightful time. Bai Sienna felt a bit shy, yet she sensed Shen Yun's joy and squinted her eyes in happiness. Ah, it's time to feed you. Shen Yun suddenly remembered his duties as a caretaker and rose to approach the safe. Bai Sienna had broken through. Her energy must be depleted. It's fine, master. I can go into the mountains to find spirit materials to eat. But that's too dangerous. Shen Yun opened the safe, retrieving a 6th-grade heart-nourishing flower and a bottle of divine essence spring. You saw the password just now. Feel free to take what you want in the future. This is undiluted divine essence spring, rich in spiritual energy, so be cautious while consuming it. With the loyalty of his contracted spirit beast maxed out, he had no worries about betrayal. Bai Sienna observed the limited amount of essence and shook her head. Save the essence for you, master. I can just eat this flower. You also need to grow stronger. This must be a feedback item, and acquiring it must be quite difficult. No worries, 1 drop diluted is equivalent to a whole bottle. We have enough for the early stages. Shen Yun extracted a jade bottle and diluted a portion for Bai Sienna. Though precious, he was confident in obtaining even better treasures in the future. Moreover, the divine essence spring was primarily for foundational nourishment, its effects diminishing over time, so finishing it wouldn't be a concern. After handing her the diluted essence, Bai Sienna joyfully swayed her 3 tails. Thank you, master. Don't be so polite. Shen Yun noticed her beautiful tails and curiously stroked the new one that had grown. By the way, did this tail appear during your breakthrough? Master, no? Ah, Bai Sienna gasped, abandoning the water bottle and swiftly retreating into the beast space. Observing a darkened patch on the luxurious carpet, Shen Yun awkwardly picked up the bottle, tightening the lid. Ahem, feel free to pour for yourself next time. Good heavens. So this was the fatal weakness of the 9-tailed fox. Huddled in the space. Bai Sienna dared not lift her head, covering her face with her small paws and wrapping herself in her 3 tails, weakly responding, woo-woo, what a disaster. I've embarrassed myself again. She had let down her guard around her master, not expecting such a turn of events. The previous embarrassment of changing clothes faded. But now the awkwardness compounded. How could she face the world again? After tidying up, Shen Yun took out his phone to check messages. The member from the Demon Suppression Division who sought him should be Mo Qingfeng. It wouldn't be difficult for him to know his number. With his phone set to Do Not Disturb, he had numerous missed calls and messages. After browsing through a few, Shen Yun paused. Mr. Shun, this is Mo Qingfeng. We have identified a suspicious individual who posted your video online. It appears to be the 3rd-grade blood-sucking demon king that has recently surfaced in Haicheng. Someone dismantled a family camera across from the Zhou Corporation, and we detected residual demon energy with our magical tools. We have stationed people near your villa. It dares not approach. A blood-sucking demon king? Shen Yun's eyes sparkled with intensity. In his previous life, this blood-sucking bat demon king was infamous in Haicheng. Many cultivators in the city had been drained of their essence, and even the Demon Suppression Division had failed to capture it numerous times, losing many strong fighters as it grew in power at an alarming rate. Unexpectedly, this creature had such keen senses, managing to detect by Siena's position that day. The fact that it exposed him online clearly indicated its intent to gather information about him. However, with the Demon Suppression Division stationed near his home, this Bat Demon King likely remained cautious, as it was still in its developmental stage and not yet formidable. It's time to have them withdraw. The second game update is imminent. Shen Yun glanced at the time, 6:47 p.m. At 7 p.m., the entire world will descend into chaos due to the game update. He mused, gazing into the evening darkness outside. The reason was simple. The main content of this update was related to feedback items. Players who defeated demon beasts that had preyed upon humans in reality would receive feedback cards equivalent to the level of the demon beast. These feedback cards could be exchanged for items of the same quality directly from the characters. Clearly, this update expanded avenues for players to acquire cultivation items, thereby enhancing their strength and survival capabilities. Yet, hunting demon beasts that had preyed upon humans was no easy task. Take the Bat Demon in Haicheng, for instance. It possessed intelligence and considerable strength, compelling players to carefully weigh their capabilities before attempting its capture. However, for Shen Yun, it posed no challenge whatsoever. If the bat dared to come, the newly acquired Burning Heaven Flame would send it soaring. Not to mention, he had by Sienna in the 8th grade mid-tier Reflective Heart Shield at his disposal. It would be the perfect opportunity to earn a card. As Shen Yun contemplated sending Emocha Feng a message to have him withdraw his people, he raised an eyebrow. If I send it now, the game update will commence shortly, which might lead them to suspect I possess foresight. It would be prudent to wait a while longer. Caution is never a flaw, and there were still a few minutes left. Soon, the clock struck 7 p.m. Gazing intently at the game projection, Shen Yun noticed a familiar update notification arrive. Server announcement. The game is set to undergo an update lasting 2.5 hours. All players are required to log off within 10 minutes. Update summary. This update will further enhance the concentration of spiritual energy in the real world, along with the introduction of feedback cards and other features. Feedback cards. In the real world, every beast that has slain a human will automatically generate a feedback card. Players who defeat such beasts will receive a feedback card of the same rank as the beast. This card can be exchanged directly from the player's character for items of equivalent quality. Deliberately breeding beasts to hunt humans for item cards will be rendered invalid by game detection. Beastlings. In 2 days, the release of beastlings will cease. Those with stronger bloodlines will be more easily tamed during their initial tier. Players wishing to capture them must act swiftly. Friendly reminder, among them are some extraordinary beastlings destined for ascension, and even some exceedingly rare ones with imperial bloodlines. While Shen Yun could not recall every detail of past updates verbatim, he had a general understanding. The focal point, undoubtedly, was the feedback cards, particularly the aspect of synthesis. For instance, synthesizing a Tier 1 card into a Tier 2 card requires 2 low-grade Tier 1 cards, 2 mid-grade, and 1 high-grade card to create 1 low-grade Tier 2 card. To enhance the quality of the synthesized card while maintaining the quantity, one simply needs to increase the quality of the mid and high-grade cards. This was the very setting he encountered before his demise in his previous life. As for subsequent changes, that remained uncertain. Clearly, this update serves as a boon for the players of Blue Star. In contrast, on the Xiantian continent, such low-quality 5-tier artifacts would scarcely exchange for anything of Tier 4. Upon the announcement of this update, those who considered themselves capable would undoubtedly find it difficult to sleep, while those lacking strength would be eager to form teams for grinding. Shen Yun smiled faintly. The advantages of the feedback cards were abundantly clear. Furthermore, this update unveiled the quality of the beastlings, who would desire bloodline offspring destined for ascension or imperial lineage. Capturing even one would offer immense assistance to players during the early stages, as these beastlings are noted in the update for possessing innate talents and abilities. This is akin to acquiring a promising assistant for the future. It is precisely due to this update that various merchants and bounty hunters have begun to populate the regions surrounding the major mountain ranges. Naturally, the destinations frequented are those where the ferocious beasts do not descend, ensuring relative safety. No one wishes to venture into the perilous mountain ranges inhabited by these savage creatures. After disabling the update notifications, Shen Yun sent a message to Emocha Feng. Withdraw the members of the Demon Suppression Division lurking near my villa. I can handle the blood-sucking Demon King myself. No sooner had he sent the message than Emocha Feng's call came through. Upon answering, Shen Yun heard a woman's voice. Hello. Mr. Shen, I am Jiang Yu, the captain of the Demon Suppression Division in Haicheng. I must say, I am quite surprised by your confidence in dealing with a third-tier demon. What do you think? Would you be interested in joining the Demon Suppression Division? Once you join, not even the talented club would dare to target you. I'm sorry, but I have grown accustomed to my independence and have no interest in joining. Shen Yun replied without hesitation. He had no connections to the Demon Suppression Division and was not intimidated by the talented club's potential machinations. There was no need for him to bind himself to such constraints. Undeterred, Jiang Yu enumerated a series of benefits and advantages. Mr. Shen, I urge you to reconsider. Joining the Demon Suppression Division offers numerous benefits and conveniences, regardless of the influence of the powerful. Shen Yun firmly responded, have them withdraw. That will be all. He ended the call. With a wealth of billions in game currency at his disposal, he deemed the so-called benefits of the Demon Suppression Division to be trivial. He was not inclined to labor as a subordinate for such paltry incentives. At this moment, Shen Yun felt a surge of spiritual energy within him, hinting at a potential breakthrough. The efficiency of this advancement was genuinely remarkable. With a smile, Shen Yun opened the game and retrieved 5 spiritual stones from Ling Qingxue's pouch to expedite his progress. At a roadside barbecue stall, a young man, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "This game update is incredible! They've introduced a feedback card. You can obtain it just by defeating monsters. This adds an additional avenue for acquiring feedback items. Be cautious, though. It only applies to monsters that have preyed on humans. You must slay them to earn it," his companion lamented. "It's a pity we can't purchase it. We can only acquire it through our own efforts. Fortunately, the items returned by the feedback card are available for purchase. For those lacking the means to hunt monsters, they can still procure items from other players. Moreover, upgrading the feedback card relies solely on the players themselves, as the cards are non-transferable. Thankfully, following the resurgence of spiritual energy, I discovered my aptitude for cultivation. The martial arts manual distributed by the community has proven to be quite effective. Once we finish eating, shall we gather some friends to venture into the mountains?" Absolutely. The enthusiasm of his companions was palpable. It's worth noting that the monsters in the city are managed by the Monster Suppression Bureau. We'll have to search in the mountains. The chances of encountering a monster that has killed humans are slim, but if we come across a monster cub, we could sell it for a fortune. Haha. We can discuss the details when we return. Although the mountain monsters do not yield feedback cards, they do possess monster cores. Feeding these to the cubs can accelerate their growth. Many are collecting various materials, including the Monster Suppression Bureau, the Buddhist and Taoist factions, and the wealthy, all seeking them for the crafting of magical artifacts. The entire barbecue stall, along with the throngs of people on the streets, who had ventured out to procure supplies during the game's downtime, buzzed with discussions about the latest game update, creating an exceptionally vibrant atmosphere. Relying on character feedback items is a matter of luck, and having an additional method of obtaining them is a boon for the entire community. Meanwhile, a bat demon, seated at the stall and indulging in skewers, sneered and muttered, "Ants." He glanced towards the distant villa area and, with a low chuckle directed at the man beside him clad in a tracksuit, remarked, "King of zombies. All the personnel from the Monster Suppression Bureau have withdrawn. Do you think that young man is underestimating us?" From the chatter among the nearby humans regarding the game update, it was evident that the one who had contracted the White Fox had driven away the Monster Suppression Bureau and was likely scheming to farm his carts. What a pity. You may be playing with fire. This demon has found a formidable ally. A fierce glint flickered in the bat demon's eyes. The man beside him, the king of zombies, was his chosen ally to confront the White Fox, a formidable fourth-tier being. Unlike him, the zombie king was a native evil spirit of Blue Star. Having awakened after the resurgence of spiritual energy, wielding inscrutable and formidable methods, the bat demon felt that even at the 4th tier, overcoming this individual would be a daunting challenge. This malevolent entity boasts an extraordinarily long lineage, far beyond the capabilities of a mere beast of his ordinary bloodline. Their encounter was precipitated by the sight of a video featuring the bat demon, which was observed by the zombie king residing in a distant city. Initially, the zombie king had dispatched a duo of bald subordinates to Amei in search of the White Fox, only to find that they had vanished without a trace. Fortunately, he had recently learned from his minions that a White Fox had been sighted in Haicheng, prompting his immediate arrival. "You are mistaken. It is not us," the man said, elegantly folding a napkin before wiping his mouth, his tone indifferent. "Rather, it is that we do not regard you." The bat demon, feeling the sting of mockery, dared not retort and sheepishly replied, "Indeed, you are correct. Since the others are gone, let us proceed to deal with him," the man declared, discarding the napkin as he rose. His apprehension was not rooted in fear of the numerous members of the Demon Suppression Bureau. A swarm of insignificant ants posed no threat to him. Instead, he was concerned that an excessive number of kills might attract the attention of formidable beings within China. In this era of the resurgence of myriad demons, his strategy was to develop discreetly, avoiding the spotlight while striving for victory. As for that human lad, he was merely a deluded fool, believing himself invincible after binding with the white fox. He could easily be dispatched in an instant. The two men rose and turned into a shadowy alley, advancing towards the villa where the white fox resided. Unbeknownst to them, as they traversed certain areas, strands of silvery fox fur mysteriously vanished. Within the Beastmaster's domain, the white fox suddenly opened her eyes. What an overwhelming aura of malevolence! She swiftly exited and looked towards Shen Yun, who was meditating. Master, the information I left in the vicinity has yielded a response. Two powerful beings are approaching, one of whom exudes an exceedingly sinister aura, instilling a sense of unease in me. He is likely at the 4th tier. 4th tier? It seems the blood-sucking bat demon has found an ally. Shen Yun slowly opened his eyes, his expression icy. A malevolent aura? Perfect. It's time to test my celestial inferno. The innate divine ability of the fire Qi counters all forms of malevolence in the world. The unknown 4th-order demon dares to approach. Let it come and never return. The villa district is brightly lit, yet the streets remain deserted. The incident in which Shen Yun eliminated the members of the town exorcism bureau has already spread among the villa owners, further fueled by an opportunist who captured the scene. Although the agents from the exorcism bureau have diligently deleted the recordings, the uproar it caused was considerable. Many residents have vacated the premises, fearing that this formidable individual might turn against them. Beneath the street lamp, two figures slowly approached the entrance of the villa, gazing upwards at Shen Yun, who stood on the 2nd floor alongside the half-human, half-white fox at his side. You have not fled. This surprises me. The zombie king raised his hand, strands of white fur igniting spontaneously. Hand over that white fox to me. You are unworthy of being its master. When did he discover this? The bat demon's pupils constricted. He had failed to notice any traces of white fox fur along the way. Even Shen was taken aback by this revelation. The opponent's ability to discern her techniques suggested a formidable background. Enough of your prattle. Shen Yun's fingers curled slightly, and 10 sharp claws sprouted from his fingertips. Since they were all enemies, he resolved to eliminate them swiftly. At that moment, Shen vanished from beneath him. To Shen Yun's astonishment, however, Shen did not charge at the opponent, but instead trembled slightly, retreating cautiously to the entrance of the 1st floor. As Shen Yun scanned his surroundings, he realized a layer of gray mist had enveloped the area without his notice. Master, be cautious. This malevolent domain can perceive my position. Shen's tone was grave. Just moments ago, she had contemplated rushing forward, but her instinct as a beast warned her that all her movements had been detected by the dark-eyed zombie king ahead. A reckless attack could lead to severe injury. The opponent was evidently well informed about her abilities. This prepared stance, coupled with overwhelming strength, made her quite anxious. Do not panic. I possess ample means, Shen Yun reassured, squeezing her fox waist to signal in advance. However, he soon noted that the bat demon beside the zombie king had transformed into a shadow, launching an assault. Kekekek. Without your speed advantage, where will you hide? The fate of this white fox seemed grim, for the zombie king was exceedingly formidable. Fortunately, this human lad was a practitioner of the gathering rotation realm, thus not entirely in vain. Suddenly, he sensed the void around him tremble, and the eyes of the white fox shimmered with an unusual light. This is bad. The bat demon was struck with panic, furiously flapping its wings in a desperate attempt to escape the void. Yet, it was too late. A shriek erupted as one of the bat demon's wings and a thigh bizarrely dissolved into a mist of blood in the void. Had it not been for its quick reflexes, the creature would have been utterly shredded. Zombie King, save me. The bat demon, now sprawled on the ground, crawled away in a state of sheer terror towards the outside of the villa. Wasn't it said that this fox possessed only a blink skill? How could it wield such overwhelming power? However, a single utterance from the Zombie King ignited a boundless fury within it. Damn it. You dare use me as cannon fodder. If my conjecture holds true, this must be your 3rd divine ability, Void Strangulation. The Zombie King approached slowly, his expression brimming with excitement. Indeed. You are one of the 7 ancient imperial beasts, the celestial demon fox clan. To capture this fox, he had deliberately cultivated the corpse mist domain to counter its rapid blinking. Now, upon witnessing the talent of the celestial demon fox, as recorded in ancient tomes, Void Strangulation, he was utterly convinced. Behold the accursed ancient beast, the celestial demon fox clan. As the white fox bared its teeth and glared fiercely, the zombie king spoke with an air of indifference. Cease your futile struggles. I am well aware of all your movements. The realm of corpse mist held an illusory formation effect, and with him presiding over it, no matter how swift the white fox might be, it would ultimately exhaust its energy and fall prey to him. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, the zombie king's pupils constricted in shock. He beheld the human youth upon the fox's back, who had not previously commanded his attention, engulfed in blazing crimson flames. Crackle, crackle. As the flames met the mist within the realm of corpse fog, the ethereal mist dissipated in an instant. At that moment, the zombie king completely lost his sense of the white fox's trajectory. How is this possible? His expression transformed in alarm as he witnessed the white fox vanishing from its position, retreating at great speed. With the realm of corpse mist shattered, the white fox was free to escape, and he found himself unable to impede its flight. Moreover, a sense of foreboding blossomed within him. This human youth's flames have even instilled a sense of trepidation within me. In his view, it was utterly inconceivable that a mere lowly ant could acquire such divine flames. Suddenly, a profound sense of peril surged from behind, causing the zombie king's spine to tingle as he hastily bellowed. Corpse descends, golden body. Boom. A blinding golden radiance erupted from his form. This was a supernatural ability of the zombie clan, which, once activated, could significantly enhance one's defensive prowess. The young man's flames were undoubtedly extraordinary. Fortunately, his opponent's cultivation was weak, suggesting he couldn't maintain control over such divine fire for long. Enduring this critical juncture would allow him to escape unharmed and devise another strategy. However, to the zombie king's despair, Shen Yun's hand, ablaze with heaven-burning flames, pierced through his skull as if cleaving through tofu. The zombie king shuddered violently, his eyes filled with resentment and rage. He, a dignified member of the indestructible golden zombie clan, was actually instantly killed by a mere cultivator. Weren't you quite the showman just now? What's this about running away? Shen Yun remarked, observing the zombie king spouting blood from his mouth and nose. With a slight clench of his fingers, he added, "Come on, put on another display for me." In the blink of an eye, heaven-burning fire blanketed the zombie king's entire body. The so-called golden body instantly cracked and creaked. The annihilating aura of destruction swept through the zombie king's entire being. Just as his golden body shattered, the zombie king seemed to realize something, staring at Shen Yun in disbelief. "You're human. Why do you possess?" But before he could finish, thick smoke billowed from his throat. His body crashed to the ground like a charred block, crumbling into carbon dust. "Is that all?" Shen Yun scoffed, noticing 2 cards floating in the ashes. He bent down to pick them up. So-called Zombie King, a resounding title indeed. I thought there might be something. Oh, there actually is something. One card contained a 4th order, mid-grade water-based demon core. The other wasn't a 4th order, mid-grade feedback card, but a special ability card, Corpse Descent Golden Body. This is one of the updates in this game. After defeating monsters, players may not only receive item feedback cards and beast crystals, but also have a chance to obtain the abilities of the creatures. The skill of the Corpse Descending Golden Body, a supernatural power of the zombie clan, boasts astonishing physical defense. Upon reaching the pinnacle of cultivation, one can enter an invincible golden body state, rendering enemies unable to inflict harm. Physical defense? It seems I have the advantage over that, Shen Yun mused. The Skeletal King possesses the means to restrain the teleportation abilities of the White Fairy, and his lineage is undoubtedly remarkable, having been vanquished by his blazing inferno. It can only be said that it was a perfect counter. Meanwhile, Shen Yun's phone illuminated with a notification. Upon selecting to learn the Corpse Descending Golden Body, he turned his gaze toward the Bat Demon. "Please, Great One, spare my life." The Bat Demon, clutching its bleeding thigh and drenched in sweat, implored. "If you let me live, I shall become your eternal servant. I am willing to forge a soul contract. I will undertake any menial or arduous tasks henceforth." The Bat Demon was utterly terror-stricken. This human had effortlessly annihilated a 4th-tier Skeletal King. Now, it was filled with profound regret, lamenting that it had not refrained from coveting the spirit fox and instead focused on its own survival. Shen Yun, uninterested in idle chatter, flicked his fingers towards the kneeling Bat Demon, unleashing a torrent of blazing fire. Did it dare to provoke him and expect leniency? Such naivety. No. Boom. The fire ignited instantly, swiftly reducing the Bat Demon to ashes, along with the blood pooled on the ground, which was incinerated clean. Moments later, 2 cards materialized from the ashes, which Shen Yun beckoned forth. One was a third-tier low-grade feedback card. Low-grade cards pertain to the initial stage of demon beasts. Mid-grade cards correspond to the intermediate stage, and high-grade cards represent the latter stage. This item can only be exchanged for a third-tier inferior object, which holds little significance for Shen Yun at present. It may be retained for future synthesis. The other item is a third-tier inferior blood-type demon core. This is an energy crystal core inherent to the demon beasts. Activating the card directly grants access to the demon core. The applications of the demon core are extensive, serving various purposes such as weapon forging, talisman crafting, and formation arrangements, all of which require such materials. Moreover, within the harsh laws of survival in the forest, it is one of the vital energies for the growth of demon beasts. Feeding it to demon beast offspring can significantly accelerate their development. Observing the feedback card, Shen Yun murmured, "The emergence of this item will likely prompt nations to launch an app for marking monsters." Following the game update, the populace will fervently engage in hunting demon beasts and capturing their young. Furthermore, China will introduce a monster app, documenting the occurrences of malevolent entities and demon beasts across various cities, allowing any capable individual to undertake extermination missions. For him, this undoubtedly serves as an exceptional intelligence hub. Slaying demons yields skill cards. The feedback card enhances one's abilities, and the crystal core card can be used to nourish by Shen Yun, facilitating her swift ascension, truly a dual benefit. Additionally, the feedback card is capable of synthesis. According to game prompts, achieving a status of imperial quality is conceivable with sufficient stacking. However, relying on attaining an imperial-grade treasure remains an uncertain prospect for the foreseeable future. With Shen Yun gone, he pressed on a breakthrough, anticipating that she would absorb the 2 demon beast crystal cores shortly. "Thank you, Master." Shen Yun affectionately nuzzled his hand with her large head. "By the way, Master, your flames were incredibly powerful. When they ignited, I thought I was going to be roasted alive." Earlier, she had harbored some concerns, but to her surprise, that zombie king was easily dispatched, charred in a single encounter. Seeing that her fur remained unscathed, Shen Yun reached out to stroke her. "Indeed, from now on, just charge in without worry. Rest assured, this fire resonates with my will and won't leave you as a bald little fox." "Bald? Wouldn't that mean being entirely bare?" "Ing," Shen Yun squeaked, promptly retreating into the beast control space. "Wait, you're far too easily embarrassed, aren't you?" Shen Yun was left speechless. This was no seductress of a fox, but rather an embodiment of innocence. In the office of the Demon Control Bureau in Haiqing Town, Imo Chafeng hung up the phone, casting a peculiar glance at the 5 individuals present. According to our informant from the Villa District, the battle concluded rather swiftly. Gray mist ascended. Golden light flickered, then flames dispersed the mist, and Shen Yun simply closed the door. The estimated duration of the battle was under 3 minutes. "Is that even possible?" exclaimed a burly man with a buzz cut, dumbfounded. A third-tier vampire demon king along with a seemingly formidable beast, resolved in 3 minutes. "If it were our entire team, we would have to exert our utmost, yet he handled it with just himself and a fox. The efficiency is utterly absurd. What difference is there from cheating? It appears we have underestimated him, particularly that fox with the flash ability." Captain Jiang Yu remarked softly. "He can disregard the Tianjiao Club. It is evident that he possesses considerable confidence. We need not concern ourselves with this matter any further. Our focus should now shift to the feedback cards, as they can assist us in acquiring cultivation resources and rapidly enhance our strength." "Yes, Captain." The following day at noon, Shen Yun gradually awakened from his breakthrough. "While this efficiency may seem rapid to others, I still find it somewhat sluggish. I hope that reaching VIP level 2 will yield greater improvements. Compared to the previous continuous breakthroughs, achieving a single realm in half a day is indeed slow." If outsiders were to learn of this sentiment, they would undoubtedly exclaim, "Let me do it. I would be content with a breakthrough once a day. My expenditure still falls short by over 100,000. Let me check if those 2 have any places to recharge." Shen Yun opened the game and first glanced at yesterday's updates. After confirming there was nothing particularly noteworthy, he closed the update notification, his eyes widening in astonishment. There, in the Q version of Ling Qingxue, were a staggering 262 red markers. He hurriedly clicked to inspect, only to find them all to be spirit stones. What on earth? So many. At that moment, Ling Qingxue had just concluded listening to the collaboration matters between the sovereign and the managers of various factions in the main hall. Noticing Shen Yun's gaze upon her, her expression brightened. "Young master, Qingxue has gathered over 1,000 spirit stones for you." She meticulously selected these precious spirit stones from the vast repositories of various powerful factions. Indeed, having the support of a grand tree offers a comforting shade. Well done. You've worked hard, Shen Yun remarked, a smile almost distorting his face. He endeavored to maintain a calm tone, softly advising, these will suffice for a while. Don't neglect your cultivation. Make good use of the time-dilating Spatial Tower. With an ample supply of spirit stones, he need not worry about a slow absorption of spiritual energy during his breakthroughs. They would occur in the blink of an eye. Ling Qingxue replied cheerfully. Thank you for your concern, young master. I am well aware. In addition to spirit stones, various factions will be sending an array of magical artifacts, manuals, and other resources. I will help you select them one by one. After returning from Qilin Mountain to the Yaoqi, she had cultivated through the night using the time-dilating Spatial Tower, achieving the 8th level of the Hanhai realm, ascending from the 5th to the 8th level in a single night. What further heights could she reach? Several elders from Yaoqi were stirred to action, dispatched to oversee her progress. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Qingxue claimed that this was her extraordinary fortune and spoke at length about needing to select various resources, prioritizing spirit stones. The Yaoqi elders, believing her words, promptly decided to have all their partners send spirit stones. After a morning of selection, she had chosen over 1,000 spirit stones. I have replenished the 1,000 spirit stones to avoid outsiders thinking I have acquired many favorable items. Since learning at the Duobao building that others were seeking such special items, she sensed the complexity of the situation. Though the young master was a celestial being high above, there were inevitably envious eyes lurking. She deemed it prudent to collect items discreetly. Indeed, caution brings no great missteps. You have done well, Shen Yun praised generously. What could be more delightful than awakening to find over 1,000 exquisite spirit stones in one's possession? Thank you, young master, Ling Qingxue replied, a hint of bashfulness in her demeanor, as these were merely trivial efforts. By the way, young master, aside from spirit stones, favorable items are exceedingly rare. Among the resources delivered this morning, I found 2 second-tier magical artifacts, Ling Qingxue lamented. Compared to the immense spirit stone reserves of the various factions, such items as pills, manuals, and artifacts were scarce. Firstly, it required luck. She had discovered 3 favorable items in the Yaoqi sacred treasury. Secondly, the sheer quantity was a stark contrast. Magical artifacts were worth tens to hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, a disparity too vast to ignore. That is of no concern. We shall search at a leisurely pace. Shen Yun reassured her, feeling that having these spirit stones was already a bountiful harvest. Do not let this matter induce anxiety or pressure upon yourself. I hold high expectations for you. Ling Qingxue's current aptitude and cultivation progress were truly remarkable. Time was on their side. They could afford to search for items gradually. It would be unfortunate if her mindset were adversely affected by this concern. Each word of care filled Ling Qingxue with warmth. She cherished the young master's attentive concern. His expectations for her inspired her to strive diligently in her cultivation, perhaps one day allowing her to stand by his side. I imagine that upon our meeting, the young master will be the kind of person whose brilliance dims the sun and moon, making it easy for me to remain by his side. Listening to his teachings on cultivation, she mused, her eyes shimmering with a hint of longing. What is wrong with me? Lately, I find myself daydreaming about the young master. Quickly shaking off the enchanting thoughts of the young master personally aiding her in her cultivation, she lowered her head, shyly murmuring, Rest assured, young master, I will not disappoint your expectations. I have great confidence in you, Shen Yun replied with a gentle smile. This girl was far more mature than Luo Hongxi, providing him with peace of mind. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Shen Yun shifted his focus to Luo Hongxi's perspective. He found her seated in the pharmacy of the Tianyin Swords sect, engrossed in studying ancient texts on needle techniques with a cauldron of pills simmering before her. The room was cluttered with herbs, jade boxes, and scattered pill bottles, presenting a chaotic scene, perhaps too absorbed in alchemy. Luo Hongxi had neglected to wipe the remnants of powder from her face, appearing somewhat haggard. Noticing her pallor, Shen Yun frowned and checked her personal status. Character: Luo Hongxi status: exhausted, immense consumption of her purple gold pupil essence, with a slight accumulation of pill toxins within. This foolish girl, unaware of how to take care of herself. Shen Yun felt both pity and helplessness as he pressed the voice key. Hongxi, how long has it been since you last rested? I hardly have time to rest. Luo Hongxi instinctively replied, her hand pausing in its page-turning. Her face lighting up as she glanced towards the sky. Has the young master returned? Are you well? Ever since the young master had left her a message, there had been no further communication. Like Ling Qingxue, she understood that Shen Yun was situated in a perilous world filled with dangers. In recent days, Shen Yun had been preoccupied, leading her to believe that something significant had occurred. However, upon hearing the voice of her lord, she finally felt a sense of relief. What could possibly trouble me? By the way, shouldn't you take a break? Do not worry, my lord. Luo Hongxi replied with a gentle smile, shaking her head. I want to refine high-level elixirs to assist you. Recently, she had been deeply engrossed in the art of alchemy, as well as the techniques imparted by her master, Zhao Xinqing. Upon realizing her capability to concoct commendable elixirs, she yearned to become a master alchemist and sought to aid her lord as much as possible. Enough of alchemy for now. You must take care of your health for a few days, Shen Yun advised. I am merely occupied with other matters. But I have been paying attention to you, such as your progress with the second-tier gathering spirit pill. Do not fret over me. Mere magical beasts are inconsequential. To think my lord has been watching over me all along, Luo Hongxi mused, her fatigue dissipating at these words. She lifted her chin, exuding a sense of fervor. My lord, I assure you, when I am weary, I will meditate to recuperate. Meditate? Shen Yun frowned. Do not think I am unaware. The consumption of your primordial golden purple eyes is immense, and there is also the accumulation of elixir poison. If this continues, your health will inevitably suffer, and in the end, both your alchemy and your precious eyes will be ruined. His serious tone made Luo Hongxi shrink back in trepidation, and she murmured softly, Understood, my lord. Once I finish this batch of pills, I shall rest. She recognized that her lord cared for her, yet her pursuit of alchemy was also for his benefit. Though she felt capable of enduring, she had no grounds to contradict his words. Feeling as if she had been reprimanded, her spirits sank considerably. She rested her chin in her hands, gazing despondently at the alchemical furnace. Such a sentimental young lady, Shen Yun chuckled softly, shaking his head. It was evident she had become rather sensitive. At that moment, a recharge notification illuminated the gaming interface. Ding! Sunday Mega Sale. Recharge 328. Original price 888. Acquire a special antidote to alleviate the toxin within the character Luo Hongxi, preventing further bodily harm from toxin accumulation. Your timing is impeccable. Without hesitation, Shen Yun clicked to purchase. Thanks to Luo Hongxi's inherent discount, he only spent 164 yuan. Every little bit counts, and the elixir was undeniably useful. Next, he glanced at another notification that popped up. Sunday Mega Sale. Recharge 648. Original price 2288. Purchase a complete restoration pill. One ingestion revitalizes the character, restoring them to peak condition. Super Sunday Mega Sale. Recharge 468888. Original price 1668888. Receive a permanent needle technique, the Source Restoration Needle. All essence is replenished through my needle. After application, it rapidly replenishes the vanishing essence of the character Luo Hongxi, effortlessly dispelling mere toxins. This is a risk-free investment. Not purchasing will lead to lifelong regret. Note, this needle technique is a permanent player item, comes with a built-in application indicator, and requires no complicated training. It can be utilized by other characters and is not a feedback item. Well, he is finally about to upgrade his VIP level. Shen Yun was elated and promptly clicked to recharge. Ding! Player spent 324 yuan, acquiring a complete restoration pill. Spent 234,444 yuan, acquiring the Source Restoration Needle. Items have been placed in the account's inventory. Upon the infusion of 234,444 yuan, the VIP level indicator in the upper left corner of Shen Yun's game interface pulsated, transforming into VIP level 2. Warm reminder, congratulations. The player's total expenditure of game currency has reached 5 million, elevating the VIP level to 2. Unlocking capabilities. VIP level 2 basic ability, enhanced automatic cultivation acceleration effect. Boom. In an instant, Shen Yun's internal energy surged tumultuously, akin to vast waves crashing against the shore, generating a thunderous roar that echoed ominously. At this moment, his sinews and flesh experienced a profound enhancement. The surging power instilled within him an overwhelming sensation, even if faced with 100,000 bulls. He could effortlessly reduce them to a mist of blood with a mere wave of his hand. Clenching his fists, his eyes sparkled with elation. This expenditure was truly worthwhile. A 20-fold increase in personal combat prowess. In his previous life, he recalled players who, upon receiving physical feedback, could astonish the entire online community with mere 2- or 3-fold enhancements. Even in the realm of Xiantian, a 2- or 3-fold increase in combat power was a rare treasure. Now, with a VIP2 recharge record, he was directly rewarded with a 20-fold boost in strength. In terms of combat enhancement alone, it surpassed even some unique physiques. A broad smile adorned Shen Yun's face. As for comparing himself to Ling Qingxue's 9 Heavens Holy Body, even if her Holy Body granted her a 10-fold increase in combat power, she possessed 9 sources of Holy Body. That equated to a staggering 90-fold strength. Should she ascend to the throne, her power would likely sweep through the ages. Never mind. That girl was simply extraordinary. There was no need for rivalry among compatriots. Shen Yun shook his head. It would be better to compete with the players instead. Upon reflection, he felt considerably more at ease. After all, among the players, he had invested the most, and in the future, he would unlock even more VIP features. Shaking off his thoughts, Shen Yun turned his gaze toward the sullen Luo Hongxi in the game. Truly, there was little he could do about her. Very well. I shall personally administer the needle to alleviate your poison and simultaneously replenish your source of the. His words, laced with a hint of affection, caused a smile to bloom on Luo Hongxi's face, dispelling her earlier discontent. It's nothing, my lord. I can simply take a rest afterward, she replied softly, her eyes curving with delight. The technique to replenish the source would undoubtedly require much of his focus, and she wished not to trouble him over such trivial matters. Behave. And lay upon the stone bed, he instructed. All right then, she acquiesced, not wishing to defy his wishes. After extinguishing the alchemical furnace, Luo Hongxi rose and reclined on the stone bed. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed into the void. What happens next, my lord? You need only lie still. Shen Yun activated the from his inventory, and immediately, countless red light points illuminated around Luo Hongxi. A gentle reminder appeared. When a player employs their hands may enter the game projection to assist the character in administering the needle, with indications for acupoints and pressure, so apply it with confidence. As Shen Yun ventured his hand into the projection, he found his own hands partially disappearing into the void, while the image displayed his hands vividly. Experiencing this function anew still feels incredibly wondrous. With a mere thought, his hands glided to Luo Hongxi's side. Are these your hands, my lord? Luo Hongxi gazed in astonishment at the elegant, fair hands before her. Neatly trimmed nails adorned fingers that were pale and exquisitely defined, exuding an aesthetic appeal. Yet, they did not resemble the delicate softness of a woman's. The slight bulge of veins upon the back of his hands conveyed a sense of strength. Fear not. Such beautiful hands, she murmured, perhaps enchanted by the sight or perhaps due to her heightened affection. She found his hands remarkably lovely. One's hands reflect their character, surely. My lord must be an exceptionally handsome gentleman. Luo Hongxi, you may remove your garments. Ah, her eyes widened in shock, the impact of his words resonating within her mind. Gradually, a blush crept over her delicate features. Shen Yun felt a wave of embarrassment as he attempted to administer the needle to the red mark glowing on her waist, only for the game interface to display a large red cross. Needle administration error. Foreign object obstructing application. Yet, having uttered such words, could he simply not proceed? Fortunately, seeing Luo Hongxi's flushed face, radiating shyness, he seized the opportunity. If you find it inappropriate, then let us forego the needle. However, you must take care to recuperate over the next few days. You cannot continue forging pills without restraint. Yet, her subsequent words sent a tremor through his hand holding the needle. It's all right, my lord, please proceed. Her trust in him was profound, though the suddenness of the situation left her feeling a tad bashful. Her murmured words were so soft, akin to the hum of a mosquito, that without the aid of translation, Shen Yun would have scarcely heard them. Once she spoke, she tightly shut her eyes, and with a swift motion, her garments were stored in her spatial ring. Her skin, as fair as freshly fallen snow, bore a slight blush from her nervousness. She wore a vibrant red koi-patterned belly wrap, which appeared quite festive, though the embroidered koi seemed to subtly sink into the fabric. This talent is indeed remarkable. Shen Yun was aware that the koi-patterned pouch was sewn by her late mother, who hoped that fortune would accompany her like the koi. Though luck was scarce in my past life, in this one, the goddess of fortune has favored us. Luo Hongxi noticed that Shen Yun had remained silent for a while and assumed he was worried about her feelings. She gently bit her rosy lip and whispered, "My lord, I regard you as family. It is of no concern." In her heart, he was like a radiant light illuminating her world. Here's a refined version of the text you provided. She was, once more, assisting him in restoring her innate dual pupils, and there was truly nothing objectionable about it. Luo Hongxi couldn't fathom why the young master was so benevolent towards her. The items of goodwill she had procured were worth far less than a fraction of what he had bestowed upon her. Even servitude would be a willing choice. So what did this matter? Relax, it will be over soon. Shen Yun picked up the silver needles. Focusing on the crimson spots where the elixir toxins converged around Luo Hongshi's waist. By applying the needles to the acupoints associated with the toxins, the silver would absorb and dissolve them. To ensure precision, Shen Yun steadied her skin with one hand while consulting the needle application prompts with the other, rotating and subtly trembling as if he were a seasoned physician. Luo Hongshi's elixir toxins were minimal and quickly purged. The needlework to replenish the pupil's essence was more intricate, with application points all over her body. It is, after all, a memento. I mustn't damage it. Shen Yun carefully folded the lucky koi and placed it near Luo Hongshi's ear, seeing her breathing rapidly and sweat beading on her brow. Shen Yun took a sip of divine marrow spring to quench his thirst. It's fortunate I've had romantic experience. Had he not, he feared he would have had to first retrieve a certain item before administering the replenishing divine needles. Hongshi, if your mind wanders, you may mentally review the alchemy techniques. Luo Hongshi attempted to study the alchemy techniques left behind by the alchemy saint in her mind, which indeed calmed her significantly. But the next moment she gasped, holding her breath. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. It's the young master's hand, not another man's. Compared to Luo Hongshi, Zhou Chaoqiao is simply worlds apart. Because the needle application points were obscured, Shen Yun could only cup and lift with one hand while applying the replenishing divine needles with the other. Bah, there's no comparison. Why think of that dead woman at a time like this? How inauspicious. Glancing at Luo Hongshi, he saw the maiden lightly biting her rosy lips. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly with tension, yet she did not resist. Shen Yun couldn't help but marvel at the power of maxed-out goodwill. In his previous life, he and Luo Hongshi depended on each other, at most engaging in voice chats at night to alleviate loneliness. Any further, and the maiden would become shy. Now, anything was permissible, anything at all. Healing. Shen Yun composed himself, no longer indulging in extraneous thoughts. He meticulously applied each needle to its designated point, and the prompts indicated that the essence of the violet gold dual pupils was rapidly recovering. Finally, it's over. Shen Yun's hand retreated from the game screen, and he hastily wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. Even with his composure, his blood had been stirred. The placement of the replenishing divine needles was simply too intricate. Some private areas were purely a test of willpower. Seeing the maiden directly cover her cheeks with the lucky koi, appearing indifferent and resigned, Shen Yun cleared his throat and rose to go to the bathroom for a shower. All right, Hongshi, that concludes today's session. If you continue to mistreat your body in the future, this young master shall return. Young master, you're so mischievous. How can you threaten someone like that? Teased, Luo Hongshi's delicate form trembled with shyness. Confirming that there was no movement in the elixir chamber, she cautiously removed the lucky koi, revealing a pair of misty eyes as she surveyed her surroundings. The young master is really gone? Phew. She exhaled a long sigh of relief, fanning herself repeatedly to dispel the heat. After hastily donning her garments, Luo Hongshi patted her flushed cheeks, filled with bashful delight. Mother said that only on the wedding day can the husband unveil the koi. Then isn't the young master my? Oh my, how embarrassing. The young master was merely treating her. How could one equate such a thing with a vow? How beautifully she imagines things, yet how impractical. As for alchemy, I can only offer the young master my apologies. I must expedite the refinement of advanced elixirs. Luo Hongshi cared not for the young master's threats. Assisting him as soon as possible was the right thing to do. Besides, the young master could help her recover afterward. Furthermore, the young master was not an outsider. After all this, what was there to object to? As she opened the heavy stone door, she saw Lin Qingxue alone, seated in a meditative posture in the main hall. This peak, known as the Pill Peak, was meticulously crafted by the Tianyin sword sect for the esteemed Pill Saint Zhao Xinqing, and she has but a single disciple. Oh. You. If you do not emerge soon, I shall be compelled to force my way in, Lin Qingxue remarked with a resigned expression as he approached. The Pill Saint had departed from the sword sect in search of herbs for alchemy, having imparted her unique pill-making techniques to Luo Hongshi before her leave. However, she had cautioned that Luo Hongshi, being overly absorbed in her craft, must learn to balance work with rest. Master, I am perfectly well. Luo Hongshi replied with a cheerful smile as she stepped forward. Lin Qingxue observed that the young lady radiated an unusually vibrant energy. Have you taken some sort of elixir? You appear remarkably well. How could I not be? At that moment, I felt as though I soared into the heavens. Believing I had encountered my great-grandmother and mother, she thought to herself, I must not let Master perceive any signs of my secret. Suppressing her embarrassment, Luo Hongxi grasped his hand and deftly shifted the conversation. Master, I wish to practice swordsmanship. Would you teach me? The words flowed like celestial music, stirring Ling Qingxue's excitement. Excellent. Come, Master will take you to practice swordsmanship. Heaven be merciful, she had finally taken on a prodigy in the sword arts, only to have a Dan sage appear out of nowhere to accept disciples. Such fortuitous encounters left her with little to say. But watching her apprentice diligently refine her alchemical skills truly pained her heart. Ever since Luo Hongxi comprehended the reincarnation sword canon, she had not practiced swordplay for a single day. Now that she had taken the initiative to suggest training, Lin Sheng could hardly contain her joy. Without hesitation, she seized her hand and whisked her away to the sect's plaza. Even as the sun dipped below the horizon, numerous disciples wielded their swords in practice. Remarkably, they all utilized the techniques from the reincarnation sword canon. Clearly, Luo Hongxi had submitted the sword canon to the sect, and those who could cultivate such imperial mastery were the elite core of the sect. It is rather amusing, Lin Xing remarked, observing the scene of disciples practicing swordplay, a light chuckle escaping her lips. The one who comprehended it first has not practiced, yet these individuals are tirelessly dedicated. Luo Hongxi, a bit bashful, clung to her arm, protesting, Master, that is not true. Haha, indeed it is. Lin Xing laughed, playfully pinching her cheek. The reincarnation sword canon is your creation. In truth, I have little to teach you. You may observe their practice, compare it with your own insights, and I shall assist you with any necessary supplements. Such a disciple as Luo Hongxi was destined to carve her own path in the sword arts. Her task was straightforward, to provide her experiences as references without overly interfering in her development. The girl's swordsmanship comprehension was simply too exceptional. No one in the sect dared to claim superiority over her. Well, let me take a look. Luo Hongxi nodded, stepping forward to earnestly observe her peers' training. To be frank, she possessed merely a clear sword heart and did not possess any extraordinary talent. Her understanding of the reincarnation sword canon was aided by her master, yet she had memorized the canon. If she were to practice other sword canons, she might not fare as well as some of the sect's more powerful disciples. As the practitioners immersed themselves in their training, they noticed Luo Hongxi descending the mountain after several days. One by one, they sheathed their swords and greeted her with smiles and cupped fists. Sword Master. Sword Master. At last, we see you coming down to practice. While the crowd maintained a semblance of composure, when a fleeting shadow approached, they could no longer pretend. The Sword Master's charisma remained undiminished. I am Peng Wu. A newcomer, having offered his compliments, bowed and requested, Please, Sword Master, assist me in evaluating my sword techniques. If there are any flaws, I humbly ask for your guidance. Luo Hongxi had some insights regarding the reincarnation sword canon, and as soon as she nodded, a throng of disciples surged forward. Pang Shidi, step aside. Sword Master. Look at me. I feel I am on the verge of grasping the true essence. Make way. I am Chen Haotian, the fifth senior brother of the sword sect. Do you not understand the concept of respect and rank? A brazen young man declared, only to be unceremoniously kicked out of the crowd by several feet. How absurd. How dare you strike a senior brother? Where are the disciples of the law enforcement hall? Chen Haotian lamented for a long while before realizing that the chief disciple of the law enforcement hall was shamelessly pushing his way into the crowd. Sword Master. Please help me with my techniques. My swordsmanship talent is recognized even by our ancestor. The typically stern and cold chief of the law enforcement hall revealed a sycophantic demeanor in that moment. Excellent, excellent. What a shame to be associated with you. Chen Haotian approached, grabbing a disciple and inquiring, Was it you who kicked me just now? No, senior brother. I had no idea. Then it is sufficient. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Haotian squeezed in front of him, grasping another disciple ahead. It must have been you who kicked me. Ah? It seemed I had misunderstood my junior brother. Chen Haotian released him and advanced with swift strides. I will push again. Outside the crowd, Lin Sheng cast a glance at the distant ancestors and sect leaders, secretly amused. They are all waiting for Hongxi to elucidate the reincarnation sword canon. The strong of the sword sect had all learned the reincarnation sword canon, yet individual comprehension and insights varied. Everyone had long anticipated this moment, eager to hear the interpretations from Luo Hongxi, who had grasped the canon. How fortunate we are to have her as a disciple of the Tianyan sword sect. Lin Xing gazed tenderly at the blushing girl in the throng. The sect would not interfere with the secret arts grasped by individuals. However, Luo Hongxi was considerate. Recognizing the immense allure of the reincarnation sword canon for the sect's sword cultivators, which was why she voluntarily submitted it. Moreover, the girl had even brought the esteemed Dan Sage back to the sect, truly a fortuitous star. Finally composed, Shen Yun emerged from the bath, stretching languidly. I presume Hongxi has realized her embarrassment. Next time she will not exhaust the essence of her heavy pupils so recklessly. This young lady truly possesses remarkable qualities. Should the opportunity arise again, he might find himself seeking solace in the melodies of a tavern, seeking respite from his troubles. At that moment, Shen Yun sensed a sudden and intense fluctuation of spiritual energy within him, filling him with joy. A breakthrough is imminent. I wonder what the cultivation speed at VIP level 2 will be like. He quickly opened the game and retrieved a pile of spirit stones from Ling Qingxue's backpack, placing them on the bed as he entered a state of breakthrough. In the beast-taming space, Shen, who was digesting a demon core, noticed the commotion and quietly floated over to lie beside him. Master's yang energy was so strong just now, she thought, casting a glance at Shen Yun's jubilant red undergarments. Hastily covering her eyes with her tiny paws, feeling quite bashful, he should really be careful not to overexert himself. Moments ago, she had sensed Shen Yun's blood vitality fluctuating, likely due to his interaction with the game character. Nevertheless, she understood. Losing his girlfriend would surely weigh heavily on his heart, but she believed he would soon recover. A gentle breeze began to stir within the room. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged in like a cascading spring, flooding into Shen Yun's body. Master's breakthrough efficiency is remarkable. Shen marveled at the rapid ascent of Shen Yun's aura. Although she had only known him for a few days, he seemed to break through daily, far surpassing her own progress. However, she soon discovered that Shen Yun's internal spiritual energy was surging once more. Having just broken through to the fourth layer of gathering rotation, the bottleneck within him seemed to have been completely shattered, and his realm ascended at an astonishing pace. Fifth layer of gathering rotation. Sixth layer. Eighth layer of gathering rotation. He's still not finished? Shen exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Is it possible to cultivate like this? The seamless nature of this breakthrough left her utterly astounded. Could it be that my master possesses the aura of a great emperor? Her eyes sparkled like stars. Recently, she had not wasted her time online. She had learned the trending terms of the cultivation realm. Hey, it seems my judgment is quite astute. Shen cheerfully remained vigilant of her surroundings, prepared to protect her master. Time seemed to stand still as Shen Yun emerged from his breakthrough, only to find it was already the following morning. He had reached the second layer of pulse condensation. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, he wore a broad smile. As one ascends in cultivation, the difficulty of breakthroughs increases, especially for someone with his modest qualifications. However, VIP level 2 had alleviated his limitations. All he needed to do was cultivate automatically. And when the time came for a breakthrough, an abundance of spiritual energy would suffice. Remarkably, he had ascended from the third layer of gathering rotation to the second layer of pulse condensation in just one night, equivalent to a significant leap in realm. Given such efficiency in breakthroughs, even the most gifted cultivators would be left speechless. However, he had consumed quite a number of spirit stones that night. Over 600 low-tier stones. Upon reaching the pulse condensation stage, the cultivation speed at VIP level 2 has slowed. I must continue to advance to VIP level 3. Shen Yun mused, glancing around. Where have the discarded spirit stones gone? To his surprise, the room was devoid of the refuse he had left behind. Master, they are all in my beast-taming space. Shen exclaimed, darting into his embrace, her slender fox eyes crinkling with delight. Congratulations on your substantial increase in strength. Haha, you even know that phrase. Shen Yun chuckled, affectionately ruffling her fur. I didn't expect your space could hold items. That's quite convenient. He then rose to retrieve treasures from the safe, along with the feedback items from Ling Qingxue and Luo Hongxi's packages, placing them into the beast-taming space. Leave some spirit stones for me. You can consume the rest for now. When I acquire better resources in the future, I will improve your diet. Having absorbed 2 high-quality demon beast cores, Shen's strength had already reached the mid-stage of the third tier, and her growth potential was still considerable. Master, you should use them yourself. I can find materials to consume, she insisted, shaking her head repeatedly. After witnessing her master's extraordinary talent, she merely wished for his success. How considerate, Shen Yun exclaimed, cradling Shen and nuzzling her head with his cheek. But that's not acceptable. You must grow stronger too. I'm counting on you to help me soar. Shen responded, momentarily perplexed, for this was precisely her own aspiration. Shen Yun found her adorable expression amusing. Inhaling deeply, you must not squander your own talent. I still yearn for more. He added, "By the way, Sienna, you smell delightful." By Sienna emanated a fresh, comforting scent. Not overly sweet, and he found it quite pleasant to touch her soft, silky fur. "Not at all," she replied shyly, yet with a hint of joy. "Then I will strive to cultivate diligently to protect you, master." "Haha, let us both work hard together, Sienna." After a playful exchange, Shen Yun opened the application store on his phone, searching for the Monster app. I remember it was supposed to be released around now. Sure enough, upon searching, the app appeared. Shen Yun downloaded it, completed the real name verification, and established his personal account. This software is accessible to all, once one hunts down the monstrous beasts. Any items dropped by these creatures will belong solely to the individual. The platform will also enhance personal accounts through a star rating system, thereby unlocking additional privileges. Account levels range from 1 to 9 stars. The higher the level, the greater the privileges, along with access to information regarding advanced monsters. This is an acknowledgement of the account owner's capabilities. However, in the event of life-threatening situations or injuries, one must bear the consequences alone, only by joining the official organization. The Demon Subduing Division can one find assurance. After completing the account setup, Shen Yun will lock his coordinates to the city and search for relevant information regarding demon beasts. The results yield only 2 entries. One demon beast has intruded into nearby towns from Changshan, estimated strength between the 1st and 2nd tiers, claimed by someone, yet uncompleted. Another demon beast in Lishan's Wang is consuming humans, with an estimated strength also between the 1st and 2nd tiers, claimed by someone, yet uncompleted. The rewards for slaying demons are given on a first-come, first-served basis, with the strong revered. Nevertheless, such low-level demon beasts are far beneath his capabilities. Submit the information on the demon beasts I eliminated yesterday for verification, Shen Yun mused. Uploading the details of the Zombie King and Bat Demon he had dispatched the previous night to High City's customer service platform. Within a factory on the outskirts of High City, Jiangyu, disguised as a worker carrying out her task, felt her phone vibrating incessantly in her pocket. A call during the mission must indicate an urgent matter, she thought, scanning her surroundings and noticing the sparse crowd. She maneuvered a forklift to a secluded corner to answer the call. "Speak. Boss." Shen Yun has created a personal account on the Monster app. Yesterday, in addition to defeating a Tier 3 Bat Demon, he also vanquished a Tier 4 Zombie King. "Ah," Jiangyu gasped in disbelief. "Are you certain it was the Zombie King? The one that vanished in Hang City?" The Zombie King of Hang City was only revealed to be a zombie before its exposure. It was a malevolent entity that arose post-spiritual revival, known for its elusive movements. 6 months prior, in the Battle of Hang City, the entire team of the Demon Subduing Division was annihilated, and the Zombie King earned its notorious reputation. At that time, the Zombie King was merely Tier 3, comparable in strength to the team leader. With the assistance of 4 team members from the Demon Subduing Division, it managed to obliterate them and escape. Since then, it had seemingly vanished without a trace. Now, however, the news of Shen Yun slaying it left her utterly astonished. "Boss, there can be no mistake." Shen Yun's description was exceedingly detailed, and he even provided a card for the Tier 4 Demon Core. Although the card has been used, it cannot be counterfeit. Just how powerful is he? Jiangyu struggled to swallow. She recalled what Mo Chifeng had previously mentioned. The battle lasted no longer than 3 minutes. To defeat a mid-Tier 4 Zombie King in merely 3 minutes was utterly astonishing. Perhaps Shen Yun's fox possessed extraordinary abilities, as its innate teleportation was immensely powerful. Yet, to subdue such a formidable demon beast as a mount signifies that Shen Yun is indeed extraordinary. After a moment of contemplation, Jiangyu murmured decisively, "Increase his permissions under my name," promoting him directly to the 4-star Demon Subduing King level. A 4-star Demon Subduing King is required to hunt at least 3 Tier 4 demon beasts. However, each city's Demon Subduing Division captain possesses special recommendation authority upon verification. The platform will certify it. In the Monster app, ranks from 1 to 9 each carry distinct titles. 1-star Demon Subduing Apprentice, 2-star Demon Subduer, 3-star Demon Subduing Envoy, 4-star Demon Subduing King, followed by titles such as Sect, Monarch, Sovereign, Deity, and Emperor. As the captain of a city's Demon Subduing Division and a 3-star Demon Subduing Envoy, Jiangyu wields considerable authority to mobilize most departments within High City. Yet, attaining the Demon Subduing King level allows for the allocation of military resources throughout the city, granting immense power. Regrettably, Shen Yun was unwilling to join the Demon Subduing Division. Non-official personnel do not enjoy such privileges. Nevertheless, since he reported the information, He clearly did not wish to start from low-tier tasks. Jiang Yu resolved to afford him a convenience. With such a powerful individual and Fox joining, High City would undoubtedly become much safer. A significant boon. To think he could effortlessly slay the zombie king. It's no wonder he is reluctant to join the demon-subduing division. Jiang Yu realized. Shen Yun was, after all, a business owner with substantial wealth and freedom, coupled with such formidable strength. How could he possibly desire to be managed? They had speculated whether he had spent money in the game, but an online inquiry revealed that his hundreds of billions in cash had remained untouched, with no recharge records. And he had recently only ordered takeout online. Having wealth is one thing, but to gain opportunities within the game is truly enviable, Jiang Yu mused. Operating the forklift as she discreetly surveyed the factory for any lurking monsters. A 4-star demon-subduing king? Shen Yun gazed at his updated personal profile. It certainly facilitates my search for monsters. This is evidently a special favor bestowed upon him by Mo Chifeng and his associates. A mutual benefit indeed. Given his formidable strength, the elimination of high-ranking demonic beasts within the city would undoubtedly reduce casualties among the members of the Demon Suppression Division. Shen Yun accessed the local database, searching for information on 3rd and 4th-tier demonic beasts, only to find no relevant data. The latest bat demon had already succumbed to his blade. However, there was a plethora of information regarding 2nd-tier beasts. Yet, the 2nd-tier feedback cards were far too rudimentary for him. Even synthesizing 5 into a 3rd-tier feedback card held little significance for his current state. Moreover, the energy contained within 2nd-tier cores did not align with the capabilities of the 3rd tier by Siener, making the pursuit of such creatures a mere waste of time. He broadened his search to the neighboring cities and at last discovered promising news. In the nearest city, Gang City, an evil being known as the Skinning Demon had been sighted, estimated to possess 4th-tier strength. Abilities: flesh-eating and skinning, capable of disguising itself in human guise. It exhibited extraordinary intelligence. For detailed area information, please click here. Already under the jurisdiction of the Demon Suppression Division. Status: incomplete. Only in slaying 4th-tier beasts would he find true motivation. Shen Yun promptly selected the option. Let us go, Siener, to Gang City. Upon touching the ground, Siener transformed from his embrace into a magnificent 3-tailed snow fox. Her 3 grand tails reached up to the ceiling. It is said that with 9 tails, she could assume the form of an imperial beast, casting a shadow over the land. An astonishing sight indeed. Seemingly aware of Shen Yun's gaze, Siener shyly whispered, Master, if you wish to touch, feel free. Last time was merely an accident. Let us go. Shen Yun cleared his throat and mounted her. Just run straight there. The celestial fox possessed inherent speed advantages. Even without utilizing a teleportation skill, her ordinary sprint was among the pinnacle of 3rd-tier beasts. Whoosh! Siener leaped from the windowsill, her figure gracefully darting out of the villa area and onto the bustling street. Given the widespread knowledge of his white fox mount across the internet, Shen Yun felt no need to conceal it. The streets were alive with pedestrians, all hurrying to work or engrossed in games. As the massive white fox leaped over the crowd, startled onlookers gasped, "What just flew by? A white beast! Run!" Yet, as the white silhouette landed and leaped again, the crowd finally discerned its true form. Its bright, captivating eyes seemed to reflect the galaxy, shining brilliantly. Though a fox, its beauty transcended its species, even captivating human admirers. With a mere graceful leap, it exhibited elegance and poise. A vision of beauty and grace. This is the acclaim that arose from everyone upon witnessing the true form of the white fox. Wow, is that the dazzling white fox mount that has been circulating online? Realizing what they were seeing, people began to chase the white fox, shouting, "Esteemed one, please wait. How did you acquire such a mount? We humbly beseech you for your secrets. Young sir, may we become friends? I heard you recently faced heartbreak. Allow me to accompany you, and we shall never part." Previously, those who had not discerned the white fox clearly due to the video's blurriness now found themselves envious upon seeing its true essence. With its striking appearance and speed surpassing that of a sports car, riding it down the street would guarantee an admiring gaze from all around. Truly, it is extraordinarily impressive. Moreover, it is rumored that this fox possesses the ability to teleport. Who wouldn't desire such a captivating mount? Perhaps the commotion was too overwhelming, causing the white fox to become startled as it blinked and vanished before the eyes of the crowd. This scene ignited a fervor throughout the entire street. Is this the manifestation of a flash? How astonishing! Why is it that only he possesses such a mount? I yearn for one as well. Perhaps it is obtained through feedback? Alas, I must hasten to the mountains to capture a creature. Raising it could also yield a mount. In the morgue of the harbor city, 3 more corpses arrived today. The staff nervously glanced at the registration information from the Demon Suppression Department member, Lee. This marks the 20th corpse. Are you certain you can collect the demonic aura of the skin-changing demon? If it discovers our knowledge of this place, it may come to destroy the bodies. The painted skin demon has recently become exceedingly audacious, claiming numerous lives within a mere week. However, this demon conceals itself within the human form, its malevolent aura shrouded in secrecy, rendering it exceedingly difficult for the Demon Suppression Bureau to detect with their magical artifacts. Thus, the Bureau devised a strategy to gather all the corpses together in order to extract the essence of the painted skin demon. Once a sufficient quantity of demonic energy is collected, the challenge of locating the fiend will significantly diminish. If the painted skin demon were to discover this, it would undoubtedly come to destroy the corpse, causing the staff to become quite anxious. Fortunately, the mortuary is home to many lurking experts from the Demon Suppression Division. Otherwise, they would have long since abandoned their posts. Rest assured, old Zhang, Li Mingda said as he accepted the cigarette offered to him, patting Zhang's shoulder with a smile. Within a week, the magical artifact will detect the demonic aura on the painted skin demon. At that time, we will report to the provincial team and summon 2 4-star demon kings. Once everything is resolved, a generous reward awaits you. Serving the Demon Suppression Division is a duty. Old Zhang sighed with relief. A week isn't too long. We can hold on. However, once Li Mingda departed, no one noticed the urgency that crept into old Zhang's gaze. In a week, 2 demon kings will arrive here. But the mortuary is filled with powerful members of the Demon Suppression Division. I can't destroy the corpse. In truth, the painted skin demon had already taken his daughter hostage, compelling him to relay information daily. Yet, astonishingly, his daughter, Zhang Min, had devoured the spiritual consciousness of the attached painted skin demon. Not only did Zhang Min retain her personal awareness, but she also inherited the demon's abilities and strength. The recent surge in killings stemmed from her exhilaration at experiencing rapid upgrades. Now, old Zhang must seek an opportunity to destroy the corpse here and escape the port city with his wife and daughter. Otherwise, once the Demon Suppression Division detects the demonic aura within his daughter, they might come knocking at their door any day, leading to endless repercussions. Outside, Li Mingda flicked away his cigarette but then climbed into the black SUV parked by the roadside, glancing at the young man in the back seat, who was engrossed in his phone. Mr. Shen, we have begun disseminating the news that we will collect the demonic aura of the painted skin demon within a week. Once the painted skin demon catches wind of this, it will surely do everything in its power to destroy the corpse. We merely need to wait. Clearly, the so-called collection of demonic aura was a ruse. The port city's Demon Suppression Division possessed a Bagua compass for collecting demonic aura, effective only against mid-tier 3rd-stage entities. Capturing the essence of higher-tier beasts was exceedingly challenging. Their true intention was to report to headquarters, dispatch 2 formidable demon kings, and circulate the false news of collecting demonic aura, drawing the painted skin demon into their trap. Little did they know that Shen Yun had arrived in Port City, orchestrating things ahead of time. After all, this man and his fox had previously slain a 4th-tier zombie king. Inside the vehicle, 3 other members of the Demon Suppression Division were observing the recently promoted 4-star demon king, a handsome young man. Naturally, they were also captivated by the adorable white fox nestled in his arms. Flanking Shen Yun were 2 female team members, their eyes fixed on the white fox, torn between the desire to pet it and their bashfulness. Moments ago, they had attempted to entice the proud white fox with various snacks, only to be met with its haughty turned head. This reaction only deepened the affection of the 2 women towards her, igniting an irresistible desire to embrace and caress her. However, despite their status as elite members of the Demon Exorcism Division, with some having achieved the esteemed rank of 3-star Demon Exorcist, they were still bound by the decorum expected in the presence of a 4-star Demon King. Even though Shen Yun was not an official Demon King, her remarkable achievement of subduing a mid-level 4th-stage zombie was sufficient to earn their utmost respect. Before Shen Yun could speak, the delicate Baixianer nestled in her arms voiced her observation. The scent on your right hand is reminiscent of the demonic aura emanating from the clothing of the corpses we encountered earlier. The sudden whisper startled the 4 individuals in the vehicle, rendering them speechless. What? She has already reached the 3rd tier. Typically, a 3rd-tier intelligent beast would possess the ability to articulate profound truths. Who could have imagined that such an adorable little white fox would be at a comparable level to them? In just a few days, The little one is leveled up at an astonishing pace. She must possess an extraordinary bloodline, right? Moreover, her voice is simply delightful. If she were to take on a human form, she would undoubtedly be a stunning beauty. Li Mingda and the others were filled with curiosity about what she would eventually look like, especially given her current exquisite appearance. However, it is worth noting that ordinary beasts require a 6th tier or higher to achieve a flawless transformation. Those with superior talents may transform earlier. As for those who consume humans to assume human forms, they can only barely maintain a semblance of human shape. The startled Baixianer felt apprehensive under the intense gaze of those around her. She twisted her waist and burrowed into Shen Yun's collar, her small paws tugging at his clothing to reveal her eyes, which scanned the group warily. By the way, Li Mingda was the first to regain his composure. Raising his right hand to address Baixianer, "Are you suggesting that Lao Zhang is problematic?" Just moments ago, his hand only touched Lao Zhang's shoulder. When Shen Yun had approached them earlier to inquire about the aura of the skinning monster, the team had presented the deceased's clothing for the white fox to sniff. To their surprise, Baixianer's nose proved to be even more reliable than the 3rd-tier Bagua compass of the demon's subduing division. They could not be mistaken. Shen Yun held a firm confidence in Baixianer's discernment. He turned to the others and declared, "Let us head to Lao Zhang's residence and keep watch. The truth will soon be revealed." For him, having a lead meant charging forward without hesitation. Understood. Li Mingda and the others exchanged glances before driving directly to Lao Zhang's home. The strength of the human-fox duo was unquestionable, and resolving the skinning monster's presence would allow them all to breathe easier. Meanwhile, Shen Yun continued to observe the projection on his phone. Today, various merchant guilds had brought magical artifacts to the Yaoqi sacred land, and Ling Qingxue was assisting him in locating items to enhance goodwill. It is worth mentioning that ever since this young lady acquired the time dilation space tower, her progress has been nothing short of remarkable. Another day has passed, and her cultivation has now reached the first layer of the soul refining realm. Having an advantage truly makes a difference. Speaking of which, this young lady has undergone significant changes recently, Shen Yun noted, observing that as Ling Qingxue's strength grew, her demeanor became increasingly distinguished. Her already unique and spirited appearance, combined with a burgeoning inner strength, radiated confidence through her brows. Her radiance was undeniable, possessing a unique allure. It seems the young master has been observing my countenance intently. A delicate blush and a touch of vexation arose within Ling Qingxue's heart. I was absorbed in cultivation last night. Had I known, I would have adorned myself with greater care before emerging. Engrossed in cultivation and the pursuit of favor-enhancing trinkets these past days, she had scarcely found time for personal grooming. Today, the young master's gaze lingered upon her features, yet she was unadorned, with stray strands of hair cascading across her brow, creating an unkempt appearance. I must appear quite disheveled in this state. I shall endeavor to present a more polished figure upon future emergence. With subtle grace, Ling Qingxue smoothed a stray lock of hair and resumed her exploration of the storage rings with her divine sense. These are the cultivation resources brought to the Yao Pool by various prominent chambers of commerce, such as magical artifacts, secret manuals, spiritual herbs, elixirs, and an array of materials. As long as she finds something to her liking, the Yao Pool will provide the funds for procurement. However, in comparison to the vast number of spiritual stones, she has currently only discovered 3 desirable items: a 4th-tier medium-grade spiritual herb, the dragon blood flower, an 8th-tier superior-grade celestial vine, and a forging material, the 7th-tier starstone. These spiritual materials are quite commendable. They will be perfect for Siener. Shen Yun expressed a sense of contentment regarding her recent acquisitions. These spiritual materials are primarily utilized for alchemical purposes and are not suitable for direct consumption by humans. However, the ethereal creature, Baixianer, is an exception, and she is nearing the completion of the 6th-tier nourishing heart flower. Recently, this young lady has been reluctant to consume the entirety of it, and she also refrains from utilizing spirit stones or drinking from the spiritual spring. Instead, she is meticulously savoring the roots of the nourishing heart flower, consuming them bit by bit. At last, with the acquisition of these 2 spiritual materials, she would be able to sustain herself for a while. After reviewing a batch of storage rings, the related merchants from the guild would take the rings away for inspection, should any items be damaged. They would be compensated at their full value. Although the Yaoqi is vast, it does not engage in deceitful transactions, and these merchants have been long-time acquaintances. At that moment, when a merchant placed a ring on the table, a surge of joy filled Ling Qingxue's heart as she exclaimed, "Eureka!" She promptly retrieved a cherished item from the ring. Revealing a longsword of a pale blue hue, shimmering with an ethereal glow, suspended in midair. With a resonant hum, the sword emitted a melody. As golden inscriptions unique to the saint-tier quality swirled around its blade, exuding a formidable aura of pressure and an imposing sword intent, dazzling to behold. A saint-tier magical artifact? Shen Yun was elated. In his past life, possessing a top-tier magical treasure placed one among the elite, envied by all, especially after the expansion of the realm. Those who wielded saint-tier artifacts were revered as kings, seen as invincible in their domains. To acquire one so soon after the server's launch was indeed a delightful surprise. A potent card to hold in reserve. It appeared that Miss Ling had taken an interest in this sword. The merchant smiled and gestured. This is one of the treasures from our esteemed treasure pavilion, a mid-tier saint-level flying sword, named Jinghong. Flying sword. Ling Qingxue's heart raced. Even the accompanying elder from Yaoqi gazed at the flying sword Jinghong with astonishment. A flying sword is the personal magical artifact nurtured by a sword cultivator within. A testament to their prowess. The distinctive feature of this treasure, setting it apart from ordinary artifacts, is its ability to grow. Moreover, the flying sword resonates with the mind and spirit of the cultivator, allowing for a more effortless mastery in its utilization. For instance, if a novice cultivator attempts to wield a sacred tier artifact to attack an enemy but lacks sufficient internal spiritual energy, it is highly likely that they may be drained to the point of becoming a mere husk, thus facing demise. However, the sacred tier flying sword requires minimal consumption, making it exceedingly facile to slay foes beyond one's level. The circulation of such exquisite flying swords is exceedingly rare. No wonder it is a prized possession of the renowned treasure pavilion, one of the 4 great merchants of the eastern domain. Indeed, it is a remarkable treasure, thought Ling Qingxue, gripping the long sword in her hand. Young master, this magical artifact possesses commendable quality and should prove beneficial to you. Beneficial? It is nothing short of the finest of the finest. Shen Yun could hardly contain his eagerness to claim it immediately and bind it with his blood. He never anticipated that this would turn out to be a flying sword. This object is versatile, capable of being both large and small. And it is said to be remarkably user-friendly. After gathering his emotions, he calmly conveyed, "It is acceptable." Indeed, it must be the young master, Ling Qingxue mused inwardly. To us, this treasure is invaluable, yet to the young master, it may be as insignificant as weeds by the roadside. After stowing the flying sword into her spatial ring, she turned to the manager of the treasure pavilion. "I shall take this magical artifact. You may discuss the price with the elder." With a hearty laugh, the manager of the treasure pavilion replied, "Our esteemed pavilion master has decreed that any magical artifact chosen by Miss Ling shall be gifted to her as a token of goodwill." Oh, Elder Yaoqi, standing nearby, wore an inscrutable smile. It seems the pavilion master is quite well informed. No wonder the treasures brought by the treasure pavilion this time are of such high quality. It appears they intend to offer favors. Clearly, Ling Qingxue's recent success in overcoming the 1,000 grid trial had inspired the pavilion master to foster a favorable relationship with her. Not at all. The manager's smile grew ever more radiant. They were all old friends, and a few words sufficed to convey their meanings. Elder Yaoqi graciously accepted the gift from the treasure pavilion. Unperturbed by these exchanges, Ling Qingxue continued to examine the storage rings presented by the merchants. "Mr. Shen, we have arrived." Shen Yun lifted his gaze to Li Mingda, who, upon alighting from the vehicle, handed him a microphone. "Let us first conduct a sweep of the vicinity. You may wait here. If the Zhang family is concealing a skin-changing demon, we must seal off its escape route." Perfect timing to bind the flying sword. Shen Yun nodded slightly, raised his hand to activate a game projection, and extracted the feedback item, a mid-tier holy-grade flying sword, Jinghong. Special effect, a ritual-type artifact capable of growth, its size adjustable after blood is spilled, and it can be nurtured within the body. With a flash of projection light, a 7-foot-long sword materialized before Shen Yun's eyes. "Wow, what a beautiful sword!" Baisieno exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Young women often find it difficult to resist such dazzling, luminous treasures. "I will certainly procure a treasure for you when the opportunity arises." Shen Yun traced his finger along the long sword, allowing a drop of his blood to spill upon Jinghong, which absorbed it swiftly. "Ding! Congratulations, player. You have bound the flying sword, Jinghong." With a mere thought, the sword shrank to the size of his fingertip. As he moved his gaze, Jinghong flickered within the vehicle like flowing light, proving to be exceedingly agreeable to control. Indeed, it is remarkably smooth to use. Shen Yun reflected inwardly. And as he stored the flying sword within his brow, he suddenly felt a warm, soft sensation enveloping his fingertip. Looking down, he saw Baisieno extending her delicate tongue. gently licking the wound on his finger. Her earnest demeanor was quite endearing. Shen Yun chuckled as he playfully flicked her tongue with his finger, saying, "A little injury is nothing to worry about." To his surprise, Bai Sienna reacted dramatically, quickly diving into his embrace and exclaiming, "Master, you must not think inappropriately. Stop it. Stop it." Shen Yun was utterly bewildered. He was a serious person, after all. How could he possibly entertain such thoughts? But then he remembered, mortified. Damn. I forgot about the countless gigabytes of content downloaded by Zhou Chaoqiao on the tablet. That woman had gone to great lengths for him, indulging in various roleplays. From daughter-like characters to ship girls. Bai Sienna's strong reaction clearly indicated that she had seen the contents, mistakenly believing he had particular preferences. Ugh. I'll delete all that content as soon as I get back. Shen Yun awkwardly stroked the little fox beneath his clothing, attempting to change the subject. Come on, Sienna. Let's see if old Zhang's family is hiding any monsters. Bai Sienna, nestled in his arms, was greeted by the sight of his well-defined chest muscles. The sight rendered her crimson with embarrassment as memories of the scene she had witnessed on her tablet flooded back to her, a captivating fox maiden serving her master. Her enchanting demeanor reminiscent of a cat's gentle grooming. The image made her question whether she had somehow transformed into a fox spirit herself. Surely, the true foxes resided on the television screen. Surely, my master wouldn't desire my service. Yet, our paths diverge so greatly, she mused, her lips pressed tightly together, her eyes brimming with shyness. She found herself astonished by the audacity of the individuals in this world, indulging in such frivolity without a care for the distinctions between races. Unbeknownst to Shen Yun, who had no inkling of her thoughts, he disembarked from the vehicle and pressed the microphone in his ear, indicating to Li Mingda. Directly inform me of old Zhang's residence. I shall investigate for any monsters. Understood, Mr. Shen. This creature possesses peculiar abilities. Do not allow it to get too close. Li Mingda responded as he arranged for his teammate, Shaoli, to escort Shen Yun. Guided by Li Mingda's directions, Shen Yun hurried toward old Zhang's home. Only a week left. Inside the room, Zhang Min, having hung up the phone, wore a grim expression. Mother, we must devise a plan to destroy those corpses. Otherwise, once my demonic aura is detected by the Demon Suppression Bureau, it would spell trouble. She had not anticipated the existence of such an agency in China, as only cultivators were privy to its knowledge, while ordinary folk remained oblivious. Had it not been for the emergence of the Xuanxin mobile game, Zhang Min, an ordinary person, would have remained in the dark. Inside the room, the anxious Yang Hui paced restlessly. Ordinary individuals cannot enter. It would be perilous for you. What shall we do? Initially, when they learned that their daughter had become a monster, her parents were taken aback. However, Zhang Min's rapid growth brought significant benefits to the family, such as monster crystal cores and beast companions. They anticipated that once she ascended to greater heights and commanded a group of highly skilled players to serve their family, they would thrive on the feedback and prosper in the future. After all, it was a world dominated by the powerful. Those whom their daughter had slain were merely weaklings in their eyes, mere casualties of circumstance. Yet, upon hearing that the Demon Suppression Bureau had means to deal with their daughter, Yang Hui felt a wave of panic. Zhang Min's thoughts raced. Why not have my father approach the personnel at the morgue to extract family information from one of them? Then, I could kidnap their family member and coerce him into destroying the corpses. She resolved that personally visiting the morgue would be a last resort. Having the Bureau handle the destruction of the corpses would yield a higher success rate, without her having to take unnecessary risks. Since gaining her newfound strength, Zhang Min experienced a life she had never known. Previously, she was merely a cog in the corporate machine, a faceless entity within the crowd. Now, she had ensnared 2 male celebrities, and more than a dozen handsome men were bound to her underground harem, striving daily to please her and bring her joy. Such indulgences had previously existed only in her fantasies or the pages of novels. Now, they were her reality. She had no intention of jeopardizing her current life for any reason. This plan is excellent, Yang Hui exclaimed, slapping her thigh. We'll proceed with it. Once old Zhang returns, we shall devise a thorough strategy. After all, a dead ally is preferable to a living adversary. This is a world governed by the law of the jungle, where might makes right. As long as their family remains unscathed, nothing else matters. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, startling the mother and daughter into silence. Is anyone there? We are official character registrars, here to document your roles for statistical purposes. Character registrars? Zhang Min cautiously approached the door to glance outside. Why have we not received any notification? What credentials do you possess? Standing outside were a man and a woman, But upon seeing the handsome young man leading the duo, Zhang Min's heart raced, and her breath quickened. She gazed in astonishment at the striking figure before her, thinking, how can there be such a handsome man? At that moment, she finally comprehended the sentiment of encountering someone who could alter the course of one's life. He must become my paramour, Zhang Min exclaimed with exhilaration, suppressing her excitement as she opened the door. Upon beholding the true visage of the man before her, she instinctively pressed her legs together. Her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. The man stood tall, nearly 6 feet 3 inches, with tousled hair framing a pair of strikingly well-defined brows. Particularly captivating were his bright, profound eyes, which, coupled with his chiseled features, exuded an air of coldness intertwined with an enigmatic allure, leaving an indelible first impression. Tonight, I shall eliminate all men in the basement, Zhang Min resolutely vowed to herself. Such a rare gem is sufficient. She must meticulously train him to ensure he falls deeply in love with her. It would be rather unfortunate if he discovered her numerous male companions in the extravagant lifestyle she leads. Master, I can sense it. It must be her. Upon hearing the transmission, Shen Yun wasted no words. With a flick of his fingers, he unleashed a blazing inferno directed at Zhang Min. By chance, Zhang Min caught a glimpse of the unusual radiance emanating from his hand. Exercising caution, she swiftly retreated just in time to evade the attack. Damn it, I've been exposed. Zhang Min shouted in anger, Mother, take action. The flame instilled a sense of trepidation within her, as if a mere touch would result in instant demise. The source of this formidable fire was unknown, and even as a fourth-tier practitioner, she dared not confront it. Instead, she leapt towards the window in a desperate bid to escape. As for her mother, Yang Hui, she felt uncertain about carrying her away. Mortals are destined to experience birth, aging, illness, and death. She could avenge her parents once she survived. However, unbeknownst to her, Shen Yun had already laid in wait outside the window with his flying sword. Jingong, let us see how my little treasure performs. Whoosh! Amidst the piercing sound of the wind, the flying sword, trailing a pale blue light, sliced through the void, striking Zhang Min's skull with lightning speed, releasing a foul, coagulated blood. With her eyes wide in shock, she was sent reeling to the ground, her body splattering like a ruptured bag of putrid liquid, releasing a torrent of rancid blood. In the blink of an eye, her form withered, leaving behind nothing but a mere human skin. At the entrance, Yao Xiaoli, a member of the Demon Suppression Division, gazed in disbelief at the blood-soaked feedback card rising from the ground. Did he really just kill her? They were aware that Shen Yun and the White Fox had previously vanquished a fourth-tier zombie king. Yet, they were astounded that he had effortlessly annihilated a skinning demon in a single encounter. What was particularly remarkable was that he had done so without relying on the fox, single-handedly defeating a fourth-tier evil spirit. It is essential to recognize that beings capable of reaching the 4-star Demon Suppression King status are formidable experts of the Hanhai realm. While this realm can contend with fourth-tier demons, humans, having a relatively fragile foundation in cultivation, stand little chance against fourth-tier evil spirits in a one-on-one scenario. This was also the reason they had previously reported the need to find 2 demon kings. Yet, the man before them had single-handedly defeated a fourth-tier skinning demon with a mere breath. This increasingly astounded Yu Xiaoli. This power is utterly monstrous. It feels as though he is cheating. He has undoubtedly reached the level of a 5-star demon suppression master. As an elite of the Demon Suppression Division, Yao Xiaoli had witnessed the fierce struggle of 3 demon kings as they hunted a fourth-tier evil creature. The exchange between both sides had been extraordinarily intense. Yet that was 3 individuals besieging a single monstrosity. But with Shen Yun, he executed his movements with such nonchalance, akin to crushing an ant, especially that flying sword, which struck the painted skin demon with such swiftness that she scarcely had time to react. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots echoed within the room. Yang Hui, armed with the spirit suppression gun, was struck by the dreadful realization that her daughter had perished. This underscored just how swiftly the previous events had unfolded. What filled her with despair, however, was the fact that when her bullets were aimed at the sword-wielding man, they were thwarted by the spatial distortions unleashed by the White Fox. Witnessing Shen Yun unscathed, his expression indifferent as he gazed at her, Yang Hui was so frightened that she discarded her gun. Why yes, I apologize. We were all coerced by the painted skin demon. She collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. If only you had forced the demon out sooner, she would not have died. My poor daughter. Yao Xiaoli shook her head and stepped forward with the spirit-binding handcuffs. We did not wish for such an incident to occur, but battles are fleeting. You must accompany us back and cooperate with our investigation. She had encountered family members possessed by demons before, most of whom were powerless to resist. Some were even unaware that their loved ones had been taken over by evil entities. It could only be said that it was fate. And only by growing stronger could one protect themselves. Wiping away her tears, Yang Hui noticed she had been handcuffed and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as I coordinate my testimony with old Zhang, it will suffice. The couple speculated that there might come a day when they would be captured. If that happened, selling their daughter would be a means of survival. No one desired death. Moreover, Zhang Min was neither human nor ghost. When needed, she was referred to as their daughter, but when not, she was merely a demon. Yet a gentle whisper further eased Yang Hui's tense emotions. Who said she was to be taken away? Shen Yun waved his hand, summoning 2 cards from the ground, and directed his gaze towards Yao Xiaoli. Huh? Yao Xiaoli thought she had erred and hurriedly unlocked Yang Hui's handcuffs. Oh, it's fine. Just take me away. Yang Hui lamented, her voice thick with tears. I know this gentleman is reasonable, but you must also adhere to the rules. However, before her words fell silent, whoosh, a pale blue sword light sliced upwards, cleaving through Yang Hui's waist and shoulder, instantly severing her in two. A copious amount of blood erupted from her wound. Yang Hui screamed like a vengeful spirit as she collapsed to the ground. Gazing at her own entrails strewn about, terror filled her eyes as she clawed at herself. Why kill me? I'm innocent. Please, save me. Shen Yun cast a glance at the pale-faced Yao Xiaoli, then with a flick of his wrist, turned and departed. The world has changed, rookie. Since you have made a move, you must accept the consequences of life and death. To act against me and still wish to adhere to protocol? How naive. This time, I obtained 2 cards. One is an early feedback card of the 4th tier, and the other is a crystal core of a 4th tier beast. Their value is rather ordinary compared to skill cards. However, the consumption of the flying sword, Jing Hong, is minimal, which is a pleasant surprise. It is important to note that this is a sacred tier treasure. Moreover, Shen Yun possesses a 20-fold combat power increase, and his internal spiritual energy reserves surpass those of ordinary cultivators, making the control of the sword quite manageable. If only I had a sword technique or something similar, Shen Yun remarked, feeling a tinge of regret. With a sword technique, he could truly dazzle. However, such a secret manual must await his character's feedback. Just as he descended the stairs, Shen Yun noticed Li Mingdao rushing over with a group. Mr. Shun, you are truly formidable. They had already learned about the battle situation from Yao Xiaoli, gazing at Shen Yun with expressions full of admiration. The troublesome painted skin monster was swiftly dealt with in his hands, leaving chaos in its wake. As for the deceased Yang Hui, had Shen Yun lacked the strength to withstand the bullets, would he not have perished? Furthermore, that woman drew her gun with such speed. And she certainly did not appear to be coerced. She killed without hesitation. A powerful figure like Shen Yun has his own way of navigating the world, and they, as novices, should simply observe and learn. Never mind, I shall take my leave first. Upon finishing his words, the white fox in his arms gracefully landed and enlarged its form. How magnificent! Li Mingdao retracted his envious gaze and looked at Shen Yun, who was now seated upon the fox's back. Mr. Shen, if we encounter trouble, may we request your assistance? Rest assured, we will compensate you with the beast crystal course. The world is evolving too rapidly. None can guarantee that even more formidable beasts will not emerge next. Shen Yun certainly requires the beast crystal cores to nourish this white fox beneath him. If they could befriend such a powerful ally, it would be a fortuitous opportunity for the team. Hearing this, the surrounding members' eyes sparkled with excitement. Yao Xiaoli, who had also arrived at the scene, chimed in with a playful smile. Big shot. Could you look out for us novices? It seemed she had regained her composure from earlier and even playfully winked at Shen Yun. My appearance fee is not low, Shen Yun replied with a faint smile, as Bai Xianer leapt out of the community gate, vanishing into the streets. Captain, did Mr. Shun just agree? Yao Xiaoli inquired curiously. Perhaps, but it hinges on whether the beast cores are sufficient, or if the beasts are of a high enough level. Li Mingdao shrugged. Let us deal with old Zhang. Once this matter is settled, we shall seek out 2nd and 3rd tier beasts to practice our skills. Maintaining such a formidable evil spirit is exhausting. It seems the captain has been inspired by Mr. Shen. The others exchanged knowing smiles as they began to tidy up the aftermath. On his return home, Shen Yun took a detour into the mountain forest along the roadside to carve out a cave dwelling. There was no choice. A man with extraordinary abilities was about to undergo a breakthrough. Among the remaining items, the high-grade spirit stones should suffice for my ascension to the Han High Realm. Within the cave, as Shen Yun opened his eyes, He waved his hand to collect the debris scattered on the ground into the beast space. This time, he absorbed over 100 inferior spirit stones, reaching the 3rd level of meridian condensation. In his possession remained 273 medium-grade spirit stones and 12 superior-grade spirit stones. On the Xiantian continent, the ratio of spirit stones stands at 1 to 100, where a single superior-grade stone is equivalent to 10,000 inferior-grade stones, providing ample supply for the time being. Noticing that Baixianer was absent from the beast control space, Shen Yun surmised that she might have ventured into the nearby mountains in search of spiritual materials. The maiden was indeed considerate, having placed a considerable amount of fox fur around the cave's perimeter, allowing for instantaneous teleportation in case of emergencies. Shen Yun mused, I should give those 2 spiritual materials from Qingxue to Baixianer, lest something untoward befalls her. Soon after, a melodious voice echoed, Greetings, esteemed master. I have arrived. With a graceful flourish, Baixianer materialized within the cave, leaping into Shen Yun's embrace. Congratulations on your advancement, master. Haha, Shen Yun chuckled, gently stroking her head as he conjured a 4th-grade middle-tier spiritual herb, dragon blood flower, and an 8th-grade superior-tier heavenly spirit earth vine from his spatial storage. Oh, the dense spiritual energy. The character you're bonded to must be extraordinary. Baixianer's eyes sparkled with delight. Particularly captivated by the thick, spiritually rich vine, she nearly drooled. Seeing this, Shen Yun magnanimously placed them within the beast-taming space. Don't stand on ceremony. Following me, you'll not lack for benefits. Thank you, master. Affectionate embraces. Baixianer wrapped her arms around Shen Yun's neck, nuzzling his cheek affectionately. Shen Yun jested with a smile, You're so lively now. Once you assume human form, you'll revert to a quiet maiden. No, I won't. Baixianer protested. Yet the thought of rushing into her master's arms after transforming filled her with shyness, rendering her speechless. Let us be off. It is time to return home. Noticing the darkening sky outside the cave, Shen Yun rose, preparing to depart. Tomorrow, I shall visit the company and shift our business toward beast cores and spiritual materials. In his previous life, his company's model mirrored others, recruiting players to assist each other in games. Now, he could transition to acquiring vast quantities of beast cores and spiritual materials in reality, aiding Baixianer's rapid growth. Mounting Baixianer, Shen Yun examined the status of both characters on his phone. Luo Hongshi's alchemy master, Zhao Xinqing, had returned to the Heavenly Evolution Sword sect, instructing the young maiden in alchemy techniques. Since acquiring the violet gold heavy pupils, her alchemy skills had skyrocketed, enabling her to barely concoct 4th-grade elixirs. Once her cultivation base improved, strengthening the pupil's origin, 5th-grade elixirs would be within reach. I'll have an alchemy repository soon. Shen Yun mused gleefully. Seeing Luo Hongxi studying diligently, he refrained from disturbing her. Turning his attention to Ling Qingxue. Beside her chibi figure stood another, the holy maiden of the Jade Pool, Yuan. The two were studying the imperial array altar brought from the Qilin Palace within the grotto. Junior sister, the altar is damaged beyond repair. Yuan frowned, shaking her head. My constitution detects no trace of array aura. It seems to be beyond salvation. Her innate Tao physique was highly sensitive to all laws and origins, and she understood Ling Qingxue's reason for inviting her, hoping she could glean insights from the altar's array. After all, she had cultivated her Tao physique for longer than Ling Qingxue. However, the imperial array fragment on the altar had lost its divinity, with only a few broken lines remaining, likely perplexing even the most skilled array masters. Ling Qingxue stroked the cracked stone tablet, her expression tinged with regret. This is indeed a corner of the imperial formation. Once comprehended, the benefits are boundless. Unfortunately, if even Yuan expresses such sentiments, it becomes increasingly unlikely that she will attain any understanding herself. At this moment, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Ling Qingxue's eyes. Has my lord arrived? She whispered pleadingly, My lord, could you assist Qingxue in examining this altar? In her heart, her master was nothing short of omnipotent. Perhaps he could decipher the grand imperial formations from these intricate patterns. It was only in Shen Yun's presence that she revealed her youthful demeanor. In the outside world, she remained composed and unflappable, even in the face of formidable sacred realm experts. After all, with a master as extraordinary as he, what was so remarkable about the sacred realm? As Shen Yun pondered how to politely decline, a notification appeared on the interface, prompting a chuckle. Very well, let me take a look. Limited time restoration offer. Recharge 1,999 yuan to restore a fragment of the imperial formation, valid for 10 days. Formation Restoration Special. Recharge 28. 888 Yuan to restore a segment of the Imperial Formation, enhancing the character of the day. Ling Qingxue encounters the scene of the Imperial Formation's activation, aiding her comprehension. Super Special Offer. Recharge 188. 888 Yuan. Directly implant a fragment of the Imperial Formation into Ling Qingxue's mind, showcasing the player's prestige. What perfect timing. After purchasing the Super Special Offer, Shen Yun pressed the voice button. Focus your mind and deeply comprehend the fragment of the Imperial Formation. I knew my lord could accomplish anything. Ling Qingxue, without a shred of doubt, sat cross-legged beside him, astonished by Su Wan's wide-eyed gaze. Moments later, she felt profound formation insights flooding into her consciousness. My lord is truly extraordinary. He has comprehended the Imperial Formation at a glance. Ling Qingxue was astounded. The fragment of the Imperial Formation in her mind was elucidated with remarkable clarity, each detail painstakingly clear. She felt that with time, she could surely grasp its essence. This is clearly an analysis deliberately crafted by the young master to facilitate her understanding. It is truly remarkable. Her admiration for him has soared to unprecedented heights. How attentive he is, so considerate towards me, thought Ling Qingxue, secretly delighted, as she began to calm her mind and delve deeply into her insights. In just a short while, a trace of imperial essence emanated from her being. Moreover, at the center of her forehead, ethereal imperial patterns flickered in and out of visibility, exuding an aura of the extraordinary. This left Su Wan utterly astonished. Is she truly beginning to comprehend it already? Just moments ago, the two of them were still pondering and studying, and now, in such a brief span of time, the junior sister has already had her epiphany. This is utterly outrageous. The aura of the imperial pattern within the cave soon startled the sages in seclusion at the Yaoqi. Hiss. It's that girl causing a stir again. Wasn't that altar deemed useless? How could Ling girl comprehend it? Truly, she embodies the visage of an emperor, beyond the grasp of ordinary reasoning. It seems I shall find it difficult to settle my mind during this period. Haha, if I were awakened daily, I would welcome it. Ever since Ling Qingxue arrived at the sacred land, smiles have adorned their faces without cease. As for her apprenticeship, everyone unanimously agreed that allowing Ling Qingxue to develop freely, under the guardianship of Su Yi, would suffice for her protection. Throughout history, emperors have their own paths. Interference from others is, quite frankly, unbecoming. Wan, have you not comprehended? The telepathic message from the Yaoqi master made Su Wan's eyelids twitch. Master, I believe I have. What does she mean by not comprehending? It is something one merely thinks about. After a long while, when Ling Qingxue opened her eyes, Su Wan approached with a question. Junior sister, have you gained something? Seeing Ling Qingxue nod, Su Wan felt truly disheartened, her shoulders drooping as she sighed. Perhaps the Yaoqi saintess should appoint you. I feel my title is undeserved. She was often hailed as a prodigy among the younger generation of the Eastern Domain. Yet, the true prodigy stood before her, and she finally understood the feeling of helplessness others experienced in her presence. One cannot compare oneself to another. Senior sister, you flatter me. I merely happen to be fortunate and blessed, Ling Qingxue replied modestly with a smile. She possessed no extraordinary comprehension. It was merely her lord who had quietly supported her from behind. Otherwise, her fate would still be uncertain at this moment. My lord, thank you. She had expressed her gratitude many times, yet she could not help but voice it again. It is but a trivial matter. Focus on your cultivation. Shen Yun advised. The treasure-seeking endeavor of the Merchant Association has reached a conclusion. You may now concentrate on cultivating and refining your skills. Perhaps venturing out will lead to the discovery of valuable items. To attain VIP level 3 requires an expenditure of 5 million, which means a cumulative spending of 10 million for the upgrade. Considering her previous expenditure of 180,000 in prior records, she is still approximately 4.6 million short of reaching VIP level 3. This is quite a substantial sum. Well, Qingxue will heed the young master's words. Upon noticing the young master's gaze had vanished, Ling Qingxue smiled at Su Wan, who was intently observing her. Senior sister, I truly do not wish to become the saintess. My focus lies in cultivation. I understand. Su Wan leaned closer, her voice a hushed plea. Then, I comprehend. Allow me to teach you. Ling Qingxue blinked, eliciting a radiant joy from Su Wan. The two of them leaned in, engrossed in a discussion about the imperial array. Meanwhile, Shen Yun, having exited the game, gazed into the vast night and murmured to himself, tomorrow, The inheritance secret realm shall soon commence. The inheritance secret realm, as its name suggests, is a place of opportunity, housing ancient legacies. Once these secret realms have absorbed a sufficient amount of spiritual energy, they gradually open their gates to the world. The entities that reside within are exceptionally ancient and shrouded in mystery, potentially linked to beings from ancient mythologies, such as the progenitor of vampires, gods of the sea, and deities of war from foreign lands, as well as the four divine beasts and the ghostly generals from Chinese lore. These secret realms, revered as the resting places of the divine, represent the pinnacle of spiritual inheritance. Securing their legacy would bestow immense advantages on one's future cultivation path. Regrettably, the deities within the Chinese domains may have slumbered for far too long, leaving behind only faint remnants of divine consciousness, making it arduous for individuals to awaken them and acquire their esoteric teachings. Additionally, the treacherous nature of these secret realms has deterred many hopeful seekers from obtaining such profound knowledge. Shen Yun recalls that in his previous life, the most renowned inheritance acquired in China was that of the divine beast Xuanwu and the duality of the black and white impermanence. When this inheritance was obtained, celestial phenomena would manifest above the secret realm, creating a magnificent spectacle. However, the authenticity of such transmissions remains to be verified. Aside from these three, other inheritances are rather minor. Consequently, the relative weakness of Chinese legacies has led numerous foreigners, fortified with formidable divine inheritances, to invade these realms in search of resources. Particularly irksome is the sight of the island nation's individual, who, having acquired the Yada inheritance, struts about with an obnoxious air of superiority, which is infuriating to contemplate. It is unfortunate that the so-called Xuanwu inheritance lacks potency. Otherwise, if it were truly connected to the great Emperor Zhenwu, others would not dare to overstep. Of course, it is also possible that it bears no genuine connection to the true legacy of Zhenwu, merely adopting a grandiose title. The same goes for the black and white impermanence, which is rumored to be merely a superficial resemblance. With my current foundation, perhaps I could attain a divine inheritance, Shen Yun mused, pursing his lips. Once the secret realm opens, the divine domain will soon emerge. Having been reborn, he naturally recalls the legendary secret realms from his past life. Perhaps, with the formidable flames of heaven, he might acquire some powerful esoteric techniques. Contemplating this, Shen Yun felt a flicker of anticipation. I wonder if the Huagua Mountain secret realm harbors the legacy of the great sage. This is one of the most renowned secret realms in China from the previous era. However, until his demise, no one could activate the mystical phenomena of Flower Fruit Mountain. Yet he sensed that, if there truly was a legacy, it might not necessarily pertain to the Sun Wukong from the tomes. Early the next morning, Shen Yun drove to the company. As he entered the lobby during the bustling peak of clocking in, the surrounding employees greeted him with cheerful smiles. President. Good morning, President. Previously, due to the absence of related gaming benefits, numerous employees had clamored to resign, with some even opting to join the Zhou group directly. Now, those who had departed must be regretting their decisions. Not only had the Zhou group collapsed, but the monster app had become widely known. In Haicheng, the foremost monster tamer was none other than this strikingly handsome and extraordinarily capable man, the 4-star monster tamer. His impressive record is verifiable, having single-handedly vanquished 2 4th-tier beasts. Moreover, with Qin Shitong stepping in as the executive president and introducing a series of benefits, the remaining employees have been exhilarated for several days. This is undoubtedly a golden opportunity, heralding a promising future. The CEO has become remarkably formidable. It's no wonder he previously neglected company affairs. He must have encountered fortuitous circumstances in the game. The initial stages of game development are of paramount importance. Were I in his position, I too would prefer not to squander time at the company. With the CEO's personal visit, it is certain that significant developments are afoot. Let a great sage debate for me. Shen Yun nodded slightly to the crowd, and then the elevator doors opened ahead, revealing Qin Shitong and a group of executives hurrying towards him. CEO, why did you not inform us of your arrival in advance? Boss, is there something momentous to announce? Qin Shitong gazed at the young man with a look of astonishment. She sensed that the Tunglong group was on the brink of soaring to new heights. I shall keep my remarks brief. Shen Yun led the way to the sofas in the hall and instructed the gathering, from now on, the company's primary focus will shift towards the development of demon beast crystal cores and celestial materials, while all unnecessary ventures will be summarily cut. Employees may form expedition teams to venture into the mountains to hunt demon beasts and gather materials. The group understood. as they were all aware that he possessed a white fox capable of teleportation. Boss, Qingxue hesitated. Entering the mountains necessitates strong leaders to guide the teams, which means we need to recruit individuals. However, it may be a bit late for us to begin hiring. Those capable players have likely been recruited by other companies. Attracting talent might require considerable resources. In truth, she yearned to express, it would have been far easier for you to recruit earlier. Indeed, the initial hiring phase is undoubtedly less challenging. Yet, as a reborn individual, Shen Yun possesses information that allows him to disregard this concern. He smiled lightly and replied, "No worries. I received word this morning that numerous regions have already opened their dungeons. You simply need to disseminate the message that those wishing for guidance to conquer the dungeons should join Tinglong Company. Once this news breaks, there will be no shortage of individuals eager to join the Tinglong Company. He merely needs to take some of the strong ones under his wing, utilizing their formidable prowess to conquer dungeons. Subsequently, these formidable individuals can mentor newcomers. During their spare time, they can assist him in venturing into the mountains to hunt for demon beast cores and gather spiritual materials. Over time, the operations of the company will naturally fall into place. Dungeons. Qingxue and the others' eyes lit up. They were well acquainted with such gaming concepts. With this enticing hook, attracting new members would be significantly easier. With the president's strength, leading a team through dungeons would be a piece of cake. Once the word is out, there is bound to be a rush of people eager to join us. The atmosphere among the group was buoyant. For the individual before them was none other than the first demon suppressor of Haiqing, serving as a powerful advertisement. All right, Shen Yun rose and stated. As for the other relevant matters, you all can discuss and arrange them. I must take my leave. He felt on the verge of another breakthrough. After achieving a breakthrough last night, he sensed another one approaching. What a blissful busyness. Take care, President. The group rose in unison. Qingxue escorted him out of the company. Whispering softly, President, someone from the Demon Suppression Division visited the company, inquiring about the incident with the Tianjiao Club. Is everything all right? Although Captain Jiang Yu had already informed her that Shen Yun's strength had earned the recognition of the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division and that the Tianjiao Club would not pursue any vendetta against him, she was still cautious. If anyone within the company deliberately sought trouble, they could simply call her. However, in the club, the emphasis was on having an entire roster of Tianjia-level players, not just in reality but in the game as well. While her boss appeared formidable now, what about in the later stages? Once they received feedback and grew stronger in reality, it would likely become a challenge even for the Demon Suppression Division to contain. Moreover, due to the abundance of gaming talent within this organization, it was directly under the scrutiny of the state. How could her boss possibly contend with that? This troubled Qingxue greatly. Do not worry. Focus on your own matters, Shen Yun replied calmly as he entered the vehicle. The biting dog does not bark. The Tianjiao Club remains peculiarly silent, and he is well aware of their intentions. They merely await the enhancement of game feedback. To expect feedback stronger than himself? That would be a farce in the face of 100 billion game coins. Merely considering the VIP capabilities, these individuals have yet to grasp even the first level. In his past life, Shen Yun knew that certain Tianjiao cultivators had targeted Luo Hongxi, yet the identity of the mastermind remained elusive, though he was familiar with Zhou Hao and Yu Xingchen from Haiqing. For the moment, he only needed to wait for Ling Qingxue to complete her seclusion, after which he would systematically eliminate those Tianjiao who had oppressed and pursued Luo Hongxi. Currently, he was in a developmental phase. Once he grew stronger, he would undoubtedly cleanse the hidden culprits behind the oppression of Luo Hongxi. Very well, Qingxue observed his calmness and presumed he had some form of assurance. She softly cautioned, Boss, act with caution, and if anything arises, do not hesitate to call Captain Jiang Yu. Let us depart. Shen Yun waved his hand and drove away. Upon returning home, Shen Yun immersed himself in a state of cultivation. Time ceased to exist in the realm of training. By the time he broke through to the 5th level of meridian condensation, it was already afternoon. Checking the monster app, he found no information regarding 4th-tier demon beasts in nearby cities. There were plenty of 3rd-tier beasts, but they had all been taken over by the Demon Suppression Division. This group may find 4th-tier creatures challenging, yet 3rd-tier beasts merely required some time to handle. As for cities farther afield, there were indeed suspected sightings of 4th-tier demon beasts. However, the distance was too great. It would be quite embarrassing to take a flight only to discover they were merely 3rd-tier beasts. How he wished for a flying vessel that could encircle China in less than an hour. Shen Yun felt helpless. A flying vessel would be truly remarkable, automatically absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for power. However, In his previous life, only the significant figures possessed one. If he had such a vessel, his efficiency in monster hunting would surely increase. He decided to wait for confirmed fourth-tier information before venturing out. Shen Yun closed the app. I must expedite the accumulation of VIP expenditures. Developing VIP capabilities was of paramount importance. He still needed over 4 million to reach level 3. Opening the game, he saw Ling Qingxue was in the midst of cultivating, likely consolidating her newly acquired imperial formation. Luo Hongxi was not at the Tianyin sword sect, but was instead at an inn with several fellow disciples. At that moment, her expression was far from pleasant, as she was embroiled in a heated argument within a room. Zhang Lei, I have already told you, my Luo family has severed ties with the Zhang family. Luo Hongxi glared at the youth before her, her brow furrowed. The Zhang family, devoid of shame, dares to act as though the matter of the divorce has never transpired? Sister-in-law. Zhang Lei chuckled awkwardly. My cousin has his reasons. Bang. Luo Hongxi's eyes reddened instantly as she slammed her palm on the table. Glaring furiously at the grinning Zhang Lei, who is your sister-in-law? If you keep saying that, I swear I will bring justice upon the Zhang family. Realizing he had struck a nerve, Zhang Lei hastily apologized, slapping his own face. Ouch. Look at this mouth of mine. It deserves a beating. But truly, Sister Luo, my brother is in a difficult position. He lamented extensively, claiming his brother was coerced by the daughter of a powerful sect. His tale was one of tears and grievances, decrying the injustice of the world. Previously, the Zhang family would have been eager to sever ties with the Luo family. Yet now, Luo Hongxi's name resonated throughout the eastern region. As the sword master of the Tianyin sword sect and a disciple of the esteemed Dan sage Zhao Xinqing, she was among the distinguished guests invited to the alchemy competition hosted by the Dan Hall. To say she had transformed from a sparrow into a phoenix would be an understatement. Zhang Fenghua truly regretted his choices, wishing he could turn back time and marry Luo Hongxi directly. The entire Zhang family was in anguish, lamenting the loss of a golden opportunity, realizing their folly. Zhang Lei happened to encounter disciples of the Tianyin sword sect residing in this locale, prompting him to visit and persuade Luo Hongxi. However, little did the Zhang family know that Luo Hongxi had long learned from Shen Yun of Zhang Fenghua's ambitions to align himself with the noble women of the Wentian sect. Observing Zhang Lei's theatrics, she felt as though he were a clown seeking attention. TSK, it appears the Zhang family is still not resigned, fearing that this true phoenix might take flight. A familiar voice echoed in her mind, lifting her spirits considerably. Ah, the young master has arrived. Does he not resemble a jester? Let them regret their choices. If it were up to me, I would simply slap him away. You seem idle. Shen Yun noted the awkward expression forming on Luo Hongxi's face, understanding that the girl was still hesitant to act decisively. Ultimately, having not endured the trials of her previous life, her courage remained lacking. Ding. Limited time offer. Recharge 324, original price 648. Now discounted. To summon a phantom that would send Zhang Lei flying with a stern warning. The sudden pop-up recharge prompt caught Shen Yun's attention. It seems I must bolster your courage. Limited time offer. Recharge 888, now discounted. To receive a phantom slap that would send Zhang Lei reeling and spitting blood. This would be the fate of those who disturb Luo Hongxi. Supreme offer. Recharge 888, now discounted. The true form descends upon the Xiantian continent, temporary enhancement and cultivation. Immunity to any harm, exuding supreme pressure that would instill fear in Zhang Lei and shatter his resolve. Note, only with a favorability rating above 90 can the true form descent recharge prompt be activated. What? The true form can actually descend? Shen Yun was immediately intrigued. Extending a finger to poke. Ding. Congratulations, player. Purchase successful. Due to the current player's attire being of low caliber, recharge 324, original price 648. Now discounted. To obtain a set of exquisite embroidered robes. Recharge 888, now discounted to receive a magnificent long robe. Recharge 888, now discounted, to acquire a transcendent long robe set with hair-binding effects. Luxurious offer. Enjoy white hair. Enjoy the Flying Immortal Ensemble. Now only 888, now discounted. Once donned, it would elevate the player's prestige to new heights. Warm reminder. Purchased items are permanently stored in the player's personal account backpack. Goodness, a white-haired master. Such a plethora of schemes. Shen Yun could not help but admire this setup, a true genius at work. It would be unbearable not to buy. He promptly locked in the luxurious ensemble. This is for my own wear, so naturally, I must procure the finest. Additionally, he casually acquired 2 more sets, merely to establish a record of expenditure. Ding! Congratulations, player, your purchase is successful. And you may now descend into the otherworldly realm of Xintian continent, simply by reciting it in your mind. Feeling a surge of excitement, Shen Yun rubbed his hands together and first left a message for Bai Xian'er to ensure she wouldn't worry upon realizing his absence. Having completed these tasks, Shen Yun greeted Luo Hongxi. I have long harbored disdain for that Fenghua, and now encountering the shameless scion of the Zhang family has stirred my inclination to take action. If only to vindicate you. Ah, what merit is there for the young master to intervene? Luo Hongxi exclaimed, rising in shock. After all, such a petty figure would surely sully the young master's hands. Yet, her anxious demeanor conveyed an entirely different message to Zhang Lei. Why does she react so fervently upon hearing about my cousin's hardships? It appears that this future sister-in-law harbors some concern for her cousin, merely indignant over the Zhang family's breach of contract. It was a simple matter. The family merely needed to express sincerity and acknowledge their faults to retain a glimmer of hope. However, Zhang Lei's gaze suddenly twitched as a shadow materialized silently within the room. Upon seeing the newcomer, Luo Hongxi felt an involuntary shiver run through her entire being. She fixated her attention on the white-haired gentleman before her. He stood with an air of nonchalance, clad in a long robe as pure as snow. His waist-length white hair secured at the ends with a crimson ribbon. His ethereal presence and unparalleled beauty rendered everything around him pale in comparison. A celestial being amidst the mundane world. This was the first time Luo Hongxi had encountered such vocabulary, and for a moment, she was utterly captivated. What a remarkably handsome young man. She had never seen a man who could possess such striking beauty, almost ethereal. Yet she recalled that this young man existed in a perilous realm, making his appearance a rare occurrence. However, he had come to her side, prompted by just a few words from Zhang Lei. At that moment, Luo Hongxi realized that the young master seemed to be angry with her. Indeed, when Shen Yun spoke, her heart raced like a frightened deer, pounding as if it might leap from her chest. Sister-in-law? Shen Yun gazed at Zhang Lei, whose eyes were filled with astonishment and doubt, and spoke with an air of indifference. You, Zhang family, dare to covet what belongs to me. Boom. Those seemingly light words struck Zhang Lei's heart like a thunderclap, leaving him pale and drenched in cold sweat. Zhang Lei, inexplicably trembling, took a few steps back, his expression one of terror as he fixed his gaze upon Shen Yun. He could not fathom why he felt such fear towards this individual. Yet the oppressive aura emanating from him was overwhelming, as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. This sensation is perilous. My lord, whispered Luo Hongxi as she approached Shen Yun, her eyes brimming with tears of emotion. The mere sight of her lord filled her with overwhelming excitement, and now, being under his tender care, what could be more exquisite than this moment? At that instant, she yearned to leap into his embrace, to tightly hold the man who bestowed upon her an immense sense of security. Yet, Luo Hongxi refrained. In her heart, her lord was akin to the moon in the sky, a blessing to behold from afar. To act impulsively and risk displeasing him would be most unfortunate. My lord, Zhang Lei exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed at the pair. How could someone of Luo Hongxi's standing ever serve as a maid? It is as if Zhang Fenghua from his family were an emperor, utterly beyond comprehension. Observing Zhang Lei's bewildered expression, Shen Yun could not help but reflect. The wheel of fate indeed turns. In a past life, you, Zhang Fenghua, relentlessly pursued Luo Hongxi, finding no escape in heaven or earth. Today, you shall come to understand the bittersweet sensation of willingly relinquishing a fiancé with boundless potential. Just the right opportunity to vex you, Zhang Fenghua, you little pauper. Shen Yun reached out and encircled Luo Hongxi's slender waist, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Lei. Dare to touch what is mine, and face the consequences. Luo Hongxi tensed, gazing in astonishment at the young master so close before her. Oh my goodness! Young master, you are so direct and so domineering. There are outsiders present. The means of asserting sovereignty are rather overbearing. She clutched tightly to the fabric of the young man's attire, her cheeks flushing with a visible intensity, resembling a ripe apple. She relished the feeling of being treated with such dominance. What a turn of events! Zhang Lei's countenance darkened, for this signified that the Zhang family had lost a daughter-in-law who could elevate their status. Suddenly, a gust of wind howled through the room. An ethereal hand struck Zhang Lei's face. Get out! The resounding clap caused him to spew blood, propelled like a top as he crashed through the door and tumbled outside. The immense noise startled the disciples of the Tianyin sword sect within the vicinity. Figures swiftly moved into the corridor, only to find Zhang lay sprawled on the ground, his face swollen and surrounded by blood and scattered teeth. Isn't this the friend of our junior sister? How could he be so badly beaten? Chen Haotian and the others exchanged puzzled glances at the closed door. Yet, they heard Luo Hongxi call out, "Brothers and sisters, please drive him away. I do not wish to see anyone from the Zhang family." Chen Haotian cupped his fists and bowed, asking, "Is the sword master unwell? Do you require our assistance?" Since the elder alchemist from the sword sect had been invited to inspect the alchemy competition, Luo Hongxi, preoccupied with her cultivation, had left them to guard the place. They could not afford any mishaps. "I am fine, Brother Zhang. I was merely provoked by him. You all handle this matter. I shall resume my cultivation." How dare he provoke our swordmaster? A glint of cold light flickered in the eyes of the crowd. Luo Hongxi was the treasure gem of the Tianyin sword sect, cherished as if she were delicate, yet someone had the audacity to cause trouble. While the sword master cultivated, we shall take care of this. Chen Haoyin turned and seized Zhang Lei by the hair, dragging him into a nearby room with a grim expression. "You little fish, deceiving us into thinking you are friends with the sword master? If you do not provide our sect with an explanation today, do not expect to leave here alive." Chen Haoyin was usually irreverent, but when he became serious, the matter was far from trivial. Zhang Lei, witnessing the fierce disciples of the sword sect storming into the room and shutting the door, waved his hands in fear. "Oh, I truly did nothing. If you had done anything, would you still be alive?" Chen Haoyin's tone grew colder as he brandished his sword at Zhang Lei's neck. "I am too weary to waste words on you. Speak plainly. Otherwise, the might of our sword sect shall descend upon your family." Zhang Lei trembled in fright. He might have been bold with the soft-hearted Luo Hongxi, but he had no courage to confront this group of formidable sword cultivators. Unable to conceal the truth, he divulged the details of the matrimonial affairs between the two families, albeit with a few embellishments regarding his cousin Zhang Fenghua's association with the noblewomen of the Wenyangong, lest the Tianyin sword sect discover their sordid intentions. The strikingly ethereal white-haired man appeared formidable, and he dared not speak further. "Does the sword master have a betrothal?" Chen Haotian and the others exchanged glances. It was evident that Elder Lin Xing had not disclosed this matter to the disciples. Only a select few within the sword sect were aware. Given that the engagement had been annulled and they still dared to intrude, it was clear they sought to ingratiate themselves. Chen Haotian assessed the situation and immediately raised his fist, as large as a sandbag. "We do not. That is not your intention. Brother, well observed. Shameless. Kick him a few times." The disciples howled, suppressing Zhang Lei's cries as they delivered a thorough beating. Inside the room, the ruckus had grown so loud that it roused Luo Hongxi from her reverie, blissfully immersed in the young man's tenderness. Upon awakening, she felt a sense of suffocation. The young master was undeniably domineering, to the point where she felt as if her heart might be drawn away by him. With her cheeks flushed with shyness, Luo Hongxi leaned her head against Shen Yun's chest, taking deep breaths. "Those senior brothers and sisters have embarrassed the young master. What does it matter? That fellow deserves a lesson," Shen Yun replied with a smile, playfully tapping her delicate nose. "If Zhang Fenghua dares to lay a hand on you, he is courting death. Next time you meet them, do not grant them a pleasant countenance." Luo Hongxi, unaware of the reasons from her past life, was content to let him remind her. To Luo Hongxi, these words resonated with an overwhelming sense of possessiveness. She failed to grasp the subtle hints, yet it felt akin to a confession, filling her heart with an intoxicating happiness. Looking up, she found herself entranced by Shen Yun's strikingly handsome visage, causing her to blush. The words that followed eluded her courage, prompting her to bury her face against Shen Yun's chest, whispering silently to herself, "I, Luo Hongxi, shall forever be yours, a treasure no one can seize." Such sentiments remained confined within her heart, for she believed herself too ordinary to be worthy of a being so celestial as he. The mere thought that she could occupy a place in his heart, that he might occasionally think of her and the words he spoke today, was already more than enough. With this in mind, Luo Hongxi clung tightly to Shen Yun, her right hand gripping his wrist as if to merge her essence with his very soul. Unable to voice her feelings, she resorted to this silent expression. The lightweight garments of cultivators left Shen Yun feeling somewhat constricted, and Luo Hongxi's extraordinary talent only intensified the sensation. A touch embarrassed, he shifted slightly, clearing his throat. "Speak your mind. I assure you, I take no offense." Now it is Luo Hongxi's turn to feel awkward. Clearly, she has sensed something amiss. As the gentleman spoke, Luo Hongxi seized the opportunity to loosen her grip and divert the conversation. "By the way, how long can you stay here?" "Ding. Once the matter is settled, The player will return to the real world in 10 seconds. Is this it after spending over 100,000? What a ripoff. Shen Yun silently cursed, then looked at the girl before him and smiled gently. I cannot remain for long. I must depart shortly. The smile on Luo Hongxi's face froze. She had hoped the gentleman could accompany her for a while. What am I thinking? The descent between realms must have consumed him greatly. How could I be so greedy? She quickly suppressed her thoughts. In ancient times, ascendants were known, yet she had never heard of them descending to the mortal realm. The challenges involved were undoubtedly immense. Although the gentleman was powerful, his world was rife with peril, and his adversaries would surely be formidable. How could he disregard his own safety for her sake? Luo Hongxi earnestly advised, you must be careful. If the descent here proves too taxing, you should not attempt it again. They would have plenty of opportunities to meet in the future. After all, she was merely a small, so there was no need to worry. Shen Yun smiled softly, and then he vanished from sight. Gentlemen, Luo Hongxi instinctively stepped forward, gazing into the void. In that moment, she envisioned him, as if a celestial figure was silently observing her from above. Do not worry, I have returned. Yes, please rest well, my lord. I am perfectly fine. Luo Hongxi's face lit up with a smile as she joyfully settled onto the bed, her long legs playfully kicking at her skirt, radiating delight. You truly are handsome. The mere thought of Shen Yun's extraordinary visage made her heart race uncontrollably. What is more, he does not seem to be the heartless immortal type. It is often said that immortals sever all emotions and desires, yet the gentleman's earlier reaction was astonishing. So, he does have feelings for me, Luo Hongxi thought. Her head bowed as she shyly bit her pink lip, her cheeks flushed. If only we had more time, I cannot bear to see him toil so hard. Oh dear. What am I thinking? Luo Hongxi felt as though her heart might leap from her throat. With her eyes misting over, she quickly turned and nestled into her blankets. In her heart, the gentleman had already equated himself with a husband figure. However, such thoughts were not befitting for a young lady. She must maintain her composure. Inside the villa, Shen, sprawled on the sofa with her phone, suddenly noticed a flash of light within the device. As Shen Yun appeared, swiftly settling into a meditative pose, she twitched her delicate nose. Such a rich aura of vitality. Upon a closer look, she quickly covered her eyes. How wonderful. The character bound to the master must undoubtedly be a seductive fox spirit. In such a brief span of time, she was genuinely concerned that her master may have been ensnared by the other party's charm. By the way, can the master traverse into the smartphone? This revelation astonished Shen, as no one online had ever hinted at such a possibility. Nevertheless, it was evident that the character her master was bound to was anything but ordinary. Possessing such feedback capabilities was indeed reasonable. What a marvelous journey. Once Shen Yun regained her composure, she found the earlier experience to be quite surreal. Having achieved something she had yearned for in her previous life evoked a sense of nostalgia. This is troubling. Even the soul has been lured away. Shen despondently pawed at the sofa cushion. As a fellow fox spirit, she felt woefully inadequate compared to the other, who might even be human, leaving her feeling quite defeated. Noticing the commotion, Shen Yun waved her hand, summoning the spiritual energy that brought both her and the smartphone into her palm. What troubles you? Shen? You appear rather downcast. It's nothing, master, just feeling a bit drowsy, Shen replied, exposing her belly and closing her eyes, indicating she had overeaten and needed to digest. Lying on the bed, Shen Yun cradled her on her stomach, gently stroking her silky belly to aid in digestion, while her other hand examined the game character. Luo Hongxi was sprawled on the bed perusing an alchemy manual, while Ling Qingxue was engaged in the evolution of the imperial array within the cave. Seeing that both were occupied, Shen Yun exited the game and opened a short video app. It's already afternoon. News about the secret realm should be circulating online. Sure enough, the interface was flooded with related hot topics. Top trending, the Jiangnan water town unveils 12 secret realms. Experts deciphered the age of the land within, revealing it to be around 30,000 years old. The history of Chinese civilization may be rewritten. Official headline, mysterious realms resembling the underworld have surfaced in Yuzhou district. Ghostly apparitions abound, posing a high danger. Caution is advised for those who enter. Feature on metaphysics, the legacy of the secret realm. This information was derived from the deciphered inscriptions on the secret realm's stele. The populace may have the opportunity to gain mysterious ancient inheritances within the secret realms. International news, a realm of Hercules has emerged in southern Europe. Will the powers of ancient deities manifest once more? Discussions among netizens from the pickled vegetable nation. The inscriptions in the secret realm bear a striking resemblance to our own. This suggests the origin of the secret realm may trace back to our country. We urge all nations that obtain the secret realm to submit the inscriptions for our research. Unauthorized appropriation of research is tantamount to theft. Financial news. Statistics indicate that global players earn approximately 30 cents worth of game currency daily, excluding exceptional circumstances. VIP Level 1 requires a spending of 2 million, meaning it would take about 18,000 years for a player to accrue enough to reach VIP Level 1. Exclusive interview section. Could the Xiantian continent be linked to Blue Star? Are the deities of various nations merely former cultivators, their tales morphing into legends through the ages? Indeed. The secret realm has manifested at this pivotal moment. Shen Yun swiftly perused each piece of information related to the secret realm. The most prominent realm was undoubtedly the underworld realm that had appeared in Yuzhou district. Moreover, the inheritance of the black and white impermanence originated from here. Now that the secret realm has emerged, it is time to stake a claim at Flower Fruit Mountain. Shen Yun did not covet the inheritance of the black and white impermanence. It was destined for those who were fated. His aim was Flower Fruit Mountain. If the great sage truly existed, he was curious about what kind of inheritance it would be. He opened a transportation app, only to find that high-speed trains were largely suspended. Flights were limited to a few areas, as the mountains were rife with demonic beasts that posed a risk to airborne travelers. Moreover, it was challenging for ordinary people to secure flight tickets. But for Shen Yun, this was a minor inconvenience. The privileges of a 4-star demon-suppressing king were still intact. Noticing there were still intra-provincial flights to Flower Fruit Mountain, he filled out the necessary information and successfully purchased a ticket in under a minute. I fear the vicinity of Flower Fruit Mountain is now teeming with people. Shen Yun mused to himself. No one was foolish. With the ancient secret realm opening, this legendary area could very well harbor its own secrets, and it was certain that many would be waiting in anticipation. Given the popularity of the great sage, both tourists and locals had likely congregated there in droves. However, securing the inheritance of the secret realm was not merely a matter of numbers. After purchasing the ticket, Shen Yun began to gather his belongings. Uncertain of when the Flower Fruit Mountain secret realm would open, he decided to await its arrival, for he could easily reside anywhere. Moments later, Shen Yun mounted by Sienner and set off for Haicheng Airport. She was actually serving as a maid at the Zhang family. Zhang Fenghua glared intensely at the bruised Zhang Lei before him. Indeed, Zhang Lei, unable to meet his voracious gaze, whispered, given their circumstances at the time. It seems Luo Hongxi had long since set her heart on that white-haired man. Boom. Upon hearing this, an enraged Zhang Fenghua smashed the table with a palm, shattering the headband atop his head. That wretched woman, he seethed, gritting his teeth in a low roar. No wonder she readily agreed to the annulment of our engagement when I approached her. She had latched onto a powerful ally. Had it not been for that white-haired man, given Zhang Fenghua's prospects in joining the Weniangong, the Luo family would have certainly desired their union. Even if he had sought to annul the engagement previously, he could have fabricated a suitable excuse afterwards, and the Luo family would likely have understood. Yet now, the Luo family was entirely dismissive of the Zhang family's overtures. It seemed that the white-haired man was pulling the strings behind the scenes. How could she cavort with another man when she was already betrothed to me? Zhang Fenghua, feeling the sting of betrayal, had eyes reddened with fury. And you? How shameless to steal another's wife. This is truly the most despicable. In the past, he would engage in discussions with friends about the allure of another man's wife. Well, this is ironic. He has now encountered the situation himself. The crux of the matter is that he had not even touched his fiancée's hand before that white-haired man whisked her away. Goodness, please don't act recklessly. Zhang Lei, noticing the murderous intent emanating from him, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. He clasped his fists and addressed Zhang Lai, the composed head of the Zhang family, saying, Patriarch, the prowess of that white-haired man is astonishing. It appears that the Tianyin sword sect is yet unaware of their affair. If we do not tread carefully, he is bound to seek out the Zhang family. Currently, he is the only one who has discerned the relationship between Luo Hongxi and that man. Should the Zhang family make a grand spectacle of this matter, the family would be in dire straits. Ultimately, one must say that Zhang Fenghua and the upper echelons of the family are far too presumptuous. Had they not called off the engagement, none of these troublesome events would have transpired. Otherwise, the Zhang family could have had a daughter-in-law with boundless prospects. Now, alas, the sister-in-law has become another's woman, and the family may well face a crisis. However, being merely a disciple of the family, How could he dare to criticize the future patriarch and the higher-ups? This matter will be given due consideration by the family. Zhang Lai waved his hand, saying, You have worked hard. Go seek out the elders for medicinal herbs to treat your injuries. Yes, Zhang Lai replied as he took his leave. After he departed, Zhang Lai patted Zhang Fenghua on the shoulder, saying, At this juncture, there is no hope for Luo Hongxi. The strength of that white-haired man is uncertain. Do not act foolishly. Let this matter rest for now. Rest assured, Father, I understand, Zhang Fenghua replied, taking a deep breath to suppress the rage within him. One of the most perilous figures in the cultivation world is precisely this type of individual, youthful yet with a head of white hair. For one can never ascertain how long they have lived. He has not yet been foolish enough to seek out trouble with the man directly. This may indeed be for the best, allowing me to focus on my pursuit of Master Lu Rian in the sect. As for the two of you, I shall surely avenge this grievance in the future. Having calmed his emotions, Zhang Fenghua bowed to Zhang Lai, stating, In that case, I shall return to the sect at once. Very well, it is good that you can come to terms with this, Zhang Lai said, patting his shoulder. Go forth. Should you require assistance in your cultivation, the family will certainly support you. Thank you, Father. I take my leave. Attention passengers. Due to an overwhelming number of travelers heading to Flower Fruit Mountain, for safety reasons, starting tomorrow, only cultivators at the 5th level of the Gathering Rotation Realm will be permitted to board. Passengers below this level will receive a full refund for their tickets. Goodness, are there really so many people for the Flower Fruit Mountain flight? In front of the airport, a throng of people waiting in line for security checks buzzed with excitement. Haha, that's south the legendary place where Monkey King once resided. Who knows? There might be a secret realm there, which is why so many people are going. We are truly fortunate. We can still go today. Otherwise, with my mere spirit induction realm cultivation, I would just have to watch. I've cleared the 5th generation of Black Myth, and today I'm on the last flight. I must be destined for greatness. Perhaps I could inherit the Monkey King's legacy. Hey, you might just be right. The crowd's enthusiasm soared. Each person convinced they were destined for greatness once the secret realm at Flower Fruit Mountain opened. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the back of the crowd. It's that flashing white fox. Boss Shun is also going to Flower Fruit Mountain. My heavens, that fox is stunningly beautiful. The queue of people turned in unison to see a magnificent white fox bounding towards the airport entrance. As she stood before the crowd, no one could tear their gaze away. With her ethereal 3 tails, immaculate fur, and enchanting visage, complemented by her radiant eyes and innate grace, who could help but feel a pang of jealousy and admiration? With every step she took, she captivated the attention of all. Meanwhile, Shen Yun, seated above, was also the center of attention. Although Shen Yun's fame did not rival that of the viral flashing white fox, he held a noteworthy reputation in Haiqing, the pinnacle of beauty, the dashing brother. This is a refined moniker bestowed upon him by local netizens of Haiqing. Indeed, he possesses an impressive allure. Truly, he is the pinnacle of beauty in Haiqing, even surpassing celebrities. Many privately lamented. In comparison, he appears more like a destined figure. Wow, the great sage doesn't care whether I have a mount or how handsome I am. Everyone is a destined individual, and everyone has a chance to inherit. Is he also going to Flower and Fruit Mountain? This manner of entrance must surely aim to affect my resolve. Despicable, such underhanded tactics. The great sage will not impart his secrets to you. Mr. Shen, the airport staff, who had been waiting at the entrance, hurried forward with a smile, saying, I will escort you to the VIP passage. Thank you, Shen Yun replied with a slight nod, while Bai Xianer transformed into a small fox, resting on his shoulder. Throughout the journey, the duo attracted an overwhelming amount of attention, causing quite a stir wherever they went. It was only when Shen Yun boarded the plane and settled into first class that tranquility finally descended. Feeling his phone vibrate in his pocket, Shen Yun glanced at the unfamiliar number, raised an eyebrow, and answered, Hello? Good day, Mr. Shun. I am Jiang Yu, the captain of the Demon Suppression Division in Haiqing. I understand you are preparing to head to Flower and Fruit Mountain. Rest assured, the Tianjiao Club has received notification from higher-ups and will not suppress your company. Upon hearing this, Shen Yun realized her intention to mediate the grievances between their factions, responding in a measured tone, a barking dog seldom bites. Recently, they have been cautious, likely waiting to gain strength through the game before taking action. His foundation could swiftly elevate to the level of the Demon Suppression sect, at which point even the powerful would bow their heads before him. The advantages of the Tianjiao Club would only manifest within the game characters. Mr. Shun, Do you truly intend to engage in a battle of wills with the Tianjiao Club? To speak candidly, both parties have their necessity and significance. Any losses to either side would not bode well for China. Moreover, not everyone in the club is a villain. You need not trouble Captain Jiang with this. The plane is about to take off. Shen Yun abruptly ended the call. The enmity of past lives lingered. He could not simply relinquish it due to some so-called persuasion. Once he had vanquished his adversaries, he would address other matters. Those so-called elites of yours will serve as stepping stones for Qingxue, Shen Yun replied coldly. Opening the game, Ling Qingxue was emerging from her retreat today, ready to venture forth and eliminate some elites, inflicting pain upon this group. Within the mobile game's projection, Ling Qingxue stepped out of her cave abode, stretching languidly. I have mastered a corner of the spatial imperial array, and my cultivation has reached the 3rd level of soul forging. It's time for some practical experience. Recently, she had been within the time-space tower, familiarizing herself with the array and absorbing spiritual stones to enhance her cultivation. However, her rapid advancement necessitated consolidation, otherwise, her foundation might become shaky. Seek out a suitable location for training and help the young master find some favor-enhancing items, Ling Qingxue mused as she descended the mountain, keenly sensing a familiar gaze upon her. Young master, you have come, she exclaimed joyfully, looking towards the void, perhaps having spent too long cultivating in the space. She felt immense joy every time she communicated with the young master. The phrase "one day apart" feels like 3 autumns aptly described her state. Seeing her radiant smile, Shen Yun pressed the voice button and teased, You seem so happy. Shouldn't you greet me with "a long time no see"? Yes, it has indeed been a long time. Ling Qingxue playfully winked before skipping down the mountain. Young master, Qingxue plans to venture out for some training. Do you have any good suggestions? Indeed, I have one. Do you remember the person you defeated last time, Chu Feng? His sleeve bore a character for Tian, which is the emblem of the Tianjiao Club. Ling Qingxue pondered thoughtfully, then nodded. I recall, young master. The corner of that person's sleeve indeed featured a red Tian embroidered upon it. All the cultivators of this organization are of elite caliber, some of whom have harmed my acquaintances. You should deal with them, Shen Yun stated plainly. One is named Sun Feiyu, and the other, Wei Rong. You can look into their backgrounds. These 2 individuals had previously targeted Luo Hongxi, whose cultivation level at this time should be comparable to Ling Qingxue's. It is said that Luo Hongxi's remarkable fortune enabled her to escape from the clutches of this group of people. Furthermore, the elixirs she refined were sold at a premium by Shen Yun, thereby amassing significant resources for her cultivation in the game, leading to her rapid growth. Regrettably, before she could rise, she found herself overwhelmed, struggling in vain, ultimately meeting an untimely demise. Those who have wronged the young master? Ling Qingxue raised her delicate brows, contemplating. It seems the young master has other followers. It is only logical. How much goodwill could she possibly garner on her own? Do not worry, young master. Ling Qingxue nodded slightly. I shall use these prodigies as my sharpening stones. Since they are enemies of the young master, they are her adversaries as well. Perhaps to outsiders, it may appear as if she is merely a pawn, inviting unnecessary troubles upon herself. Or, perhaps, it seems utterly irrational to assassinate someone without cause. Yet, she is willing. For the young master's words are, in her eyes, unassailably true. If the young master deems them enemies, then they must be eliminated. What further justification is required? Exercise caution. Shen Yun advised softly. If you find yourself outmatched, there will always be more opportunities in the future. Rest assured, young master, Qingxue understands. Ling Qingxue's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Young master, your followers must be quite formidable, right? Am I the weakest among them? To claim indifference would be a lie. She felt a twinge of disappointment upon learning about Shen Yun's other followers. Surely, they must be powerful figures, while she might merely be relegated to a supporting role. Of course, by your own admission, Shen Yun chuckled, observing the anxious expression on Ling Qingxue's face. You are currently the strongest. I knew it. Ling Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, her eyes glimmering with excitement. Am I truly the strongest? However, she soon realized the young master was jesting. Flushing with embarrassment, she fled in haste. The young master ignores you now, only to witness Qingxue's folly. Haha. Shen Yun laughed heartily, rarely witnessing this youthful side of Ling Qingxue. As she began to gather information on her targets, Shen Yun exited the current interface to look into Luo Hongxi. The young lady was making her way to the alchemy competition alongside her fellow disciples. Observing that there was little of consequence occurring, Shen Yun retrieved the heart-shaped brush he had previously purchased from the Beast Mastery space and began to groom the fur of Biciener, who rested in his embrace. As expected of a tool designed specifically for the young beasts, with just a gentle stroke, Biciener luxuriated, her entire form stretching out in bliss. Her tiny paws splayed in delight. "Ah, this feels so wonderful, master." The passengers seated nearby cast incredulous glances at Shen Yun, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and curiosity. That single utterance had stirred something within even the most seasoned individuals present, regardless of their gender. This truly illustrated the immense allure of Biciener. In all honesty, Shen Yun himself felt a flicker of desire ignite within him, his heart racing with an unaccustomed fervor. He instinctively recalled the image of Biciener clad in her violet battle attire, and he couldn't help but reflect, no wonder Qingxue. Even this single sound is beyond the grasp of ordinary women. Who could possibly withstand it? Biciener, too, became aware of the somewhat provocative nature of her voice. As she lay upon Shen Yun's lap, she suddenly detected a surge of vigorous yang energy emanating from him. This rendered her speechless, her eyes brimming with shyness. Oh no. It wasn't intentional. Little did she realize the extent of her allure, for a mere utterance had disrupted her master's composure. Yet, a flicker of delight danced within her heart, as it indicated that this vixen was not without her charms. Perhaps it would be best not to groom your fur, Shen Yun mused, dispelling the image of Biciener clad in battle attire, and took out a magical nail clipper to tend to her nails. After all, idleness was not to be wasted. He noticed how her eyes sparkled into crescent shapes, suggesting she relished his company. As her contracted beast, Shen Yun, engrossed in his recent endeavors, seized this opportunity to spend time with her. The thoughtful gesture filled Biciener with delight as she swayed her three magnificent tails, exclaiming, "My master is truly wonderful." As the airplane descended, the night had already enveloped the sky. Yet, the passengers were brimming with excitement, each one eagerly rushing forward, exclaiming, "The great sage, I have arrived." With the high-speed train halted, it would take an additional 2 hours by car to reach Huagua Mountain. Why not find a hotel for the night and set off tomorrow? Someone suggested. At such a young age, sleep is a luxury we cannot afford. The influx of visitors from all corners of the nation would only increase. So they hastened to find lodging near Huagua Mountain. All the inns in the vicinity were fully booked. Fortunately, there were still local residents offering accommodations. If they delayed any longer, they might not even have a place to rest. Goodness, so many people have come. Upon arriving in the hall, they were greeted by a throng of individuals filling the entire waiting area. Even before the secret realm of Huagua Mountain has opened, it is already teeming with people. Such is the allure of the great sage, Shen Yun mused as he exited the VIP passage. Ahead, he spotted a group of 4 approaching. "Good day, Mr. Shen. We are members of the Demon Suppression Bureau in this city. I am Captain Wang Gang. Is there something you need?" Shen Yun replied, shaking his hand. "Upon learning of your visit to Huagua Mountain, we have made prior arrangements for your accommodation in the vicinity." After the formalities, Wang Gang's tone turned serious as he continued, "Mr. Shen, due to the opening of the secret realm, numerous demonic beasts have infiltrated the area. While it remains uncertain whether Huagua Mountain harbors a secret realm, those creatures have already entered. Unfortunately, our city is only protected by 3 4-star demon kings, and we will require your assistance during this time. This is also a measure of desperation, should the nation's vast secret realms be sealed off. A widespread uprising among the populace is inevitable. These realms are places of opportunity, where everyone has the chance to inherit profound legacies. Although the military might temporarily suppress dissent, times have changed. The entire populace is now engaged in the pursuit of immortality, and a single misstep could trigger large-scale conflict. No one wishes to witness such a scene. As the strength of the people increases, so too will the fortune of the nation. Yet, the opening of the secret realms also invites cunning beasts and malevolent entities, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. This has resulted in immense pressure on the Demon Suppression Bureau, prompting many powerful individuals to be dispatched to guard the nation's various secret realms. Although the Flower and Fruit Mountain has yet to unveil its secret, the influx of visitors is overwhelming. Investigations have revealed that malevolent entities are already lurking among the throngs of people, even with 3 4-star Demon Suppression Kings present. Anxiety prevails among the populace. Those who can attain the rank of 4-star Demon Suppression King possess at least the strength of the vast sea realm. While this level corresponds to the 4th-tier strength of malevolent beings, an ordinary Demon Suppression King cannot hope to defeat a demon or evil entity in a one-on-one confrontation. This is primarily due to the insufficient foundation of the human cultivators. Often, It requires 2 to 3 demon suppression kings to slay a single 4th-tier demon beast or malevolent entity. Wang Gang and his companions are deeply concerned about the emergence of 4th-tier malevolent beings around the Flower and Fruit Mountain. The nationwide opening of secret realms has led to the scattering of the Demon Suppression Bureau's strongmen, creating a significant manpower shortage, which has become their most pressing dilemma. Although spiritual energy has been revitalizing for decades, and there are indeed powerful cultivators, their numbers remain woefully inadequate compared to the multitude of secret realms being unveiled. Given that Shen Yun has a glorious track record of single-handedly slaying 4th-tier demon beasts, they are eager to await his arrival as he disembarks from his flight. I relish places teeming with monsters. Shen Yun smiled slightly. No problem, but I shall only slay 4th-tier malevolent beings. Those below that level, you shall handle yourselves. This statement is undeniably audacious, yet one must consider who has uttered it. Wang Gang and his companions appeared invigorated, their faces brimming with excitement. Haha, with Mr. Shen's assurance, we can rest easy. The 4 of them escorted Shen Yun through the bustling airport and into the underground parking lot. As Shen Yun was about to enter the vehicle, he sensed a breakthrough and gently touched the slumbering Baixianer on his shoulder. No need to see me off. I shall go on my own. Just send me the location. Very well, Wang Gang replied without further inquiry. Mr. Shen, please travel safely. I will send you the address of the hotel where I am staying right away. Understood. I shall take my leave. With a swish, the white fox darted out of the underground parking lot like a streak of light. Just the sight of Shen Yun's mount was impressive. One of the companions remarked enviously. Though many individuals online boast of their mounts, none can compare to this white fox. Those online were merely posturing. Wang Gang scoffed. That cannot possibly be compared to Mr. Shen's mount. That white fox has already reached the 3rd tier. Its prowess alone could easily crush those pretenders online. The creatures showcased online are merely juvenile beasts that have grown larger. If they were to engage in battle, they would all fall silent, lying flat on the ground. Captain, with even Mr. Shen being drawn here, do you think the Flower and Fruit Mountain might harbor a secret realm? The group discussed as they entered the vehicle. If the legacy of the Monkey King were to emerge, it would surely astonish the entire world. Who can say? Wang Gang shook his head, observing the throngs of people outside. The U District has already revealed numerous secret realms related to the underworld. Have any of you seen anyone attain supreme legacies? If someone were to acquire the Great Sage's legacy, well, that is too unimaginable. Upon Shen Yun's arrival at the designated hotel, a dedicated staff member awaited him at the entrance. Mr. Shen, the hotel manager greeted with a smile. The presidential suite has been prepared for you. You may stay for as long as you wish. Allow me to escort you upstairs. Very well. Shen Yun nodded slightly and followed him to the room. Once the door was closed and he confirmed the absence of surveillance cameras, he sat cross-legged on the bed and entered a state of breakthrough with a spirit stone. Baixianer leapt from his embrace, surveying the surroundings. After a brief exploration, she arrived at the balcony, gazing at the congested road below. Her tone filled with astonishment. So many people. It seems the Monkey King's charisma is truly formidable. On the way, she had researched this mythical figure online, unable to grasp the full essence. Remarkably, Flower and Fruit Mountain lay less than 3 kilometers away, teeming with various demon beasts. In any other tourist area, it would have been deserted by now. Here, however, the popularity only seemed to grow. It appears the Monkey King indeed possesses something remarkable. Baixianer flicked her tail and returned inside to guard Shen Yun. In the eastern region, within the Pill Hall of Pill City, a wave of cultivators arrived early in the morning. The alchemy competition would be concurrently hosted across the 5 regions. A grand event for young alchemists that consistently generated immense excitement. As a distinguished guest, Luo Hongxi awaited the commencement with a group of elderly masters in the backstage area. Among the crowd, she was the sole youth, occasionally listening intently to the old alchemist's insights while posing questions regarding her alchemical uncertainties. As the foremost disciple of the Pill Saint, her status commanded respect. The alchemists present would have no choice but to address her as senior sister. Those whom she questioned rose to their feet, clasping their hands in respect, and readily divulged their knowledge without reservation. Some even worried she might not comprehend their explanations and thus elaborated with greater care than they would for their own apprentices, often presenting her with small gifts, saying, "Just my humble opinion, for your reference." There was no way around it. After all, her master was the revered Pill Saint. Were she to relay any erroneous information to him, it would surely lead to an awkward situation. Luo Hongxi relished this opportunity. Listening to the experiences of the elders was a valuable acquisition in itself. Moreover, the small gifts bestowed by the old alchemists were predominantly composed of 7th-tier medicinal materials, and receiving such items for free delighted her immensely. If only there were some treasured artifacts, Luo Hongxi mused, pouring herself a cup of tea to soothe her throat. Everyone. The crowd turned their attention to Hong Kong, one of the regional branch leaders, who stepped forth from the shadows. The Pill Hall has already determined the rewards for the top 3 contestants in this competition. Let us see if they meet your approval. He approached the table, gestured with his hand, and presented 3 crystal boxes. The first place will receive a mid-grade semi-saint medicinal cauldron, the second place a low-grade semi-saint golden cicada talisman, and the third place a high-grade 9th-tier pill. Truly impressive. The Pill Hall is indeed opulent. The alchemy elders from various factions in attendance praised with admiration as they stroked their beards. Han Danwang's words were merely polite, and the items were indeed exceptional, leaving no room for criticism. At that moment, Luo Hongxi gazed eagerly at the treasures displayed on the platform. Meanwhile, the recently awakened Shen Yun also focused intently on the information on the game interface. Feedback item, low-grade semi-saint golden cicada talisman. After dripping blood on the talisman paper, place it in a secure location. When the character encounters danger outside, a thought will summon them back to the storage area of the talisman paper. Wow, this is remarkable, Shen Yun exclaimed with delight as he stared at the interface. This object is undoubtedly a supreme treasure for safeguarding one's life. If one could acquire it, it would be akin to having an additional life in the early stages. Before Hong Kong could finish his words, a timid whisper interrupted him. Lord Han, may I request this inferior golden cicada talisman of semi-holy grade? Everyone turned to look at the blushing and bashful Luo Hongxi. Lord Han, I can exchange it with treasures from my sect. Luo Hongxi was aware that her request was rather abrupt. However, this was a semi-holy grade item of great significance. Even if it seemed impolite, she felt compelled to strive for it on behalf of her esteemed companion. In the midst of this, Lu Hong, the alchemy elder of the Tianyin sword sect, appeared somewhat perplexed, as the protective treasures provided to Luo Hongxi by her sect were superior to this one. It's possible that the esteemed Dan Xing had also bestowed upon her some life-saving artifacts. The talisman was not worthy of Luo Hongxi's demand at that moment. Unable to fathom the rationale behind it, he simply assumed that it was a matter of the sword master taking a liking to it. He smiled and clasped his hands towards Hong Kong, saying, Rest assured, Master Han, the sword sect will ensure that the Pill Hall does not incur any losses. Ha ha ha. Hong Kong chuckled, stroking his beard. It is merely a piece of talisman paper. Young friend Luo may take it. However, the elder must make it clear. Luo Hongxi, visibly anxious, gazed intently at Hong Kong, who raised his longevity eyebrows with a smile, adding, But young friend Luo must participate in the Alchemy Grand Tournament. The alchemist's eyes brightened, and they clapped their hands in delight. Ha ha, what a splendid proposal. I have long wished to witness the celestial alchemy techniques of the Sage of Alchemy. Indeed, indeed. This individual ranks 19th among the top 100 alchemical methods. Presumably, young friend Luo has already grasped the profound essence within. Today, we are fortunate to behold it. Haha. I have been confined to the ranks of a 7th-grade alchemist for too long. Perhaps I may gain some insights from today's observation. The alchemists erupted in cheers. Whether they wished to witness the sage's alchemical prowess or to discern what qualities Luo Hongxi possessed that warranted the sage's mentorship, opinions varied among the observers. Hong Kong, however, harbored his own thoughts. Previously, his colleague Jiang Ming, one of the branch leaders, had missed the opportunity with Luo Hongxi, leading to rumors of the sage Zhao Xinqing's dissatisfaction with the Eastern Region branch. Although merely rumors, it was an undeniable fact that Jiang Ming had overlooked a gem. Now, he had retreated into seclusion for alchemy, unwilling to participate in the tournament. If Luo Hongxi were to compete, the rumors would naturally dissipate, and the Pill Hall's reputation would improve. However, Luo Hongxi said awkwardly as she looked at the crowd, I can only barely concoct 4th-grade elixirs. With such limited skills, I would not even rank in the top 20 of the competition. It seems unnecessary to participate, as it would only invite ridicule. Currently, her cultivation was merely at the 3rd level of pulse condensation, and she relied on the purple extreme heavy I to concoct 4th-grade elixirs. 5th-grade elixirs were the standard for elite participants, requiring substantial spiritual energy and effort, an impossible feat for her. Upon hearing this, Hong Kong felt a glimmer of hope and earnestly stated, the original intention of the Pill Hall Grand Tournament is to foster communication among participants. How could we discriminate against others' alchemical achievements? If such a person truly existed, I would be the first to deal with him. Indeed, the alchemist chimed in, young friend Luo. Do not hesitate to participate. There is no need for concern. Whoever dares to mock, I shall deal with him. Seeing the enthusiastic support from the crowd, Luo Hongxi hesitated for a moment before nodding. Very well then, I shall regard it as an attempt. If I bring shame, so be it. As long as I can help the young master acquire this high-quality favorable item. Upon her agreement, Hong Kong let out a sigh of relief and handed her the crystal box containing the golden cicada talisman, smiling, young friend Luo, rest assured. Your performance will not be recorded in the alchemical tournament. You may be regarded as a special invited alchemist. Consider this an opportunity to temper your courage and character. After all, as a disciple of the Sage of Alchemy, a poor initial performance would be unacceptable. Moreover, Luo Hongxi was new to alchemy, making comparisons with seasoned alchemists inherently unfair. However, with this rule in place, it was different. Her participation could be viewed as gaining experience for the tournament. During competitions, numerous spectators would voice their opinions, and for those lacking the courage and steadfastness of heart, success would be elusive. To put it plainly, the Pill Hall was granting her a privilege, allowing her to accumulate tournament experience for future endeavors. Discontent? If you had a Sage of Alchemy as your master, I would extend the same privilege to you. How splendid! Elder Lu Hong of the Sword Sect nodded with a smile. Earlier, he had contemplated advising Hong Kong, but was pleasantly surprised to find that this old alchemist was quite adept in the matters of human relations. Even if Luo Hongxi were to lose, it would not matter much. After receiving the talisman, Luo Hongxi eagerly nodded in agreement, her heart exclaiming with excitement, young master, look what treasure I have found for you. Compared to the third-tier soul-breaking mechanism needle from last time, this semi-holy golden cicada talisman truly warranted her exhilaration. Well done. Keep up the good work, Shen Yun remarked as he directly clicked to extract it, dripping a drop of his blood onto the talisman. The originally yellow talisman was entirely stained red by his blood, transforming the semi-holy golden patterns into a sanguine hue. What a pity to be so far from home. Shen Yun mused as he placed the talisman into his spatial storage. Once he entered the Flower Fruit Mountain secret realm, he could only conceal this item in a hotel. Should he encounter danger within the secret realm, activating it would allow him to appear in the hotel and swiftly escape the perilous zone. A splendid start to the day. Indeed, Shen Yun stretched languidly. After breaking through to the 6th level of the pulsing veins last night, he had gone to sleep. With automatic acceleration in his cultivation, he did not need to meditate like the other cultivators. As he opened his eyes to check his phone early in the morning, he was delighted to find that a semi-holy life-saving artifact was now in his possession. At that moment, the projection displayed that the alchemy competition had commenced. With the alchemy hall's master and various dignitaries taking their seats, the participating alchemists began to make their entrance. A total of 100 contestants, all under the age of 30, had been selected from various regions. These are the elite alchemists among the younger generation of the Eastern Domain. The future accomplishments of some may indeed surpass those of the alchemical elders from various factions seated here. This is precisely the reason they have come to observe, perhaps hoping to recruit a talent or two. Upon entering, the contestants were met with astonishment and excitement upon seeing Luo Hongxi seated in the special guest area. Luo Hongxi? Is she truly the disciple of the Pill Saint? This will be a splendid opportunity to witness her abilities that have garnered the Pill Saint's favor. Oh, if she falters in alchemy, I can at least claim victory over the disciple of the Pill Saint. Luo Hongxi was far from naive. She discerned the implications in the gazes of those around her. Young master, they all wish to see me fail. How insidious. After all, being a disciple of the Pill Saint invites such scrutiny. Shen Yun chuckled softly. Everyone desires to become a disciple of the Pill Saint, and many harbor jealousy towards Luo Hongxi. Should she make any blunders in her alchemical endeavors, the news would spread like wildfire. With this thought in mind, Shen Yun accessed the character's daily intelligence to grasp the situation. Luo Hongxi's intelligence report revealed that after the commencement of the competition, she ceased alchemical attempts after successfully refining a 3rd-tier elixir. The 4th tier was too taxing for her, and she deemed it unnecessary to push her limits. Her display of the Pill Saint's alchemical technique, the heavenly transformation elixir method, earned her silent admiration from the crowd, allowing her to navigate the alchemical competition with grace. Shen Yun greatly appreciated her composure. After all, Luo Hongxi was merely an observer. It mattered not how many tiers of elixirs she refined as long as she did not falter. To feign abilities one does not possess would only invite humiliation. However, shortly thereafter, a series of prompts appeared on the interface. Ding. Alchemical Bluster Special Offer. Spend 648 to gain a stroke of luck. The quality of the elixirs refined by character Luo Hongxi will reach perfection, devoid of impurities. Limited to the alchemical competition, alchemical prowess special offer. Spend 2888 to acquire a bluster buff, temporarily elevating Luo Hongxi's alchemical techniques to unprecedented heights, enabling her to refine a 5th-tier elixir in a remarkably short time. Astonishing all. Wealthy bluster package. Spend 28,888 to consecutively refine 2 5th-tier elixirs and forcibly refine 1 6th-tier elixir. Showcasing techniques that are nothing short of mesmerizing, retaining 3 instances of alchemical insights aids future endeavors. Godly wealthy bluster limited time offer. Spend 8,888. 888 to obtain the ancient pill Emperor Chu Tiange's revered alchemical compendium. It includes all formulas from 1st tier to imperial elixirs and the long-lost technique, the Ascendant Feather Method. Purchasing grants immediate access. 5th-tier elixirs will be as easy as reaching into a pocket. Good heavens! Upon reading the final recharging prompt, Shen Yun was invigorated. This bluster must be embraced. Refining 5th-tier elixirs with ease. This significantly elevated the quality of the medicinal pills that Luo Hongxi received. With the esteemed dance scroll at her disposal, Hongxi could navigate the art of alchemy with the utmost ease. She decided to purchase the entire collection. Reasoning that even the smallest expenses count, Shen Yun repeatedly clicked to buy. Ding! The esteemed dance scroll was successfully acquired, and thanks to the discount card benefit, it only cost 444 for 144. The extravagant package was also successfully purchased, benefiting from the discount card, for merely 14 for 144. My cumulative spending has now surpassed 6 million. I am only 4 million away from reaching VIP level 3, Shen Yun mused, glancing at his transaction history. For the first time, he felt that perhaps it was feasible without the discount card. Pulling back his thoughts, he cleared his throat and pressed the voice button. In that case, allow me to bestow upon you a set of dance scrolls so that those who wish to see a spectacle may open their eyes wide. Simultaneously, a torrent of information surged into Luo Hongxi's mind. The inheritance of the Dan Emperor. Having familiarized herself with the scrolls, she felt a tingling sensation on her scalp, and goosebumps enveloped her entire body. It is worth noting that her master, Zhao Xingqing, possessed a fragmentary quasi-emperor pill formula, which was already a treasure of the Dan Hall. In contrast, the esteemed Dan scroll contained no fewer than 30 quasi-emperor formulas, including those of imperial grade. These are indeed complete alchemical formulas. If released, they would undoubtedly cause a sensation throughout the entire Xiantian continent. Moreover, there exists an entire set of imperial-level alchemical techniques, the Feathered Ascendant's Gaze. Heavens, young master! You are indeed extraordinarily affluent, exclaimed Luo Hongxi, her spirit radiant with excitement. This ancient alchemical tome, which exists solely in the annals of antiquity, has been fully inherited by the young master, revealing the profound lineage of his family. It is indeed remarkable. The young master's ability to traverse between realms marks him as a being akin to an immortal, rendering such possessions entirely reasonable. However, understanding this is one matter, and the thrill of possessing the esteemed alchemical tome would undoubtedly ignite excitement in any alchemist. Thank you, young master. Luo Hongxi blinked her eyes, fully aware of the young master's protective affection, her heart brimming with sweetness. Do well. It is your turn to witness their folly, smiled Shen Yun, reclining on the bed. While ostentation is secondary, with the esteemed alchemical tome, Luo Hongxi's mastery of the alchemical arts is poised to surge to unprecedented heights. This will allow him to receive some high-quality feedback pills ahead of time, which is indeed a delightful prospect. Ah, their expressions will surely be splendid, Luo Hongxi mused, glancing at the alchemists who were either intentionally or inadvertently focused on her, secretly reveling in the moment as she ignited the furnace before her. Next, she intended to astonish those who wished to see her fail. Surrounding each alchemist were materials for refining pills ranging from the 3rd to the 5th tier. This is merely the preliminary round. Those alchemists capable of refining superior-grade 4th-tier elixirs will advance to the next competition. Luo Hongxi pondered for a moment and decisively selected a set of 5th-tier medicinal herbs, thinking to herself, I might as well give them a fright. With the enhancement of the Feathered Ascendant's technique, refining a 5th-tier elixir would be a breeze. A superior-grade 5th-tier jiaoyu fruit? Elder Lu Hong of the Sword Sect observed as she picked up a crimson fruit, his eyes twitching in disbelief. Is it possible that Hongxi intends to concoct a superior-grade 5th-tier elixir? This medicinal herb is solely utilized for the exquisite 5th-tier Jiao blood pill. Of course, It is also conceivable that she might have acquired a rare fourth-tier pill formula from the pill sage, necessitating this particular herb. However, immediately following this, as she deftly executed her techniques and cast all 13 ingredients for the Jiao blood pill into the alchemy furnace, astonishment flickered across the faces of over 20 seasoned alchemists on the dais, including the hall master Hong Kong. The tens of thousands of spectators surrounding the arena were equally taken aback. She actually placed every single ingredient into the furnace. Had they not known she was a disciple of the pill sage, the audience might have transformed into a chorus of dissent. What is this? Are you simply tossing everything into a pot? The participating alchemists were equally startled, their hearts trembling. Could it be that she learned some extraordinary skills from the pill sage? The sudden turn of events gradually silenced the arena, as everyone eagerly anticipated the intentions of this disciple of the pill sage. Hong Kong and others in the seating area were also intently observing Luo Hongxi's alchemical techniques. Yet, after just a few breaths, Hong Kong solemnly shook his head. This was certainly not the ethereal alchemical techniques of the old pill sage. He had once had the fortune to observe the old pill sage's alchemy, and the principles of the ethereal techniques were etched in his memory. It was a grand and vigorous process, characterized by astonishing energy fluctuations. Conversely, Luo Hongxi's methods felt rather casual, or perhaps haphazard. Indeed, it felt haphazard. Her hand gestures lacked any semblance of principle, appearing exceedingly simplistic, evoking a sense of casualness in her alchemical endeavors. Just as the crowd was engulfed in confusion, a faint yet distinctly sanguine fragrance began to waft through the air, causing Hong Kong and others to narrow their eyes in disbelief as they stared at Luo Hongxi's furnace. How is this possible? Has she already succeeded in forming the pill so swiftly? Even if they attempted to concoct a fifth-tier superior pill, they could not achieve success at such a rapid pace. The once silent audience erupted into fervent protest. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There must be foul play. She must have cheated. Numerous cultivators shouted from their seats, especially those supporting their own alchemists, whose faces flushed with indignation. Do they think we are fools? This is an insult. She must have pre-prepared the pills. You know nothing. Even the more composed cultivators were agitated. Does the pill hall dare to engage in underhanded dealings in broad daylight? Do they not care for their reputation? Use your brains. Who are you calling old? Some hot-tempered cultivators pointed and shouted. Do not assume that because of your age, I want to confront you. If this isn't foul play, I'd stand on my head and eat dung. Humph, I can't be bothered to argue with you. An elderly wanderer shook his head, acknowledging that she had a sect as her backing. But every madman has his followers. Who wants to eat dung? A loud shout startled many. I want to relieve myself right now. Who wants to eat it? The crowd turned to see a handsome man from the Tianyin sword sect, sprinting with his robe flapping. How dare you accuse our sword master of cheating? Whoever doesn't eat is my grandson. My goodness, how can Brother Chen be so outrageous? The surrounding male and female disciples observed with wide eyes. The fledgling disciples of the sword sect blushing deeply, nearly burying their heads in their pants. Brother Chen was indeed imposing, but his approach was undeniably embarrassing. Nevertheless, the effect was explosive. Once Chen Haotian spoke, the clamor diminished significantly. Renowned for his unconventional demeanor, he might, if pushed to extremity, unleash a kamikaze-style assault upon you. Irrespective of the reciprocal invectives, all eyes remained fixed upon Luo Hongxi, anticipating her elucidation. The participating alchemists, in turn, directed their gaze toward Hong Kong, Lu Hong, and others seated in the stands, observing the expressions of astonishment etched upon the faces of these venerable figures of the alchemic arts. A collective apprehension arose within the assembly. Could it be that it isn't cheating after all? Yet, such an alchemic technique defies all reason. With ample time remaining, many alchemists decelerated their own processes as the fragrance emanating from Luo Hongxi's crucible intensified. Let us observe further. The contestants collectively resolved, their gazes unwavering. At that precise moment, Luo Hongxi, who had been immersed in sensing the elixir within her crucible, abruptly opened her eyes. Her delicate hands swiftly forming a congealing seal that elicited astonishment even from Hong Kong and his peers. Such an unusual congealing incantation. Moreover, I detect a hint of antiquity. This technique actually purifies the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth manifold times with astonishing speed. Harnessing the momentum of the cosmos, Luo Hongxi, upon completing the seal, uttered a resounding cry. Coagulate. In the subsequent instant, a surge of laws erupted from her hand seal, permeating the crucible before her. Strangely, wisps of an ethereal essence, akin to mist or smoke, enshrouded her person. The smoke exuded an enchanting aura, captivating the hearts and minds of all the cultivators present. The numerous participants gazed incredulously at the mysterious energy radiating from her. As their eyes shifted towards the podium, they were astonished to see Hong Kong, Lu Hong, and others standing in awe, fixated on the young woman in the arena. Some elder alchemists trembled with excitement. It was only when Luo Hongxi gracefully waved her hand to unveil the alchemical furnace, releasing a blood-red pill, that a thunderous exclamation erupted. The way of alchemy. The essence of heaven and earth. That is the profound essence of alchemy. Upon hearing this, the entire assembly of cultivators collectively gasped. Hiss. Soon after, the uproar of tens of thousands of cultivators resonated. The essence of alchemy. The highest profundity of pill crafting. Only a quasi-emperor alchemist from 70,000 years ago could achieve such a feat during pill concoction. How can she possess it at such a young age? The crowd was astounded. Ancient texts recorded that those who could embody the essence of alchemy during pill crafting had reached an ethereal understanding of the craft. Alchemists of this caliber were typically at least quasi-emperor alchemists. And what the venerable Zhao Xinxing sought was precisely this essence of alchemy. For the creation of quasi-emperor pills necessitated the presence of this essence. Hence, the emergence of this essence within the youthful Luo Hongxi left everyone in utter shock. The potential of an emperor alchemist was no trivial matter. In the audience, an elder cultivator gazed at the young woman with astonishment. Perhaps she has inherited the legacy of an emperor alchemist, enabling her to embody this essence during her alchemical endeavors. The notion of an emperor alchemist's legacy sent shivers through the surrounding cultivators. The Xintian continent had not seen an emperor alchemist in hundreds of thousands of years. Such a legacy had likely vanished into the annals of history. Yet, apart from this plausible explanation, it was hard to believe that a young alchemist could possess the essence of alchemy. Swiftly, Hong Kong and the others on the podium transformed into streaks of light. Hastily approaching Luo Hongxi. With remarkable speed, Hong Kong jovially seized the pill from her hand. Haha, what a fine pill. All impurities removed. Its appearance is flawless. As he promptly placed the pill into a jade vial, the onlookers couldn't help but murmur. This old fellow is quite nimble. A pill containing such essence, even if one could not comprehend its mysteries, was a treasure to behold. After all, only quasi-emperors could concoct such a creation. Given that Luo Hongxi could do so as well, her value is beyond measure. Fortunately, they still had the opportunity to request her assistance in crafting pills. It was almost amusing to think that a group of elder alchemists would seek the help of a young alchemist. Among them, Lu Hong, the alchemist from the Sword sect, appeared the least perturbed. For him, asking his own disciple for a pill was merely a matter of moments. RT New York in Sword sect has truly struck gold. Who would have thought that Luo Hongxi possesses both alchemical and swordsmanship prowess? The elder felt a surge of emotion, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. What could be more gratifying and exhilarating than having a disciple of such extraordinary talent in the sect? Young friend Luo, Hong Kong inquired, voicing the curiosity of the crowd. Who taught you this alchemical technique? Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Hongxi replied, It was taught to me by Master Zhao. The existence of the young gentleman was her greatest secret, so she readily shifted the responsibility to Master Zhao. But others might inquire of Master Zhao, she thought, secretly contemplating. Master, may I present the pill of pride to Master Zhao? Of course. This is for you. You may decide, he responded. Thank you, Master. Luo Hongxi's eyes sparkled. You are truly kind to me. Once Master Zhao returned, she would present him with the pill scriptures, thus perfecting her ruse. The origins of the pill of pride were simple, merely a matter of serendipity, as the sword saint had proclaimed her to be extraordinarily fortunate. The young maiden, filled with youthful fantasies, often dreamed of the young gentleman, claiming that it was reasonable to envision encountering a sage who imparts wisdom. Oh dear, why am I envisioning the young gentleman again? Luo Hongxi quickly dismissed her bashful thoughts. Meanwhile, Shen Yun observed the dejected expressions of the competing alchemists with amusement. He had anticipated witnessing the laughter of the extraordinary, only to find them rendered mere background figures. As Luo Hongxi was enveloped by a throng of alchemists and led away, he shifted his focus to Ling Qingxue as scene. The girl's chibi character was seated upon a flying vessel, presumably en route to seek out the members of the Celestial Club. Shen Yun accessed her character's intelligence. Daily report on Ling Qingxue. The Dacian imperial family is hosting a conference for young cultivators in Jinan City. Ling Qingxue learned that Wei Rong, a practitioner at the first level of the soul-forging realm, has been invited and is resolute in her intent to eliminate this girl. The Dacian imperial family, Shen Yun murmured, makes it rather inconvenient for assassination. The Dacian Empire is a formidable power, on par with the Tianyin Sword sect. teeming with formidable warriors. However, given Qingxue's vigilant nature, she must possess a strategy to cope with this, so I need not worry. Shen Yun deactivated the game projection. The young lady inspires a sense of reassurance, and surely, there must be guardians in the Yaoqi watching over her in secret. It would be worthwhile to visit the Flower and Fruit Mountain. In a previous life, Shen Yun had stumbled upon images of the mystical realm of Flower and Fruit Mountain online, and now seemed the perfect opportunity to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Are you heading out, Master? Shen, who was cultivating within the beast space, suddenly appeared on the bed. Well, you can continue your training here. Shen Yun, having donned his attire, gently patted her head. This journey is one I can manage on my own. No need to worry, I can take you there, Shen said, her eyes narrowing in delight at the warmth of his hand. Rest assured, Shen Yun replied, raising an eyebrow as he produced a golden cicada talisman. By the way, Shen, could you leave a mark on this? I intend to temporarily place the talisman in the room. This object, the sooner it is placed, the better the protection. Yet, it is ultimately not at home. If it were to be stolen, it would be quite embarrassing. Of course, Shen swayed her foxtail, and a strand of shimmering white fur fell onto the talisman paper, vanishing without a trace. All right, Master. Now it carries my essence, and can be found anywhere. Haha, it's all thanks to you. Shen Yun exclaimed, playfully nuzzling her, causing Shen to feel quite bashful. Oh, it's merely a trivial trick. She had grown accustomed to her master's affection, a stark contrast to her earlier shyness that would have compelled her to retreat into her space. After a playful exchange, Shen Yun concealed the talisman paper beneath the sheets and stepped out to inform the hotel manager not to allow anyone into his room. As more and more people gathered at the hotel entrance, Shen Yun surveyed the streets bustling with pedestrians. Vehicles had been barred from the roads due to the overwhelming influx of visitors. He followed the crowd toward Huagua Mountain, 3 kilometers away. I've heard that a Taoist is performing rituals at Huagua Mountain, claiming the spiritual energy fluctuations are minimal, rendering the secret realm inaccessible, causing everyone to turn back. Who knows the truth? It might just be an official attempt to seize the opportunity. I'll wait until the crowd disperses before deciding. Perhaps it's best to leave, as many in Jiangnan and Yuzhou have acquired legacies, and rumors speak of a secret realm resembling the Black Wuchang. Even securing an ordinary legacy could enhance one's strength. There is only Huagua Mountain. Even if a secret realm opens, we may not necessarily gain anything. The crowd buzzed with discussions about Huagua Mountain. Shen Yun strolled leisurely, absorbing the chatter while browsing the latest trending topics online. The advantage of reincarnation lies in the knowledge that a secret realm will open here, allowing him to remain calm and simply await the outcome. The latest headlines read, East Region Alchemy Competition. Luo Hongxi's imperial-grade alchemy skills ignite the arena. Netizens from the Pickled Vegetable Nation claim this is a bound character of their player, awaiting verification. Special edition on Secret Realms. A miraculous phenomenon of Buddha appears at Jiuzi Mountain Secret Realm. Someone has acquired a Buddhist legacy from the Secret Realm. Numerous Buddhist followers have flocked to witness. Breaking news, a Chinese player, a deity governing the ancient Chinese game, has received a random character binding card, now under government protection. This is the 3rd character card globally, and perhaps not the last. Speculations abound among netizens that such an item may be a reward for a hidden task of the character. In my previous life, there were also reports of him acquiring a random card. Shen Yun murmured to himself, as long as my butterfly effect is minimal, everything should be fine. Such news always creates a sensation upon its emergence, and he has a vivid recollection of it. After all, each additional roll signifies an increased opportunity for feedback and financial gain, eliciting envy from all who witness it. For Shen Yun, as long as the trajectory of significant events remains unchanged, his advantage of rebirth can be perpetually sustained. When the topic of character binding cards arises, Shen Yun recalls another role he was bound to in his previous life, Lu Chun. This is the tale of Luo Hongxi, who, after his demise, became bound to a pure, ungrateful creature. Shen Yun repeatedly aided him with intelligence, saving his life on numerous occasions. Yet this scoundrel was reluctant to reciprocate with the promised rewards. It was as if he intended to employ deceitful schemes to usurp control over his body. Such thoughts are not entirely unfounded, and Shen Yun could comprehend this mindset. However, this wretch, who initially referred to him as Master and Senior, eventually grew bolder and brazenly addressed him with disdain. Throughout his ordeal, not only did Lu Chen fail to provide a single reward, but he also maintained a mere semblance of goodwill, devoid of any gratitude, leaving Shen Yun in a state of vexation. Consequently, he remains disinclined to even recall this treacherous being, much less the notion of binding. After more than half an hour, the crowd had reached the outskirts of Huagua Mountain. This area is under the vigilant guard of armed soldiers, as numerous descended beasts lurk within the mountains. Passers-by are permitted to enter, and they may assist in slaying the beasts. However, any resulting consequences are theirs to bear. Following the images etched in his memory, Shen Yun leisurely strolled along the perimeter, observing the terrain ahead. After over 10 minutes of wandering, he focused his gaze upon a steep cliff in the distance. It resembles the photographs online. It must be the place. To confirm his suspicions, Shen leapt over the barrier and swiftly plunged into the dense forest. Along the way, he encountered several groups engaged in hunting the beasts. Yet, as he ventured deeper, the presence of second-tier beasts grew increasingly dense, while the number of hunting parties diminished significantly. This monstrous beast posed no challenge to Shen Yun. Summoning the flying sword, Jing Hong, was accomplished in an instant, and he could hardly be bothered to extract the beast's crystal core. Beasts that have never slain a human will not yield feedback cards, thus requiring him to procure the materials himself. This is also one of the reasons for the rise of the Monster Beast Merchant Association, after all. The creatures are treasures in their own right. Upon Shen Yun emerging from the dense forest, he found himself in an open area. A path of broken stones lay before him, accompanied by a small stream that meandered toward a distant cliff, a scene reminiscent of a photograph etched in his memory. Now, all I need is to wait patiently, Shen Yun mused, surveying his surroundings when suddenly, a series of distant roars pierced the air. Squeak, squeak, roar. This is... Having visited Mount Ame, Shen Yun immediately thought of monkeys. Monkeys. His expression shifted dramatically. He recalled a disturbing image that had surfaced online in his previous life, depicting a dilapidated corpse of a golden-haired monkey baby within the flower and fruit mountain. Its red-haired forehead and hollowed eyes had become widely recognized among netizens. Many speculated that this could be the reason behind the lack of the great sage's inheritance from the secret realm of Flower and Fruit Mountain. Could it really be it? Shen Yun's mind raced as he willed his flying sword to enlarge. Regardless of its authenticity, he felt compelled to investigate. Whoosh! After stabilizing himself on the sword, he sped toward the source of the sound. In the dense forest, a woman with short, bloodied hair wielded an iron whip, striking fiercely at a monkey ensnared in a specially designed net. Crack! The force of her blow, empowered by the 8th layer of gathering rotation, tore into the monkey's flesh, sending blood splattering. Roar! The enraged demon monkey, despite its injuries and entrapment, continued to scream at the short-haired woman. However, it was met with a venomous lash across its cheek, causing the golden-haired creature to cover its face and wail in agony. This baby demon monkey exhibited remarkable resistance. Even 10 doses of tranquilizer failed to subdue it. A camouflaged man, cigarette in mouth, fired his weapon at the monkey. A group of 15 had exerted considerable effort to capture this golden-haired monkey baby, with 5 teammates losing their lives in the process, a testament to the creature's ferocity. Observing the monkey's volatile temperament, the camouflaged man furrowed his brow and whispered, "Miss, this monkey has a foul temper. It may be quite challenging to tame it. Humph. If it refuses to submit, we shall have someone train it mercilessly." As she spoke, the short-haired woman winced, the pain from her wounded arm distorting her delicate features. In her frustration, she raised her whip and struck at the monkey, exclaiming, "I refuse to believe that a mere monkey can defy me." Yet, to her surprise, the previously ferocious monkey cowered, shielding its head and offering no resistance as it endured the strike. "Ah, so you do know how to submit." The woman smirked coldly, instructing her assistant to tend to her wounds. The monkey was acquired by her family at great expense from a demon-hunting brigade, and it is said that when it descended, a brilliant golden light was captured by the patrolling security. Those born under extraordinary phenomena must possess remarkable qualities. She journeyed from afar, and if she could subdue it, it would serve as a formidable ally. However, unbeknownst to everyone, the golden-haired monkey, cradling its head, was seething with rage and murderous intent. Should it find an opportunity, it would undoubtedly seek vengeance against this woman. "Ah, be gentle. Almost there, miss." The sting of the wound incensed the short-haired woman, who vented her frustration by lashing the whip at the ground where the monkey lay. "It's all your fault, you beast. I'll deal with you when we return." With a series of sharp cracks, the monkey's back was already drenched in blood. Yet, its thick hide had withstood the effects of the tranquilizers for so long that it remained unharmed. Just as she prepared to strike again, a swift azure arc sliced through the whip in her hand, cleaving it in two. The onlookers, their hearts racing, hastily grasped their weapons, vigilant of their surroundings. The fleeting speed of the attack had been astonishing. Had it been directed at them, they might have fallen instantly. From the dense thicket emerged a tall, handsome young man, his presence commanding. Shen Yun surveyed the astonished crowd, his voice imbued with unparalleled authority. I will protect this monkey. The short-haired woman felt a powerful pressure that sent her heart racing, her clothing dampened by cold sweat. Collect the guns. This formidable individual, capable of single-handedly defeating a fourth-tier demon beast, surely instilled a sense of trepidation in her. The crowd hastily retracted their weapons, fearing any provocation of this powerful man. As Shen Yun strolled into the arena, he surveyed the surroundings before fixing his gaze upon the short-haired woman, Jiangxi, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Renowned for her formidable right eye heterochromia and ruthless methods in her past life. It appears that her right eye's peculiar ability is akin to the vertical eye of a golden-haired monkey baby. No wonder there were traces of excavation on the monkey's forehead in my previous life, Shen Yun realized. Yet, as he regarded Jiangxi, beyond the surprise of encountering a powerful figure from his past, there was an undercurrent of mockery, a walking fortune of 500,000. Due to the Jiang family's business dealings with the island nation, Jiangxi, a formidable force, had covertly allied with powerful entities from the islands to plunder resources from the secret realms within China after the realms were opened. As the land expanded, the island nation, lacking sufficient resources from its own realms, not only coveted China's secret realms but also sought to encroach upon the Demon Beast Mountains within China to seize land and resources. The overwhelming expansion of land made it difficult for the Demon Suppression Bureau to manage, allowing these small-time individuals to gain considerable advantages. From that moment, the Jiang family openly allied with the island nation, facing public scorn and being exposed as descendants of the island nation. Unfortunately, the Jiang family had risen to power, making them not an adversary to be trifled with. Who would have thought that he would encounter her here? Ah, it is you, Mr. Shen. After regaining her composure, Jiangxi smiled and clasped her fists. Since you desire this monkey, I shall graciously offer it to you, as a gesture of goodwill. Oh, Shen Yun raised an eyebrow, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he sheathed his flying sword. He then glanced at the gaming projection before him. Sienna, follow them once they depart. This group of inept beings was hardly worth his intervention. Soothing the golden-haired monkey baby was the matter of utmost importance. Observing the situation, Jiangxi dared not linger, clasping his fists in salute before swiftly escorting the others away from the scene. Roar! Roar! As Jiangxi distanced herself, she heard the monkeys howl in the forest and could not suppress a mocking smile. Umph. That beast would be difficult for even you to tame. It was certainly vexing to have her plans thwarted, yet the perpetrator was none other than Shen Yun. In this world, the prevailing law had shifted to one that revered strength, and one could easily perish without anyone being the wiser. The group departed from Flower and Fruit Mountain, proceeding to the officially designated passageway, where they boarded an off-road vehicle to leave the area. This was a quick transit route established by the Demon Suppression Bureau, allowing demon hunting teams to utilize it by simply submitting materials from the demon beasts they had captured. The camouflage-clad driver glanced at the mountains in the rearview mirror and murmured, "Miss, that monkey is surely extraordinary. Are we truly leaving it behind?" In recent days, as they ventured into the mountains, they chanced upon a playful encounter between a monkey and a second-tier roe deer. After they dispatched the deer, the monkey exhibited astonishing prowess, swiftly slaying 3 of their members before making its escape. It is noteworthy that the majority of their group consisted of practitioners at the Gathering Rotation realm. The fact that so many individuals were unable to contain a mere second-tier demon beast illustrates the astonishing potential of this monkey. Particularly striking was the resentful glance cast back at the crowd by the monkey as it made its escape. Even now, the man feels a shiver run down his spine at the memory. The golden-haired monkey is undoubtedly intent on avenging the Sika deer, and I fear that once it rises to power, it will seek retribution against us. His concerns cast a pall of seriousness over the occupants of both vehicles. This is not without the realm of possibility. Currently, most monstrous beasts possess only the primal instincts of wild animals. Predation and slaughter dominate their thoughts, leading them to cause trouble upon encountering humans. They lack the wisdom of intelligent monstrous beasts and spiritual beasts, who understand the need to evade humans and seek development. This golden-haired monkey is clearly the latter. Otherwise, what recourse do we have? Jiangxi inhaled deeply and said in a frigid tone, "At present, we are no match for Shen Yun. We can only submit for now. We'll discuss it upon our return. Hasn't he slain members of the Prodigy Club? It just so happens that the club is recruiting me. When the time comes, we'll have ample means to deal with him." The Prodigy Club is the elite vanguard of China's cultivators, allowing them to engage in mutual destruction. Moreover, The Zhang family maintains close ties with the island nation, leveraging a nation's backing as a foundation. Shen Yun, no matter how formidable, is but a solitary individual. To dare intercept her goods, he must prepare to pay a grievous price. An excellent plan. The camouflage-clad man's smile was chilling. It will serve to weaken China's promising younger generation. Providence aids Great Japan. Suddenly, a serene and frigid voice reverberated in everyone's ears. Your aspirations may not come to fruition. Miss, it's Shen Yun's white fox. The driver in the rear loudly alerted through the microphone. It's on the roof of your vehicle. What? The expressions of the group drastically changed, and the camouflage-clad man swiftly slammed on the brakes. However, he discovered that the void above the road ahead was rippling. As the vehicle's front collided with the ripples, the explosion-proof front was reduced to ashes. No. The speeding SUV plunged into the void's execution web, and both occupants and vehicle were instantly annihilated, leaving only iron filings and blood mist scattered in the air. The vehicles in the rear were similarly obliterated by the void execution that materialized before them. In an instant, two vehicles vanished from the highway. Standing on the roadside railing, Shen spat. Despicable individuals are the most detestable. Before arriving, her master had informed her that this group harbored ill intentions and were nothing but malignant tumors. As a native monstrous beast raised in the Tianshan Mountains, she naturally abhorred such insidious, treasonous individuals. With a sway of her slender waist, Shen materialized beside Shen Yun, eager to modestly claim credit. However, upon seeing the golden-haired monkey bound and the net still roaring at Shen Yun, she was consumed by indignation. I even assisted you by slaying those individuals. Were it not for my master, you would have been devoured by them, leaving not even bones. Shen's words visibly stunned the golden-haired monkey. However, the realization that this fox, a fellow member of the demon race, had allied with humans reignited its fury, and it roared at her repeatedly. Roar, roar. Dare to scold me? Ungrateful wretch. Shen's face darkened, and she reached out to open the specially crafted steel net, intending to extract the creature. Unexpectedly, the scarred monkey still possessed the strength to flee, transforming into a golden streak and flying away. In terms of speed, I am your progenitor. Shen materialized before the bewildered golden-haired monkey, extended her delicate paws, grabbed its ears, and initiated a whirlwind in the air. After the spin, Shen tossed the monkey into the distant sky, then flashed forward and seized it again, resuming the whirling motion. Squeak, squeak, roar. The golden-haired monkey in the air cried out incessantly, the rotational speed proving unbearable. However, Shen refrained from striking it, mindful of its previous flaying. After more than 10 minutes, Shen, observing that the golden-haired monkey had ceased its howling, flashed down and deposited it on the ground. Shen Yun noticed that the little creature was indeed much more subdued, drooping its head and sitting limply on the ground. He slowly approached, squatting down, and was about to offer a few words of comfort to indicate his lack of malice when he saw crystalline tears streaming down the monkey's face. It's actually crying? Shen Yun raised an eyebrow, gesturing to Shen to communicate with it. Such a big, strong monkey, aren't you ashamed? Shen frowned. I know you understand human language. Speak your mind. We truly harbor no ill intentions. Those who tormented you have been slain by me. See for yourself. As she spoke, she extended her delicate paw, revealing traces of blood-stained iron filings. Smell it. Does it smell like them? Shen brought her hand closer to the golden-haired monkey's nose. But the little creature's body trembled even more violently. Subsequently, wah! The golden-haired monkey raised its head and wailed, tears streaming down its face. They killed little deer. They killed little deer. Recalling the image of little deer desperately pushing him away, the golden-haired monkey cried even more vehemently. And originally, the entirety of its golden fur emitted wisps of scarlet light from between its brows, as if a heterochromatic pupil was opening, shedding tiny lines of blood tears. Even as a human, Shen Yun was moved by the overwhelmingly intense aura of sorrow emanating from it. He shook his head and silently sat on a nearby rock. Not having experienced another's suffering, it is unwise to advise them to be benevolent. There was little he could say in this situation. Shen's tightly knitted brows now relaxed. This little monkey still possesses a conscience. She silently turned and jumped onto Shen Yun's lap, resting there quietly, waiting for the golden-haired monkey to finish crying. After a long while, when the golden-haired monkey was sniffling and wiping away its tears, Shen spoke softly. Your enemies are all dead. Why is your resentment still so great? Do you hate humans? Nonsense. The golden-haired monkey raised its head, its gaze unafraid as it looked at her. Don't think that just because you are close to humans, you can make me like you. Humans are all villains. Quite the audacity. Baixianer curled her lip, her voice turning cold. If it weren't for my master, you would already be dead, believe it or not. If you have any conscience, is this how you treat your benefactor? The golden-haired monkey knew it had misspoke, glancing at Shen Yun, who was sizing it up, and rubbed the grass leaves in its hands, applying them to its back to stop the bleeding. I didn't say he was a villain. Anyway, apart from him, humans are not benevolent. Little dear was so kind, yet she was killed, and she died to save him. How could he not hate? I know you want to speak favorably of humans, but you are a traitor to the demon race. You have no right to lecture me. At this point, the golden-haired monkey's emotions surged again, glaring at Baixianer. You can disregard the slaughter of the demon race by humans, but I am not you. If you don't kill me, I will definitely retaliate against humans. The statement was quite direct, causing Shen Yun to raise an eyebrow. If Baixianer fails to cope, she may be slain by a mere word. From an onlooker's perspective, the little monkey's words held a semblance of truth. The contract beast follows its master and can indeed be considered an ally of humanity. Referring to Baixianer as a traitor of the demon clan is not unreasonable from the perspective of the demon race. What astonished Shen Yun was that he had anticipated Baixianer would struggle to counter this claim, needing to engage in a debate with the monkey. To his surprise, she did not pause for contemplation but spoke immediately. I admire your sense of justice and fervor. While her words were complimentary, her tone was dismissive. Tell me. When the demon beasts invade the human realm, emerging from the mountains to slaughter humanity, resulting in the entire demon clan being viewed with hostility by humans, is it not justifiable for humans to retaliate against demons? Looking at the bewildered golden-haired monkey, Baixianer articulated her point with precision. Is it permissible for my kind to kill humans, while humans are forbidden from slaying demons? Such logic is non-existent. And as an invader, do you have the audacity to deem all of humanity deserving of death? I fear that if your sister, the deer, were to learn of this, she would be the first to slap you into reality. The word struck the golden-haired monkey's mind like a thunderclap. Because Sister Lu was benevolent, he found himself devoid of any counter-arguments, which only heightened his agitation. You are on the side of humanity, speaking in their defense. Your lineage is utterly primitive. Baixianer dismissively shook her head. Engaging in conversation with you is merely a waste of my breath. You ought to be aware of the secret realm of Huagua Mountain. Should it be unlocked, you might venture within and inquire of the great sage equal to heaven whether all humans are wicked. The simplistic and juvenile mindset of this beast is exceedingly rigid, lacking adaptability. The depth of its bloodline inheritance is rather shallow, failing even to establish an equal ground for debate with her. The heartfelt words of this little monkey, while sincere, are indeed the key to its inevitable defeat. To sway her resolve is a far-fetched endeavor. Goodness, after all this time, is it really digging its own grave? Shen Yun found himself inadvertently ensnared by Baixianer's ploys. Only upon regaining his senses did he realize that this girl was, in fact, assisting in the monkey's downfall. Wasn't he here to lead the golden-haired monkey into the secret realm? Baixianer may be innocent, but her intellect is undeniably sharp. Observing her proud demeanor, head held high with hair billowing in the wind, Shen Yun felt an irresistible urge to ruffle her hair, which he promptly did. In an instant, Baixianer's composure shattered. Especially after he inadvertently touched certain areas, she bashfully rolled over, pushing his hand away, though her strength was negligible, resembling playful banter. At that moment, the golden-haired monkey's face was a tapestry of emotions. On one hand, he acknowledged the truth in the white fox's words. As invaders, the demon race was indeed viewed with hostility for their transgressions, and there was a semblance of justification in that. Yet, on the other hand, the notion that humans could slay demons was unfathomable. Should he and Sister Lu be subject to human extermination? But Sister Lu is innocent. The golden-haired monkey clung to this logic, glaring at Baixianer. It's all your fault. So we deserve to die, do we? You're a beast too. How can you utter such words without a shred of conscience? Gotcha. Baixianer's eyes sparkled as she swiftly turned to face the golden-haired monkey. Who says beasts deserve to die? Whoever seeks to kill me shall meet their end. I empathize with your plight, yet the law of the jungle is ruthlessly unforgiving. You must have sensed this among your own kind. The golden-haired monkey fell silent, for even among his kin, beasts would not hesitate to devour him and Sister Lu. Sensing his turmoil, Baixianer gently coaxed him. Let us reframe this. If a beast were to slay your Sister Lu, would you not harbor animosity towards the entire demon race and desire its annihilation? The golden-haired monkey paused, his spirit deflated as he slumped to the ground. But that is not the case. Not all humans have wronged you, Baixianer softly remarked. As a fellow monkey, you must recognize the might of the great sage equal to heaven. But why does the sage command such reverence among humanity? Why does he not harbor the same vendetta against humans as you do? This issue rendered the golden monkey utterly speechless. The white fox was not engaging in a futile argument. Rather, it was presenting undeniable facts before him, demonstrating that his thoughts were misguided. This left the golden-haired monkey feeling quite frustrated. After a prolonged silence, he raised his head defiantly to look at Baixianer and declared, "You must have a scheme. I refuse to believe everything you say is true. If you have the ability, enter the secret realm and find the great sage. Let him be the judge." Baixianer, secretly amused, nodded and replied, "Very well. If we cannot find the great sage, we shall seek out another great demon's secret realm until you are satisfied." Her confident tone only deepened the golden-haired monkey's gloom. Sitting silently on the ground, he seemed lost in thought, pondering where the previous conversation had gone awry. Noticing this, Baixianer exchanged a smile with Shen Yun. "We've got this in the bag." Shen Yun stood up and gestured to the golden-haired monkey. "Staying here isn't safe. It would be better for you to come back with us. With the secret realm yet to be opened, if anything were to happen to the little monkey here, it would all be in vain. What are you waiting for? Let's go." After Baixianer transformed to a larger size, she playfully teased the somewhat reluctant golden-haired monkey. "If you're not afraid of dying, why fear leaving the mountain? Surely, you're not just pretending? Who said I'm afraid?" The diminutive golden-haired monkey, hardly bigger than an infant, could hardly withstand her provocation, puffing up his chest defiantly. Baixianer swiftly grabbed the scruff of his neck and vanished from sight. After settling the golden-haired monkey in the adjacent room, Shen Yun affectionately stroked Baixianer, saying, "Baixianer, you truly are remarkable. Everything is ready. We just need to wait for the secret realm to open." "Oh, it's nothing," Baixianer replied, narrowing her eyes with a hint of modesty. "If the master intervenes, success is assured." At this, she quietly explained, "I was just a bit irritated by the little monkey today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have spoken so seriously." She feared that her behavior today might alter Shen Yun's perception of her. "Haha, what does it matter? I cherish you just as you are," Shen Yun said, rubbing his cheek against her soft fur. "Being clever is wonderful. It saves one from being deceived." "Tickle me, master?" Baixianer giggled with delight, especially enjoying Shen Yun's words of affection. Yet, her laughter was so enchanting that it made Shen Yun's face flush with warmth. Ahem. He awkwardly withdrew his hand, pretending to be serious as he approached the bedside to check the Jinchuan talisman, finding no signs of tampering. "All right, Baixianer. You should meditate while I play a game for a bit." Having reached the late stage of the third tier, she only needed to calm herself to refine the medicinal herbs within, and a breakthrough would come swiftly. "Yes, master, just call me if you need anything." Baixianer murmured softly, feeling that her earlier tone had been a bit over the top. "But as a demon fox, charm is my innate talent. What can I do about it?" With her cheeks slightly flushed, she vanished into the beast control space. Logging in. Shen Yun opened the Xuanxin mobile game and noticed 2 red dots had appeared in Luo Hongshi's Q version backpack. More treasures have come in, he thought eagerly. Clicking to check. Feedback item. 5th tier mid-grade soul nourishing pill. Consuming it nourishes the cultivator's soul and activates their soul talent. For those without a soul talent, consuming it will activate a soul golden lotus, enhancing the strength of their soul. Feedback item. 9th tier upper grade pill thunder palm. Alchemists can use this palm while refining pills to create a pseudo-pill tribulation environment, greatly refining impurities within the pills and possibly enhancing their quality. When an emperor-level alchemist reaches mastery, this can forcibly improve the quality of the pills, with remarkable effects. When attacking enemies, it carries thunder energy, packing tremendous power. Excellent. Both are rather practical, especially the 9th tier upper grade pill thunder palm. Not only is it of high quality, but thunder-type attacks are notoriously fierce, far surpassing his 5th tier blood refining claw. The key point is that it appears considerably more serious now. Luo Hongxi must have obtained these 2 treasures from the Alchemy Hall's treasury. A naturally gifted alchemist, being a disciple of the alchemy saint. How could the Alchemy Hall not show her favor? "Hongxi, I will take these 2 items for now." Shen Yun left a message before retrieving the feedback treasures. Ding. Detected that the player has acquired the 9th tier upper grade pill thunder palm. Would you like to activate VIP level 2 ability, automatic acceleration of cultivation? Learning. Ding. Setting successful. Pill Thunder Palm is now automatically accelerating its cultivation. This function is truly convenient. Reveling in the influx of information about the Pill Thunder Palm in his mind, Shen Yun felt a surge of satisfaction. Next, he took out the jade box containing the soul-nourishing pill. In his previous life, Shen Yun had also acquired a similar pill that could unlock soul talents, though it only had 3 soul golden lotuses. The soul talent was the soul golden lotus, totaling 12, each one being of first grade, with higher grades signifying stronger soul talents. Having only 1 or 2 soul golden lotuses would render the talent merely average. There's no rush. The road ahead is long. Shen Yun consumed the soul-nourishing pill and began to refine it while glancing at Ling Qingxue's Q-version image. At that moment, the young lady was in an auction house. Room 19's guest bids 800,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The auctioneer's chant made Wei Rong's expression grow increasingly grim. How dare the cultivator in room 19 be so disrespectful? As the senior sister of the Forgetting Worries Valley, she had already drawn back the curtain of her private room while calling out her bid, revealing her true identity to prevent anyone from deliberately competing against her. However, this 5th-tier mid-grade magical artifact had already exceeded the market value of 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones, though not an exceptional item. It was among the appetizers at the Great Qian auction house's opening. Given the relentless pursuit from her competitor, she could not help but suspect it was a deliberate attempt to target her. Under normal circumstances, she would have dismissed such a magical artifact without a second thought. Yet, this was the highest quality goodwill item she had encountered lately. If she could present it to the mysterious old gentleman behind the scenes, it would greatly benefit her future cultivation journey. Furthermore, she had been invited as a guest to the debate conference hosted by Prince de Qian. Many guests had come to support the Great Qian auction. Yet as she entered the bidding, she faced obstructions, which made her feel humiliated in front of everyone. Wei Rong could even imagine the mocking faces of her peers from the other rooms, all reveling in her misfortune. This sensation felt akin to ants crawling upon her skin, causing her immense discomfort and irritation. 900,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. After announcing the price, she bowed with a smile towards the tightly closed curtains of room 19, remarking, "If this esteemed friend wishes to raise the bid further, I, Wei, shall be unable to continue supporting this auction." Her clever words elicited knowing smiles from the attendees, prompting the auctioneer on stage to chuckle. I would indeed like for Taoist Wei to act as a supporter at my auction." A soft utterance of 1 million silenced the laughter that had filled the room. Wei Rong reined in her smile, bowed once more, and pressed the switch beside her seat to lower the room's curtains. Once the outside cultivators could no longer behold the scene within her chamber, a dark cloud descended upon Wei Rong's countenance. She deeply regretted her earlier decision to open the curtains. It had resulted in a significant loss of face. The 2 disciples from the Forgetfulness Valley, who had accompanied her to broaden their horizons, dared not even breathe. They felt quite embarrassed. Had they foreseen this, they would have refrained from joining the fray. Now, witnessing their senior sister's humiliation, they could only anticipate returning home to potentially become the targets of vented frustrations. At that moment, a faint voice echoed in Wei Rong's mind. "Little girl, the origin of the opponent is unknown. Do not act impulsively. Wait until the situation is thoroughly understood before taking further action." "Rest assured, senior, I understand." Wei Rong nodded slightly, aware that she must not act recklessly with unclear adversaries. A sudden ambush, akin to Cheng Yaojin appearing out of nowhere. The player behind Wei Rong furrowed his brow as he gazed at the screen. Let us first examine Rong's character information. Initially, I intended to keep it, perhaps to show off at the Dao discussion conference, but safety takes precedence. Although a character can be reborn after death, their innate qualities would suffer a substantial decline. In his heart, Wei Rong was his most perfect gaming character, potentially becoming a spiritual companion in the future. He could not afford to be careless and jeopardize her. Character Wei Rong, daily information. After the auction, she attended the Dao discussion conference hosted by Prince de Qian and befriended many like-minded individuals. "It's good that nothing went awry," the man sighed in relief. "But we must remain vigilant. The game character Chu Feng from our club is a prime example. Before the demise of Chu Feng from the Lian Yin Villa, daily reports had not indicated any danger. Unfortunately, he encountered a character bound to a player. The club conducted a thorough investigation into Ling Qingxue, a newly accepted female disciple of Yachi, based on the screenshots provided by Xiaoanai. Her talents are extraordinary. These 4 characters represent a compendium of information gathered from numerous exceptional individuals, while other details remain uncertain. Regaining his focus, he continued to observe the game projection. The bidding between both parties was merely a minor interlude, as subsequent items were gradually presented for auction. It was not until the conclusion of the auction that Wei Rong, stationed in the corridor, finally beheld the cultivator emerging from room 19. Before her stood a woman, marked by a long, menacing scar resembling that of a centipede across her face, which rendered her appearance rather fierce. Wei Rong merely cast a cursory glance, intending to depart. Engaging in interrogation at this juncture would only seem provocative. It sufficed to commit the woman's visage to memory and later inquire at the Tianji Pavilion for any pertinent intelligence. However, as they brushed past one another, the woman uttered in a gravelly whisper, "Do you harbor animosity towards me? You are indeed seeking trouble." Wei Rong's tone grew increasingly frigid. Fortunately, they were amidst an auction held by the Deqian royal family, where any act of aggression would swiftly be quelled by the esteemed guardians of the establishment. A rational individual would recognize that this was not an appropriate setting for conflict. Yet, it appeared she had encountered a lunatic. Seeking trouble? The scarred woman's lips curled into a chilling smile. "I have come to kill you." With a swift motion, a pale fist sliced through the air, emitting a piercing sound as it hurtled towards Wei Rong's face. The speed of this punch was astonishing, arriving before Wei Rong in the blink of an eye. Yet, she remained utterly unperturbed. The auction house serves as the facade of the great Qian imperial family, presided over by a formidable guardian of the royal realm. Should any incident occur here, Great Qian would not only fail to provide an explanation to the Valley of Forgotten Worries, but its reputation would also suffer irreparably in the eastern region. Who would dare to pay a visit then? Arrogance! Boom! An overwhelming pressure surged forth, aimed at the scarred woman. Yet, the woman exuded a mysterious radiance from her skin, seemingly capable of withstanding the oppressive force of the royal realm, her punching speed remaining entirely unaffected. Whoosh! A composed elderly lady appeared before Wei Rong, raising her hand to intercept the trajectory of the scarred woman's punch. Observing her retraction of the fist, the great Qian guardian furrowed her brow. "Dear friend, any matters you wish to address can be resolved outside. This is, after all, the territory of Great Qian." To be candid, she was astonished by this woman's ability to disregard the pressure of the royal realm. Judging by the ethereal glow emanating from her body, it seemed she possessed a unique and remarkable physique. Such arrogance in a person surely suggests an extraordinary background. Hence, the old woman's tone remained relatively composed. Clearly, she did not wish for the Deqian to provoke individuals beyond their reach. Wei Rong was even more alarmed. She was utterly unaware of when she had unwittingly offended such a formidable figure. "Do not panic, young lady. I have already dispatched someone to inform your sect. I trust they will swiftly send a powerful ally in response." Meanwhile, the player behind Wei Rong frantically tapped away at the screen, dismissing the incessant recharge prompts. "This wretched contraption serves no purpose other than to obstruct my view, and its mere presence incites my ire. Damn it, you scoundrel. I can't even afford the initial recharge. If I had the money, would I not recharge?" With the recharge channel now closed, he finds himself unable to pay even the modest sum of 6 yuan for the initial recharge, and the voice interactions are nothing more than automated responses from the system. The incessant barrage of notifications is simply infuriating. If only the channel had not been shut down with the assistance of the club, he could have easily amassed hundreds of billions. How did he become so helpless? He is at a loss as to when Wei Rong had ever provoked the players bound cultivators. For now, he can only respond to unchanging circumstances with steadfastness. "Thank you, Senior. It seems this is the only way forward," he murmurs, his anxiety slightly alleviated by the voice of the elderly figure behind him. However, a remark from the scarred woman causes the onlooking cultivators to grimace. "Indeed, it is too slow. Are you truly so naive as to think that as a soul refinement cultivator, you can commit murder right beneath the nose of a sovereign? Do you think that attaining the sovereign realm is as simple as mere practice?" Suddenly, a humming sound fills the air. A faint golden sigil manifests on the bodies of the scarred woman and Wei Rong, only to vanish in an instant. A semi-saint teleportation talisman? The expression of the Dakian devotee shifts dramatically. The adversary has actually locked onto Wei Rong's aura and summoned a semi-saint talisman directly? What kind of enmity could compel one to resort to such a formidable treasure in an attempt to slay Wei Rong? "Quickly, you must report this matter to the Valley of Forgetfulness." The elder from Deqian, observing that the 2 disciples from the Valley of Forgetfulness remained in a daze, spoke in a grave tone. "Prepare for the worst." The scarred woman was indeed exceedingly resolute. She perceived no glimmer of hope for Wei Rong's survival. "Oh!" The disciples of the Valley of Forgetfulness, regaining their senses, rushed out of the corridor with expressions of alarm. Alas! The elder from Deqian pondered for a moment before swiftly departing with the 2, for it was ultimately a matter concerning Deqian, and her lack of assistance might invite censure. In a secluded forest, as soon as Wei Rong appeared, she summoned her protective treasure. Her countenance tense as she retreated in haste. She fixed her gaze upon the approaching scarred woman, her voice trembling with fear. "Who are you?" At this moment, Wei Rong was utterly panicked. What should we do now, senior? However, the player behind the scenes was even more frantic, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He simply lacked the funds to acquire items that could alter her fate. Ahai, stay calm. In the room. The other two members of the Tianjiao Club hastily devised strategies. Killing is merely motivated by hatred or loot. Stall for a moment and think of a solution. Check if the daily sign-in might yield useful items. Have Wei Rong inform her about our network of connections. Perhaps it is all a misunderstanding. Wang Hai hardly needed their reminders. His electronic companion was in dire straits, and his reactions were swifter than theirs. He had already clicked on the daily item draw. Ding. Daily item draw. Congratulations, player. Your luck is exceptional. The character has obtained a 5-tier premium manual. Though fortunate, it was of no assistance in helping Wei Rong evade this calamity. He hastily closed the notification and anxiously gazed at the screen. At that moment, a series of prompts emerged. Ding. The character faces a life and death crisis. A special recharge of 8,888 grants a life-saving teleportation talisman, allowing for instant escape. Ding. Special recharge of 28,888 temporarily grants the Eye of Mental Hypnosis, enabling control over the opponent for interrogation. Curse it. Where on earth do I have so much money? Wang Hai exclaimed in desperation, rapidly closing the prompts on the screen. At this juncture, he had only 28 yuan. Unable even to afford the initial recharge of 6 yuan. The thousands required seemed a cruel joke. Yet, upon dismissing the notifications, another dialog box appeared. System response. Do not panic, girl. First, maintain your composure and plead for mercy. See if there is an opportunity. Later, I will examine it closely. Damn it. Why would you send an automatic reply now? Wang Hai's voice trembled with urgency, almost wishing to smash his wretched phone. In a fit of frustration, he swiftly closed the system's reply, only to witness the game's screen dim. Friendly reminder. Your bound character has been slain by a cultivator. On the screen, a gaping hole was blasted through Wei Rong's chest, blood spurting forth as she gazed desperately into the void. Senior, help me, save me. Rong. Witnessing this scene, Wang Hai cried out in sorrow, tears brimming in his eyes. The sight of Wei Rong's despair pierced his heart like a knife, causing him to stagger and collapse onto the sofa. In his earnest efforts to win Wei Rong's favor, he had devoted himself entirely, raising their rapport to a notable 40 points. Their collaboration was seamless, and Wei Rong regarded him as a dependable senior, even planning to assist him in purchasing feedback items at a high price. It is akin to nurturing a delicate seedling, which eventually bears fruit, and in that moment, the foremost thought is to present it to him. At that time, he felt immense joy and deep emotion. Yet, all his cherished moments were shattered by the emergence of the scarred woman. It's all because of you. Wang Hai's eyes blazed crimson as he fixated on the image of the scarred woman in the game. He was determined to etch her visage into his memory, vowing to pay any price to enlist the Heavenly Club to exact vengeance upon her. Just then, Wang Hai noticed that this scarred woman had raised her head and was gripping her own jaw. Was it a mask? With unwavering focus, he stared at the projections, his expression brimming with anticipation. Tear it off. Let me glimpse your true face and avenge Rong. He had not expected the woman to be wearing a mask. Fortunately, she had let her guard down after her murderous success. Otherwise, he would remain oblivious to who had taken Rong's life, surely leading to his utmost frustration. But immediately following that, the woman affixed the torn piece of skin, murmuring in a hoarse voice, "TSK, must acquire better quality materials next time. This inferior dermis is quite damaging." The scene dissolved, and the projection before Wang Hai morphed into the interface from the game's launch. Ding. The current player may randomly bind a character with aptitude lower than Wei Rong. I'll be damned. Bang. Wang Hai, livid with rage, slammed his phone onto the ground. He had a premonition that the woman was mocking him. Absolutely. After slaying and looting, Ling Qingxue vanished, muttering, "Humph, I trust that infuriated you sufficiently." Her earlier demeanor was feigned. She initially intended to taunt him, but thought better of it, deciding against excessive ostentation, although uncertain if he could perceive her actions. Since her lord mentioned Wei Rong had backers, they likely possessed the ability to observe the battle, similar to him. Her constitution allowed her to detect the divine senses of her lord and the cultivators of this realm. However, extraterritorial cultivators, such as those from her lord's world, were beyond her detection. To dare lay a hand on my lord's people, I shall dismantle your so-called Hall of Prodigies. Ling Qingxue's expression turned frosty. Now that she knew she was her lord's foremost handmaiden, the mantle of an elder sister naturally fell upon her shoulders. Her task was to deal with the individuals on the list her lord had provided, paving an unobstructed path of cultivation for others. As for whether the saintess in plain robes following her would question her actions, she was indifferent, for she would not desist. I wonder when I will meet my lord's other followers, Ling Qingxue mused. With anticipation, only Sun Feiyu remains. I shall first undergo trials to consolidate my cultivation. Moments later, the saintess in plain robes appeared beside Wei Rong's corpse, murmuring to herself, it seems Qingxue harbors unknown animosities. Ling Qingxue was not a bloodthirsty person. Her actions must have a purpose. She would refrain from intervening in such matters, for honing this girl's resolute nature is indeed beneficial. However, the cost of this act of vengeance is rather steep, and the urgency is somewhat excessive. A smile crept across the old man's lips as he vanished from sight. Surely, once this girl finds herself in a state of financial constraint, she will learn to budget meticulously. It seems she even knows how to provoke others. This young lady is performing admirably. Observing the scene, Shen Yun felt an overwhelming sense of delight. Truly, this is immensely satisfying. When Luo Hongxi met her demise, Zhou Qiaoqiao, bound to her role, had boldly taunted him with a throat-slitting gesture. The wheel of fate turns indeed. This time, he was determined to vent his pent-up frustrations. Taking advantage of Qingxue's excursion, he intended to deal with the game characters of the Zhou siblings as well. A glint of cold light flickered in Shen Yun's eyes. Although the mastermind was dead, he would not spare any of those who deserved punishment. After sending a message to Ling Qingxue to inform her of the situation, Shen Yun had also successfully refined the 5th-grade soul-nourishing pill within him. Without any unforeseen circumstances, a golden lotus now blossomed in his sea of consciousness. To describe the sensation, his mental state was significantly stronger than before, with the divine soul talent awakened. I can now automatically cultivate the 3rd-grade soul pursuit technique that Hongxi bestowed upon me in my previous life. As soon as he initiated the process, a prompt illuminated before Shen Yun. Warm reminder, a player has activated the divine soul talent. Would you like to accelerate the cultivation of the 3rd-grade soul pursuit technique automatically? Learn. This tome of soul cultivation grants practitioners a myriad of techniques for both offensive and defensive maneuvers pertaining to the soul, as well as subtle skills such as mental communication. Though its rank may be modest, it is certainly superior to having none at all. Suddenly, a vibration from his mobile device interrupted the silence, revealing a message. Huagua Mountain Demon Suppression Division. Wang Gang, Mr. Shen. Coordinates indicate the presence of a 4th-tier demon beast outside Huagua Mountain, and 2 members of the Demon Suppression Division have been slain. A Demon Suppression King is already en route. If you are unavailable, we shall inform another Demon Suppression King. Very well, I shall take a look, Shen Yun replied. Summoning by Siener. Siener, you stay here with the golden-haired monkey while I venture out to slay a demon. Master, shall we not go together? By Siener. Reluctant to see him embark on this perilous journey alone, nudged his hand gently. I will inform the little monkey, he will certainly not stray away. Be obedient. Should anything arise, I will notify you. Given the significance of the legacy of the great sage equal to heaven, he was determined to prevent any untoward incidents concerning the golden-haired monkey. Furthermore, he possessed the contract beast with long-distance audio transmission capabilities that he had acquired previously, allowing him to communicate with her if necessary. Very well, master, take care. With persuasion proving futile, Bai Siener could only watch as he departed the room. Instead of descending the stairs, Shen Yun ascended directly to the rooftop of the hotel. There, he beheld a military helicopter resting upon the terrace. This was specially prepared by Wang Gang for him, allowing for immediate air travel in the event of an emergency. While flying with a sword is swift, it is only practical for short distances. Over long stretches, the energy expenditure is excessive, making it suitable only for critical moments. Shortly thereafter, the plane took off, heading towards Wang Gang's coordinates. Brother Kuan, he remarked, it appears to be a knife wound, having drained the blood from within. Wang Gang offered a cigarette to the man beside him, gesturing towards 2 pieces of black cloth in the alley ahead. Both are elite demon controllers from Sanqing Town, dispatched as reinforcements. They must have discovered traces of malevolent entities and met their demise. At this point, Wang Gang's expression was one of regret and anger. Despite the resurgence of spiritual energy over the years, the practitioners of the Demon Suppression Bureau have positioned themselves at the forefront of the populace, boasting a superior collective strength. However, as the entire nation continues to enhance its cultivation capabilities, there will be a growing need for the Bureau to regulate the burgeoning ranks of practitioners. Each fallen elite represents a diminishment of their power, and how could he not mourn such losses? Tang Kuan stepped forward to examine the body. His facial expression remained composed. as if he were oblivious to the manner of his demise. This indicates that the opponent possesses formidable strength, capable of evading even the keen senses of the elite 3-star demon hunters. It is likely that the true threat lies within the advanced levels of the 4th tier. This is rather challenging, Tang Kuan remarked with a furrowed brow, inquiring whether other demon hunters had arrived. Handling this case alone could prove to be quite troublesome. Mr. Shen is currently en route via helicopter and will arrive shortly. Oh, it's him? Tang Kuan's eyes brightened. As a fellow 4-star demon hunter, this rising star was indeed well known, having sparked much discussion within the official demon hunting community. Speculation abounded regarding Shen Yun's acquisition of a remarkably powerful artifact. After all, he had previously been an ordinary individual. Despite investing heavily in cultivation resources, his lack of innate talent had hindered any significant progress in his cultivation level. It is only through the might of an artifact that he could achieve the ability to obliterate 4th-tier demon beasts. With his presence, our task will undoubtedly become more manageable. Tang Kuan nodded slightly, gazing into the distance. He is here. Against the backdrop of a dim sky, a helicopter approached with increasing clarity. A figure then leaped from it, landing firmly on the ground. The aura of his cultivation truly falls short of the oceanic realm. Tang Kuan scrutinized Shen Yun. Judging by the energy he exuded, it was evident that he was a practitioner at the pulse condensation realm, which confirmed the group's earlier conjectures. However, acquiring a powerful artifact also involved a degree of luck and opportunity, an aspect of strength that he would not underestimate. Mr. Shen, I am Tang Kuan. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Tang Kuan greeted him with a respectful bow. Likewise, Shen Yun replied with a slight nod. Have you found any leads on the perpetrator? We have made some progress with the surveillance footage, Wang Gang interjected, pulling out his phone. Currently, the 4th-tier demon locking compass dispatched from headquarters is in the hands of another demon hunter. Once he concludes his current matters, we will be able to utilize the compass to trace the essence of the 4th-tier demon beasts. This is a desperate measure, currently. The nation is engulfed in the emergence of hidden realms, and the 4th-tier demon sealing compass is simply insufficient. It is already commendable for their city to possess one, while others must await allocation. Suddenly, a chilling, sinister laughter echoed through the alley. No need to wait. We have come uninvited. We, Tang Kuan, Wang Gang, and the 4 members of the demon-subduing division, who were sealing off the scene in the alley, looked up in alarm. There, perched ominously on the wall, was a lizard man clad in a trench coat, his skin a fiery red, fixating on them with a malevolent glare. On the balcony of the adjacent building stood 2 others, a man and a woman, similarly attired, their eyes coldly scrutinizing the scene, as though they were gazing upon the dead. Be on guard, Wang Gang bellowed. The intent of the newcomers was evidently hostile. There were likely 3 4th-tier fiends. Their only hope now lay in self-preservation, praying that Tang Kuan and Shen Yun could wield their powers effectively, particularly Shen Yun's magical artifact. Should they fail to fend off these threats, they could only wish for the best until reinforcements from the demon-subduing division arrived. Let us resolve this swiftly. The man on the balcony declared with lethal intent. They would eliminate them and depart, wary of the potential trouble from Gang Xiong. With a whoosh, 3 malevolent spirits descended rapidly, striking like lightning. Gang Xiong? The tone suggests they are formidable adversaries, Shen Yun remarked, his eyes narrowing in concern. It was likely that other powerful fiends lurked in the city. Thus, it would be prudent to eliminate them all in one fell swoop, preventing any further complications once the flower and fruit mountain realm unfolded. Mr. Shen, I will do my utmost to hold off 2 of them, Tang Kuan declared, drawing his large blade from his back and charging forward. His intent was straightforward. He hoped Shen Yun could swiftly subdue his opponents to assist him. Otherwise, facing 3 4th-tier demon beasts would lead to devastating casualties. However, as soon as he shouted, he froze, his eyes wide with astonishment, staring skyward. Whoosh! With a piercing sound, a pale blue beam of light shot through the heads of the 2 dark-clad figures, trailing a gruesome array of crimson and ivory. Hiss! The sight sent the lizard demon, clinging to the wall, into a panic, its heart racing as it turned to flee. Today, it had truly encountered a ghost. In a mere instant, 2 4th-tier fiends had perished, but the chilling glare behind it was too piercing to ignore. Sensing imminent danger, the lizard demon shrieked in terror, "Do not kill me. I am willing to surrender." Thud. The blue light pierced through its body, pinning it to the ground. Witnessing the lizard demon's agonizing struggles, Wang Gang and the others exchanged shocked glances at the 2 lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground, exclaiming in disbelief. What? It was dispatched in an instant. 1 strike, 3 kills. This is utterly absurd. Tang Kuan, who had anticipated a grueling battle, was left utterly astonished. This is nothing short of slicing through vegetables with ease. At this moment, he realized just how extraordinary the resplendent sword lying on the ground truly was. It had effortlessly vanquished 3 fourth-tier demonic beasts in an instant. "Do not kill me. I am willing to do anything." The anguished cries of the gecko demon drew the attention of all present. At that moment, it was pinned to the ground by the longsword. Yet it dared not touch the blade, for the emanating sword aura had severed 4 of its fingers. "Speak," commanded Shen Yun, approaching with the flying sword. "Jinghong." "Who is Gangxiang?" The blood-spitting gecko demon, in a state of torment, pleaded. "If I tell you, will you let me go? I have heard that the Demon Suppression Division recruits those who submit. I am a mid-stage 4th-tier beast, and I am willing to comply." "Mr. Shun," interjected Tang Kuan. "Demonic creatures possess a keen ability to discern sense, and given the current urgent demand for 4th-tier demon locking compasses, we are indeed persuading certain 4th-tier beasts to surrender. This gecko demon holds considerable value. Utilizing demonic entities to locate other demonic beings is one of the reasons for subduing 4th-tier beasts. Additionally, these beasts can explore the mountains and forests, bringing back rare treasures with minimal casualties." Both parties established a contract through a game-like formation, agreeing that the Demon Suppression Division would not kill these subdued beasts, while they would serve the division within the ranks of the Demon Suppression Division. It is exceedingly rare to find mid-stage 4th-tier beasts that have been tamed. Such malevolent entities can only be subdued by powerful individuals who can command their genuine obedience. Otherwise, it is nearly impossible for an ordinary demon suppression king to tame them. The capture of this gecko demon would indeed hold greater value than its demise. Shen Yun remained silent, his grip on the long sword subtly shifting. The piercing pain provoked the gecko demon to wail incessantly. "Ah, I confess, the Great Bear is a formidable beast. He has secretly gathered over 10 other beasts, awaiting the opening of the secret realm. If it does not open, he will slaughter the cultivators here and then depart. We were expelled due to our weakness. It turned out that these 3 monsters, having been driven away, harbored resentment and sought to eliminate the Demon King in this area, thereby attracting the attention of the Demon Suppression Division, which would send powerful beings to thwart the Great Bear's plans. Who could have anticipated the presence of Shen Yun, a being of such terrifying strength, who effortlessly dealt with the 3 of them in a mere encounter? If possible, the gecko demon lamented, "I would rather flee than provoke this young human powerhouse." "Over 10? Shen Yun's interest was piqued. "What levels are they, and where are they located?" 11 of them are at the 4th tier. They are in the prosperous Bath City. The owner there has already submitted to the Great Bear. The gecko demon's eyes were filled with desperation. "I have told you everything. I implore you, spare me. I am willing to submit." Poof! A flash of blue light erupted as the longsword cleaved through the gecko demon's abdomen, bisecting its upper half instantly. "What a pity," Tang Kuan muttered under his breath, then stated solemnly, "We cannot accept a beast that betrays its kin. It may one day turn against us." "Indeed, indeed." The others nodded in agreement. Although a contract could prevent betrayal, who could challenge Shen Yun's authority? Wang Gang gathered the cards from the ground and handed them to Shen Yun. "Mr. Shen, 3 crystal nucleus cards, 2 4th-tier mid-grade item feedback cards, and 1 card for the gecko demon's regeneration ability." "Regeneration?" Shen Yun raised an eyebrow and examined the card. "Severed limb regeneration. Gecko demon racial skill after losing a limb. It consumes spiritual energy to regenerate new organs. In severe injury cases, consumption increases." Wow, what a powerful ability. Several members of the Demon Suppression Division gazed at him enviously. For combat personnel, possessing such a skill would be immensely advantageous. Very well. With Xian Er's healing abilities, it would complement his own healing skills nicely. Watching Shen Yun casually learn the skill, the others couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their eyes. Such extraordinary abilities are merely satisfactory in your eyes. However, upon seeing the resplendent sword in his hand, radiating a bluish glow and boasting a striking design, one cannot entirely fault such a statement. Shen Yun sheathed his flying sword. "Jinghong," and turned to Tang Kuan. "Let us proceed directly to the Dingxing Footbath City. 11 4th-tier demonic entities. Taking them all out at once is far simpler than accepting a single task." "Very well, we shall rely on you, Mr. Shen." Tang Kuan and his companions had been eagerly anticipating this affirmation. With such formidable beings present, it would be prudent to address the lair of the malevolent entities sooner, allowing everyone to feel at ease. After a thorough cleanup, the group informed the logistics team to manage the site before swiftly departing. At the prosperous Footbath City, a man with piercing eyes gazed anxiously at the throngs of humanity below through the expansive window. There are far too many humans visiting Flower Fruit Mountain. If the secret realm does not open soon, the Demon Suppression Bureau will surely dispatch powerful warriors to guard this place. Recently, one of their team members, a fourth-tier companion, had already revealed their whereabouts and was being pursued by a 4-star Demon Suppression King. Although this individual had withdrawn from the team and left the city, they had undoubtedly informed the Bureau of the presence of a 4th-tier beast in the area. If additional 4th-tier beasts were to arrive and manage to eliminate members of the Bureau, the exposure of numerous high-level malevolent entities would be inevitable, prompting a convergence of powerful figures from the Bureau. This would lead to significant trouble. Their presence here stemmed from the tales of the unparalleled strength of the great sage equal to heaven, which had inspired them to seek their fortunes. After all, locations with active secret realms were typically under the watchful eye of the Bureau's elite, making it far too easy to be discovered. In contrast, places where the secret realms had yet to open were relatively safer. Yet, who could have anticipated that the mere allure of the great sage would draw such vast numbers? As the influx of people continued to swell, it was inevitable that the Bureau would prioritize public safety and send more powerful individuals to this location. Within the room, a robust man adorned with a thick coat of fur spoke in a deep voice. "We have at most 2 days. If the secret realm remains closed, we shall hunt down the cultivators here and refine them for sustenance. Afterward, we shall part ways." After making this statement, he surveyed the 12 malevolent beings present. "Today, we collaborate. Henceforth, let us exchange contact information. In times of trouble, those with capability should lend their support. One alone cannot achieve greatness." The others exchanged glances and promptly clasped their fists in agreement. "We shall heed Brother Xiong's command." Among them, aside from 2 late-stage 3rd-tier beasts, all were 4th-tier entities. Yet, as he stated, the strength of one alone was too feeble. Forming a coalition of mutual interest, led by the powerful 4th-tier apex beast, Brother Xiong, would yield abundant advantages. Ding dong. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from outside the door. "It's me, Big Bear. I have received the latest news from the Demon Suppression Division." The crowd exchanged glances, a chill running through their hearts. Could it be that the worst news has arrived? This conference room is off-limits to disturbances. At this moment, Yang Kai, the proprietor of the foot massage parlor, approached, undoubtedly bearing significant news to convey. The expression on Jun Xiong's face shifted as he glanced at the young subordinate at the rear of the crowd. "Go open the door and let him in." The subordinate promptly unlatched the door, and upon opening it, encountered the obsequious Yang Kai. However, behind him stood a strikingly handsome young stranger. This caused the doorman to furrow his brow and exclaim, "Who are you?" Only Yang Kai can contact these wicked beings. Outsiders are strictly prohibited from any interaction. His inquiry elicited a sudden change in the expression of Gang Xiong. "Yang Kai would never dare to defy my orders. There's something amiss." He leapt back, retreating behind the crowd, and crashed through the ground-level window, jumping out of the building. As Gang Xiong exited, he glanced back at the entrance. Boom! A fierce fire dragon surged through the doorway. As it swept past the minion who had opened the door, the upper half of his body was instantly incinerated. Such formidable power sent the wicked beings scattering in panic. However, the flames expanded at an alarming rate, swiftly enveloping the entire room and engulfing them completely. No. In the blink of an eye, the astonishing flames reduced all the wicked beings within to ashes. What a terrifying force! Gang Xiong was so frightened that he felt his heart would burst. Even he lacked the capability to eliminate all the wicked beings in such a brief moment. One could only imagine the terrifying strength of the newcomer. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and escaped the calamity. With his scalp tingling, Gang Xiong stared in horror at a young man enveloped in flames by the fallen window. The calm gaze directed at him from above was suffused with an oppressive aura that made his breath hitch. "We must leave at once. This person is far too formidable." Without a moment's hesitation, Gang Xiong surged at full speed toward the glass of the opposite building, hoping to blend into the crowd and make his escape. Whoosh! Amid the sound of rushing wind, a pale blue rainbow descended from the sky. Just as Gang Xiong was about to crash through the glass window, thrust, a long sword pierced through his skull, sending him plummeting to the ground like a falling star. Boom! The earth roared, fracturing with a series of cracks, debris flying in all directions. Fortunately, this area had been cordoned off in advance by the Demon Suppression Division, preventing any casualties. My goodness, what is happening? The tremendous commotion attracted onlookers from the surrounding vicinity. It resembled a blue meteor. No wonder it was sealed off. I was just considering taking that route. My life is spared. I knew I was destined for greatness. The pedestrians were all left shaken. As the dust settled, they were astonished to discover a massive brown bear, several meters in size, impaled by a pale blue sword, firmly pinned to the ground. Hiss. So enormous. The larger the body, the mightier the power. This bear's spirit appeared extraordinary. Keen observers noted 2 cards rising from the giant bear's corpse. What the heck? It's a Tier 4 Superior Feedback card. A Tier 4 Superior Beast Core Crystal. Wow, are the Demon Suppression Division this powerful? They actually witnessed the slaying of a late-stage Tier 4 beast. Clearly, there are formidable figures present. The focal point is undeniably that sword, which is simply magnificent. An enthusiastic young man surged towards the barrier, exclaiming, "Quick! Capture this and share it online. Let the foreign simpletons behold China's divine artifact. It can vanquish 4th-tier monsters. This sword is indeed powerful. Hurry! Take a picture to flaunt on social media." The crowd, filled with envy and admiration, snapped photos of the exquisite blade. Its soft blue radiance glimmered, adorned with swirling inscriptions. Particularly radiant under the sunset, resembling a divine object enveloped in golden light. Its appearance was truly captivating. How wonderful it would be if I could possess such a sword. As the crowd jostled, Wang Gang and others, standing like victorious roosters, straightened their backs to block the advancing throng. Those who cross the barrier shall bear the consequences. Observing the crowd raising their phones to capture the moment, Wang Gang proclaimed with righteous fervor, "This is the fate of the demonic beings that dared to approach Flower and Fruit Mountain. We have already slain over 34th-tier beasts. For everyone that dares to come, they shall meet their end." Such an opportune moment for advertising. How could he possibly let it slip by? Were it not for the fear of appearing overly extravagant, he would have eagerly reported the presence of 100 monstrous beasts. With Mr. Shen's extraordinary ability to incinerate an entire room of beasts in an instant, even 100 would be reduced to ashes. "Mr. Shen, we owe you a great debt of gratitude." Tang Kuan expressed his appreciation with a respectful clasp of his fists. If those malevolent creatures had chosen to wreak havoc, we would have been at a loss for how to handle the situation. Reflecting on it later, he broke into a cold sweat. A room filled with 4th-tier beasts, had anything gone awry, how many lives would have been lost in the city? He had already reported the incident to headquarters. If Kunlun, Tai, and other renowned mountains also harbored a significant number of beasts, it was imperative to take early precautions. As for whether there were sufficient personnel, that was beyond his concern. "Just a trivial matter," Shen Yun replied, accepting the 2 freshly minted bear cards from Wang Gang and waving his hand dismissively. "Next time an incident of this scale arises, just notify me, provided that my location is not too far." This time, the extermination of the demon yielded a remarkable profit of 14 4th-tier beast cores, along with 14 4th-tier item feedback cards and 3 skill cards, amounting to a modest fortune. Aha! Tang Kuan's eyes sparkled with delight as he remarked, "I fear I shall have to trouble Mr. Shen more often in the future. Well then, I shall take my leave. Mr. Shen, do take care." After bidding farewell to everyone, Shen Yun ascended to the rooftop and leaped onto the helicopter, returning to the 5-star hotel. "Master, you are back." As Shen Yun opened the door, Bai Xian'er leapt towards him, excitedly wagging her 3 magnificent tails. "Ha-ha," Shen Yun chuckled, patting her on the back, and glanced at the golden-haired monkey sitting on the sofa, fixated on the tablet. The little monkey had calmed down and, upon his arrival, stood up in acknowledgement. Though it remained silent, it demonstrated a semblance of etiquette. Shen Yun noticed that the tablet displayed news related to the Monkey King, evidently a result of Bai Xian'er teaching him how to surf the internet. Judging by the monkey's glum expression, it was clear that the Monkey King was not the indiscriminate killer he was often portrayed to be. Otherwise, he would have been flaunting his exploits at that moment. Shen Yun retrieved the 2 skill cards acquired during his demon hunt and placed them on the table. "Xian'er, see if there's anything you need. Take them to learn. I have enough for myself." Despite Bai Xian'er's innate talents, she felt somewhat limited in her capabilities at this early stage. In gaming terms, it was as if she needed to enhance her abilities. 4th-tier Flame Claw, Sonic Impact? Bai Xian'er pursed her lips. In truth, her powers were sufficient. And had it not been for her master's offering, she wouldn't have given such rudimentary skills a second thought. Nonetheless, it was a gesture of her master's goodwill, and she felt compelled to provide some emotional value in return. "I cannot refuse. Otherwise, it would make my master feel his efforts were in vain," Bai Xian'er said, her eyes brightening as she turned to Shen Yun with a joyful expression. "Thank you, master. I was just thinking of expanding my abilities." "How fortuitous. Hurry and learn." Shen Yun smiled. Naturally, he wished to equip the little one he had raised. Although her techniques were few, each was remarkably potent, a single move capable of conquering all. Meanwhile, the golden-haired monkey, From a certain angle, perceived that Bai Xian'er was feigning enthusiasm and couldn't help but mutter, "Phony." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A golden windmill began to whirl in the air. "What are you hissing about? Are you daring to mock my master?" Bai Xian'er exclaimed. Her face flushed with anger as she tugged at his ears, spinning him around playfully. This time, the strike was more ferocious than the last, causing the golden-haired monkey to squeal in distress. "Sister White Fox, I was wrong. I was wrong." It was only after the golden-haired monkey begged for mercy that Bai Xian'er tossed him onto the sofa. Observing the monkey, whose eyes sparkled with stars, she clapped her hands and leaped into Shen Yun's embrace, huffing, "If you dare speak recklessly again, just wait and see how I deal with you." The little monkey simply did not comprehend. How dare he call her hypocritical? A deficiency in skills is one matter, yet the intentions behind them are entirely another. "You still have much to learn." Bai Xian'er relished the gentle caress from Shen Yun. Why bother getting upset with the child? It was time to learn. Bai Xian'er obediently acquired the two skills and demonstrated them before Shen Yun. Seeing his radiant smile, her own eyes sparkled with mirth, and her joyful use of the skills became increasingly exuberant. No wonder they say online that fox spirits are the most enchanting. The golden-haired monkey, perched on the sofa, mused silently, acknowledging the truth of the online sentiments as he observed Shen Yun's delighted demeanor. He resolved to avoid provoking this fox spirit in the future, lest he face her wrath once more. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy rippled from afar, sweeping across the entire city like waves. Could the secret realm have opened? Shen Yun swiftly made his way to the balcony, gazing towards the direction of Huagua Mountain. There, a golden beam of light shot up into the sky like a sword cleaving through the dark night. The great sage's secret realm has been unveiled. Charge! The crowd on the street erupted into a frenzy, racing towards Huagua Mountain. From above, one could witness the streets aglow, as cultivators poured forth like ants towards the mountain. Those with slightly greater strength transformed into fleeting shadows, darting through the throng, fearful of missing out on the legacy of the Monkey King. Oh! The secret realm has opened. On the balcony, the golden-haired monkey leapt with excitement. He had finally awaited this moment. If he could attain the legacy within, he would surely avenge Sister Deer. Shen Yun had informed him that those who had captured him belonged to the illustrious Jiang family of Qiqing. This family was wicked, resorting to any means for profit. Once he grew powerful, he would undoubtedly seek to annihilate them. Of course, he also wished to inquire of the Monkey King whether the words of the White Fox were indeed true or false. "Let's go." Shen Yun, seated atop Bai Xian'er, seized the golden-haired monkey and vanished from the balcony. Outside Huagua Mountain, danger lurked. Those who entered do so at their own peril. The soldiers stationed nearby shouted tirelessly, yet the fervent crowd paid no heed. What are beasts to us? With sheer numbers, we can overpower them. Forward, brothers. I must be destined for greatness. Surely, I will acquire the art of transformation. I shall master the art of clones. With just a strand of hair, I will have assistance. It is simply a monster-slaying artifact. I will command heaven and earth. Just one step into the beast horde, and I shall wreak havoc. The crowd, filled with fervor, howled as they surged into the forest. At the forefront, a group of individuals rapidly approached the secret realm, already catching sight of the spatial rift shimmering at the mountain's precipice. Within the ripple, one could vaguely glimpse the dimly lit scenes of the secret realm. Would charging in like this truly be safe? I heard online that the secret realm is fraught with peril, and there are even formidable malevolent entities within. Those nearing the entrance hesitated. The first to take the plunge would need great courage. However, just as they lingered, everyone witnessed a white streak of light darting directly into the secret realm, vanishing from sight. This scene left everyone in a state of frantic urgency, akin to ants on a hot pan, as they rushed forward with astonishing speed. Damn it! Someone has gotten ahead of us. I had urged them to hurry. And now it seems the inheritance of the secret realm has undoubtedly been snatched away. It's all your fault. Silence. Enough with the complaints. Just move. Within the secret realm. Upon his arrival, Shen Yun began to survey the desolate landscape. The sky loomed dark, and the ground was littered with weathered, collapsed peaks. The environment resembles the images online. He mused quietly as he scanned his surroundings. Once we delve deeper, we shall encounter the onslaught of the corpse horde. The ancient corpses, likely formed by the influence of the secret realm's laws after the demise of the ancients, bore a resemblance to zombies, attacking any living creature that dared to enter. The crucial point was that their strength was affected by the secret realm's laws, maintaining parity with the intruders, making them exceedingly troublesome. Fortunately, the Huagua Mountain secret realm had been immensely popular in his previous life, with countless cultivators posting videos online. Among them, there was a relatively safe passage leading deep within. I recall the entrance to the passage is marked by a mountain formation resembling the letter C, Shen Yun said, scanning his surroundings for the described formation. Master, what should we do now? Bai Xian'er inquired, her tone tinged with unease. She sensed the atmosphere was far from pleasant, filled with decay and oppression. That must be it. Shen Yun pointed towards a distant mountain shape, feigning a calculation. Xian'er, head towards the northeast. Master, you can still deduce? Bai Xian'er, unceasing in her steps. Wore a puzzled expression. Of course. How else do you think I found you, Edame? Shen Yun lied without a hint of shame, intently observing the environment to avoid missteps in their path. The golden-haired monkey he carried, however, appeared unfazed, looking somewhat disappointed. I thought there would be many monkeys here. He had expected this place to be akin to the water curtain cave in the films, but found nothing of the sort. Little monkey, speak less and observe more. If you encounter the great sage who refuses to impart his secrets, you'll regret it. Bai Xian'er furrowed her brow. The monkey's mouth was utterly unrestrained, and it would be unfortunate if this affected its master's ability to inherit. The golden-haired monkey hastily covered its mouth, realizing the gravity of the situation. After proceeding for over 10 minutes, the trio began to discern the dismal sight of tattered garments covering bodies, weathered and obscured by sand. An unsettling aura thickened in the air, causing Bai Xian'er to feel a prickling anxiety. She moved cautiously, either stepping lightly or leaping silently, fearful of disturbing the ancient corpses. Fear not, for I am here, Shen Yun softly reassured her while gently stroking her back. Were it not for his advantage of rebirth, he too would likely be in dire straits. The golden-haired monkey, more direct in its response, tightly clung to Bai Xian'er's forelimbs with its eyes shut, as if sensing the formidable nature of these ancient remains. Fortunately, the path ahead proved to be safe. Yet, as pioneers, they were bound to encounter a few ancient corpses along the way. It must be noted that at this moment, Bai Xian'er's innate ability to blink proved immensely beneficial, allowing her to stealthily leap over the piles of corpses. As they ventured deeper, the number of ancient remains gradually diminished. In the distance, a colossal gray stone mountain came into view, capturing the attention of the three. This adversary will not be easy to confront. Shen Yun's expression grew increasingly solemn. This is the insurmountable barrier that even the cultivators of the previous life could not transcend, the stone giant. The monstrous being possesses an extraordinarily formidable combat capability, earning it the moniker, the melee bulldozer of Flower and Fruit Mountain. Regardless of who approaches, they inevitably face defeat, despite its massive size seemingly restricting its mobility. Once the stones adorning its body are shattered, its power will surge correspondingly. Some speculate that it is the extrajudicial incarnation of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Defeating it could grant one the legacy of Yukong. Others suggest it serves as a guardian of the secret realm. And should one manage to remove its stones to a certain threshold, the great sage's acknowledgement and inheritance may be bestowed. Regrettably, no one has succeeded thus far. What left the deepest impression on Shen Yun were the player's warnings. Before provoking the stone man, if you lack the confidence to defeat it, flee immediately. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise. Once enraged, the grayish-white stone body of the creature rapidly crystallizes, resulting in a terrifying enhancement of its strength. Xian'er, Shen Yun whispered softly into Bai Xian'er's ear, I will attempt to slay it with my flying sword. Be prepared to teleport away continuously. Remember to conserve the teleportation energy needed to escape the secret realm. The warmth of his breath made Bai Xian'er shyly retract her neck. Yet she knew she must focus entirely on the task at hand. She composed herself and nodded slightly. Rest assured, Master, I shall follow your lead. Noticing the nervous golden-haired monkey approaching, Shen Yun cautioned in a low voice, during the battle, we cannot afford to concern ourselves with you, so do not create any disturbances. I understand. The golden-haired monkey nodded repeatedly, fully aware that the chance of obtaining the inheritance rested solely on Shen Yun and Bai Xian'er. It dared not cause any trouble at this critical moment. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yun tightly clasped Bai Xian'er's waist. And as the brilliance at his brow flickered, the flying sword, Jinghong, manifested. Prepare to strike. His gaze sharpened as he summoned the full might of the sword for the first time. Buzz! The long sword vibrated, with a faint blue aura emanating from its surface, illuminating the dim sky in a brilliant azure hue. As Jinghong reached its zenith, golden inscriptions flickered along the blade. The aura of a sacred-grade artifact surged forth, causing the fabric of the secret realm's sky to be rent with immense black fissures from the fierce sword energy. Swish! As Jinghong sliced through the void, A rift was torn in the heavens and the earth, a chasm bridging the two realms. The long sword had now reached the head of the stone man. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed, shaking the very ground. Dust spiraled around the colossal stone man, rising like a giant wave in all directions. Even if the sacred-grade flying sword cannot slay you, it should be sufficient to incapacitate you. Shen Yun's face paled as he swiftly retrieved 2 medium-grade spirit stones to replenish his depleting energy. Fortunately, his foundation was solid. Had it been any other cultivator, they would have been drained of their spiritual energy midway, losing the ability to fight. Though he could not fully unleash the power of the sacred artifact, he estimated that this strike would definitely leave the stone man in a dire state. However, just as the dazzling, colorful light burst forth from the gray mist, Shen Yun's expression shifted dramatically as he tightened his grip on Bai Xian's waist. The more radiant the crystal stone man became, the more formidable its power. Swish! Bai Xian swiftly executed her spatial teleportation technique, vanishing from her previous position. Rending sounds that grated on the teeth filled the air as a humanoid-sized crystal stone man materialized where she had just stood, its hands tearing through the fabric of the secret realm to reveal a massive black void. By the heavens! This scene left Shen Yun's pupils dilated. It's so powerful. The power of this sword is indeed formidable, reducing the stone creature to such a diminutive stature. Yet, it has simultaneously propelled its strength to an extraordinary level. Master! I sense it is incredibly powerful, Bai Xian exclaimed, startled enough to tuck away her 3 tails, instinctively preparing to teleport once more. For the crystal stone monster had vanished. A ripping sound echoed through the void once again. Steady yourself, Xianer. Let us see if I can shatter it. Shen Yun, feeling a resurgence of energy, swiftly commanded Jinghong to launch an assault on the crystal stone being. However, the creature's speed rendered it difficult to strike. Fortunately, it pursued Bai Xianer, allowing Shen Yun to adopt a strategy of ambush, lying in wait for the moment it reappeared. As soon as the stone creature manifested, Jinghong unleashed a tempest of relentless attacks. This cunning strategy proves remarkably effective. The sound of clanging metal reverberates through the vast expanse of the secret realm. Accompanied by pieces of stone cascading from the surface of the crystalline figure, its form gradually diminishes in size. This invigorated Shen Yun further, swiftly immersing him in a state of combat. The shadows of swords, foxes, and stones intertwined, resembling an abstract tapestry. However, as time progressed, the smaller stone beings became increasingly agile. Even the nearby flying swords proved ineffective. Observing their minimal impact, Shen Yun resolutely summoned the fiery flames of oblivion, encircling the area with a blazing inferno that served as a prison. The moment the trap was laid, Bai Xianer vanished, and the approaching crystalline stone being was immediately enveloped by the flames. Yet, as the fire made contact, a resounding hum erupted. The stone being radiated streams of laws, illuminating the entire secret realm, while powerful waves of energy surged within its core. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the secret realm, startling the explorers, who exchanged bewildered glances towards the depths of the domain. What on earth is making such a ruckus? Goodness, it's blinding. Suddenly, a glaring white radiance swept from afar, causing everyone to shield their eyes in terror. Is that a nuclear explosion? It's over. We're all doomed now. Fortunately, moments later, as the light dissipated, the crowd realized they were still alive, letting out a collective sigh of relief. Roar. Yet, immediately after, a horde of tattered, cadaverous figures with skin as pale as parchment surged forth. Haha, it seems we have entered a realm of zombies. An exuberant young man exclaimed. Everyone, remain calm. Just smash their heads. I'm familiar with this. They possess crystal cores within their skulls. Cultivators versus zombies? This will be a walk in the park. The battle was about to commence. However, the laughter quickly faded as the group soon realized the ancient corpses possessed strength equal to their own. Meanwhile, in the depths of the battlefield, Shen Yun discovered that the stone beings were self-destructing, shedding their fiery exterior in the process. This also revealed to him the lesser-known aspect of the stone being. The stone creature, resembling a child, had a crimson exterior, with scarlet eyes that emitted an aura of darkness and malevolence. Roar. A roar more ferocious than that of the ancient corpses resounded throughout the heavens and the earth. This caused a wild twitch at the corner of Shen Yun's eye. Is the furious red warming up? In his previous life, he had never witnessed this form of the stone golem, nor had he heard it utter a sound. Clearly, he had pushed it to its limits. As Shen Yun had anticipated, the stone golem's speed had reached its zenith, forcing Bai Xianer to continuously employ her flickering movements, leaving her no moment to unleash her flames. Even when she attempted to lay down a fiery trap in midair, the time lag allowed the fiery stone golem to effortlessly evade her inferno. Merely a few breaths later, the exhausted Shen quickly transmitted a message. Master, it is too powerful. We must depart from here. At that moment, a chill coursed down her spine. A physiological stress response triggered by extreme danger. Damn it, we're so close. Shen Yun, with furrowed brows, felt a sense of bitter regret. He believed that with just one strike of his blazing inferno, he could incinerate this childlike stone golem. Unfortunately, Shen was on the verge of collapse. Should we concede? As his thoughts raced, Shen Yun attempted to activate the Golden Cicada Talisman. Ding. Do you wish to use the low-grade Semi-Saint Golden Cicada Talisman? Let us take a gamble. A bicycle can turn into a motorcycle. Seeing that the talisman's effect had not yet been compromised, Shen Yun steeled his resolve. Shen, take the golden-haired monkey and leave. I will try once more. Boom. The blazing inferno enveloped Shen Yun entirely. The stone golem, though swift, would first have to encounter the inferno before it could strike Shen Yun. Connected to the flames with his spirit, he would be able to sense their presence instantly, thus activating the golden cicada to escape. This is his escape plan. Of course, the moment the stone man is consumed by the flames of destruction, there will be no need for him to flee. However, the talisman allows only for individual teleportation. Shen must leave this place at once. Otherwise, if he fails to escape and the stone man's target shifts, it will fall directly upon her. No, Master, this place is far too dangerous. Shen felt her heart leap into her throat. We should return and contemplate other methods. Do not act impulsively. She was aware that Shen Yun possessed the Golden Cicada Talisman, but a misstep could lead to dire consequences. In such circumstances, how could she possibly abandon her master? If we do not leave soon, your divine essence will be lost. Fear not. I have my flying sword and protective artifacts. Shen Yun understood she could not endure for long, and with a surge of energy, he leaped into the void. Master! Shen exclaimed in alarm, her voice trembling. Shen Yun dared not lose focus. He had learned from past experiences that the stone man would relentlessly pursue the target with the highest enmity. Here it comes. Sensing a fierce aura emerging from the flames beside him, his eyes sparkled with intensity. The adversary's assault was imminent. In an instant, the flames of destruction surged like a relentless parasite, enveloping the stone man's arm and igniting its entire form. Yet, to Shen Yun's dismay, a flash of white shadow materialized beside him, directly obstructing his path. The golden-haired monkey also leaped forward, spreading its limbs as if to shield the stone man from view. The flames would not harm allies, but should they fail to vanquish the stone man, the repercussions would be unfathomable. Shen Yun shouted in frustration. Fortunately, the flames of destruction proved formidable, reducing the stone man to ashes. As Shen Yun glared at her with fiery eyes, Shen lowered her head, stammering, I have healing abilities, so I can withstand a blow for you. It may even increase our chances of success. Success indeed. What would happen if something went awry? In a fit of anger, Shen Yun reached out as if to tap her head, but upon witnessing her cowering posture, he found it hard to follow through. Knowing her intentions were noble, he acknowledged that even if her healing powers were extraordinary, he would still feel anguish if she were to be harmed. We shall discuss this further upon our return. At that moment, the golden-haired monkey, having lost its footing, landed and quickly turned to the ashes of the stone man. A golden shadow began to materialize. Upon seeing the visage adorned with golden fur, the little monkey felt as though it had encountered a revered elder, its eyes brimming with tears of excitement. Great sage. It is the great sage. Do not be angry, master. Shen will not dare again, Shen said softly, her gaze fixed on the ethereal figure. She understood Shen Yun's concerns for her safety. Yet she too was worried for his well-being. Regardless, I can recover swiftly from any injury. You must not be harmed. Stealing her resolve, she beheld this revered figure esteemed by the native populace, the great sage. Amidst the golden radiance, the sage's phantom stood upon the clouds, clad in resplendent golden armor. His visage resembled that of thunder, not sharp, but etched with the lines of time. Though he appeared exceedingly aged, resembling a weary elder monkey, he emanated an aura of overwhelming power that commanded respect, rendering any dismissive thoughts about his frail appearance utterly foolish. Particularly striking were his eyes, which seemed to pierce the soul, radiating a golden light that instilled awe and reverence. As he gazed upon Shen Yun, it felt as though he could delve into the very depths of one's being, uncovering the most profound secrets of the heart. After observing Shen Yun and the two demons, The old monkey retracted the brilliance from his gaze and offered Shen Yun a warm smile. You possess a noble heart. This clearly pertains to Shen Yun's rescue of the golden-haired monkey. The fact that the great sage would utter such words suggests that this little golden-haired monkey holds great significance for him. Fortunately, I remembered and did not overlook this little monkey. Shen Yun secretly rejoiced. Otherwise, even if he were to defeat the stone man, he might not have been able to summon the great sage. With a serious demeanor, Shen Yun clasped his fists. It was merely a small effort. There is no need for such gratitude, esteemed elder. The old monkey gazed deeply at him before shifting his attention to Baixianer. His expression contemplative, the life-seeking split emperor curse, a group of jesters, still coveting the fortunes of the ancient 7 great imperial beasts. The life-seeking split emperor curse? Shen Yun exchanged a glance with Baixianer. The name of this curse sounded ominous. Concerned for herself, Baixianer inquired, Great sage, what is the life-seeking split emperor curse? Does it pose any harm to me, great sage? The old monkey raised an eyebrow, realizing that this was not Sun Wukong. Shen Yun proceeded to recount the general narrative of Journey to the West. The golden-haired monkey beside them grew animated, recounting the illustrious deeds of the great sage with fervor, as if he wished to embody the great sage himself in vanquishing demons and evil. The tone of the old monkey was rather casual. It appears that the hypocritical Buddhas have grown fearful after their kin were slain, ultimately bestowing upon me a reputable name. This revelation carries substantial weight, Shen Yun thought to himself, astonished. The old monkey before him undoubtedly possessed an extraordinary history. I am not Sun Wukong, yet I do indeed hold the title of Great Sage. As he spoke, the aura around him visibly trembled. My name is the Great Demon Emperor of Heaven. In his prime, he was the foremost among the 7 ancient imperial beasts, capable of challenging even emperors. To reveal his true name was likely to instill fear in the hearts of cultivators. Reflecting on the past, he shook his head, the memories bittersweet. However, upon noticing the bewildered expressions of the 3 little ones, he felt a twinge of boredom. He raised his hand and shot a golden monkey hair into Baixianer's brow. The life-seeking split emperor curse is an ancient curse, designed to prevent the ancient imperial beast from ascending to the ranks of emperors. It will subject you to countless tribulations during your cultivation journey, hindering your progress. Since we have met, I shall bestow upon you a protective incantation to quell the calamities of the curse within you. Once you reach the Emperor realm, the life-seeking split emperor curse can be lifted. Esteemed demon emperor, what if I cannot reach the Emperor realm? Baixianer asked with concern. The Emperor realm is not something just anyone can attain. From the tone of the demon emperor, she sensed that remaining below this threshold might spell danger for her. After a moment of contemplation, the great demon emperor softly replied, Should you fail to attain the Emperor realm, the curse I have sealed within you will bring forth ominous signs in your later years. What? Baixianer shuddered. Her expression tense as she drew closer to Shen Yun. Do not fear, Baixianer, that is a matter for the future, Shen Yun reassured her, gently patting her head. Even if he could not achieve enlightenment himself, he would find a way to assist her once Ling Qingxue attained it. Master, Baixianer transformed into a small form, clinging pitifully to Shen Yun's neck. I am afraid. Ominous signs in her later years. Does this not imply that she must part ways with her master in order to avert misfortune from befalling Shen Yun? Yet, the mere thought of confronting such ominous fate alone fills her with dread and loneliness. Do not fear, Shen Yun repeatedly reassured, only to witness the heavenly demon emperor gently tapping the center of the golden-haired monkey's brow. The hidden vertical eye within the brow automatically opened, radiating an enigmatic red light. Observing the excitement on his face, it seems he has received a formidable inheritance. At last, the hardships have borne fruit. Shen Yun smiled faintly. Although this little monkey is somewhat mischievous, its nature is not malevolent. Previously, it even contemplated sacrificing itself to shield the vision of the stone man. Now, with the inheritance bestowed upon it, one could consider it a blessing. Young friend, the demon emperor Qi Tian addressed Shen Yun. Today you have assisted me in obtaining the legacy. Is there anything you desire? I did have a thought when I arrived, Shen Yun replied with a smile, clasping his fists and speaking candidly. However, since you have already bestowed upon Baixianer a protective incantation, I dare not harbor any additional wishes. The demon emperor had already stated that this talisman would allow Baixianer's cultivation and innate talents to remain unaffected by the blood curse, enabling her to cultivate steadily. Without it, one could never know when calamity might strike unexpectedly. This has already become a significant opportunity, and moreover, He is the savior of the golden-haired monkey. In the future, once this young lad rises, he will undoubtedly be treated like a revered elder. Master, it is all my fault. Sienna tightened her embrace around Shen Yun's neck. She understood that her master had made extensive preparations for this journey to the flower and fruit mountain, only to end up with nothing after all the effort. She felt a deep sense of guilt. What does it matter? We are one. What is yours is mine. Shen Yun gently reassured her. Since encountering Sienna, her instantaneous divine ability had provided him with numerous advantages. Now, being able to temporarily suppress the blood curse within him while maintaining his cultivation potential was already commendable. After all, he bore the blood of the heavenly demon emperor. Once unleashed, his cultivation speed would surely surpass the current rate. Such an opportunity is more than enough. Haha, well then. The Qitian Yao Huang observed Sienna's demeanor and could discern Shen Yun's genuine regard for this descendant of the imperial clan, thus earning her acknowledgement. Amidst their banter, the old monkey pointed a finger at Shen Yun's forehead. This set of divine abilities is my ultimate secret skill. It is not a gift. Should this little monkey show signs of rising in the future, you may impart it to him. For now, however, it is not the right time, as his heart is still uncertain. Ding. Congratulations, player, for learning the Qitian Yao Huang's signature divine ability, Breaking the Heavens Battle Technique. Breaking the Heavens Battle Technique quality. Imperial Art Divine Ability Effect. When used against an enemy, it can perfectly replicate the opponent's technique. Use with caution as it consumes a great deal of energy if the opponent's technique is excessively powerful. Divine Ability Proficiency. 10 levels, with each level increased. The strength of the replicated technique doubles, up to a maximum of 10 times. Current level of Breaking the Heavens Battle Technique. Level 1. When facing an enemy, it replicates their technique, surpassing it by 1-fold. Ding. Gained VIP Effect Bonus. Breaking the Heavens Battle Technique is automatically accelerated in cultivation. This. Shen Yun's pupils constricted in shock. You mean to say that the techniques you possess, I can also wield, and the power I unleash surpasses yours? This is utterly absurd. Shen Yun stared incredulously at the ancient demon emperor before him. He could hardly believe that the elder would bestow such supreme secrets upon him. Young friend, just remember our agreement. The Qitian Yao Huang spoke in a remarkably amiable tone. I shall remember it well. Shen Yun responded promptly with a respectful bow. Such matters are but a trifle for him, as he is assuredly reaping the rewards of his own endeavors. After a slight nod, the elder gazed at the dimly lit sky of the secret realm, reflecting, now that I have awakened, it is time for me to depart from this place. He had sealed himself here to nurture his spirit, and now that he had emerged, there were numerous undertakings awaiting him. To speak solely of the 7 great imperial beasts afflicted by the death-summoning curse was enough to keep him occupied. Upon perceiving the elder's intention to leave, Shen Yun wore a look of confusion. Predecessor, will you not personally guide him? The Qitian demon emperor turned his gaze towards the pitiful golden-haired monkey, shaking his head. Let him grow on his own. With that, the elder transformed into a beam of golden light, breaking through the confines of the secret realm, hovering above Huagua Mountain while surveying the crowd below. Destined ones? It is not as easy as it seems. Heavens, it is the great sage. The gathered throngs around Huagua Mountain erupted in excitement upon witnessing the resplendent silhouette of the elder monkey against the night sky, waving their hands and shouting, Monkey brother, I have seen the great sage. The echoes of great sage resonated, while the whispers of Ling Mountain's fighting Buddha faded away. Indeed, the great sage was here, and I am fortunate not to have ventured to Ling Mountain. Regrettably, their cheers did not compel the Qitian demon emperor to linger. He simply transformed into golden light, vanishing into the intricate void formation. Wait, why did the great sage leave? The crowd gazed in bewilderment at the golden trace left in the void. Those quick to react patted their thighs in frustration. Alas, the manifestation of the secret realm signifies that someone has acquired its inheritance. Could it be? Did we come here for naught? Many wore expressions of regret, yet others remained undeterred by enthusiasm. Who speaks as if they're the destined ones? To see the great sage is worth the journey. Darn it. The little son even claimed the great sage as theirs. This time, I shall transform into a terrestrial sword immortal and make them regret it. Though there were a few who remained invigorated, there were few in number, after all. Everyone had come with the hope of obtaining an inheritance to grow stronger. Suddenly, the scattered golden traces in the sky began to rain down upon the secret realm below. Simultaneously, a special prompt appeared on the game interfaces of all present. Heavenly Blessing. Qitian Demon Emperor's Favor. Players entering the secret realm who defeat the ancient corpses within have a high probability of obtaining exquisite inheritances from the lives of those corpses. Aha! It is indeed the Great Sage. The previously somber atmosphere was instantly shattered, with waves of jubilant cheers rising. Incredible! Other secret realms lack such provisions. The Great Sage's inheritance is singular. Who dares to hope for it? These minor inheritances are quite substantial. This trip has not been in vain. The Great Sage is here to aid us in enhancing our strength. Let us rush forth, lest we be blocked by the officials. However, those ancient corpses are formidable. Previously, a group had been expelled, and many had perished. The Great Sage truly ought to have simply granted us the inheritance. Damn it, having it is already a blessing. Do not expect to receive it without effort. Do you think cultivating is akin to bargaining in a marketplace? Who dares to insult me? Step forward for a duel. At this juncture, Shen Yun, by Sienner, and the golden-haired monkey had already traversed the array and exited the secret realm, standing atop the mountain. The golden-haired monkey gazed at the golden light cascading from the void, crossing his arms with a smug expression. They are elated over such trivial benefits. If they were to know of my inheritance, they would undoubtedly be consumed by envy. Do not be too pleased with yourself. Sienna interjected with a roll of her eyes. Have you not learned from your previous capture? Times have changed. Do you not understand? The golden-haired monkey pouted, but dared not speak further. When the Qitian demon emperor imparted his teachings, he had seen through the monkey's inner doubts. Yet, the elder did not provide a precise answer. Instead, he advised the monkey to hone his own experiences externally. The demon emperor had also left him with a remark, indicating that Sienner's thoughts could indeed lead him to success, since the white fox's perspective could be valid. It was only natural that he had not yet reached success. Thus, the golden-haired monkey found merit in listening to Sienner. By the way, the golden-haired monkey tugged at Shen Yun's pant leg. What inheritance did you obtain? I noticed you appeared quite astonished earlier. Shen Yun smiled mysteriously. You will know in due time. Hey, I just risked my life to save you. The golden-haired monkey anxiously jumped around, scratching his head. At that moment, he had acted on impulse, feeling that this person should not perish so easily. Now, it was rather unfortunate that he could not fulfill even a small request from his savior, causing him great distress. Go away. Sienner waved her tail in exasperation. Do not flatter yourself. By the time you took action, the battle had already concluded. Haha. Shen Yun crouched down and patted the despondent golden-haired monkey on the shoulder. What are your future plans? If you fear being alone out there, you may as well settle down with me for a while. Upon hearing this, the golden-haired monkey's spirit was immediately rekindled, puffing out his chest and declaring, I will not. I wish to carve out my own path and become a figure akin to the demon emperor. His current dream was to become a being like the Qitian demon emperor. If he were to succumb to fear, how could he achieve anything? I am off. I can hardly wait to wander the world. The golden-haired monkey, with a hasty disposition, acted on impulse. With a leap, he soared into the air, standing upon the clouds that materialized beneath him, and with a spirited demeanor. He clasped his fist towards Shen Yun and Sienner. Farewell, esteemed ones. When we meet next, do not let me surpass you in cultivation. Then do your best. Shen Yun waved with a smile. Be cautious. Sienner, though sharp-tongued, had a soft heart. The golden-haired monkey was rather mischievous, but his leap of sacrifice had earned her acknowledgement, and she waved her delicate little paws in farewell. You have no idea how formidable my inheritance is. The golden-haired monkey felt a sting to his pride, his form shimmering with golden light as he transformed into an eagle, soaring towards the distant throngs. With Sienner, he had no opportunity to show off, but this crowd of humans presented the perfect chance. What the devil? Why does that eagle's head look like a golden-haired monkey? The crowd pointed at the sky, exclaiming, What the hell? He is sticking his tongue out at us. This is blatant mockery. This demon beast truly seeks its own demise. Many in the crowd wished to chase after the monkey. Yet at that moment, a cloud appeared beneath the peculiar monkey, whisking him away into the sky. What the hell? Someone shouted in realization. Is he standing on Nimbus Cloud? This cannot be. Did he obtain the great sage's inheritance? In a flurry, streams of light shot up, attempting to intercept the golden-haired monkey. However, the monkey was remarkably swift, vanishing into the night. That fellow. Sienner sighed in relief as she saw him safely escape. Even in leaving, he does not allow us to rest easy. Let us depart as well. Shen Yun seated himself upon her back, and together they vanished from the scene. In a 5-star hotel, upon returning to his room, Shen Yun retrieved the hidden golden cicada talisman. With matters in Huahua Mountain concluded, it is time to return to Haiqing. This line yields immense rewards. The Demon Emperor stands shoulder to shoulder with the ancient sovereigns, and his legacy can be regarded as an unparalleled mastery of the emperors. Even a single technique surpasses myriad methods in value, much like the seemingly duality of yin and yang and the inheritance of the black tortoise. It pales in comparison to the legendary eight-headed serpent, clearly lacking in strength and evidently disconnected from the mythological accounts. It is akin to the fact that not every denizen of Flower Fruit Mountain is Sun Wukong. However, the inheritance he possesses is extraordinarily formidable. When the time comes, he shall make his presence known, and even the mightiest serpents shall fall before him. Shen Yun, who needs to visit the company to gather his belongings, has estimated his itinerary. During this period, the company has recruited numerous cultivators, and some have already ventured into the mountains to hunt demons and gather demon cores and medicinal herbs. Qin Shitong has also compiled a group of elite cultivators, awaiting his return to oversee their endeavors. Before departing, Shen Yun placed Bai Xian'er gently on the bed and adopted a stern expression. Did I not instruct you to follow orders? Today was merely a stroke of luck. What if something had happened to you? Yet, here we are again. Bai Xian'er thought that the matter had been resolved. She lowered her head and nuzzled Shen Yun's hand, her tone softening. Master, Xian'er fears for your safety. I promise I won't dare again. Please do not be angry, Master. Xian'er is truly frightened. As she spoke, she raised her head, her lips pouting, and her large eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if she might burst into tears with just another word. Who could possibly resist this? No. Shen Yun forcefully suppressed the pity in his heart. I must teach her a good lesson to improve her memory. He didn't want to regret it if something happened in the future. But just as Shen Yun was about to lecture her, he suddenly felt the spiritual energy in his body surge, a sign of a breakthrough. Helpless. He could only take out spirit stones to cultivate first. I'll deal with you after I'm done. A narrow escape. Bai Xian'er, secretly relieved, quietly sat aside to refine the energy in her body. Only then did she realize that her refining speed was much faster than before. It must be the life-protecting divine spell of the Demon Emperor Senior that took effect. I wonder which bastard is so wicked. When Shen Yun woke up, the sky outside the window was gray, and it was already dawn. He exhaled a long breath of turbid air, having reached the seventh heaven of the pulse condensation realm. I'm almost at the vast sea realm. But I'm still 4 million short of the VIP 3-level spending requirement. As a VIP member, he had gained some experience. Each level corresponds to a realm, and the cultivation acceleration effect is very obvious. Once the VIP level is low, the cultivation efficiency will also decrease. But even so, his breakthrough efficiency is still abnormally high compared to outsiders. Fortunately, the Recharge Special Offer event should end soon. When the original price consumption is restored, it can allow him to quickly increase his spending amount. I must properly lecture you. Shen Yun found that Xian'er was not in bed, and when he checked the pet space on his phone, she wasn't there either. He opened the monster baby movement map to find out that she was actually in the bathroom. What are you doing, Xian'er? You can't escape today. Shen Yun got up and walked over, but the bathroom door opened. He saw Bai Xian'er wrapped in a bath towel, her cheeks flushed, taking small steps out. Master. Xian'er knows she's wrong. Please don't be angry. Before she could finish speaking, Shen Yun saw the bath towel on her body slip off. Holy heavens! After not seeing the purple battle robe for several days, a surge of excitement instantly flooded Shen Yun's heart. Bai Xian'er's skin was truly fair. Perhaps the style didn't fit, but he could see red marks on her cold, fair skin where the rope had been tied. Ahem. Shen Yun coughed dryly and quickly turned around. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you? It's only for people you like. That's right. A pair of slender hands tightly embraced Shen Yun's waist, so Xian'er wanted to make Master happy. You don't know? Xian'er was so scared before. The soft murmurs gradually became choked with sobs at the end. Like? Shen Yun turned around and looked at Bai Xian'er, who was gazing at him with tearful eyes, her voice gradually becoming hoarse. Do you know, this is playing with fire. As he spoke, he put one hand around Bai Xian'er's delicate and smooth waist, and the other hand pressed against her heart, feeling her violent heartbeat. Looking at Bai Xian'er, who had slightly furrowed brows and a painful expression, Shen Yun's claws were like blood-refining claws, or like the 9-yin white bone claw, warning her with increasing force. Don't you know what the consequences of doing this will be? If an ordinary woman encountered such an overbearing and unfeeling person, she would probably push him away and run. But Bai Xian'er saw the flames burning in his eyes on his seemingly calm face. She lightly bit her pink lips, wrapped her arms around Shen Yun's neck, slowly moved her head closer, and closed her trembling eyelashes. Master, don't try to scare Xian'er. Kiss me. In a quiet whisper. A refreshing fragrance emanated from her mouth. It was like the clear spring flowing from the quiet valley, wrapped in bursts of floral fragrance, making people want to enter the mountains for exploration. A moment later, the closed floor-to-ceiling curtains blocked all the light outside. It's dark again. When Shen Yun supported his waist with one hand and came to the hotel rooftop, the sky outside was already dark. The reason why it took more than 10 hours was mainly because Bai Xian'er was really stubborn. When asked if she knew she was wrong, she said she knew. But those beautiful eyes were staring at him obsessively. There is no expression of remorse here. It is evident that her mind is elsewhere. Shen Yun was already incensed by her disobedience, and now his fury has reached a boiling point. Even when the other party regains consciousness and begs for mercy after fainting, he remains indifferent, determined to instill a lesson in her. With her mind utterly blank, Bai Xian'er eventually realizes she cannot withstand any further and, sensing Shen Yun's anger has somewhat dissipated, retreats into the Beastmaster's space. The moment Shen Yun recalls her tearful, pleading gaze and her incessant shaking of the head, a sense of pride swells within him. Did she truly believe my past efforts were in vain? Clearly, without relying on his cultivation, he has secured a small victory. After thoroughly teaching Bai Xian'er a lesson, she must now realize her mistakes. Regaining his focus, Shen Yun boarded the helicopter parked on the rooftop and made his way to the nearest airport. Although it was night, his arrival prompted the airport to swiftly arrange for a private jet. The reason was simple. His recent triumph at the Fengxing Foot Spa had catapulted him into the trending topics. He single-handedly vanquished over 10 fourth-tier demon beasts. The image of him slaying a late-stage fourth-tier giant bear has gone viral online. Such formidable power commands respect wherever it is displayed, and the airline naturally seeks to curry favor. Moreover, Shen Yun's personal information on the Demon Suppression app has been elevated to the 5-star level of the Demon Suppression sect. Indeed, the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Bureau has directly promoted him. Under normal circumstances, one would need to have slain 3 fifth-tier demon beasts to attain the 5-star rank. However, given the relatively short period since the revival of spiritual energy, 5th-tier demon beasts have been scarce. In earlier years, meeting personal cultivation standards sufficed. But now a requirement to slay 5th-tier demon beasts has been added. This rank is held by fewer than 30 individuals within the entirety of the Demon Suppression Bureau. As for the 6-star Demon Suppression Lord, there are likely no more than 5. And regarding the 7-star Demon Suppression Sovereign, 8-star Demon Suppression Deity, or 9-star Demon Suppression Emperor, it is probable that none have reached such heights yet. Achieving this level at such a young age, as long as he does not meet an untimely end, Shen Yun's future accomplishments will surely astonish the world. Thus, many will be inclined to seek his favor. Upon returning home late at night, he inspected the villa to ensure it had not been tampered with. Promptly placing the golden cicada talisman beneath the mattress, there is indeed a sense of security in staying at home. The thought of leaving this object outside left him feeling uneasy, yet keeping it at home offered a sense of comfort. He then reclined on his bed and took out his phone. Even the fairy seemed too shy to make an appearance. Despite the passage of time, Bai Xian'er remained silent, evidently realizing her misstep after yesterday's fierce battle. Within the game's interface, the chibi white fox head in the Beast Master space, adorned with 3 pink stripes on its cheeks, appeared irresistibly cute. Even now, she's still shy, Shen Yun chuckled softly. It was worth noting that this young woman had automatically awakened a racial ability upon reaching the 4th tier, Spatial Binding. This power was extraordinarily formidable, as it could immobilize an enemy. In the heat of combat, when moments are fleeting, who could withstand being bound? Undoubtedly, this greatly enhanced both of their combat prowess. He then navigated to Ling Qingxue's interface. TSK, she has already reached the 8th level of soul refinement. The combination of her talent with the training tower is truly remarkable, Shen Yun mused inwardly. Given her training efficiency, it was likely that she ranked among the best in the entire Xintian continent's history. Noticing several system notifications on the interface, he clicked to view. Yesterday, he had vanquished the following opponents: Cultivator Chenchang and Feng Yanin. The 2 individuals in question are the bound characters of the Zhou siblings. Shen Yun cast a glance before opening the character profile of Ling Qingxue to ascertain her current state. Ling Qingxue's daily report reveals that she fell into an underground river while pursuing Feng Yanin yesterday, where they unexpectedly discovered a damaged, ancient stone tablet inscribed with texts related to the immortal realm. Notably, on this tablet, Ling Qingxue found fragments of the sacred physique Tao of the 9 heavens. She feels an immense connection between this discovery and her own lineage. Presently, she aspires to break through to the pinnacle of the soul-forging realm and venture into the eastern domain as Forbidden Zone, the Sea of Souls, in search of pertinent clues. From this perspective, it is evident that Qingxue's parents possess a remarkable background. Shen Yun's eyes narrowed in contemplation. The sacred physique Tao appears to be a fusion of two distinct constitutions. Whether one is born with it remains uncertain. But the intelligence suggests that Ling Qingxue is likely the former. Thus, her parents' origins must be extraordinary. Perhaps they are even significant figures within the immortal realm. Observing the Q-version character of Ling Qingxue with a furrowed brow, Shen Yun surmised that her anxiety for a breakthrough was the cause of her distress. How could one cultivate effectively with a cluttered mind? Frowning, he activated the screen and softly pressed the microphone. In cultivation, one must avoid impatience. I understand your eagerness to uncover the truth of your lineage, but such matters cannot be resolved instantaneously. Within the time-compressed space tower, Ling Qingxue trembled slightly. Stepping out by the riverside of the underground river, she slowly lifted her gaze towards the void, her eyes brimming with tears. Why did they abandon me? Her voice, hoarse, was laden with anguish and suppressed fury. Raised by her grandmother from a young age, they relied on each other in the village, enduring countless hardships. She vividly recalled the spring of her birth year when her grandmother, as was customary, handed her a stash of copper coins to buy her favorite treats. Upon returning, she found that her beloved grandmother had passed away. The only family member who had cared for her was gone, leaving her an orphan once again. Despite growing up, navigating through life's tribulations, no one could comprehend her struggles. Now, upon learning of her possible parents, an indescribable rage festered within her. To be born yet not nurtured. How utterly absurd. Ling Qingxue would rather believe she was a naturally endowed sacred physique Tao than to acknowledge the existence of so-called parents. She had contemplated the possible hardships her parents faced, yet hadn't she suffered as well? It was not merely a matter of imagining scenarios that could ease the pain of being abandoned. Her desire to explore the forbidden Sea of Souls stemmed from a need to reconcile her identity and, additionally, to prove to the parents who abandoned her that she was no less than anyone else. Seeing her in this state, it may be challenging to dissuade her. It could even give rise to inner demons, Shen Yun mused, then chuckled softly. Isn't it fortuitous? Otherwise, how would I have encountered such a delightful young lady? His words elicited a blush from Ling Qingxue, who retorted, Young master, I am speaking seriously. I assure you, I am speaking earnestly. They may have forsaken you, but I cherish you as a treasure. Now, do not dwell on these matters. Try to find peace. You are merely trying to make me happy, Ling Qingxue murmured. Yet at that moment, her gloom lifted. The young master indeed treated her as a treasure, providing her with imperial weapons and aiding her in unlocking her constitution. To her, this time-compressed space tower felt akin to a celestial artifact. With the young master by my side, I possess the world. What does it matter if I was abandoned? In the future, upon discovering my lineage, I shall consider it a closure to my long-held thoughts, and there is no need to obsess over it. With this realization, Ling Qingxue felt a surge of clarity and gratitude, bowing gracefully to the void. Thank you, young master, for your guidance. I understand now. Good, young master. I have decided to venture into the 10,000 great mountains for training to fortify my strength. Having resolved her inner turmoil, Ling Qingxue soared into the air above the underground river. Wei Rong is dead, but there is still Sun Feiyu. When the opportunity arises, I shall claim his head. This was the task entrusted to her by the young master, and she had never forgotten it. However, upon learning that the prodigious Sun Feiyu was in seclusion at the sect, she found it inappropriate to take action. No matter, your cultivation is of utmost importance. After all, death comes to everyone in due time, and there was no need for Shen Yun to rush her. Noticing that she had no pressing matters, Shen Yun switched the interface to the chibi character of Luo Hongxi. A conspicuous red one appeared on the pouch at the character's waist. The notification revealed a 5th-tier low-grade spirit replenishing pill. Consuming one could rapidly restore the spiritual energy within, proving effective during battles or breakthroughs. Excellent. Rewards were beginning to manifest. Shen Yun wore a satisfied expression, contemplating that perhaps Luo Hongxi could even concoct imperial pills for him in the future. Upon clicking the chibi image, he found the girl resting in a medicinal chamber. At this moment, she had completed her alchemical process and was lounging in a wooden medicine barrel. The liquid within the barrel was a vibrant green, teeming with floating herbs and medicinal insects. Amidst the rippling emerald waves, faint traces of pink occasionally shimmered through. Shen Yun was bemused that this carefree girl did not seem to mind being seen. Fortunately, the alchemical chamber was securely closed, allowing only him to appreciate the scene. A dazed, colorful scorpion drifted past Luo Hongxi's chest, piquing Shen Yun's interest in witnessing a humorous spectacle. He zoomed in on the projection. The position of that scorpion was quite scandalous. His fingers reached into the image of the medicine barrel. A warm reminder appeared. Player and character affinity has reached 100. Hidden benefits are now activated. You may engage in intimate contact with your electronic character once daily. Shen Yun swiftly withdrew his hand. The sudden movement startled Luo Hongxi, causing her to retreat into the medicinal pool. With wide eyes, she scanned her surroundings and was about to call out, but then thought better of it, speaking shyly into the void. Is it the young master? In the sword sect, where the strong abound, who would dare to harm her? It was likely only the young master who could appear so stealthily. After a brief silence, the young master's voice resonated in her mind. I noticed a scorpion approaching you and feared for your safety. Indeed, it is the young master, Luo Hongxi murmured. Her head slightly bowed and cheeks flushed as she whispered, Thank you for your concern, young master. She was well aware that this was merely the young master's pretext. Their last meeting had been too fleeting, and today's gesture seemed driven by a longing he could no longer contain. In the past, I felt like a burden. Now, being able to stir the young master's heartstrings seems to have granted me a significant purpose, Luo Hongxi thought, glancing down with a bashful bite of her rosy lip. Yet, I wonder when the young master will lower his hands. What a predicament! Shen Yun rubbed his face awkwardly. His intention had merely been to witness a light-hearted moment involving Luo Hongxi, but he had inadvertently activated the game's hidden benefits. The timing of this boon was far from ideal, making him appear as though he were engaging in an ambush. At this point, Luo Hongxi must believe he is being intentional. It's all due to the lack of affection points in my past life, Shen Yun thought. Feeling a hint of awkwardness in the atmosphere, and he shifted the topic. Hongxi, are you in the midst of cultivating? Is the young master feeling embarrassed? Luo Hongxi replied. A touch of disappointment evident in her voice, for she had been prepared to alleviate his boredom. Recollecting her thoughts, she gently elucidated, Yes, young master. This is the potion prepared for me by Master Zhao. He mentioned it would enhance my constitution and aid my alchemy in the future. Ever since Master Zhao Xinqing acquired the esteemed Danjing, he had become wholly immersed in it. The imperial-grade alchemy texts are regarded as supreme treasures for alchemists, especially for someone as gifted as Zhao Xinqing. Nevertheless, the elder had not forgotten Luo Hongxi's progress in her cultivation, ensuring that all necessities were arranged by the Tianyan sword sect. Shen Yun refrained from commenting on matters best left to the experts. Considering the time, the celestial fallen mountain is about to make its appearance, he mused, turning his gaze toward Luo Hongxi. Hongxi, I observe that your cultivation progress seems somewhat sluggish. You should consider a visit to the celestial fallen mountain soon. There, you may encounter fortuitous opportunities. He extended New Year greetings. Happy New Year. Wishing everyone smooth sailing in all endeavors. Luo Hongxi's cultivation was merely at the 3rd level of meridian condensation, even lower than his own. There was little to be done. After all, she bore the dual imperial legacies of alchemy and swordsmanship. Moreover, this young lady had devoted much of her attention to alchemy, pondering how to assist him in acquiring affection-inducing elixirs, which made her slower progress quite reasonable. However, for Shen Yun, it was not a significant issue. His suggestion for her to visit the celestial fallen mountain stemmed from the fact that in his previous life, it had once housed the tomb of the demon emperor. Within it lay numerous extraordinary treasures, among which was a vial containing the potent blood essence of the demon emperor, perfectly suited for Luo Hongxi. This treasure is exceedingly beneficial for cultivators. Once consumed, it leads to a remarkable enhancement of their prowess. Furthermore, it is not a substance that can be fully assimilated in a single instance. Rather, it remains within the body, continuously supplying energy until it is entirely refined. This is merely one of the effects of the bloodline of the demon emperor. It also possesses other wondrous applications, such as embodying the principles of the great Tao and cleansing one's innate qualities. The immortal fallen mountain? Luo Hongxi blinked her eyes and nodded. Very well, my lord. I shall go tomorrow. The name of this mountain sounds quite eerie, yet with the young master by her side, she fears nothing. The crux lies in the fact that the young master has mentioned it. Surely there must be treasures within. It is as if they are bestowing gifts upon her, leaving her with little to worry about. Very well, then, you may continue your cultivation. Just as Shen Yun was about to exit the game, he noticed Luo Hongxi. Her delicate face flushed, whispering, Young master, during this period, I have been refining pills, and a considerable amount of pill toxins have accumulated within me. My dual pupil's essence has also been significantly depleted. Would you be able to administer acupuncture for me? She added. It would be prudent to restore my condition before heading to the immortal fallen mountain. With that, she rose from the medicinal vat. the verdant liquid cascading like flowing sand from her graceful form. Her jade-like skin gleamed under the radiant light of the alchemy chamber, appearing exquisitely smooth and lustrous. "Young master, this is all I can do for you," said Luo Hongxi, her heart fluttering like a startled deer as she slowly approached the stone bed. She could hardly bear to see the young master in such torment and resorting to secrecy regarding her own needs. However, being merely a novice cultivator, she found it difficult to enter the young master's world and felt shy to address such matters directly. Thus, she could only use the pretext of replenishing her dual pupil's essence and eliminating toxins to allow the young master to indulge his desires. After all, he was her young master, and she had already unveiled her splendid red koi for him. In this life, she belonged solely to him, and she felt compelled to be considerate. Of course, since their last treatment, she had been eagerly anticipating this moment. Each time she dreamed of his beautiful hands gliding over her skin like silk, she would awaken blushing, needing to change her undergarments. Once seated, Luo Hongxi softly murmured, "If I have disturbed you, it can be arranged for next time as well. What is there to worry about?" With the young lady being so forthright, Shen Yun felt no embarrassment. "Just lie down. I shall assist you in replenishing your essence." He opened his inventory and retrieved the essence replenishing needle, which automatically appeared at the acupuncture points on Luo Hongxi's body. Having undergone this experience once before, Shen Yun now displayed remarkable proficiency. However, Luo Hongxi's trembling affected the accuracy of his needlework, and she remarked that the sensation was even more painful than the last time. "Recently, my essence consumption has indeed been quite considerable," Luo Hongxi admitted, as Shen Yun observed the urgency of her inner essence. He carefully administered the needle while admonishing, "I have previously informed you that pill refining requires a balance of work and rest. You truly are a source of worry." Her chest was firmly gripped by his large hand, and combined with the sharp sting of the needle piercing her skin, the dual sensations rendered Luo Hongxi in a state of profuse sweating, her delicate hands gripping the edge of the bed tightly. She pressed her rosy lips together, fearing that a sound would betray her. "I understand, and I shall certainly remember for next time." At Tenglong Corporation, word had it that the president would be visiting today. Employees clocking and buzzed with excitement. The higher-ups had already announced that the president would be bringing newly recruited cultivators into the secret realm. Just imagining it stirred envy among them. Do you think the president has obtained the legacy of Flower Fruit Mountain? After all, he has slain so many demon beasts there. Acquiring the legacy should not be overly difficult for him. Have you not seen the subsequent news? A black-clad lady adjusted her glasses and remarked, "The legacy of the great sage equal to heaven was claimed by a golden-haired monkey." It certainly made sense, considering they were all monkeys, sharing a lineage. The crowd was abuzz with excitement, for the five-star demon-subduing sect was their employer. This individual has already ascended to a stature akin to that of a pyramid in China. Merely working under him brings a sense of prestige. Notably, rumors suggest that Shen Yun has taken the lives of individuals from the Tianjiao Club, leading some to speculate that the company may face repercussions. The Tianjiao Club could effortlessly dismantle the Tenglong Company, yet the Demon Suppression Division has explicitly pledged their protection, rendering the company remarkably secure. Who would dare to instigate trouble? Behold, the president has arrived. The crowd at the entrance turned towards the sound, witnessing Shen Yun's Maybach come to a halt in the company square. Moments later, as the elevator descended, a group of fervent individuals, led by Qin Shitong, approached Shen Yun. "Boss, we have 5 men and 5 women, each possessing skills ranging from the 5th to the 8th level of the gathering rotation realm. They are the elite among this cohort. Here are their names and personal information." Gathering rotation realm? It appears that the more formidable individuals are still in a state of observation. Shen Yun remained unconcerned. He viewed the initial phase merely as a means to build reputation, unperturbed by the absence of capable workers in the future. He glanced at the form handed over by Qin Shitong and addressed the 10 individuals. "Here, I have but one requirement. Comply with the company's arrangements." The arrangement of this group of individuals was singular: to lead others into the mountains to hunt demonic beasts, collecting their cores and medicinal herbs. Materials submitted would yield contribution points, and those with high contributions would have the opportunity to be taken into the secret realms for training. "Yes, boss." The 10 responded in unison, their voices grave. It is noteworthy that this was the 5-star demon suppression sect, a formidable presence in the soul refinement realm, capable of contending with 5th-tier demonic beasts. While China was not without its 5-star demon suppression sects, those were official entities that only took their own elite members. It was unheard of for them to bring outsiders along. Upon hearing that Tenglong Corporation had announced that Shen Yun would be leading a group, The news rapidly ignited the internet, stirring excitement among cultivators everywhere. The tales of Shen Yun's exploits at Huahua Mountain had spread like wildfire. And now he was part of the 5-star demon suppression sect. As the company finalized its recruitment efforts, the customer service lines were overwhelmed with inquiries. Unfortunately, most callers were low-tier cultivators, while the stronger ones inquired if the company was looking for consultants or elders. Clearly, the strong harbored their own pride, unwilling to serve as mere laborers. However, the company had made it abundantly clear they were only hiring workers, at most a team leader. Those wishing for greater stature were directed to the left. All right, Shen Yun said, producing his phone and placing it on the hood of the Maybach. Since the decision is made, let us proceed to sign the faction contract. Players possess the ability to engage in both beast contracts and faction contracts. Akin to the initiation rites of the cultivation world, breaking such a contract would result in the complete loss of one's cultivation. Simultaneously, a game prompt appeared before the 11 individuals, including Qingxue. Friendly reminder, player Shen Yun has initiated a faction contract with you. Once signed, betrayal of the faction will lead to severed meridians and total loss of cultivation. To withdraw from the faction, approval from the upper echelons is required. And withdrawal will not incur any loss of cultivation. A faction contract? The group exchanged glances, surprised by this development. Some looked at Shen Yun with envy, remarking, being strong has its perks. He can uncover game mechanics that others are unaware of. Sticking with him might save us from taking detours, they thought. Undoubtedly, Shen Yun was far ahead of them, having early access to game mechanics that remained a mystery to the rest, a considerable advantage in itself. As they noticed Qingxue placing her hand on the contract array, the others followed suit. One must always be cautious. They understood the necessity of contracts. After all, they were here to cling to a powerful ally for secret realm exploration, and even if other paths opened up later, they could always request to exit. Yet, among the crowd, one young woman remained still. When Shen Yun glanced her way, she displayed an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, boss. I thought it was just about leading the team into the mountains. I'm not very fond of contracts. They make me feel constrained and uneasy. I apologize. Boss and Sister Qin. The girl was strikingly beautiful, exuding a trendy vibe with tattoos adorning her body and vibrant purple hair, a nose ring glinting among her eclectic appearance. Her free-spirited nature was evident, making her aversion to constraints comprehensible. You're missing out on a great opportunity to align with a powerful ally. Qingxue sighed inwardly, but did not deter her. Very well, Xiaoxia. I will arrange for a special car to take you home. It's all right, Sister Qin. I can walk back. You all carry on with your business, Xiaoxia insisted, waving her hands and reiterating her apologies before departing. However, Qingxue and the others soon noticed Shen Yun's eyes gradually turning gray. At the same time, not far down the road, Xiaoxia began to tremble violently, her complexion paling. An overwhelming dread enveloped her mind, as if an immense terror was poised to consume her. Fortunately, in her moment of despair, a gentle voice echoed in her ears. Speak. Who sent you here? Speak, and the terror will dissipate. This is a technique from Shen Yun's soul pursuit method, fear hypnosis, capable of amplifying one's deepest fears infinitely. It is more than sufficient to deal with a minor cultivator like Xiaoxia. Shen Yun found it hard to believe that, even in such an environment, there could be individuals willing to forego the opportunity to grow stronger and choose to act independently. While it is possible, encountering one left him quite puzzled, prompting him to employ a slight strategy to test the waters. Ultimately, his conjecture proved correct. This woman indeed harbored secrets. I say, as Xiaoxia turned. Her eyes were void of darkness, exuding an eerie aura. I do not know who he is. But he urged me to join here, to uncover the true reason behind your ascension in strength. This scene rendered Qingxue and her companions breathless. An unshakable sense of gravity enveloping the moment. The use of hypnotism in film and television is not foreign to them. Yet the tension escalated with the chilling revelation. Someone intended to target Shen Yun, who possessed such audacity. It was well known that Shen Yun had been exceptionally promoted to the demon suppression sect, although he had not formally joined the official ranks and lacked the relevant privileges. It was evident that the demon suppression division held him in high regard. The Tianju Club had already cowered. They could not possibly be so foolish. So who else dared to stir up trouble? Investigating me? Shen Yun arched an eyebrow, murmuring with an air of intrigue. Who is he? What does he look like? Describe the encounter. I cannot describe his appearance, Xiaoxia replied mechanically. He was cloaked in black, his face shrouded in a veil of darkness, his voice cold and hoarse. He instructed me to come here to discover the source of your strength. However, you required a contract. and I feared that complying would result in a backlash from the pact, severing my meridians. Black cloak, face enveloped in darkness, a flicker of intensity crossed Shen Yun's eyes. Could he be a practitioner from the Evil Soul Palace? The Evil Soul Palace, a faction of practitioners with ancient lineage, had been gradually rising since the resurgence of spiritual energy. They had discovered the legacy of demonic cultivation within secret realms, either bringing suitable host bodies into the domain or employing dark arts to enable ancient lingering souls to inhabit new vessels, thus reclaiming their former existence. The mere fact that they could preserve these remnants through the laws of the secret realm and achieve rebirth through a host was a testament to their formidable prowess. While their capabilities paled in comparison to the legendary Qi Tian Yao Huang, they were undeniably formidable in the contemporary world. Shen Yun was acutely aware that with the expansion of the continent, it would herald the rise of the Evil Soul Palace, unleashing chaos across the lands. The malevolent elder who had once ensnared him within the human sovereign banner was indeed a recruit of this organization. To his astonishment, before the malevolent elder could descend upon Blue Star, he had already drawn the attention of the practitioners from the Evil Soul Palace. Are they coveting the secrets I possess? Shen Yun's gaze sharpened. They should not fear the shattering of their own teeth, now that the Evil Soul Palace had set its sights on him. The timeline for creating the human sovereign banner must also be expedited. What could be more fitting than the sinister aura of a demonic practitioner to refine the human sovereign banner? The thought alone was a harmonious match. This is a precarious situation for the boss. Qin Shitong observed Shen Yun's silence, gesturing for the individual who had completed the contract to escort Xiao Xiaowei. She had anticipated such a day, previously cautioning her boss to tread carefully. However, Shen Yun was still youthful, likely lost in the euphoria of adulation, having forgotten her warnings. Such high visibility in his actions was unwise. He ought to cultivate in obscurity. Alas, it is a pity that the boss's parents passed away early, Qin Shitong lamented. Recognizing that their relatives were opportunists, eager to seize wealth upon the death of his parents. Fortunately, the Tinglong legal department was formidable, and Shen Yun had since severed ties with his relatives, ensuring they would no longer cross paths. Ultimately, someone must be concerned for his growth and well-being. Qin Shitong mused quietly. As the secretary to her boss, she bore the weight of expectations to oversee the entire Tinglong Corporation. Now, witnessing her boss rise only to be ensnared in schemes, how could she remain at ease? Shen Yun's fate was inextricably linked to the company. If he faltered, what hope would there be for Tinglong? With this in mind, Qin Shitong resolved, I must find a moment to have a heartfelt conversation with the boss. He cannot afford to encounter any misfortune. During the day, she was preoccupied with managing the company, leaving her evenings free to remind her boss of the perils ahead. Being 5 or 6 years his senior, she felt competent to act as an elder sister figure. At that moment, Xiaoxia had regained her composure, her earlier revelations under duress leaving her visibly shaken. Were it not for the support of others, she would scarcely have been able to stand. Mr. Shen, she trembled as she spoke, I had no choice. If I hadn't come, he would have killed my entire family. No. Xiaoxia's demeanor became increasingly frantic, her fearful gaze darting around at the crowd nearby. He must know what is happening here. He has certainly taken action. Shen Yun, with a demeanor of indifference, waved his hand dismissively. Contact the personnel from the Demon Suppression Division and instruct them to handle this woman. The woman chooses not to report to the Demon Suppression Department, instead opting to inquire about him. Even if her entire family has been slaughtered, it is a fitting consequence. I shall make contact immediately. With her phone in hand, Qin Shitong signaled for the two to escort Xiaoxia away. Xiaoxia panicked. Her family was likely in peril. If the Demon Suppression Department learned of her involvement in endangering a figure of such high status within the sect, her life would be condemned to a prison cell. Mr. Shen, I haven't done anything. Mr. Shen, please. What are you shouting for? Be quiet. One of the men, removing his sock, stuffed it into her mouth, exclaiming, if it weren't for the boss taking pity on you, you would have been dead on the spot. You have no idea how the upper echelons of the Zhou family perished. Do not doubt Shen Yun's lethal nature. The man believed that had Shen Yun not been disinclined to fuss over trivial matters, or if he did not consider this woman as a potential liability, her head would have rolled long ago. Enough. Shen Yun addressed the 8 individuals who had averted their gazes. From now on, you shall be known as the Invincible War God Team. Head to Hangzhou at once. There are numerous secret realms available nearby. A helicopter will arrive shortly, so prepare accordingly. Upon hearing they were to head directly to the secret realm, the group spirits soared. The title of the Invincible War God Team filled them with both shame and embarrassment. While the name was indeed resounding, their meager skills hardly warranted such a boast, lest they become the subject of ridicule. However, they dared not voice their objections to Shen Yun. Instead, they seized the opportunity during their free time to send 2 girls to communicate with Qingxue. Do they truly believe I am the CEO? Asking me to act as a negotiator. Qingxue outwardly acquiesced, but once beside Shen Yun, she expressed a different sentiment. Boss, didn't I advise you to proceed with caution? Look, now there are malevolent spirits watching you. How about I move in with you and serve as your behind-the-scenes strategist? A strategist? Shen Yun glanced at the self-recommending Qingxue. Just focus on your own duties. There is no need for your concern here. The closer she drew to him, the higher the risk of death. This was no jest. Qingxue was too weak to be in close proximity to him. Should anything occur, he would have to handle it, only adding to his troubles, and her life could very well be at stake. As for the team name, if they felt embarrassed, they should strive to elevate their abilities. As Shen Yun observed the helicopter descending, he leaped aboard. The name served to deter laziness among the group. After all, it was not his own dignity at stake. Once seated, a series of game notifications suddenly appeared before him. Ding. Character Luo Hongxi's team enters the immortal Fallen Mountain to seek the ancient tomb of the Demon Emperor, mistakenly falling into the star array and plummeting into the ancient coffin of the Emperor's corpse. As long as there is no danger to life, Shen Yun continued to scrutinize the game notifications. Opportunity. Inscription in the coffin. Recharge 2, 688, 888 to purchase the effect of sitting forgetting to enlighten. Unlock the Demon Emperor's inscription on the coffin and master the terrifying ultimate skill of the Demon Emperor, the seal of immortals and slaying gods. Opportunity. Blood of the Great Emperor. Recharge 666 to dismantle the defensive array within the coffin, rewarding 1 drop of Demon Emperor's blood. Shen Yun's eyes sparkled at the exorbitant recharge prompt. The promotional offer ends today? This also signifies that his VIP level is on the verge of an upgrade. With the opportunity of the Imperial Pattern Guardian, by spending 298, 888, one can acquire a strand of the Demon Emperor's Tao pattern, bestowing the defensive capability to withstand a strike from a great emperor. Bye. With the VIP upgrade tantalizingly close, Shen Yun clicked incessantly. The buffs from the first 2 VIP levels were already extraordinarily potent, and he eagerly anticipated what the third one would entail. Ding. Thanks to the discount card. Congratulations to the player for spending 444. The character Luo Hongxi has gained the ability of sitting forgetting, understanding wisdom, enabling her to comprehend the inscriptions within the coffin, sealing immortals. Slaying gods technique at any moment. Ding. With the discount card, congratulations to the player for spending 333. After touching the defensive array, the character Luo Hongxi automatically acquired the essence of the Demon Emperor. Ding. Congratulations to the player for spending 649. The sound of coins clattering echoed. In a mere moment, 320,000 had vanished. Shen Yun felt no regret, as the VIP spending had surged significantly. I only need 650,000 more to reach VIP level 3. He couldn't even be bothered to calculate the change, instead feeling that the discount card had saved him quite a bit. Fortunately, there were no discounts on Qingxue's side. Perhaps reaching VIP level 4 is not far off. Shen Yun rubbed his hands together and opened Luo Hongxi's game interface. In the scene, Luo Hongxi was seated inside an ancient coffin with a man and a woman. Senior Sister Zheng. Shen Yun exclaimed excitedly, gazing at the ancient coffin wall illuminated by the radiance of spirit stones. This might just be the coffin of a great emperor. The inscriptions must be the Demon Emperor's ultimate techniques. Once comprehended, the path to enlightenment is within reach. The ancient Demon Emperor. The first in the history of the demon race to ascend to emperorhood, and the only one at that. It is said that after the emergence of the 7 ancient imperial beasts, they divided the fortune of the demon race, making it increasingly difficult for another to attain the status of a great emperor. This, too, is why the Demon Emperor is known simply by the title Demon Emperor, without any other moniker. In the words of the demon race, he is a wondrous bamboo nurtured by the heavens, born in a bamboo grove named Yuan, who underwent numerous trials and tribulations to ultimately become a great emperor. The value of his legacy is beyond measure. Mind your tongue. The senior sister Zheng Feifeng, observing the inscriptions on the wall, noticed Luo Hongxi tightly clutching her arm. Clearly frightened, she swatted the back of Chen Haoyun's head. Be serious. Think of a way to escape. As the eldest disciple of the Tianyin sword sect, at the pinnacle of the ninth layer of soul forging, she had intended to break through to the transcendence realm but was invited by the sect master to protect Luo Hongxi during this expedition to Mount Shen Yun. Hey, I am indeed pondering a solution. Chen Haoyan rubbed the back of his head, scrutinizing the mottled inscriptions before him. Though they appeared calm, their hearts were in turmoil. Should anything happen here, the dual mastery of pills and swords would leave them wishing for death. It was unclear who had mentioned it to the sword master that Mount Shen Yun was about to open, with rumors of some great emperor's inheritance, compelling them to come in such a ruckus. At this rate, one finds themselves entombed at the outset. How dreadfully ominous. Young master? Are you there? Luo Hongxi, inherently timid, felt her skin crawl as the dark coffin walls glimmered a ghostly green under the illumination of the spirit stones. In this moment, all she yearned for was the young master to hasten his arrival and engage her in conversation. I am here. The gentle whisper brushed against Luo Hongxi's spirit like a spring breeze, instantly dispelling the shadows of fear that had clouded her mind, causing her to beam with delight. The young master has arrived. With his presence, her trepidation evaporated. The young girl, in her innocence, had completely forgotten the events of the previous day. Shen Yun offered a faint smile and cleared his throat. Do not be alarmed. Allow me to examine the sealing immortal slaying god technique. It is indeed a commendable imperial-level inheritance. Ah? The smile on Luo Hongxi's face faltered, her expression momentarily blank. How could it be that the young master discerned this in such a brief span of time? Perhaps this is the mark of celestial aptitude, an instant comprehension. She mused inwardly, her admiration for the young master soaring to new heights. Please sit cross-legged. I shall assist you in comprehending the inscriptions upon the wall. Oh, thank you. Young master. The sudden influx of happiness was almost overwhelming. Had there not been others present, Luo Hongxi would have erupted in joyful cheers. Collecting her thoughts, she promptly assumed a cross-legged position, fixated on the cryptic characters adorning the wall. This astonished Zheng Feifeng, who gazed at her with a look of incredulity. Sword master. Before her words could dissipate, a scene that left both her and Chen Haoyan in utter shock unfolded. The inscriptions within the ancient coffin appeared to come alive, swirling around Luo Hongxi like lively fish. Hundreds of inscriptions exuded a rich violet essence, encircling the young girl at the center. At that moment, Luo Hongxi's face bore an expression of solemnity, and under the enhancement of the violet aura, she radiated an air of mystique. My heavens! Zheng Feifeng and Chen Haoyan felt their scalps tingle at the sight. The inscriptions on these ancient coffins, could they truly be the legacy of the great emperor? Just moments ago, Luo Hongxi was trembling in fear, yet now she begins to comprehend the imperial arts? Having witnessed prodigies before, this is indeed absurd. Her aptitude is simply astonishing. It seems the sword master may soon acquire another imperial skill. The two exchanged glances, each perceiving the shock reflected in the other's eyes. Speaking of which, the sword master's fortune is truly extraordinary. She has only just entered the immortal fallen mountain and has already encountered such an opportunity. Let us refrain from speaking, lest we disturb the sword master. Indeed, they dared not even communicate through thought, opting to sit farther apart. Earlier, they had intended to seek out the individual who had spread rumors about the sword master. After all, upon their arrival at the immortal fallen mountain, they found themselves surrounded by formidable figures from various sects, including sons and daughters of great lineage. The atmosphere was overwhelming. Although Zheng Feifeng possessed considerable strength, they were acutely aware that even ordinary sons of saints had entered the realm of law manifestations. They treaded carefully, fearing for the sword master's safety. However, it now appeared that their arrival was fortuitous. Should Luo Hongxi grasp the legacy of the demon emperor, the foundation of their sect would undoubtedly be strengthened, and upon returning, the higher-ups would likely be overjoyed. She is undoubtedly destined for greatness. Their anticipation for Luo Hongxi's future grew ever more fervent. After a brief moment, the brilliance of the inscriptions surrounding Luo Hongxi began to fade. One by one, the inscriptions imprinted themselves upon the coffin wall before her, forming a delicate ancient scroll that fluttered down to rest upon her lap. Ah! Luo Hongxi exhaled deeply. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled, and she hurriedly picked up the ancient scroll. Young master. This is a favorability item. Indeed, the scroll emanated waves of affinity. While the young master might not require this imperial skill, the favorability inscribed upon the item would certainly be beneficial to him. What a stroke of luck! Shen Yun was equally exhilarated, intently scrutinizing the item information projected before them. Feedback item: Bamboo Forest Demon Emperor Supreme Art. Sealing Immortals and Slaying Gods Technique Quality. Emperor Level Effect. 8 forms in total. Mastering them all grants terrifying power, with the 8 forms combined yielding the formidable might of sealing immortals and slaying gods. Incredible! Another powerful means at our disposal. Shen Yun, invigorated, steadied his breath and pressed the voice button. This is an excellent item. You should dispel the illusion on the coffin wall before you. For within lies a drop of imperial blood. Imperial blood. Luo Hongxi's eyes widened. This was a true treasure. Observing the area of the coffin wall from which the scroll had fallen, she swiftly rubbed her hand across it. Indeed, the mottled coffin wall rippled like water, revealing a square storage space. Within, a drop of azure blood hovered in midair, radiating a dazzling light that illuminated the entire ancient coffin. Could it be the blood of the demon emperor? Zhang Feifeng gazed at the drop of blood with a look of astonishment, seeing Luo Hongxi nodding excitedly. Chen Haotian exclaimed in wonder, "Today has truly opened my eyes. If you weren't the sword master, I would almost believe you were a descendant of the bamboo forest demon emperor." He had only just realized how swiftly a human could comprehend the supreme arts of a demon emperor. Furthermore, as treasures possess sentience, the imperial blood automatically fused with Luo Hongxi's body as she reached out, giving the impression that it had awaited her all along. Given that the 3 of them had inadvertently fallen into this place upon entering the mountain, the swordmaster's fortune was indeed profound. "I'm a serious person." Luo Hongxi proudly lifted her chin. Unbeknownst to the two, in addition to obtaining the imperial blood, she had also acquired a protective imperial pattern. It would automatically defend her when danger approached. Should a powerful adversary arrive, she would not fear. For the imperial pattern would summon the phantom of the bamboo forest demon emperor to aid her in battle. The item is splendid. But how much better it would be if the young master as phantom protected me. Thinking of the young master, Luo Hongxi recalled how he had treated her the previous day, causing her cheeks to flush. His touch felt almost magical. Despite the vulnerability of the areas he treated with silver needles, she felt far less discomfort than before. What she felt more was excitement, along with a slight thrill. Afterward, when she had used the large red koi to dry his hands, she felt a pang of shyness. He had playfully remarked, "The koi leaps over the dragon gate. Without water, how can it leap?" Thankfully, she had resolved her feelings for the young master. Otherwise, she would have felt utterly embarrassed. "Oh dear, stop it. I cannot be too greedy in wishing for the young master to descend." Luo Hongxi hastily dispelled the whimsical thoughts from her mind. Suddenly, something struck her, and she murmured to herself, "By the way, young master, the demon emperor has asked me to visit his family. What do you think?" Just moments ago, during her comprehension of the sealing immortals and slaying gods technique, she had received a message for the one who comprehends it. Visit the demon emperor's family? Shen Yun raised an eyebrow as the game interface displayed a prompt. Character Luo Hongxi has triggered a special hidden quest. Visit the hometown of the bamboo forest demon emperor to see his descendants. Opportunity unknown. Upon completion of the quest, the player will randomly receive a feedback reward. A reward? Shen Yun raised an eyebrow. Going there sounds fine. It would be a chance to broaden our experience and temper our character. With me around, you need not worry. With him present, Luo Hongxi would be safe. And they could also receive a quest reward without any risk. Yes. Luo Hongxi beamed with a smile. She held great respect for figures like the great emperor, and now, having obtained his legacy, visiting his homeland to see his descendants would fulfill a wish of the great emperor. Their exchange was but a fleeting moment. Zhang Feifeng and Chen Haotian, seeing her joyous smile, joined in her laughter. "Ha! This is why we say the sword master possesses extraordinary talent. Congratulations, sword master." On acquiring the demon emperor's opportunity, they were genuinely happy for her. Luo Hongxi's talent needed no elaboration. Her sincere and kind nature had won her the affection of everyone in the sect. After finishing the alchemy competition, she had eagerly brought Zhao Danxing to impart knowledge to the disciples of the Dan Peak, even crafting a Dao essence pill for them at no cost. The scene had nearly brought the disciples of the Dan Peak to tears. Likewise, the reincarnation sword classic that the two had studied. Were it not for Luo Hongxi's efforts, they would have never had the chance to learn such profound techniques. Imperial arts were reserved for the most elite young disciples in sacred lands and ancient families. For the disciples of the Tianyin sword sect to have the opportunity to learn was already a tremendous fortune. Yet, they soon realized how difficult it truly was to master. Hence, they bore no envy towards her acquiring another imperial skill. It was simply a matter of aptitude. Not everyone could be Luo Hongxi. It's just luck. Luo Hongxi said with a shy smile, then added, "Sister Zhang, Brother Chun, I have received the legacy and wish to visit the hometown of the demon emperor to see his descendants. Will you accompany me?" The hometown of the bamboo forest demon emperor? The two furrowed their brows. This journey is fraught with unknown dangers, yet the Sword Master's tone suggests it is imperative. Luo Hongshi's actions were tied to the prosperity of the Tianyin sword sect. Nothing could go wrong. Zhang Feifeng pondered for a moment before speaking. Sword Master, how about we return to the sect first and have the ancestor accompany you? Luo Hongxi shook her head. That won't do. Once we leave this ancient coffin, the teleportation array will be destroyed. The Demon Emperor has set this up to prevent those with ulterior motives from seeking his homeland. Sword Master, do you intend for just the three of us to go? Chen Haoyan inquired cautiously. Yes. Luo Hongxi nodded. I understand your concerns, but rest assured I have ample treasures. We shall be fine. Upon hearing this, Chen Haoyan's eyes twitched. Sister, should we consider knocking the Sword Master unconscious and bringing her back? He was genuinely apprehensive that this journey might encounter unforeseen mishaps. Otherwise, he would have no face to return. It was better to be straightforward. Should she act with malice, she might harbor a lifelong resentment towards them. Zhang Feifeng felt it was crucial not to ruin this opportunity. Regrettably, despite their attempts at persuasion, the outcome was negligible. Luo Hongxi, feeling helpless, was unaware of the gentleman's existence. She could only resort to threats and tantrums, insisting that they either accompany her or let her go alone. Zhang Feifeng would not allow her to venture forth alone, promptly dismissing the idea. Chen Haoyan, unusually serious, spoke with fervor. Both parties held firm to their views, until Luo Hongxi revealed the Demon Emperor's protective glyph, intending to cast the two aside from the ancient coffin to proceed alone, thus convincing her companions. At least we have the Demon Emperor's protection, along with Hongxi's treasures. Escaping shouldn't be too difficult, the two consoled themselves. Come, let us divide the treasures for our escape. With a graceful wave of her hand, Luo Hongxi conjured a multitude of exquisite artifacts and talismans for fleeing. Hovering in the air, ranging from rank 9 to half-holy and holy-grade treasures, the selection was vast. Choose what you fancy without hesitation. Once you've used them, I shall ask Master Zhao for more. She was unperturbed with the gentleman by her side, yet her companions required formidable treasures for their safety. The alchemist is quite affluent. How could we possibly fear anything? Once they had collected themselves, the two began devising an escape plan with the artifacts. Contemplating an escape at the first sign of trouble was indeed a source of shame for sword cultivators, particularly for the Tianyin sword sect, which prided itself on being the foremost sword sect of the Eastern Domain, known for its ruthless prowess. Yet, the sect leader had issued a stern command: in times of uncertainty, prioritize fleeing with Hongxi, even if they suffered immense disgrace. The swordhead's future growth could restore their honor. Observing the two occupied, Luo Hongxi, sitting cross-legged, swayed slightly and whispered, Gentlemen, could you assist me in notifying the sect that I am heading to the Demon Emperor's homeland? Upon her departure, the sect would undoubtedly worry. An early report was imperative. A prompt appeared. Recharge prompt. Communication artifact. Spent 648 game coins to purchase a paper dove for sending a letter to the Tianyin sword sect. Special. Voice transmission talisman. Spend 888 to leave a voice message for the sect. Special. Recording stone. Recharge 2288 to record and send the current scene to the sect. Reminder. Current items come with automatic navigation and cannot be intercepted, allowing players to purchase with peace of mind. Just a trivial matter. As the gentleman's words faded, a pink paper dove materialized before Luo Hongxi, clutching a stone and a talisman in its grasp. How adorable. Thank you, gentlemen. This was the first time Luo Hongxi had encountered such a magical artifact, and she carefully cradled it in her hands. Surely, you didn't fold it yourself? If it were indeed his handiwork, she would be reluctant to use it, preferring to keep it as a cherished token to remember him by. What would I do with such a thing? Use it, he replied. Very well, Luo Hongxi said, feeling a tinge of regret, upon realizing it was an exquisite communication artifact. Zhang Feifeng and Chen Haoyan were elated. They had been anxious about the sect panicking without knowledge of the truth. These communication treasures would surely bring them peace of mind. Once the three completed their letter and recording, Luo Hongxi raised the folded paper dove high. The dove flapped its wings, clutching the stone and talisman, and vanished into the void. Sister, brother, all is in readiness. We shall depart. With a gentle tap on the starry inscriptions on the wall, Luo Hongxi activated the ancient coffin. With a rumble, the array within the coffin stirred to life, shimmering with a celestial canopy above, illuminating the once dim space with sparkling stars. May fortune favor us on this journey, Chen Haoyan thought. Clasping his hands in prayer to the ancestors of the sect, O revered forebears, if you do not wish to rise in ire from the depths, please bless us three. Especially the sword head, to avoid calamity and repel evil. The individual displayed an earnest demeanor, producing an array of ceremonial items and lighting 3 incense sticks, bowing deeply in reverence. Zheng Feifeng, though skeptical, found herself somewhat subdued by his mysterious antics and professional conduct, ultimately kneeling with hands clasped in prayer. Yet, as she offered her supplication, her gaze wandered to the starry patterns etched upon the coffin's lid, a sense of unease creeping in. Where are we headed? This design seems oddly familiar. Observing the two in their earnestness, Luo Hongxi stifled a laugh, maintaining a serious expression as she imitated their gestures of respect. After all, senior sister Zheng and senior brother Chun were concerned for her. This solemn occasion was not one for levity. Outside Shen Yun Mountain, a rumble echoed in the clear sky. The gathered practitioners from various factions looked up in unison, witnessing a vast, ethereal cosmic star map unfurling in the heavens. The mountain, shrouded in a mystical fog that suppressed cultivation levels, erupted with brilliant light, expanding like a newly birthed star. This extraordinary spectacle left the onlookers astonished. What omen is this? Could it herald the emergence of treasures? In a nearby inn, the elders of prominent factions exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. It is the star map of the other shore. An imperial tomb must be emerging within Shen Yun Mountain. The star map of the other shore has always been a formation established by emperors traversing the cosmos. The sole purpose of such an endeavor is to seek out immortality. These elders hailed from sacred grounds and ancient families, possessing more knowledge than most. They understood that attaining enlightenment might not be the ultimate goal for a practitioner. Otherwise, countless ancient emperors would not have ventured beyond their homelands to explore the starry realms. The appearance of the other shore star map indicated that an emperor had once set foot here. Coupled with prior rumors of grave robbers discovering what appeared to be an imperial tomb, these revelations suggested the possibility of such a tomb's existence. It was conceivable that a practitioner who had entered the mountain activated the formation, potentially transporting them to the outer realms. The powerful figures, witnessing the increasingly resplendent star map, felt a growing sense of trepidation. Should their disciples have activated the formation, who could predict when they might return? The thought alone was daunting, especially considering the presence of prodigious talents among them. One can only wonder which emperor's legacy this might be. We shall have to wait for those inside to return to learn more. They could only suppress their anxious thoughts and await developments. Within the crowd, Elder Lin Qing of the Sword Sect furrowed her brow as she gazed out the window at the unfolding phenomenon. Feifeng is typically prudent, while Haotian may be erratic. He is meticulous. With them protecting Hongxi, she should refrain from reckless actions. Regarding Luo Hongxi's playful insistence on visiting Shen Yun Mountain, she and the sect had no recourse. They could neither scold nor chastise her, only permit the two to accompany her. As long as the trio remained cautious, they would likely encounter opportunities or dangers at a slower pace. Presumably, they had just entered the mountain and would not activate the formation. However, at that moment, a mischievous voice echoed in Lin Sheng's mind, causing her to feel faint. Master, there's no need to wait for us. We are heading to the homeland of the Bamboo Forest Demon Emperor. Senior sister believes the Emperor's homeland might be in the eastern domain, among the demon clan's Demon God Mountain, or perhaps in some other place on Xiantian continent. Anyway, don't worry. We will return after we explore the area. I can't reveal our location, as the Emperor might not wish for anyone to disturb his descendants. Hiki, I will share all my experiences upon my return. Master, while I am away, please take good care of yourself. Remember to follow the body-refining techniques Zhao Master provided you to strengthen your physique and regularly address any lingering injuries. Also, please inform Zhao Master not to rush the preparation of the quasi-imperial elixir. He has too many hidden injuries. Once my strength improves, I will assist him in healing. Then we can refine the quasi-imperial elixir together, each taking one, to astonish the continent. Oh, and please don't disclose this to my father. He would worry. Silly disciple. This is a transmission array to the outer realms. Lin Qing's heart trembled, as if the sky were collapsing. The trio remained unaware that they were venturing beyond their world, believing instead they were headed to a location on Xiantian continent. Yet, the unknown of the outer realms could portend great peril. Luo Hongxi's affectionate words only served to shatter Lin Qing's heart further, as she feared they might be parting words. Lin, my friend. Elder Yuqi, witnessing her stagger, quickly extended a hand for support. Observing Lin Qing's pallor and dilated pupils, it was evident she had suffered a mental shock. Alarmed, Yaoqi swiftly infused her with a gentle stream of spiritual energy to soothe her turbulent aura. Do not panic, Lin. Surrounding practitioners hurried to her side, their expressions grave. Could it be that Luo Hongxi activated the ancient coffin? This young lady is indeed a treasure of the alchemical realm, having meticulously arranged her future itinerary to visit the sects of the present cultivators one by one. In light of the recent events, an air of unease and regret hangs over everyone. After all, it is an unknown expanse beyond the realms. A misstep could lead one into the clutches of the celestial demons, resulting in certain demise. Regaining her composure, Ling Qingxue sat cross-legged to regulate her breathing. Her words spilling forth in a hurried tone. I implore you all to inform my sect. Please summon the esteemed alchemist sage and venture forth to the mountain of the demon gods. At this moment, her spirit was wounded, rendering her incapable of swiftly returning to her sect. To uncover the whereabouts of the Bamboo Grove Demon Emperor, one must journey to the eastern domain's mountain of the demon gods, where such knowledge may be attainable. The mountain of the demon gods is one of the most formidable powers among the Xiantian demon clan. Even when confronted by a sacred land or an ancient aristocratic family, they do not falter in the slightest. For a member of the human race to enter their territory and inquire about the demon emperor's information is a feat not easily accomplished. However, with the alchemist sage taking the lead, success is assured. An elder from a faction closely allied with the sword sect promptly responded, Rest assured, Lin Daoist friend. We shall hasten our journey. I shall go myself. From a short distance away, a robust man, who had been dozing in a chair, slowly rose. He was Langya, a formidable figure of the emperor's extreme realm from the Mangu clan, accompanying the young masterman Xiao Shan on this expedition. This clan has enjoyed a long-standing camaraderie with the demon race. With his presence alongside the Sage of Dan, it constitutes a dual-layered assurance. He was invited to this room by the elder of Yao Qi, yet his proud demeanor had led one to believe that he would be reluctant to intervene at this moment. I am indeed grateful for your assistance, esteemed Elder Langya. Lin Qing expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. Langya waved his hand, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, transported away. Observing that Luo Hongxi was unoccupied, Shen Yun switched off the projection. In the charming Q-version cartoon, Luo Hongxi and her two companions were perched atop a coffin, swinging their short legs while gazing at the starry sky. The artwork was undeniably delightful. However, the most striking aspect remained the feedback item nestled within her bag, the divine slaying technique. Yet, there were still others aboard the helicopter, making it rather inconvenient to retrieve. Ding. Money makes all things possible. Sensing an overwhelming desire from players to extract the item, a special green channel recharge feature was activated. With a recharge of 9,999, players could obtain an item shield projection, allowing them to extract items without attracting external attention. Goodness, truly the most exasperating pay-to-win game in history. Shen Yun chuckled to himself, While others were infuriated, he found immense joy in it. He proceeded to purchase the green channel. Ding. Congratulations to the player on a successful purchase. Henceforth, extracting feedback items will go unnoticed by others. Shen Yun eagerly retrieved the ancient scroll, triggering the automatic cultivation effect of VIP status. Ding. Detection of the player's acquisition of the Demon Emperor's ultimate skill, the Divine Slaying technique, has activated the automatic cultivation acceleration of VIP Level 2. A total of 8 ultimate skills were detected, with the first skill, Sealing Spirit, currently undergoing accelerated cultivation. Before his eyes, the ancient scripture transformed into a beam of golden light, surging into Shen Yun's forehead. This also provided him with a rough understanding of the effects of sealing spiritual energy. With a single strike, he could directly confine his opponent's spiritual essence. For a cultivator, the loss of spiritual energy was tantamount to being rendered half-powerless. Such an effect could only be described as divine intervention. He anticipated that future techniques would be even more formidable. In the later stages, I shall certainly be able to seal immortals and slay gods. Shen Yun felt a surge of excitement within. Fortunately, he could cultivate such a powerful imperial scripture automatically. Otherwise, like the disciples of the Heavenly Transformation Sword sect, he might possess it but fail to comprehend its intricacies. Left only to watch in frustration as others mastered imperial techniques. By the way, Siener is still in her training. Noticing Siener curled up in her nest, motionless, Shen Yun felt a twinge of longing, having not played with her in quite some time. However, he understood that it was his own overwhelming fervor that had caused her to shy away. Primarily, he wished for Siener to learn a lesson, but to his surprise, she seemed more engrossed in exuding an increasingly irresistible charm, playfully aloof, yet inviting. This led to an uncontrollable situation. Never mind. It's just the right time for her to digest the previous Beast Crystal course. Shen Yun suppressed the thought of the fox, observing Ling Qingxue. At that moment, She was still honing her skills in the 10,000 Great Mountains, solidifying her cultivation. Seeing that she was unoccupied, Shen Yun exited the game and gazed at the cityscape outside the window. The helicopter had now reached the skies above Hangzhou, and with his keen eyesight, he could discern the 7 suspended entrances to the secret realms in the distant mountains. The secret realms in Hangzhou could yield 3rd and 4th tier spell inheritances, sufficient for the 9 practitioners of the Gathering Rotation realm. However, among the 4th tier inheritances, the Zombie King's corpse descend golden body in Shen Yun's possession was upgradable, unless the secret realm inheritances were of exceptional or rare quality. Their potential for growth was exceedingly low, far inferior to the skill cards dropped by external malevolent entities. In fact, even some beast skill cards surpassed the ordinary secret realm inheritances. Nevertheless, for the populace, this remained a commendable area for reinforcement. After all, the typical secret realms were filled with mindless monsters, significantly safer than the intelligent malevolent beings outside. A few minutes later, the helicopter landed on the designated area established by the Demon Suppression Office. In the foreground, groups of individuals entered the mountains towards the 7 floating secret realms. After disembarking, Qingxue quickly approached Shen Yun. Boss, the Demon Suppression Office has already detained Tan Xia. As for her family of 4, they are alive and being protected by the Demon Suppression Office. Oh? Shen Yun raised an eyebrow. It seems this individual possesses some cunning, refraining from mindless slaughter. If the practitioner from the Evil Soul Hall were to eliminate Tan Xiaoya's entire family, the Demon Suppression Office would undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation, exposing him to risk. The disadvantages would outweigh the advantages. For now, it was wise for the Evil Soul Hall members to bide their time and develop cautiously. Mr. Shen, at this moment, a female police officer approached and greeted them, leading everyone into a special access passage. Ahead lies the newly discovered secret realm, 7 Tiger Mountain. It is suspected that an ancient disaster occurred, leading members of the Tiger clan to retreat into the secret realm, their minds degenerating into tiger-shaped malevolent entities. Defeating them has a chance to yield 3rd and 4th tier Tiger clan inheritance skills. However, due to the influence of the laws within, these tiger-shaped malevolent entities will resurrect within 3 hours of death, so it is advisable to exit promptly. Each secret realm entrance allows for a single inheritance acquisition. Re-entry will drastically diminish the quality of inheritance, often resulting in nothing gained, rendering further attempts unworthy. As for special inheritances, the high-ranking officials of the Demon Suppression Office have deemed it first come, first served. The laws of the secret realm are profoundly mysterious. It is not uncommon for monsters to resurrect. According to netizens from the past, this design encourages exploration of multiple secret realms. However, if the bodies of the deceased are not removed, they will be assimilated into malevolent entities by the secret realm. There are also conspiracy theorists who claim that there are hidden forces collecting the blood and souls of living beings, with the countless lives lost throughout history. The powerful entity behind the establishment of these secret realm laws must undoubtedly be terrifying. Up to 4th tier, the members of the Invincible War God Squad exchanged glances, a glimmer of anticipation in their eyes. As practitioners of the Gathering Rotation realm, their cultivation techniques were merely of 2nd or 3rd tier, released decades ago when spiritual energy revived by the government to enhance national strength. To acquire higher-tier cultivation manuals, one either needed to join a cultivation family or contribute to the Demon Suppression Office. Now, however, there was an additional avenue for acquisition, character feedback. Yet evidently, they had yet to obtain a 4th-tier manual. With each additional method comes an increase in strength, naturally stirring their expectations. Once everyone entered the secret realm, they discovered a space filled with gray sand. Surrounding the ruins of broken buildings, many were engaged in the hunt for tiger-headed humanoid monsters emanating dark energy. Boss, Qingxue whispered, glancing at the nearby tiger demons. The inheritance drop rate is not guaranteed. Should we let everyone join in the hunt? No need. We will eliminate them all in an instant, thus increasing the probability. Shen Yun's eyes narrowed as he summoned the flying sword, Jinghong, from his brow. With a swift motion, the sword erupted in a brilliant blue light, soaring into the sky. Subsequently, a resonating hum akin to a dragon's roar reverberated throughout the realm. The tiger demons within the secret realm, unable to withstand the pressure of the holy weapon, were obliterated on the spot. Hiss! How powerful! Not only were Qingxue and the others astonished, but the individuals hunting monsters around them were also left dumbfounded. It is important to note that these tiger demons were 2nd and 3rd tier beings, which required a team to take down one. Yet here, in mere seconds, a single strike had cleared the entire secret realm of tiger demons. It was Shen Yun from Haiqing. Upon seeing the iconic pale blue longsword in the void, people instinctively associated it with the newcomer. This sword has been hailed by netizens as the foremost divine weapon of the age. Who in the world does not recognize its master? The crowd turned to behold a strikingly handsome young man wielding the longsword. Suddenly, 11 streams of crimson light surged forth from the corpse of the tiger demon, rushing towards Shen Yun and his companions. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have acquired the secret realm of the Tiger Clan. Third-tier intermediate inheritance, Tiger's Roar. Do you wish to accept the inheritance? Cancel. Shen Yun deemed such a rudimentary inheritance unnecessary to learn, finding the third and fourth-tier manuals from the Xiantian continent far more compelling. He sheathed the longsword, gazing at the astonished crowd. Everyone, follow me. The 7 secret realms should grant each of you a fourth-tier inheritance. What? Exclaimed those who had yet to obtain their fourth-tier inheritance, their faces aglow with excitement. We can farm until we reach 4th tier. I must be hearing things. They had assumed a single run would suffice, not realizing their boss was so generous. The boss has already moved on. We must hurry to keep up. I declare, I will follow the boss to the ends of the earth. The 9 of them rushed out of the secret realm in a frenzy. No wonder the boss is so confident. His strength is truly formidable. Qin Shitong, amidst the crowd, radiated enthusiasm. Previously, she could only gauge the boss's prowess through online information, lacking a clear perspective. Now, witnessing it firsthand, she was utterly awestruck. It was as if she possessed a divine artifact. The world was hers for the taking. Minutes later, after clearing just 3 secret realms, all 10 members had attained 4th-tier inheritances. That will suffice for today. Exiting the secret realm, Shen Yun observed the exuberant expressions of the 10. Upon your return, each of you will lead a team into the mountains to hunt demon beasts and gather rare materials. As for team designations, the strongest shall be designated as number 1. Among those of equal rank, age will determine the order, and so forth. At this, Shen Yun fixed his gaze upon them. Currently, I will only remember your numbers. Only the strong can earn the recognition of others. Yes, boss. The 9 chorused in unison. Let us proceed. Under the watchful eyes of the surrounding crowd, the invincible team of 9 strutted behind him, heads held high. Today, they had truly opened their eyes. Their boss had completed 3 secret realms in mere moments. They felt that even if other 5-star demon-suppressing sects came, they would be no match for this.